In the dimness, the air was coarse and chaotic. As the blurred vision gradually sharpened, Jiang Xu realized she was in a room filled with red, restricted props. The atmosphere was heavy, and the dazzling array of tools sent a shiver down her spine. A persistent, dull ache throbbed in her head, accompanied by a sharp, piercing hum that seemed to threaten to split her skull apart. "Are we finished?" A cold, indifferent male voice suddenly resonated beside her. Jiang Xu sat on the soft edge of the bed, her delicate fingers gently massaging her throbbing temples, instinctively turning towards the sound. Before her knelt a man, his upper body bare, his figure lean yet muscular, with defined abdominal muscles and veins subtly visible beneath his pale skin. He hung his head slightly, his hands bound behind him, long scars tracing over his skin. A leather strap adorned him, connecting to the bracelet she clutched in her hand. It was a scene charged with desire and constraints, igniting a primal thrill within her. "If it's over, they'll take my leave," he spoke, his lips parting with a tone devoid of inflection, clearly unfazed by the scenario at hand. Before Jiang Xu could respond, he effortlessly freed himself from his bindings and stood up, the imposing presence of his tall frame pressing down on her. "Hey, wait." Unconsciously, Jiang Xu tugged at the connecting ring in her hand, and in an unexpected moment, he was indeed drawn toward her, his body leaning in close, his head forced nearer. Fortunately, his robust arms caught the bed just in time, preventing his weight from crushing her delicate form. The striking features of his face furrowed slightly, his dark eyes resembling a still, bottomless abyss. His voice was cool, and with a hint of disdain, he remarked, "What's the matter? Haven't you had enough fun?" Jiang Xu stared at the familiar yet youthful face for a long moment before the gravity of her situation struck her. She had been reborn. She had returned to the years when she had been financially supporting Lu Zhi during their university days. At this time, Lu Zhi was still in dire straits, burdened with a massive debt left by his adoptive father and the hefty medical bills for his ailing adoptive mother. The weight of financial despair suffocated him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xu suffered from bipolar disorder, her manic phases marked by uncontrollable emotional turmoil and an intense, almost pathological desire to destroy all that was beautiful. Knowing he was in need of money, Jiang Xu proactively proposed that as long as Lu Zhi was willing to play along, she would pay him 100,000 for each encounter. As for what they would do, it was precisely the scene they were currently engaged in, as Lu Zhi had just been confronted by debt collectors, and the hospital had called for urgent payment for his mother's medical expenses. Thus, under duress, he reluctantly acquiesced to her outrageous demands. Consequently, during each manic episode, Jiang Xu would summon Lu Zhi to the red room of her villa, employing various implements to treat him with ruthless contempt. Witnessing the man kneeling before her, his handsome face contorted with suppressed anguish, twisted a sense of profound satisfaction within Jiang Xu, alleviating the symptoms of her mania. However, years later, the Jiang family faced bankruptcy, and her father tragically perished in a car accident, leaving her burdened with an enormous debt. She was captured by debt collectors and forced to work in the seedy underbelly of Southeast Asia, enduring relentless beatings and humiliation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhi was reclaimed by the enigmatic Lu family of Kyoto, assuming control of the Lu Corporation and emerging as a new elite in the city. The only fortunate aspect of her plight was her striking beauty, which spared her from being relegated to the lowest echelons of the red light district, allowing her to avoid serving various men throughout the night like other girls. However, she was subjected to the training of a madam and had numerous photos and videos taken of her. Any act of defiance would result in brutal punishment. Those days felt akin to a descent into hell. She once attempted to escape, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Zhi in that sordid place. At that moment, he was clad in a tailored suit, exuding an air of superiority, his countenance cold and indifferent, with an unmistakable disdain in his gaze. He disregarded her pleas for help, allowing her to be recaptured by those pursuing her. Subsequently, she became a mere object of auction, forced to ingest aphrodisiacs, clad in revealing garments, standing in a vast underground auction house for the lecherous men to gawk at and bid upon. Despair and terror clouded her mind and heart. Ultimately, it was Lu Zhi who purchased her at the highest bid, and she was delivered to his chamber. Under the influence of the drugs, her body felt limp and powerless, rendering her as pliable as a doll. Lu Zhi confined her limbs to the bed, scrutinizing her scantily clad form without reservation, much like she had once done to him. Yet, his actions surpassed hers in severity. Already weakened by the drugs, she found herself further tormented by his advances, her voice escaping in a near plea of please. He tore away the tape that sealed her lips, silencing her completely. Yet, beneath the dark depths of his gaze lay a complexity of emotions that she could not comprehend as her body instinctively reacted with shame. In the end, he fulfilled her desires. All she could hear were the fluctuating breaths of the man beside her and the sharp sound of hard objects hitting the floor. As the night dragged on in a haze, she finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself inexplicably reborn. "I am sorry." Realizing her current circumstances, Jiang Xu quickly released the bracelet she had been gripping. Everything she had experienced in Southeast Asia felt like a nightmarish delusion. Yet Jiang Xu was acutely aware of the humiliation of being coerced and objectified. At that moment, Lu Zhi, compelled by financial motives, had to yield to her whims. He must loathe her immensely now. His purchase of her and the subsequent acts were merely a tit-for-tat retaliation. Yet at the core, he was the one who ultimately saved her. Had it not been for him, she could have fallen into the hands of far worse individuals. Most of those who frequented that place were far from noble. She even felt a sense of relief that it was Lu Zhi who had claimed her. Surprised to hear Jiang Xu apologize, Lu Zhi found himself taken aback. Jiang Xu had reveled in mocking him and hurling insults his way. He had come to understand just how cruel she could be. Nevertheless, he found himself compelled to cater to her whims for the sake of money. Jiang Xu anxiously picked at her thumbnail with her index finger, inhaling deeply before speaking slowly. "You need not return here anymore." She felt immense gratitude towards Lu Zhi for saving her in her previous life and assisting her. In this lifetime, she resolved not to treat him so poorly. She had decided to grant him his freedom. Lu Zhi was taken aback. Why? His expression was a mixture of surprise and disbelief, yet devoid of true joy. As if a thought had crossed his mind, his brows furrowed. "Have you grown weary of playing with me?" Lu Zhi was tall and muscular, his weight and firmness pressing down on Jiang Xu, causing her discomfort. She tried to push him away, but to no avail. He remained unmoved, only slightly shifting his head away from her grasp. Yet, they remained in close proximity, allowing Jiang Xu to clearly see his long, dark lashes. Despite the current nature of their relationship, where Lu Zhi should have been the pitiful prey, it felt as though the roles had completely reversed. He seemed the master, his dark eyes almost devouring her. Jiang Xu sighed in resignation, instinctively shaking her head. "No." "Then why?" Lu Zhi's gaze remained fixed on her, his expression inscrutable. "Have you found someone more suitable for your whims?" Noticing a hint of wariness in his demeanor, Jiang Xu realized that Lu Zhi was indeed in desperate need of money. Despite his relentless work, he still fell short. "Not exactly." Jiang Xu pressed her palm against his firm, warm chest, attempting to alleviate the pressure he exuded, turning her head awkwardly away. "Please get up and dress." Lu Zhi smirked slightly, rising to distance himself from her, silently gathering his clothes off the floor. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xu found her phone and tapped on it a few times. 200,000? She exclaimed upon receiving a notification of the transfer, causing Lu Zhi to look puzzled. "You did very well this time." Jiang Xu struggled to find the right words. Regardless of whether he could forgive her past actions, she simply wished to offer him more money as a form of gratitude and compensation. Lu Zhi's expression was inscrutable, but he clearly adhered to strong principles. "No need. Anything extra counts for next time. Then consider it medical expenses. You still need to check on the injuries, don't you?" "No need for medical expenses." Jiang Xu, lacking in strength, had never drawn blood, and the myriad of red marks on her skin appeared somewhat ambiguous. They would fade in a few days, and thus Lu Zhi never wasted money on hospital visits. Jiang Xu felt a sense of helplessness. Once dressed, Lu Zhi reached to undo the leather strap at his waist. Suddenly, Jiang Xu noticed the shocking scars that marred his abdomen. Her lips pressed together in contemplation, and she suggested, "If you refuse medical expenses, would you like me to apply some ointment?" Lu Zhi's expression was indifferent as she adjusted her clothing, the white shirt obscuring her prying gaze. "No need. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." As Lu Zhi stepped out, Jiang Xu, still reeling from the shock of her sudden rebirth, curled up beneath the soft duvet, remaining silent. Without looking back, Lu Zhi departed the villa. Jiang Xu realized she was trapped in a dream, yet she could not awaken. She tilted her head slightly, her cheeks flushed and a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her snow-white skin. Her mouth was tightly sealed with tape, rendering her speechless, reduced to muffled whimpers. This was a dream, yet not a dream. It was a scene that had transpired in her previous life before her rebirth. Is it enjoyable? Lu Zhi gazed at her, his jaw clenched. No stop, as if divining her thoughts. He defied her wishes even more vehemently, relentless and fierce, as though intent on consuming her entirely. Fragmented, enticing images wove together in her dream. Jiang Xu felt her consciousness adrift, as if submerged in water without a point of support. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Even weeping felt laborious. The wall lamp in the room cast a dim halo, the feeble light rendering everything before her indistinct. Her senses seemed suspended in midair, precarious and unreal. She felt Lu Zhi's grip tightening around her delicate wrist, his eyes gleaming with a chilling, obsessive fervor, his voice icy and deliberate. Jiang Xu, we were meant to be eternally entwined. Suddenly, the room brightened, the blinding white light causing Jiang Xu to instinctively squint. She sat dazed on the bed, her back slick with cold sweat, the frigid air creeping in, sending shivers down her spine. In her previous life, she had been in a daze, unaware of what Lu Zhi had said or how long he had lingered. Yet this dream clarified everything. The image of Lu Zhi uttering that final sentence was indelibly etched into Jiang Xu's mind, akin to a ferocious wolf, a side of him she had never witnessed, raw and ruthless. She did not comprehend the meaning of Lu Zhi's words, but she sensed his unwillingness to easily let her go. He intended to return all that she had ever inflicted upon him. Jiang Xu lowered her gaze, silently pressing her lips together. The downfall of the Jiang family had stemmed from the theft of core secrets from Jiang Group, which were then sold off to Lu Group. At that time, Lu Zhi had already returned to the Lu family as its president. Thus it was he who ultimately signed the acquisition documents for Jiang Group. The bankruptcy of the Jiang family, her father Jiang Yangping's car accident, her abduction to a red light district in Southeast Asia, series of calamities orchestrated from behind the scenes. Could this be Lu Zhi's doing? Did he seek revenge against her? But why? In the end, did he choose to purchase her? Wouldn't watching her suffer at the hands of those vile beings serve as vendetta even better? He had no need to expend billions to buy her and alleviate her afflictions. If she were to grant him freedom in this life, would he ultimately spare her as well? All these answers remained shrouded in uncertainty for Jiang Xu. The winter wind is delicate and chilly, with the gnarled branches of the old trees stretching haphazardly along the streets. A thin layer of snow blankets the path in front of the teaching building, crackling softly underfoot. At this moment, Jiang Xu is still a first-year student at Capital University, majoring in fine arts, having only been enrolled for a little over 3 months. Her 3 roommates have already secured seats for her at the back of the classroom, and she enters just before the class bell rings. Jiang, how did it go with Senior Lu yesterday? As soon as Jiang Xu settles in, her roommate Wen Qingmei leans in closer. The other 2 roommates, Tao Jing and Mi Xiaxia, also turn their heads with concern. Yesterday, Jiang Xu tilts her head slightly, finally recalling the events of the previous day. Lu Zhi is a third-year student in the computer science department, and due to her frequent visits to his classroom, their relationship appears to be quite special. Consequently, many at the university assume they are romantically involved, including her roommates. Yesterday, during a manic episode, she had seen a girl getting a bit too close to Lu Zhi in the study room, making her feel as if her cherished possession was being coveted by another. In a fit of rage, she had slapped Lu Zhi in public and hurled unkind words at him, leaving him embarrassed. Later, she had taken him to a special room in her villa and given him a stern reprimand. Jiang Xu lowered her eyelids and murmured, "We, are quite well." Tao Jing let out a slight sigh of relief. "Senior Lu isn't angry with you, is he?" "No." Jiang Xu shook her head. "No one knows the true nature of her relationship with Lu Zhi. He wouldn't dare to be angry with her." "That's good to hear. Today is Friday, but their major has a full schedule, and after classes finally conclude in the afternoon, the girls agreed to go out for a hearty meal together. Jiang Xu, however, is reluctant to join. Organizing her books, she suggests, "Why don't you all go without me? I think I'll head back first." Long-term mental health issues often leave her feeling drained and lethargic. Wen Qingmei pouts playfully and drapes her arm around Jiang Xu's shoulder. "It's the weekend, let's go together. We haven't had a gathering since school started, and you've missed every time." "Exactly, Jiang. With this cold weather, we absolutely must indulge in hot pot." Mi Xiaxia wraps her collar tighter. Tao Jing chimes in, Jiang, since we have a day off tomorrow, we can eat and head back early." While Jiang Xu typically does not reside on campus, her 3 roommates are all delightful company, and their rapport has always been harmonious. "Fine, I suppose," Jiang Xu concedes helplessly. The hot pot restaurant they choose is somewhat tucked away in a narrow alley, yet is a popular spot with high ratings and a long queue, taking over an hour to be seated. Once the ingredients arrive, Jiang Xu sheds her thick plush coat, tying her chestnut long hair up, and deftly uses her chopsticks to dip meat into the bubbling pot. "Would you like some milk tea?" Tao Jing suddenly suggests. "I have a coupon for a buy 3 get a free offer, and since there are 4 of us, we can share." The girls find it impossible to resist milk tea, and Mi Xiaxia and Wen Qingmei eagerly nod in agreement. "Let's have it." Jiang Xu harbored no objections. "Who among you will accompany me to retrieve it?" Noticing that Mi Xiaxia and Wen Qingmei were still enjoying their meal, Jiang Xu took the initiative to rise. "Jing, I shall accompany you." Perhaps due to the influence of her bipolar disorder, Jiang Xu's appetite had been persistently poor, leading to her slender frame. At this moment, she could no longer eat, and a leisurely walk would serve to aid her digestion. Donning her coat once more, Jiang Xu followed Tao Jing outside. The December air was frigid, and the temperature dropped further in the evening. Jiang Xu tucked her hands into her pockets, instinctively drawing her neck in. Jiang, are you all right? I noticed you hardly ate anything earlier," Tao Jing inquired. As a class representative, she had inadvertently glimpsed Jiang Xu's medical records in the counselor's office, making her the only one among the roommates aware of Jiang Xu's bipolar disorder. "I'm fine." Understanding that Tao Jing was expressing concern, Jiang Xu smiled and shook her head. "Perhaps the cold weather has dulled my appetite." In her previous life, Jiang Xu had been vehemently resistant to acknowledging her illness, detesting any mention of her bipolar disorder. She even refrained from seeking psychiatric help and neglecting her medication, which exacerbated her condition. When Tao Jing expressed concern, Jiang Xu perceived it as mockery, believing that her friends looked down upon her illness. Even Mi Xiaxia and Wen Qingmei thought her behavior was unreasonable, leading to a strained relationship with her 3 roommates. However, after experiencing the tumult of her past life, Jiang Xu's mindset underwent a profound transformation, compelling her to learn to manage her condition. "Does Lu Zhi know about your situation?" Tao Jing inquired further. At the mention of Lu Zhi, Jiang Xu momentarily hesitated. Yes, he knows. In fact, he had been a source of solace, accompanying her through numerous manic episodes. Tao Jing expressed satisfaction. "Lu Zhi is quite considerate." Jiang Xu had entered into a relationship with Lu Zhi shortly after starting school, and she had embarrassed him on several occasions, yet he never retaliated or displayed displeasure towards her. From this perspective, Lu Zhi had indeed been quite patient and accommodating. Nonetheless, Tao Jing had heard that Lu Zhi's family circumstances were not particularly favorable, often requiring him to work part-time after classes and on weekends. Aside from his academic performance and looks, he seemed to lack any compatibility with Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu was beautiful, hailing from a distinguished family, and she had entered Peking University as the top of her class, excelling in every regard. If not for her bipolar disorder, Tao Jing felt that Lu Zhi was unworthy of Jiang Xu. Unsure of how to respond, Jiang Xu chose silence, and Tao Jing did not pursue the topic further. The milk tea shop was bustling with people, the queue stretching like a long serpent. Tao Jing joined the line, while Jiang Xu stood aside, waiting for her. Passers-by hurried along the street, the orange-yellow lights casting individual halos on the pavement. Suddenly, Jiang Xu's gaze fixated on a particular spot, and as she discerned the horrifying scene, her pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 3. She wept in the depths of the alley. A man was being dragged along the ground by a group of individuals, his body resembling that of a lifeless dog. His clothes were stained a vivid crimson, and his face was obscured. Yet, Jiang Xu recognized him with ease. It was Lu Zhi. Her heart raced in alarm. Ignoring Tao Jing, who was still awaiting her milk tea, she hurriedly rushed towards the scene. Along the way, she called the police, detailing the situation and providing the address in one breath. "Stop!" Jiang Xu burst into the alley, confronting the men intent on dragging Lu Zhi deeper into the shadows. Her grip on her phone was so tight that her fingertips turned pale. In her previous life, she had encountered countless ruthless individuals in the red light districts of Southeast Asia. Yet, witnessing such ruthless disregard for human life before her still instilled fear within her. She could only hope the police would arrive swiftly. Her gaze fell upon Lu Zhi, who lay behind them. The ground was marked with the blood he had left in his wake, his body drenched in crimson, eyes tightly shut, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicating he was still alive. Thick, congealed blood bloomed on the asphalt beneath him. Jiang Xu felt her throat constrict, forcing herself to resist the instinct to retreat. "I will pay whatever he owes you," she urged, striving to keep her voice steady. The tattooed leader, intrigued by the sudden appearance of the delicate and beautiful girl, smirked. "Oh, little sister, what will you use to repay him?" He licked his tongue against the side of his mouth, his cheeks bulging, then deflating as he spoke. His lewd gaze roamed over her, unabashedly suggestive. "You could offer yourself as payment, though it wouldn't suffice for just one time." He signaled for a few of his subordinates to advance and seize Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu's eyes narrowed in vigilance. Ignoring the man's lascivious stare, she attempted to buy time. "I have money. I can pay whatever you require." She quickly opened her phone to display her account balance, the multitude of zeros dazzling those who beheld it. The group of subordinates instantly grew animated. "Boss," she asked, genuinely wealthy. The tattooed man glanced at the unconscious Lu Zhi on the ground, then shifted his focus back to Jiang Xu. "Fine. This kid owes me 10 million. If you repay him, I will let him go." 10 million. Jiang Xu gasped in shock. While Lu Zhi's adoptive father had indeed borrowed from loan sharks, it certainly was not to such an exorbitant sum. This figure was a terrifying result of compounded interest over recent years. However, you must transfer 500,000 first, and thereafter, send 500,000 to this account daily until the debt is settled. This group was seasoned in their dealings, aware that excessive amounts would likely draw the scrutiny of banks. Understood. Jiang Xu could indeed produce such funds, and she promptly transferred 500,000. Seeing her willingness, the group relaxed slightly. "I advise you not to call the police. I trust you know the consequences, little sister." He tapped a metal rod against the ground, producing a dull thud. Jiang Xu swallowed hard. "I understand," a 1T reported. The group departed swiftly after receiving their payment, leaving no trace of their presence. As their figures vanished from sight, Jiang Xu's taut nerves gradually relaxed. She hurried to Lu Zhi's side, her face etched with concern. "Lu Zhi, are you all right? Can you hear me?" The man lying on the ground remained motionless, the buzzing in his ears rendering him oblivious to the external world. Yet, Jiang Xu was relieved to still sense his breath. At that moment, the sharp wail of police sirens echoed from the alleyway. The police had arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they swiftly grasped the situation and assisted Jiang Xu in loading Lu Zhi onto an ambulance. Half an hour later, at the First People's Hospital of Jing City, Lu Zhi's wounds had been treated and bandaged, but he remained unconscious. The doctor informed that he had suffered a severe blow to the head, resulting in a mild concussion, necessitating ample rest. Jiang Xu darted back and forth, settling various medical expenses, steadfastly remaining by his side. Meanwhile, his 3 roommates hurried over upon hearing the news. Tao Jing was initially startled when she realized Jiang Xu was missing, and her concern deepened when she received Jiang Xu's call, learning she was at the hospital. What happened? How did Senior Lu get involved with those people? Jiang Xu shook her head in silence, knowing well that the group had come to collect debts owed by Lu Zhi's adoptive father. Lu Bin, Lu Zhi's adoptive father, had fallen into gambling, borrowing money at exorbitant interest rates. After losing everything, he succumbed to the relentless beatings and threats from debt collectors, ultimately taking his own life by jumping from a building. Those who lent money would never allow their investments to vanish without recompense. As Lu Bin had no other offspring, they naturally placed the debt squarely on Lu Zhi, his sole adoptive son. Jiang Xu had no intention of divulging Lu Zhi's tragic past to others. Before long, the police came to take Jiang Xu's statement, led by an officer named Han. "You're Lu Zhi's girlfriend, correct?" Officer Han inquired. Jiang Xu hesitated momentarily, but offered no reply. Officer Han had already conducted a background check on Lu Zhi and assumed Jiang Xu's silence was an acceptance. During Lu Bin's lifetime, he had frequently found himself in trouble, requiring Lu Zhi to bail him out time and again, which had allowed Officer Han to become acquainted with him and understand his plight. Jiang Xu was aware that Officer Han had assisted Lu Zhi on several occasions and held a good impression of him. "Please recount the details of what just transpired." Jiang Xu meticulously relayed the events, including how the group demanded daily transfers and forbade her from contacting the police. Officer Han diligently noted everything down. "All right, I've noted that account as well. You need not worry about the transfers. We will ensure that the funds are sent daily as required. Whether the money sent is legitimate and usable is another matter entirely." Jiang Xu placed her trust in the police's methods, feeling reassured, and simply expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." "You're welcome. It's our duty," Officer Han replied. Given the brazen nature of the loan sharks, she was determined not to remain idle. "We will apprehend those criminals as swiftly as possible." Officer Han put away the recorded report and advised, "Please be cautious with your boyfriend during this time. Avoid isolated or sparsely populated places, travel in pairs, and report any suspicious situations immediately." "Thank you, Officer Han," Jiang Xu replied. After Officer Han departed, Jiang Xu returned to the hospital room. Tao Jing and the others were still there. Upon hearing her entrance, they all turned to look at her. Jiang Xu spoke first. "There's a curfew at school. Jingjing, Xiangxiang, and Qingmei, you should head back. I'll stay here with Lu Zhi." "All right," the three of them stood up. Tao Jing said, "Then we'll leave for now. Jiang, call us if you need anything." "Okay." When Lu Zhi regained consciousness, he was greeted by the stark white ceiling. The air filled with the scent of disinfectant mingled with a subtle hint of citrus. This fragrance was familiar to him, a signature scent of Jiang Xu. She detested perfume, and this was merely the aroma of her body wash and laundry detergent. Instinctively, he turned his head to see a girl of exquisite beauty resting her forehead against the bed, her eyes closed in weariness, her head nodding slightly. Her light-colored hair was neatly tucked behind her ears, and her long, curled eyelashes were fluttering gently. Jiang Xu was undeniably beautiful, her nose elegantly sculpted, her petite figure complemented by full, inviting lips that curved alluringly. It was the kind of beauty that compelled one to gaze for longer than intended. Suddenly, her elbow slipped, and her head fell forward, nearly colliding with the edge of the bed. Lu Zhi instinctively reached out to catch her. His hand met her skin, smooth and delicate, akin to fine porcelain. Just as his fingers made contact, Jiang Xu awakened, sitting upright and rubbing her sleepy eyes, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "You're awake?" The brevity of the moment prevented Jiang Xu from sensing anything amiss. "Yes," Lu Zhi replied, his arm feeling empty as he withdrew it. He had not fully succumbed to unconsciousness in the alley and vaguely remembered Jiang Xu's timely arrival. "Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" Jiang Xu rose, intending to call for the doctor. In an instant, Lu Zhi grasped her wrist, his palm dry while her hand felt soft and tender like a budding sprout. "I'm fine," he said, releasing her and throwing off the covers to get out of bed. Jiang Xu assumed he was headed to the restroom. But when he returned dressed in his own clothes, realization dawned on her. "Are you leaving?" She quickly stepped forward to halt his progress. "The doctor said you need to rest properly. You must stay for observation tonight." Furthermore, his attire was stained with dried blood, a rather alarming sight. Lu Zhi, however, disregarded her concerns and donned his jacket, intent on leaving. Seeing his resolute determination to discharge himself, Jiang Xu, in a moment of desperation, grasped his coat tightly. "If you're worried about the medical expenses, I've already settled them. There is no need for you to rush out." As Lu Zhi finally came to a halt, before Jiang Xu could catch her breath, his indifferent voice resonated. "Thank you. I will regard the medical expenses as a loan and will repay you later." His tone was frigid and detached. With a soft thud, as soon as Lu Zhi finished speaking, a warm tear trickled down the girl's face, landing on the back of his hand. Lu Zhi paused in surprise. Had she been crying? Jiang Xu's eyes brimmed with tears, despite her efforts to restrain herself. The tears continued to flow. Her voice was thick with emotion. Why won't you listen to me? What? Lu Zhi found himself at a loss in the face of her sudden tears and probing question. Sorry. I apologize. Jiang Xu repeatedly wiped her tears with her hands, unable to stem the flow, her face marred with streaks of sorrow. She bit down hard on her lower lip, and it was not until she tasted the metallic tang of blood mixed with pain that she felt a moment of clarity. Bipolar disorder encompasses both manic and depressive phases. During these times, even the slightest negative emotion can be magnified exponentially. Jiang Xu found her depressive episodes somewhat more tolerable than the manic ones. All she needed was to isolate herself in her room, weep until exhaustion overcame her, and upon waking, she would feel a semblance of normalcy. Though the timing and location of her episodes were unpredictable, the depressive phase merely rendered her in a relatively low state of energy, allowing her to navigate through it on her own. Thus, Lu Zhi had never witnessed her during such a phase. This was the first time. The onset of her depression had arrived without warning. Lu Zhi's brow furrowed deeply, his jaw clenched, as he became acutely aware that something was amiss with Jiang Xu in this moment. Jiang Xu, engulfed in her depressive state, felt her cherished companion disregard her wishes. His demeanor so frigid, and along with her anger, she was overwhelmed by a sense of injustice and sorrow. Tears streamed down her face, her breath hitching, as she gasped. You belong to me. You must heed my words. Whoa. Seeing her in such an uncharacteristic state left Lu Zhi momentarily speechless. He hesitantly parted his lips. What is wrong with you? I want to allow you to leave. Jiang Xu wiped her tears while turning her face away, unwilling for Lu Zhi to witness her disheveled appearance. Her consciousness oscillated between profound indignation and forced awakening. Don't worry about me. Lu Zhi's brow remained furrowed as he pulled Jiang Xu to face him, his tone growing more earnest. What is truly wrong? Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that Jiang Xu's current state was far from normal, and Lu Zhi could not stand idly by. I'm fine. I just had a sudden episode. Jiang Xu resolved to speak the truth. Depressive phase? Lu Zhi inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. He was aware of her bipolar disorder, but he had only witnessed her during her manic episodes, when she had excitedly led him to the villa's red room, experimenting with various forbidden tools upon him. He had never anticipated her depressive phase would manifest in such relentless tears. Yes, Jiang Xu bit her lip again, the sharp pain bringing her a measure of calm. Aren't you supposed to be discharged? You should leave. I will assist you with the discharge procedures. At this moment, Jiang Xu was overwhelmed with her own troubles and no longer attempted to restrain him. She urged him, you must leave now. The clarity maintained through the pain could not last much longer. She feared that when the wave of depression subsequently washed over her, she would be unable to prevent Lu Zhi from departing. In this lifetime, she did not wish to compel him because of her illness. Lu Zhi remained rooted in place, not making a move to leave. Shall I call a doctor for you? He inquired. No, I just need a moment alone, she replied, biting her lower lip to sustain her composure. I'm fine now, much better. Please go. She was on the verge of breaking down. Lu Zhi pressed his lips together, saying, then take care of yourself. He needed to rush to his night shift soon, and being in the hospital, Jiang Xu should be all right. After a brief silence, he resolved to turn and leave. However, just as he took a few steps, he felt her arms encircle his waist from behind, her soft, trembling voice murmuring, don't go. Chapter 4. The sinister antagonist in the book. The girl clung tightly to him, her body pressed against his with fervor. Perhaps due to Lu Zhi's steadfast presence during her manic episodes, she had developed an undeniable dependence on him even during her depressive state. The fragile facade of rationality shattered completely the moment she witnessed him turning away. The symptoms of her depression urging her to grasp desperately at the one person who provided her solace. She could not let him go. This thought resonated intensely in her mind. Just let me hold you for a moment, just a moment. Jiang Xu seemed to surrender to the turmoil within, burying her face in his clothing, inhaling the scent of soap and the lingering metallic tang of blood. She murmured softly, I can pay you back. Lu Zhi. To his surprise, he did not pull away from her grip. Instead, he stood somewhat stiffly, the heat radiating between them intertwining. Time passed unmeasured before Jiang Xu felt the symptoms of her depression gradually dissipate. Her heart had settled into tranquility, and she gently released him. Thank you, I'm all right now. You can go. All right. Lu Zhi cast one final glance her way before departing swiftly. Upon arriving at the bar for his night shift, Lu Zhi's phone vibrated unexpectedly. A notification revealed a transaction alert. He opened it to find that Jiang Xu had just transferred 300,000 to him. Stunned, he navigated to their chat and typed, "What does this mean?" Jiang Xu replied swiftly, "Consider a loan, covering the medical expenses as well." Lu Zhi, why? Jiang Xu, I recall your mother is scheduled for a second surgery soon. Isn't it precisely 300,000 you require? Jiang Xu remembered how, during this period in her past life, Lu Zhi had been tormented by loan sharks and was desperately trying to gather funds for his foster mother's surgery, enduring immense hardship. In that moment, he had no choice but to seek her aid, yet she had callously rejected him, mocking him with a scornful tone. Can you even repay it? In her previous life, her attraction had been solely to his appearance. She needed him to navigate her manic episodes, but was indifferent to his struggles. Her volatile emotions often led her to lash out, and while she might have restrained herself in front of others, she revealed her true, harsh nature before Lu Zhi. To her, he was merely a vessel for her frustrations, someone to be used as long as payment was assured. It was only after enduring significant abuse and humiliation in the Southeast Asian red light district that she had a moment of clarity, realizing how cruel she had been to him. Reminiscing about her past actions, Jiang Xu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Watching the chat window, as the words the other party is typing flickered in and out, she could surmise Lu Zhi's current emotions. Although her intention was simply to make amends, Lu Zhi likely perceived it differently. He might be taken aback by her abrupt change of heart, questioning whether she had devised a new scheme to toy with him. Yet at that moment, he had no choice but to accept the money. Finally, Jiang Xu saw a short message appear in their conversation. Thank you. She held her phone tightly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she replied, You're welcome. After some contemplation, she forwarded Officer Han's words to him. Jiang Xu, try to avoid secluded places during this time. If you sense anything amiss, flee swiftly. You can always reach out to me for assistance. Although Lu Zhi was not defenseless, facing that group ultimately meant being outnumbered, and they were armed, intent on inflicting serious harm. There was no need to confront them head-on. After a moment, she added, After all, my condition temporarily relies on you. Lu Zhi stared at the latest message, his gaze lowered, his dark eyes inscrutable. Minutes later, he replied simply, My heavens, Lu Zhi, what has happened to you? Why are you bleeding so profusely? Just as Lu Zhi pressed the power button on his phone, a startled female voice suddenly pierced the air. Su Nongxi approached, her expression laden with concern as she regarded Lu Zhi, covered in blood, though thankfully, the wounds appear to have been treated. Were those people demanding money from you again? Su Nongxi and Lu Zhi were both members of the student council at Jingda University. Coming from a modest background, she also worked part-time there, a position she had introduced to Lu Zhi. Previously, while working at a tea shop off campus, she had coincidentally encountered Lu Zhi, witnessing him being harassed by a group of loan sharks. Just yesterday in the study room, she had inquired about a student council event planning proposal, which caught Jiang Xu's attention, leading to the ensuing events. Having introduced her to the job, Lu Zhi had been relatively amiable towards her. They have truly gone too far, Su Nongxi thought indignantly. They should be reported to the authorities to apprehend them quickly. The police have already been notified. Jiang Xu has filed a report. Yet those individuals are seasoned criminals, organized and powerful, deeply entrenched. They are not easily apprehended. That is a relief. Su Nongxi exhaled, only to recall something. Right, yesterday. Are you and Jiang Xu all right? Jiang Xu slapping Lu Zhi in public was unexpected for everyone. Even more astonishing was Lu Zhi's lack of anger, allowing Jiang Xu to lead him away after the incident. The entire school speculated that Jiang Xu and Lu Zhi were in a romantic relationship, though Su Nongxi did not share that belief. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that their relationship was indeed unusual. Thinking of Jiang Xu, Lu Zhi couldn't help but remember how she had cried incessantly at the hospital. It was the first time he had witnessed her tears. He recalled that Jiang Xu had previously been quite averse to others mentioning her illness, yet in the hospital, she seemed to have voluntarily disclosed that she was crying due to her condition. Even in her recent message to him, she showed no reluctance. Not wishing to elaborate on his relationship with Jiang Xu, Lu Zhi merely replied, "It's good." After saying this, he entered the changing room to don his work attire. Noticing Lu Zhi's aloofness and indifference, Su Nongxi chose not to press further, instead carrying her tray of drinks out to work. However, inwardly she scoffed. Is this what a villainous character from a book looks like? Indeed, he exudes an aura that keeps strangers at bay. On that Saturday, Jiang Xu indulged in a leisurely slumber. In the afternoon, she had an appointment with her psychologist, Wei Chengfeng. Her father, Jiang Yangping, had arranged for her to see a therapist long ago, but she had been reluctant to seek treatment. In this new chapter of her life, she resolved to fully cooperate with her psychiatrist in treating her bipolar disorder. Hailing a cab to the clinic etched in her memory, Jiang Xu mentally prepared herself, taking a deep breath before stepping inside. "Good day. Do you have an appointment?" inquired the nurse at the front desk, clad in a white coat. "Yes, I am here to see Dr. Wei Chengfeng." The nurse perused the patient records and replied, "Dr. Wei is currently attending to another patient. You may wait inside for a moment." Jiang Xu nodded in acknowledgement. "All right." The nurse then called out, "Xiaoxi, please take the patient seeking Dr. Wei to the back." Shortly thereafter, a young woman emerged from the inner office, also dressed in a white coat. Her features were well defined, and her long hair was elegantly styled, presenting a clean and charming appearance, truly a refined beauty. Su Nongxi looked at the newcomer with slight astonishment. "Jiang Xu?" Jiang Xu was equally taken aback to encounter Su Nongxi at the psychiatric clinic. She recognized her solely from the incident in the study room. Su Nongxi appeared even more surprised. "What brings you to a psychiatric clinic? I thought you..." Though it was merely 5 years before the storyline of the book officially commenced, the author hadn't elaborated on this phase of the plot. However, according to the narrative, Jiang Xu should be vehemently resistant to confronting her condition at this stage. So what could have prompted her to actively seek help at a psychiatric clinic? What should I do? Jiang Xu pondered, feeling perplexed. It seemed as though Su Nongxi was somewhat familiar with her, yet she was certain they had not met prior. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Su Nongxi quickly waved her hands, shaking her head. "It's nothing." Jiang Xu pressed her lips together, choosing not to delve further. Su Nongxi poured a cup of hot water for Jiang Xu in a clean teacup, a gentle smile gracing her face. "Please have some water. It may take a while for the doctor to arrive." "Thank you." Jiang Xu accepted the cup, finding the water a touch too hot. She grasped the handle to allow it to cool for a moment. Remaining silent, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them, prompting Su Nongxi to break the ice. "I'm also from Peking University, serving on the student council alongside Lu Zhi. However, I'm majoring in psychology and currently interning at this clinic under Dr. Wei." Jiang Xu nodded slightly, casually remarking, "I don't believe I've seen you at this clinic before." "Ah, yes, I just began my internship this semester." "Oh." After a brief hesitation, Su Nongxi couldn't resist asking again, "May I inquire, what is your current relationship with Lu Zhi?" Chapter 5. The book crossover. The original narrative provides scant details about the past of the sinister antagonist. Upon his introduction, he is already present at an underground auction in a Southeast Asian red light district 5 years later. The text merely notes that he was expelled from the Lu family in his youth and subsequently adopted by another family. His adoptive father fell into debt through gambling and passed away, leaving behind a gravely ill adoptive mother in need of care. His student years were marked by profound misery, which ultimately forged his gloomy and insecure disposition. With just a few lines, his backstory is succinctly presented. Jiang Xu paused momentarily at Su's unexpected inquiry. "Why would Miss Su suddenly ask such a question?" "I am simply a bit curious," she replied. Su Nongxi felt a sense of helplessness. She was a book crosser who had met her demise from staying up late reading novels, only to awaken in the world of the book itself. As is well known, book crossers typically have a mission, and hers was to win over the sinister antagonist, Lu Zhi. The narrative mentions that at this juncture, Jiang Xu, grappling with manic depressive disorder, engaged in numerous unspeakable and undesirable acts towards Lu Zhi. Yet, in truth, the two had not established a confirmed relationship. They merely regarded their interactions as a transaction of money and physicality. Nonetheless, Su Nongxi sought to ascertain the current sentiment Lu Zhi held towards Jiang Xu, as it would facilitate her strategy in the pursuit. According to the book's depiction, the sinister antagonist Lu Zhi harbored complex feelings for the protagonist, Jiang Xu. Subsequently, he would compete with the male lead for her affections, engaging in taboo and coercive love, mirroring the actions Jiang Xu had once performed upon him in a red room. However, Su Nongxi remained unaware of when Lu Zhi's feelings for the protagonist began to take root. Fortunately for her, the narrative was set 5 years prior to the unfolding events, during which the sinister antagonist was still in a phase of development and had yet to engage in coercive love with the protagonist, thus considerably easing her task. The tea had grown slightly tepid, yet it still emitted steam in the chill of the season, with mist veiling the expression in Jiang Xu's eyes. She gently sipped from the rim of her cup and remarked, "Isn't it well known among the schoolmates what my relationship with Senior Lu is?" For reasons unknown, Jiang Xu sensed an oddity about Su Nongxi. She could not pinpoint what was peculiar, but her subconscious urged her to refrain from discussing her connection with Lu Zhi in depth. Unbeknownst to Su Nongxi, who remained oblivious to the subtle distance in Jiang Xu's tone, she pressed on with urgency. "So, are you truly in a romantic relationship?" Jiang Xu cradled the warm cup, her brow furrowing imperceptibly. Just as she was about to respond, the inner treatment room swung open, drawing both their gazes. A man clad in a white coat emerged, tall and slender, with frameless glasses perched atop his nose and deep-set eyes that gave him a strikingly chiseled appearance. After bidding farewell to the previous patient, he approached with measured steps. Upon noticing Jiang Xu seated on the sofa, a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. "Miss Jiang, you truly have come," he remarked. Although he had always been Jiang Xu's psychologist, their actual sessions had been few and far between. Last night, Jiang Xu unexpectedly called him, expressing her intention to visit the clinic. He presumed that this young lady had once again incurred the wrath of her grandfather, prompting her to schedule an appointment with him merely to placate old Master Jiang. He had thought she would certainly not show up today, as Jiang Xu had stood him up on multiple occasions in the past. Fortunately, he had reserved ample time for her, ensuring that even if she did arrive, it would be manageable. "Dr. Wei," Jiang Xu stood up and greeted Wei Changfeng with a gentle smile. "May we commence?" To his surprise, Jiang Xu appeared remarkably eager. Wei Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded. "Ah, yes, we can begin. Please, come with me." Observing this exchange, Su Nongxi felt it inappropriate to further intrude upon Jiang Xu's treatment and reluctantly stood up, expressing, "Jiang Xu, we shall converse again next time." Jiang Xu set down her teacup and calmly regarded Su Nongxi, offering no further words as she followed Wei Changfeng into the treatment room. Wei Changfeng perused Jiang Xu's previous medical records and gently inquired, "Miss Jiang, when was your most recent episode?" Jiang Xu recalled her last visit to the clinic, which had occurred 2 years prior, rendering her previous records largely obsolete. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Last night." "Have the episodes been frequent lately?" He probed. "Quite frequently. I had an episode this Thursday as well." "Was it a manic phase?" Jiang Xu responded candidly, "No, last night was a depressive phase." Wei Changfeng nodded, indicating his understanding. He adjusted his glasses and continued, "Do you experience any premonitory signs prior to an episode? Any physical discomfort?" "None." "I see." Wei Changfeng meticulously noted her responses. "Could you elaborate on how you have managed your recent manic and depressive phases? What activities do you engage in to alleviate your condition? Or are there specific actions you yearn to undertake?" As Jiang Xu fell into silence, Wei Changfeng raised his gaze in curiosity. "Are you reluctant to share?" Jiang Xu lowered her eyes, murmuring, "That is perfectly fine. I was merely inquiring." Wei Changfeng smiled, attentively observing any subtle shifts in her demeanor. "However, Miss Jiang, it is essential that you respond to the following pertinent questions with sincerity and diligence." 2 hours later, the psychological assessment concluded. Wei Changfeng briefed her on the dosage and schedule for her medications, along with various precautions, finally advising, "Miss Jiang, Remember to take your medication on time. I will inform you in advance of your next appointment. Wishing you a swift recovery. All right, thank you. As she exited, Jiang Xu did not encounter Su Nongxi again. She accepted her medications and promptly hailed a taxi away from the clinic. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Xu unexpectedly received a call from her father, Jiang Yangping. After several rings, she finally pressed the answer button. A familiar voice, long missed, resonated through the phone. Jiang Yangping's tone was fervent, "My dear. I heard you visited Dr. Wei today." To her astonishment, Jiang Changfeng had relayed her visit to Jiang Yangping so swiftly. Jiang Xu ziplit, mama. The relationship between Jiang Xu and her father, Jiang Yangping, cannot be characterized as harmonious. Rather, it is one-sidedly strained. Jiang Xu inherited her bipolar disorder from her mother, Yao Wanya. Yet during the most trying times of Yao's illness, Jiang Yangping was oblivious, engrossed in his work, and utterly unaware of her psychological struggles. It was only after Yao Wanya succumbed to her depression and took her own life when Jiang Xu was still a child that Jiang Yangping was filled with regret. Upon realizing that Jiang Xu suffered from the same affliction as her mother, he became overly attentive, promptly arranging for a psychologist and showering her with affection, granting her every wish and shielding her from hardship. However, Jiang Xu harbored a deep resentment towards Jiang Yangping due to Yao Wanya's plight, refusing to accept his overtures. She believed that Jiang Yangping was solely focused on his business and profits, completely ignorant of what she and her mother truly desired. She felt inherently flawed, destined for decay, convinced that no one could comprehend her suffering or offer her salvation, leading her to believe that her future was one of relentless descent. Consequently, she allowed her condition to deteriorate until she was utterly alone. Eventually, Jiang Yangping, faced with the severity of her illness, confined her to her room, ensuring she could not venture outside, with someone watching over her around the clock. No matter how much she cried or pleaded, he remained unmoved. It was only after the Jiang family faced bankruptcy, Jiang Yangping perished in a car accident, and her grandfather succumbed to illness that she found herself captured in a Southeast Asian red light district, enduring unimaginable torment. In the depths of despair, she repeatedly licked her wounds, only then realizing that the price of growing up could be excruciating. Fortunately, she was granted a second chance. In this life, she resolved not to be willful. She aimed to rewrite the tragic ending of her previous existence. If possible, she wished to extend her hand to Lu Zhi, who was similarly ensnared in a quagmire at that time. Noticing Jiang Xu's prolonged silence, Jiang Yangping spoke again. "My dear, what did Dr. Wei say about your condition?" "He mentioned there's been some improvement." "That is good to hear." Jiang Xu seemed to detect a slight sigh of relief from the other end. After a moment, he continued thoughtfully, "Are you free tomorrow evening? Let us have dinner together. Uncle Qiao will be there, along with his son, Qiaobo. You remember him, right? You used to sweetly call him brother when you were little, following him around." As if fearing a refusal, Jiang Yangping softened his tone. "It would be beneficial for you to socialize with peers. It might aid your recovery." Qiaobo Jiang Xu recalled that in her past life, he had been one of the bidders at the underground auction. Yet, when her bid escalated to 1 billion, he had relinquished his pursuit. It was not that he lacked the means. He had chosen to withdraw intentionally. Did he not recognize her? Or was it that he had no desire to save her? With these thoughts resurfacing, the painful memories from her time in the red light district flooded her mind uncontrollably, causing her thumb to press painfully against the soft flesh of her index finger. The sharp pain jolted her back to reality. Jiang Xu lowered her gaze, a faint, straight smile gracing her lips as she replied, "All right." Chapter 6. Lu Zhi, I miss you. Please don't be too hasty in your refusal. Jiang Yangping intended to elaborate further, but suddenly fell silent. It was then he discerned that Jiang Xu had responded positively. She had agreed. Over the years, Jiang Xu had consistently opposed him, countering his every statement with retorts, and this was the first instant she spoke to him, her father, with such tranquility. Jiang Yangping was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected change. "All right," he repeated the word twice, his tone transforming into one of delight. "I will send you the time and address later." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xu cast her device aside and collapsed onto the sofa. She shielded her eyes with her arm, blocking out the dim light that permeated the room. Although it was still early, a sense of fatigue washed over her, accompanied by an inexplicable wave of irritation. As dusk settled in, the sky outside the expansive living room window dimmed to a gloomy gray, and a cold breeze seeped through the crevices of the window, rendering the vast, empty villa even more desolate and shadowed. Surrounded by towering buildings, the city sparkled with neon lights, enchanting the night. Gazing upwards, the bustling vibrance of the capital filled her vision. At this moment, nestled at the end of a narrow alley in the bustling district, an underground bar emerged like a secret haven within the urban jungle. In the darkness, only the vibrant lights of the stage illuminated the scene, where men and women of all kinds swayed to the pulsating beats and guitar solos, unleashing the fervor that belonged solely to the night. "Hey, beautiful, don't leave. Join us for a drink." A group of unruly youths occupied a booth, their hair tinged with shades of yellow, exuding an air of ill intent. Su Nongxi was not unfamiliar with troublesome patrons, yet she was taken aback when this rowdy group seized the opportunity to block her path as she brought over their drinks. Maintaining a friendly smile, she replied, "I'm sorry, but our bar does not offer companionship services. It didn't tea before, but it can now." A man with a tattooed neck and dyed yellow hair grinned slyly. "If you drink this, we won't trouble you and we'll let you go. How about it?" Su Nongxi found herself forcibly seated in the middle of the booth by two other men, her expression turning grim as she beheld the row of drinks on the table, at least 10 glasses and each quite potent. She realized they were deliberately creating a dilemma for her, with no intention of letting her leave. "What a stroke of bad luck. Drink up," the yellow-haired man urged, unable to resist reaching out to caress Su Nongxi's delicate face, teasing her, "If you don't drink, we'll assume you wish to stay and entertain us." Their laughter echoed around her. Suppressing her disgust, Su Nongxi turned away to evade the man's unwelcome advances. Outmatched by their numbers, she felt compelled to comply, albeit temporarily. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I will drink." The yellow-haired man, satisfied, gestured for the others to release her, fixing his gaze on Su Nongxi as she prepared to drink. Su Nongxi grasped the glass, deliberately slowing her movements, attempting to prolong the moment. She had just caught a glimpse of the villainous figure delivering drinks to the neighboring booth, silently hoping he would notice her plight and extend a helping hand. Perhaps fate had heard her silent prayers, for Lu Zhi finally made his way over. Su Nongxi quickly called out to him, "Lu Zhi." Upon hearing her voice and turning his gaze, she looked at him with pleading eyes, as if to implore him for assistance. Lu Zhi merely cast a cursory glance, instantly comprehending her predicament. He paused momentarily, then approached the booth, still holding the empty tray of drinks. "I warn you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Lu Zhi, tall and imposing with thin, coldly pressed lips, exuded an air of intimidation. The group of wayward youths, who typically flaunted their trendy tattoos and dyed hair, suddenly appeared intimidated in the face of a true threat. His formidable presence loomed before the booth without uttering a word, his dark eyes fixated on the blonde-haired man. The latter felt an icy chill wash over him, as if ensnared by a malevolent serpent poised to strike. "What do you want?" he stammered, instinctively avoiding Lu Zhi's piercing gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Lu Zhi suddenly pointed to a surveillance camera positioned above and to the right, its red light blinking ominously. "There's a camera," he stated flatly. Though his words were brief and lacking context, the group felt an even deeper chill run down their spines. A camera? But what does that have to do with this? They were well aware of the bar's underground reputation, filled with all manner of unsavory characters, and understood that any serious incident would go unreported. Yet, they also realized that provoking anyone here could be akin to poking a sleeping tiger. However, clad in the bar's staff uniform, Lu Zhi appeared to be just an ordinary worker without any affiliations, which somewhat eased the blond man's nerves. He raised his voice in bravado. "What do you want?" "So what if there's a camera?" Lu Zhi suddenly let out a cold chuckle, regarding the blond man as though he were nothing more than a foolish jester. The man felt a tremor of apprehension. Could it be that Lu Zhi was merely feigning humility while harboring a significant background? How else could he possess such a menacing aura? As the standoff continued, the bar owner, Kong Shuang, finally noticed the commotion from the backstage monitors and hurried over with several burly men. Upon her arrival, Su Nongxi finally felt the weight lift from her heart. Lu Zhi recognized that his presence was no longer required, and after briefly explaining the situation to Kong Shuang, he returned to the bar's back end. Moments later, Su Nongxi reappeared, her expression one of sheer relief. Kong Shuang had silently led her men to swiftly dispatch the raucous blonde youths, leaving them bruised and ejected from the establishment. This underground bar operated with minimal restrictions, attracting a chaotic clientele, and Kong Shuang had always employed a policy of violence to maintain order. Yet, the compensation for employees was exceptionally generous, several times that of other establishments, which explained why both she and Lu Zhi were part-time here. Lu Zhi, thank you so much, she said earnestly. If it weren't for you, who knows what they would have done to me. As Su Nongxi approached, she noticed Lu Zhi was intently focused on his phone, seemingly engrossed in a WeChat chat interface. From a distance, she couldn't discern the details, but she observed a voice chat box pop up on the screen. Upon realizing Su Nongxi's presence, Lu Zhi swiftly turned off his phone. Fortunately, it was Sister Shuang's timely arrival that broke the moment. At that moment, Kong Shuang entered the room, offering words of comfort to Su Nongxi. Nongxi, are you all right? Su Nongxi shook her head and replied, Thank you, Sister Shuang, I'm fine. That's good to hear, Kong Shuang responded. You've all been startled today, so I've decided to let you leave work early. You may go back to school and rest. All right. Thank you, Sister Shuang, Su Nongxi replied with a smile and a nod. You're welcome. Kong Shuang stayed for a brief moment before returning to the monitoring area. Noticing that Lu Zhi was changing out of his work uniform, Su Nongxi took the initiative to suggest, Lu Zhi, shall we head back to school together? Lu Zhi quickly declined. No, I have other matters to attend to. Su Nongxi glanced at the time. It was already past 11 at night. What could the antagonist possibly have to deal with at such an hour? Her thoughts instinctively turned to Jiang Xu. Could it be that Jiang Xu was unwell and intended to torment Lu Zhi again? The narrative described Jiang Xu's treatment of Lu Zhi as one of trampling and destruction, devoid of any tenderness or intimacy. Moreover, due to her manic phase, she showed no mercy towards Lu Zhi. Thankfully, being a delicate girl, her physical strength was limited, preventing her from inflicting severe harm on him. Yet, given that Lu Zhi was still recovering from the injuries inflicted by that group the previous night, Su Nongxi couldn't help but feel a sense of concern. Surely, Jiang Xu would not show him any compassion. However, she lacked both the standing and the authority to persuade him to sever ties with Jiang Xu at this juncture. Additionally, she was acutely aware that Lu Zhi was in dire need of money at present. 100,000 might merely be a trifling sum to Jiang Xu, but for Lu Zhi, it represented a lifeline. Su Nongxi parted her lips, yet ultimately chose silence, watching helplessly as Lu Zhi departed. On his way to Jiang Xu's villa, Lu Zhi glanced at the messages sent to him. First, a series of transferred sums totaling over 200,000. Then came a text message, Come to the villa. I'm waiting for you in the red room. He had yet to listen to the last voice message, as the driver was still present in the car. Instead of playing it aloud, he opted for the voice-to-text feature. 3 little dots appeared beneath the green chat bubble, slowly transforming into text. When all the words were combined, they read, Lu Zhi, I miss you. Chapter 7, A Lesson for You. Standing at the entrance of Jiang Xu's villa, Lu Zhi's phone screen remained illuminated, still lingering on the last chat interface. In a moment of impulse, he opened the receiver and played the voice message, pressing the phone to his ear. Lu Zhi, I miss you. The voice that emanated from the phone was exceptionally soft and sweet, imbued with a tenderness unique to a girl, making Lu Zhi feel as though he could detect a hint of playful affection within her tone. He lowered his hand, his cold demeanor betraying no change, and skillfully input the password for the villa's entrance before pushing the door open and stepping inside. The interior was in disarray, with only a few dimly lit ambient lights illuminating the space. Yet it was sufficient for Lu Zhi to discern the state of the living room. Various expensive furnishings lay askew, and shards of glass littered the floor, leaving little room to navigate. She has broken things again. Lu Zhi walked silently deeper into the house, halting before a dark red wooden door. With a soft click, as the doorknob turned, Jiang Xu looked up toward the entrance. You're here? She lay languidly on the bed, draped in a burgundy blanket, clad only in a spaghetti-strap nightgown that revealed her fair, delicate skin. Her long hair cascaded around her, and her cheeks bore a faint flush. Whether it was the color of the room that had stained her or something else, he could not tell. Noticing Lu Zhi's gaze surveying the chaotic room, Jiang Xu appeared slightly embarrassed as she glanced at the scattered tools strewn about. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. She sat up, though not straight, her slender back slightly hunched as she slowly articulated, I took some medicine and broke things. But didn't tea help? I still feel troubled, which is why I asked you to come. Her words flowed together, sounding particularly endearing and sweet. Observing Jiang Xu's fair and smooth face tinged with an unusual redness, coupled with the faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air, Lu Zhi furrowed his brows slightly. You been drinking? It seemed he had touched upon a sensitive subject, as Jiang Xu quickly raised her hand, pinching her fingers together to indicate a small gap. Just a little bit, really. She flashed a playful smile. You're unwell and still drinking? Lu Zhi's frown deepened. Moreover, she had mentioned taking medicine. Mixing medication with alcohol was a grave mistake. Did she possess no common sense? He recalled that Jiang Xu did not handle alcohol well. Yet her current state suggested she was quite inebriated. No wonder she had sent him such a message. Indeed, Jiang Xu remarked, I thought if I got drunk and fell asleep, I wouldn't feel miserable, and you would have it come here. Lu Zhi pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Then, as if she finally grasped their respective positions, Jiang Xu widened her eyes, raising her voice slightly. What are you doing? How dare you scold me? As a mere toy, how could she dare to confront her master? It was simply outrageous. Lu Zhi replied. I didn't tea. Jiang Xu descended from the bed and approached Lu Zhi, her expression now tinged with a hint of anger. However, unlike her previous outbursts filled with rage and disdain, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, creating an appearance that was more akin to a sulking young girl. Seeing her dressed so lightly and barefoot on the floor, though she knew she should turn on the air conditioning to combat the cold, Lu Zhi still found the remote control to raise the indoor temperature once more. Remember to wear shoes next time, he remarked. Noticing this toy was disobedient and even attempting to educate her, Jiang Xu glared at him, exclaiming in frustration, Don't you dare lecture me. Upon witnessing Lu Zhi fall silent, Jiang Xu seized his collar, compelling him to lower his head. Then, like leading a small dog, she tugged him to the bedside and pressed him down to sit. As his body sank into the soft mattress, Jiang Xu's next move caught Lu Zhi off guard. She unexpectedly climbed onto his lap, sitting closely atop him. With the proximity, Lu Zhi's dark pupils instinctively constricted, his large palm facing down, fingers curling involuntarily. Jiang Xu wore a skirt, her smooth skin separated from him by just a pair of trousers, and he could faintly feel the warmth radiating from her. His breath quickened, and his facial muscles stiffened. What are you doing? His eyes, deep and dark, absorbed no light. Lu Zhi sensed that Jiang Xu had changed recently. Her demeanor toward him was less hostile than before. Not only did she often apologize, but his thoughts drifted back to that voice message. His gaze clouded with uncertainty. Jiang Xu pulled off his black coat with a fierce expression, declaring, I'll teach you a lesson. When a toy misbehaves, it deserves a good spanking. As she fumbled with the buttons of his shirt, her movements were evidently impatient. During her manic phase, she was always lacking in patience. Even when slightly intoxicated, the stubborn buttons were numerous and difficult to unfasten. In frustration, she decided against unbuttoning them, attempting to forcefully tear them apart instead. Yet, with her strength, success was not in her favor. Just as Jiang Xu was about to use her teeth to bite open the buttons, Lu Zhi swiftly intervened. He let out a light sigh, grasping her small hands and gently leading them to his shirt buttons. Her ears flushed with a hint of red. Yet he patiently guided her, saying like this. The crimson velvet curtains were partially drawn, and the exquisite crystal chandelier cast a dappled light, enveloping the two figures on the bed in an atmosphere of tender intimacy. Her fingertips were enveloped by his warm hands, and surprisingly, Jiang Xu calmed slightly. As each button was released, the man's robust physique was revealed, muscles and veins pulsating beneath his pale skin, bearing the marks of past injuries, some inflicted by Jiang Xu, but more from those debt collectors. Suddenly, Jiang Xu pressed her delicate fingers against the corner of his lips, forcing them to curve into a smile. A toy looks better when it smiles. Observing the various scars on his body, she inquired, "Does it hurt?" It was unclear which scar she referred to, and Lu Zhi remained silent. Jiang Xu then placed her alabaster fingertip on his shoulder, where a prominent scar intersected. Her voice was sweet and gentle. "What about this?" He could not suppress a low, husky groan, a sound that made Jiang Xu's eyes sparkle with delight. Noticing her reaction, Lu Zhi suddenly asked her in a low voice, his eyes betraying a tenderness he was unaware of. "What shall we use this time?" Jiang Xu replied with action, lowering her head to bite him forcefully. She intended to use her teeth. Lu Zhi remained rigid, his lips taut throughout. It was not until Jiang Xu pushed him down, mounting him, and bent down to bite the protrusion of his throat that he finally trembled violently, his breath becoming labored. "Do not move." Observing his apparent reluctance, Jiang Xu, displeased, gave him a light slap. The room was adorned with a silk bed intertwined with a leather sofa, while whispers and murmurs filled the air, accompanied by the soft rotation of a vintage record. Later, Jiang Xu fell asleep atop Lu Zhi, her ear pressed against his chest, oblivious to the rhythmic pounding of his heart like a drum. Lu Zhi enveloped her petite form in his black coat and carried her back to the master bedroom. Subsequently, he retreated to the bathroom of the guest room to cleanse himself. In a mirror above the sink, the man's hair was slightly damp, his bare torso marked with scars and adorned with charming bite marks. Lu Zhi's gaze gradually focused on the two delicate bite impressions at the center of his neck. This was Jiang Xu's most tender and unique gesture towards him. Cool droplets of water cascaded from the tips of his short hair, landing on the marks, causing a slight sting as the wounds were soaked. This sensation jolted him back to reality. After drying himself with a clean towel, he redressed and meticulously tidied the disarrayed living room before departing the villa. The following day, when Jiang Xu awoke, she was beset by a splitting headache. Fragments of the previous night's memories surged like a tide, and as she gradually realized the audacious acts she had committed against Lu Zhi, her mind momentarily crashed. What she'd done to Lu Zhi? At that moment, Jiang Xu wished fervently that the events of the previous night had never transpired. It was utterly shameful. Moreover, why had Lu Zhi not stopped her? He even indulged her, guiding her hands to unbutton his shirt while she was barely conscious. Jiang Xu covered her face in frustration, filled with regret. She had resolutely decided to never let Lu Zhi enter the Red Room again, aiming to help him find his freedom. Yet last night, she had committed such a beastly act against him. Truly, alcohol leads to misfortune. The ancients did not deceive me. Chapter 8. Did you feel unwell last night? Jiang Xu sat on the bed, hastily retrieving her phone to locate the chat dialogue with Lu Zhi. After a brief pause, her fingertips danced across the screen as she typed swiftly. Jiang Xu, Lu Zhi, I sincerely apologize for last night. I was inebriated and not quite coherent. It won't happen again. At that moment, she felt a profound regret for her decision to drink, which had led her to a state of half-consciousness, and for summoning Lu Zhi only to unleash her frustrations upon him. After a few moments of silence, with no reply from Lu Zhi, Jiang Xu set her phone aside. Following a simple freshening up, she changed out of her spaghetti-strapped nightgown and stepped out of her room. To her surprise, the living room, which had been in disarray, was now impeccably tidy. Even the corner trash bin had been replaced with a new black plastic bag. Jiang Xu preferred solitude, even while residing in a grand villa. She refrained from hiring a housekeeper or driver, typically enlisting domestic help only when she was away. Her travel was usually by taxi, despite the several luxury cars parked in the underground garage. Although some details of the previous night remained hazy, Jiang Xu distinctly remembered not having called for cleaning assistance. Jiang Xu pondered if Lu Zhi had tidied up before leaving. During the day, she adhered to her doctor's orders, taking her medication on time and completing 2 sets of aerobic exercises. Wei Chengfeng had mentioned that moderate exercise would benefit her condition. As she prepared to go out in the evening, Jiang Xu took a lengthy nap in the afternoon. Upon waking, she instinctively checked her phone, only to find Lu Zhi still had not responded, leaving her uncertain whether he had seen her earlier message. After contemplating, she sent 2 more texts. Jiang Xu, I truly did not mean to. Jiang Xu, did you feel unwell last night? This time, she did not wait for a reply. She switched off her phone, bundled herself in a thick coat, and with her bag in hand, took a taxi to the address provided by Jiang Yangping. The dining venue was a 5-star international hotel in the capital, adorned in exquisite European style, with an array of lavish and meticulously crafted dishes. Dressed comfortably in a plush base layer, a cream-colored sweater, and a long brown woolen coat, Jiang Xu completed her ensemble with ankle boots. Under the guidance of the hotel staff, she arrived at the designated private room, the last to arrive. 3 individuals were already seated within. To the right of the door sat a middle-aged man clad in a dark suit, his physique well-maintained, showing no signs of the typical middle-age spread. His black hair was glossy and well-kept. Jiang Xu had to concede that Jiang Yangping possessed a commendable foundation. Even in his 40s, he remained handsome, with only faint wrinkles gracing his face. Yao Wangya, in her youth, had also been a rare beauty, while Jiang Xu had inherited the finest traits from both of her parents, rendering her strikingly attractive. Next to Jiang Yangping sat another man in formal attire, though he appeared somewhat lacking in comparison, evidently experiencing the trials of a midlife crisis, with a body that had succumbed to indulgence. His hair was noticeably sparser than Jiang Yangping's, with several strands already turning gray. Opposite them sat a young man of approximately 20 years, a few years older than Jiang Xu, adorned with silver-rimmed spectacles. Xiao Bo's appearance was distinctly different from Xiao Angwa's. His features were strikingly handsome, characterized by deep-set eyes with prominent double eyelids and pupils that shimmered with a hint of blue, embodying a captivating blend of Eastern and Western heritage. Jiang Xu was aware that Xiao Angwa's former wife was a beautiful Russian woman, and Xiao Bo bore a closer resemblance to her. Yet, with the addition of glasses, his demeanor transformed into one of refined elegance. Jiang, you have finally arrived. Uncle Qiao has been waiting for you for quite some time. Xiao Angwa's enthusiasm upon her arrival was palpable. The Qiao and Jiang families had maintained a close-knit relationship since their grandfather's era, with Old Master Qiao partnering with Old Master Jiang in their entrepreneurial pursuits. Over the years, the Jiang Group had ascended to the top 10 companies in the capital. Xiao Angwa had watched Jiang Xu grow up, their bond akin to that of a beloved uncle. Un Sokyu, Jiang Xu vit politili, Jiang Yangping, seeing that Jiang Xu had indeed come and not stood him up this time, beamed with joy. Good girl, please find a seat. With few attendees, a modest private room sufficed, a rectangular table accommodating only 6 seats, where Jiang Xu settled into the chair closest to the entrance. Xiao Angwa wore a broad smile as he gestured toward the young man across from Jiang Xu, introducing him. Jiang, this is Xiao Bo, your little brother, Bo, who took care of you when you were younger. Do you remember him? Jiang Xu noted that, recalling that it was Xiao Bo who had assisted with the funeral arrangements after Jiang Yangping's incident, and later, when Old Master Jiang fell gravely ill. He had tirelessly managed various affairs for the Jiang family. At that time, Jiang Xu had been lost in a haze, her struggle with bipolar disorder rendering her unable to face anyone. Following the seizure of all Jiang family's assets to settle debts, she had found herself entirely displaced and subsequently captured in Southeast Asia. Jiang Yangping remarked, "Little Bo has just returned from his mother and will be staying in the country for a while. You two can reacquaint yourselves." Xiao Angwa had divorced Xiao Bo's mother long ago, while Xiao Bo had been living in Russia with her. Xiao Angwa had since remarried and now had a second son younger than Xiao Bo by 2 years, as well as a little daughter. Xiao Bo took the initiative to greet Jiang Xu, his lips naturally curving into a smile. Jiang, it's been a long time." "Indeed, it has, Brother Qiao," she replied. Observing the ease between them despite the years apart, Xiao Angwa chuckled, his jowls quivering with mirth. "It is wonderful that you both still remember each other." Xiao Angwa's intentions were not difficult to decipher. He had always sought to matchmake Jiang Xu with Xiao Bo in the previous life. Xiao Angwa's business acumen was mediocre, yet he was adept at navigating social situations, which is why he held the position of sales department manager within the Jiang Group. Were it not for the shares left by old Master Qiao granting him some influence within the Jiang family, he would have struggled to maintain his position. However, he believed he deserved a stake in the Jiang enterprise, feeling it unjust that while Jiang Yangping served as the company president, he was relegated to a mere sales manager. His discontent led him to set his sights on Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu is the only daughter of Jiang Yangping, and it is certain that the future of the Jiang family will eventually rest in her hands. Should she marry Qiao Bo, the Jiang family would undoubtedly become a possession of the Qiao family. However, Qiao Angwa remains unaware that Jiang Xu and Qiao Bo have maintained occasional contact. Each festive season, Qiao Bo sends Jiang Xu warm greetings, and he prepares gifts for her birthday, which he has sent back home. Even during the new year, he generously bestows red envelopes upon her. Occasionally, he reaches out to inquire about her well-being or shares amusing anecdotes from his life abroad. To Jiang Xu, Qiao Bo is a gentle soul who resembles a caring brother, always looking out for her. As the conversation continued, Qiao Angwa reminisced about their childhood, while Jiang Xu and Qiao Bo remained silent, attentively listening without interjecting. Noticing their cold demeanor, Qiao Angwa eventually fell silent, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. It was Jiang Yangping who broke the tension, redirecting the discussion. Qiao Bo, how long will you be staying in the country this time? About 3 months, replied Qiao Bo, a professional race car driver with numerous accolades and a modest reputation in the Asia-Pacific racing circuit. His return was primarily to participate in a racing competition held in the capital city, scheduled for January and lasting approximately half a month. Jiang Yangping remarked after the race, "You should have some time to stay in the country." Qiao Bo nodded in agreement. Indeed. Then perhaps Jiang Xu can show you around the capital. It has been several years since you last visited, and the changes in recent years have been quite significant. Jiang Yangping did not harbor the same intentions as Qiao Angwa. He simply believed that socializing might benefit Jiang Xu's condition. Throughout her life, she has not had many close friends. Qiao Bo cast a glance at the quietly reserved Jiang Xu and cheerfully replied, "Sure, that would be a pleasure. I appreciate Jiang Xu's help." Chapter 9. His Jiang has finally grown up. The meal lasted for over an hour, during which Qiao Angwa and Jiang Yangping engaged in lively conversation. Indulging in copious amounts of wine, Jiang Yangping, slightly inebriated, remarked, "My dear, both your Uncle Qiao and I have had a bit too much to drink. Let Qiao Bo take you home tonight." Jiang Xu hesitated, reluctant to trouble Qiao Bo, and was about to suggest that she could take a taxi home. However, before she could utter a word, Qiao Bo had already donned his coat and stood up. The situation was quite apparent. Jiang Xu had no choice but to nod in agreement, saying, "All right then, Dad, Uncle Qiao, we shall take our leave." Upon hearing Jiang Xu address him as Dad, Jiang Yangping momentarily lost himself in thought, the effects of the alcohol fading somewhat. It had been a long time since she had called him that. Mostly, she would forego any form of address or simply ignore him altogether. A wave of emotions surged within Jiang Yangping, his eyes brimming with tears. Had his precious daughter finally begun to blossom into the young woman he had always hoped she would become? Reluctantly, he advised, "Be careful on the road, my dear." Donning her jacket, Jiang Xu grasped her bag and departed the private room with Qiao Bo. "Are you heading to Jiang Mansion or your villa?" Qiao Bo inquired, well aware that Jiang Xu had moved out to live alone after entering university. Her current villa was conveniently located near her school, making her commute to classes easier. Jiang Xu settled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. "I'm going back to the villa." "Very well, I'll drive you home." Qiao Bo started the car, and the crimson Ferrari sped away, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Due to the abrupt acceleration, Jiang Xu, who had been engrossed in her phone, nearly collided with the dashboard. Fortunately, her seatbelt held her securely in place, preventing any mishap. "Why are you driving so fast?" Jiang Xu et Gulim. Qiao Bo smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I'm just accustomed to it." "Have you forgotten? I'm a race car driver," he added. "I seldom drive in my everyday life, so I'm still getting used to it." Jiang Xu zet bonde. "Is this car even safe to ride in?" Thankfully, they were not in the city center, where the streets were relatively empty. Otherwise, his reckless driving could have led to an accident. Jiang Xu was quite surprised that Xiao Bo had become a race car driver, as it seemed incongruous with his refined and gentle demeanor. It was difficult to fathom that someone like him would have a penchant for racing, relishing the thrill of speed and adrenaline. Xiao Bo reduced his speed and, casually steering the wheel, inquired, Jiang, why do I feel like you've changed so much? In truth, Xiao Bo had not always been absent from the country. His maternal grandparents had businesses in China, and he had returned a few times to oversee matters. However, he had not visited the Qiao family, so no one was aware of his returns. Yet, he had taken the time to see Jiang Xu. Once during her sophomore year, she had quarreled with Jiang Yanping and left home in a huff, wandering aimlessly along the quiet streets late at night. Unbeknownst to her, he had quietly followed her, ensuring her safety from a distance. Ultimately, he watched as she entered a 24-hour establishment to grab a late-night snack before returning home. He stood outside the wall, listening to Jiang Yanping apologize to her with heartfelt words, and occasionally hearing the stern admonitions of old Master Jiang. It was not until she returned to her room on the second floor and turned off the light that he departed. On the day she completed her college entrance examination, he returned once more. Amidst the anxious yet hopeful crowd awaiting their children, he stood out like a crane among chickens, feeling somewhat out of place. Upon seeing the familiar figure in a pure school uniform emerge, he refrained from approaching her directly and instead entrusted a young girl with a bouquet of flowers and a greeting card for her. He had always known that Jiang Xu suffered from psychological issues, making it difficult for her to regulate her emotions, and that her relationship with Jiang Yanping was strained. Yet, that evening, she remained unusually quiet, not once exchanging harsh words with Jiang Yanping. Jiang Xu glanced up at him, perhaps a sign of her maturation. Xiao Bo's gaze flickered momentarily as he gravely remarked, "Indeed, you have reached adulthood." "Yes, I am 18 years and a couple of months old," Jiang Xu replied, noting her birthday was on October 1st, coinciding with National Day. Suddenly, Jiang Xu's phone vibrated, and a new message notification appeared. It was from Lu Zhi, who had not replied to her messages all day. His profile picture is stark, minimalist black. "Lu Zhi, I am fine, no need to apologize." Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xu noticed a transfer from Lu Zhi amounting to over 500,000, the excess being the exact amount of the medical expenses she had previously covered for him. Jiang Xu was taken aback. "Lu Zhi, this covers the last medical expenses, the money you lent me, and the extra amounts you transferred to me recently. Lu Zhi, I will repay the 500,000 you helped me with as soon as possible." Lu Zhi had learned from Officer Han that the sum Jiang Xu had transferred to those loan sharks had been 500,000, which had ensured their safety until the police arrived. Jiang Xu was not perplexed by his sudden generosity. Rather, she wondered how Lu Zhi was now able to repay her. Moreover, he meticulously accounted for every transaction, offering her 10,000 to vent her frustrations, refusing to accept a single cent more. Pausing her fingers over the screen, Jiang Xu pondered before typing. "Haven't you been short on funds lately?" Just as she sent the message, she felt it might have been inappropriate to ask so directly and considered retracting it, only to find Lu Zhi had already replied. "Lu Zhi, yes." A few moments later, he sent another message. "I secured an investment." It dawned on Jiang Xu that Lu Zhi was in the midst of starting a business, and, after achieving success, he had caught the attention of the Lu family and was eventually recognized by them. Jiang Xu, "Oh, congratulations." "Lu Zhi, thanks." Reading their exchange, Jiang Xu couldn't help but chuckle, sensing that their interaction resembled that of animated NPCs devoid of genuine emotion, yet amusing nonetheless. "Did you come across something amusing?" Xiao Bo noticed her laughter. "Yes," Jiang Xu replied, gazing straight ahead. "What is it? Share it with me, and let me share in the laughter, given that I brought you home." "It's nothing much, just a funny chat with friends," Jiang Xu noted, clearly unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. Xiao Bo slightly turned his gaze. After that, the two of them spoke little. Xiao Bo quickly escorted her back to the villa. Before departing, he lowered the car window and waved to her, reminding her to visit him whenever she had time, as he was always available. "Yes, I will," Jiang Xu replied, waving back before turning to walk inside. "Goodbye." Xiao Bo watching her petite figure fade into the distance. Xiao Bo chuckled softly. His Jiang had finally grown up. Time swiftly moved to Monday. With the end of the semester approaching, Jiang Xu was busy preparing for several upcoming final exams. Today, she arrived the earliest, already reviewing her textbooks when her 3 roommates came in. Jiang, how was your weekend? Tao Jing inquired. Jiang Xu flipped her textbook with a hint of exasperation. I practically spent 2 days lying at home. I only visited a psychologist on Saturday afternoon and went out for dinner Sunday night. Haha, when Qingmei laughed. We were about the same, lying in the dormitory for 2 days, only getting out of bed to order takeout. Tao Jing opened the school forum. There's a men's basketball game between the College of Physical Education and the Computer Science Department this evening. Shall we go watch? Wen Qingmei eagerly nodded first. I saw that too. It would be perfect to capture a few photos of the boys sweating it out on the court during sunset for our photography class final project. Mi Xia couldn't help but tease. I see you're just eager to photograph handsome guys, preferably shirtless with abs and pecs. Jiang Xu and Tao Jing burst into laughter. Xia, it's only natural. When Qingmei turned the conversation to Jiang Xu, besides, ISNT senior Lu part of the basketball team from the computer science department. Jiang will definitely go cheer for him. When Qingmei asked, are you going, Jiang? Jiang Xu thought about it. Since she had no other plans after class that afternoon, she nodded. I suppose I will. See, I told you Jiang would definitely go. They only had one class that afternoon, and after finishing, the 4 of them headed to the library to complete a group project before making their way to the school basketball court. Peking University's campus was vast, and the indoor basketball court was equally spacious, its wooden floor marked with solid white lines dividing it into numerous sections. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered by the stands. Some signed in and left, yet those who remained to watch the game filled the aisles to capacity. Tonight's match featured the prominent stars of Peking University. Chapter 10. I am his girlfriend, Fang Yunguan of the university basketball team, and Lu Zhi, the brilliant student of the computer science department and the campus heartthrob, are at the center of attention. Typically, matters from different departments in university hardly attract much interest, nor do they spread widely. However, Lu Zhi's extraordinary handsomeness, coupled with his academic excellence, having participated in numerous scholarly competitions and garnered an abundance of awards, renders him an exception. He has even published a paper as the primary author in a prestigious international journal and holds patents to his name. The official university account has frequently featured him in several dedicated posts. Naturally, a person of such striking appearance and outstanding achievements garners significant attention. Moreover, his rumored romantic interest, Jiang Xu, is the only daughter of the chairman of the Jiang Group, which has led to much gossip about the 2 of them often being seen together on campus. On the other hand, Fang Yunguan, a former national team member who has won several gold medals in the Olympics, returned to campus due to health reasons. Consequently, the pairing of these 2 to compete in a game drew a large crowd, filling the stands well in advance. Wen Qingmei, determined to secure a good view, pushed her way forward, finally finding a decent spot. There are simply too many people. Wen Qingmei gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the crowd. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Jiang Xu sat in a prime position, affording her a clear view of the entire basketball court. The excited chatter of the surrounding girls reached her ears. With 2 of the university's most handsome boys facing off, I can't decide whom to root for. Whichever you choose, neither belongs to you. It must be Lu Zhi. The forums are flooded with candid shots of him from every conceivable angle, 365 degrees without a single unflattering photo. If only there were a girlfriend's perspective, I would undoubtedly be glued to the screen. Dream on. He must already have a girlfriend. That girl named Jiang Xu is incredibly fortunate, getting to gaze upon such a divine visage every day. Don't be bitter. I've heard Jiang Xu is also exceptionally beautiful and wealthy. Together, they make quite the pair. Although the students at Jing University are aware that Jiang Xu, the only daughter of the Jiang family, attends their school, she tends to keep a low profile, and no photos of her have circulated on the forums, resulting in few recognizing her on campus. As the game commenced, the buzz in the stands finally quieted down. However, when the main players took to the court, a wave of astonished gasps erupted. What is happening? ISNT Lu Zhi, the star player for the computer science team? Where is he? Why is a substitute taking the court instead? The player representing the blue team, symbolizing the computer science department, astonished everyone. for it was not the anticipated Lu Zhi, but rather another boy with a buzz cut. The three roommates instinctively turned to Jiang Xu, their surprise evident. Jiang, why isn't Lu Zhi playing? Did he mention anything to you? Jiang Xu was equally taken aback, yet she had no answers to offer. She shook her head, indicating that he had not spoken of it. Could it be that he took on a part-time job, and thus had no time to participate in the game? Jiang Xu and Lu Zhi rarely engaged in conversation, nor did they ever inform each other of their plans. Thus, she remained oblivious to Lu Zhi's circumstances. Her attendance at his basketball game today was merely a spontaneous decision. In the past, she had not paid much attention to his affairs. Although her three roommates were puzzled by Jiang Xu's ignorance of Lu Zhi's situation, they refrained from probing further. Among them, one Qingmei possessed the most extensive network and happened to know a senior from the computer science department who was in the same cohort as Lu Zhi. Upon inquiring, she discovered that Lu Zhi had not attended classes all day and had also requested several days off from his academic advisor. How strange. Jiang, were you aware that Senior Lu was absent? Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback, her bewilderment evident on her face. She genuinely had no knowledge of this, as Lu Zhi had not mentioned it to her the night before. Suddenly, she recalled that Lu Zhi had also been completely unreachable the previous day until he finally responded to her messages in the evening. A sense of unease began to settle within her. What if something has happened to Lu Zhi? She pondered with concern. Rising from her seat, she addressed her three roommates. I will not be watching the game any longer. Please send me photographs of the final project later. Jiang, where are you going? Tao Jing quickly inquired as Jiang Xu prepared to leave. Is something wrong with Senior Lu? However, Tao Jing received no response, as Jiang Xu swiftly vanished from the stands of the indoor basketball court. As Jiang Xu hurried toward the school gate, a fragment of memory from her previous life resurfaced. She recalled that during this time in her past, her health had been relatively stable, and she had not sought Lu Zhi's company for over a week. When she eventually requested him to meet in the Red Room, she noticed a long, grotesque scar on his previously smooth abdomen, resembling a wound inflicted by a sharp object. At that time, she had been indifferent to Lu Zhi's well-being and did not inquire about the scar's origin. However, in retrospect, it seemed evident that something had indeed transpired. Rather than sending a message, she opted to call him directly. After several rings, the call was answered. Hello. The voice on the other end startled Jiang Xu, causing her to momentarily freeze and instinctively check the name displayed on her screen. To her surprise, it was a woman's voice. Yet, she had dialed the correct number. She was indeed calling Lu Zhi. Sensing Jiang Xu's silence, the woman inquired, Who are you? Remembering that Lu Zhi's social circle was rather limited, with few friends and estranged relatives due to his adoptive father, Jiang Xu maintained her politeness. Hello, I am a friend of Lu Zhi. May I ask who you are? This time, the response was not immediate. After a brief pause, the woman replied, I am his girlfriend. Jiang Xu was taken aback once more, momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, she had little understanding of Lu Zhi's interpersonal relationships and was unaware if he had any other close female acquaintances besides herself. In a strict sense, her relationship with Lu Zhi was merely one of physical intimacy. Lu Zhi had never informed her that he was already in a relationship. Otherwise, given Jiang Xu's disposition, no matter how handsome Lu Zhi might be, or how much she might desire to indulge in him, she would never entangle herself with him. May I inquire if you have any matters to discuss? The familiar female voice echoed from her phone once more. Though a multitude of questions swirled within Jiang Xu's mind, she refrained from voicing them immediately, instead opting to pose the inquiry she had originally intended. I would like to ask why Lu Zhi has been absent from school recently. Has something happened to him? The response came, he is injured and currently in the hospital. Before Jiang Xu could reply, the voice continued, If you wish to visit him, he might not be in a position to receive guests at the moment. However, I shall convey your sentiments on your behalf. Jiang Xu pressed her lips together, her teeth causing her scarlet lips to pale slightly. All right, thank you. May I ask your name? The other party inquired about her name. Had Lu Zhi not saved her contact? I am Jiang Xu. Very well then, goodbye. After the call ended, Jiang Xu found herself momentarily bewildered and at a loss. Her previously anxious and worried feelings gradually subsided into calmness. After standing there in a daze for a moment, she finally hailed a cab back to her villa. This minor episode soon faded, as Jiang Xu, like in her previous life, maintained stable health and had no need for Lu Zhi. In fact, due to her regular visits to a psychologist, consistent medication, and moderate exercise, she managed to sustain her well-being for an even longer duration this time. For over half a month, she had neither seen Lu Zhi nor contacted him. Time crawled by slowly. During the final month of the semester, Jiang Xu became exceptionally busy, spending most of her time immersed in the library. Sometimes, even upon returning home at night, she would continue her studies. After completing the penultimate course exam, New Year's was fast approaching. With 3 days off for New Year's, followed by 2 consecutive weekend days, the winter break would soon follow. One day, while organizing her belongings in the dormitory, Jiang Xu noted that although she seldom stayed there, her possessions were numerous yet largely unused, thus requiring little tidying. Once she finished organizing, the 4 girls in the dormitory sat chatting. Wenqing was already planning how to spend the new year. Should we, as a dormitory, go out and have some fun? Chapter 11. Social gathering. Mi Xiaxia took the initiative to ask, where shall we go for fun? Tao Jing replied, we still have one last exam to prepare for after the new year. Aren't you all studying? Wenqing Mei raised an eyebrow dismissively. The final exam is a general subject, and it's an open book test. No need to revise. Then where do you plan to go? Any ideas? Wenqing Mei pondered for a moment. I'm not quite sure yet, but I really want to go out and have some fun. I've been cooped up all semester. Naturally, being a playful spirit, Wenqing Mei longed for freedom after the constraints of high school. Now that she was in university, she wished to indulge in her whims. Mi Xiaxia suggested, how about going on a trip? Tao Jing instinctively shook her head. Let's not. Traveling at this time would just mean dealing with crowds. And it's tiring and expensive. That's true, they all agreed. Jiang, do you have any thoughts? Suddenly called upon, Jiang Xu shook her head. I have no idea. I usually just stay at home. Wenqing Mei, Tao Jing, and Mi Xiaxia exchanged glances. Although Jiang Xu was affluent, her leisure activities were rather limited. She was a quintessential homebody. Furthermore, her bipolar disorder made it inconvenient for her to travel far most of the time. The 4 friends chatted for quite some time, but couldn't come to a conclusion. Until New Year's Day arrived, Wenqing Mei began bombarding their dormitory group chat with messages. Wenqing Mei, ladies, are we going out to play tonight? Wenqing Mei, do you know about the E3 racing competition at the end of January? There's a gathering tonight at the Jingfu Grand Hotel with several participating teams, including the popular BG team from Asia. Wenqing Mei beamed. There will be many handsome race car drivers attending. Mi Xiaxia chimed in, really? Is my idol Xiao Xin going to be there too? Mi Xiaxia was referring to Xiao Bo, a racer she admired greatly and had previously dragged the entire dormitory to watch a small-scale race a month ago. Jiang Xu had only recently discovered that Mi Xiaxia's idol was, in fact, Xiao Bo, and she had successfully infiltrated his fan club. Wenqing Mei responded, absolutely. I have a friend from the LEO team who is also participating, and he informed me about tonight's gathering. Wenqing Mei was well-connected, so having a race car driver friend did not surprise the other 3. Wenqing Mei, Jiang Xu, Tao Jing, are you going? I happen to have 4 entry tickets. The gathering of major star racing teams was certainly not an event anyone could attend freely. Wenqing Mei had put in considerable effort to obtain the tickets through her friend. At that moment, Jiang Xu had just finished taking her medication and was watching a drama in the living room. Since it was a holiday, she thought going out for some fun would be nice, so she picked up her phone to reply. Jiang Xu, I'm fine with it. Tao Jing quickly responded. I can go too. Wenqing Mei, fantastic. See you tonight. Wenqing Mei sent them the time and address, even reminding them to dress nicely, much to Jiang Xu and the others' amusement. In truth, Jiang Xu had already known about the gathering, as Xiao Bo had mentioned it to her the previous night and had given her a few entry tickets, but she initially had no intention of attending. The gathering event was essentially an opportunity for the members of various teams to come together, familiarize themselves with one another, and indulge in some entertainment. However, since they were allowed to invite friends and family, it also carried a hint of social mingling between the genders. Upon learning that Jiang Xu would be attending, Xiao Bo proactively drove to pick her up. The evening air was rather chilly, and as Jiang Xu stepped out, she was clad in a cream-colored long coat, with a light gray scarf wrapped around her neck, and her feet adorned with plush-lined leather shoes. Xiaobo opened the car door for her and gently inquired, Jiang, what prompted your sudden willingness to join us this time? Jiang Xu settled into the car, explaining, my roommates wanted to come, and since I had nothing to do at home, I decided to accompany them. The event attracted an array of sought-after teams, with around 30 individuals, including drivers and team managers from 7 or 8 squads, alongside some friends and family, bringing the total to nearly 100 attendees. Fortunately, the sponsor generously reserved an entire venue, which could comfortably accommodate everyone. Once inside, where the air conditioning was running, Jiang Xu shed her outer layer. Beneath, she wore a black velvet high-neck dress, adorned with a lace trim and delicate white floral accents at the sleeves, complemented by her chestnut, slightly curled hair, half up. She appeared both opulent and graceful. Today, she had also applied light makeup, sweeping a gradient of nude pink blush from her cheekbones to the center of her face, with a touch of red on her lips, enhancing her already exquisite features. As she entered alongside Xiaobo, nearly all eyes in the room turned towards them. Xiaobo was a celebrated star racer, having won consecutive championships in the Asia-Pacific region, naturally attracting considerable attention. Rumors of his potential retirement or withdrawal from the circuit had only intensified discussions among the crowd. Jiang Xu, standing beside him, was also inevitably the subject of curious glances, with many speculating about her identity and whether her presence had anything to do with Xiaobo's rumored retirement. Unaware of their musings, Jiang Xu followed Xiaobo into the main hall, where Wen Qingmei and Mi Xiaxia had already arrived, both dressed in elegant dresses and adorned with meticulous makeup. Upon seeing Xiaobo beside Jiang Xu, their mouths fell agape in astonishment, momentarily speechless. You must be Jiang's roommates. Xiaobo greeted them warmly, a friendly smile gracing his lips. Hello, I am Xiaobo. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xu raised an eyebrow slightly. Although the Jiang and Xiao families were so closely knit that they were almost indistinguishable from one another, hearing Xiaobo refer to her as my Jiang struck her as somewhat peculiar. Hello, they responded nervously, unsure of how to position their hands. Fortunately, Xiaobo did not linger, having exchanged pleasantries before seeking out his team. As soon as he departed, Mi Xiaxia eagerly approached Jiang Xu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang, do you? Mi Xiaxia's gaze shifted to the departing Xiaobo before returning to Jiang Xu. Do you know Xiao God? Jiang Xu felt there was no reason to conceal the truth and revealed their connection, explaining that Xiaobo was her brother and that their families shared a close relationship. Oh my goodness! Mi Xiaxia exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, her breath quickening with excitement. She turned to Jiang Xu, exclaiming, Jiang, how could you not tell me that Xiao Shun is your brother? Are we still good sisters? Jiang Xu was at a loss for words, replying, he is not my biological brother, and besides, we haven't seen each other in years. Today marks the second time I've encountered him since his return. Wen Qingmei occasionally mingled within the racing circle. Although she wasn't particularly fond of the racer Xiaobo, she was undeniably captivated by his looks. Seeing him in person now filled her with excitement. Jiang, you truly lack consideration. How could you not mention that you know Xiao Shun, a stunningly handsome figure like him? And you already have senior Lu, and now there's also an elder brother like Xiaobo. How fortunate you are. Mi Xiaxia nodded in agreement, lamenting, such a delightful scenario should surely happen to me as well. I wish Xiao Shun were my brother. Wen Qingmei burst her bubble of dreams, stating, Xiao Shun is not your brother. He is merely your roommate's brother. Well, that's still quite all right. The venue was bustling with people, most of whom were strangers to them. The three of them ventured to the refreshment area to gather some sweet treats and found a corner seat to settle in. Wen Qingmei glanced at her phone and said, Jing has arrived. I shall go outside to fetch her. Tao Jing could not enter without a ticket. Since Jiang Xu had come in with Xiaobo, there was no need for Wen Qingmei to step outside to greet her. Shortly thereafter, Tao Jing followed Wen Qingmei inside. With a hint of apology, Tao Jing explained, I was caught in traffic and arrived a bit late. No worries, replied Mi Xiaxia, noticing Tao Jing's attire. Jing, your dress is stunning. I've never seen you wear it before. In contrast to Jiang Xu and her companions, it was evident that Tao Jing had put considerable effort into her appearance tonight. She wore a burgundy gown, elegantly designed with off-the-shoulder sleeves that cinched at the waist, and a mermaid hem that trailed behind her, embellished with golden accents that lent an exquisite flair. Around her neck, she adorned a silver butterfly necklace, while delicate silver earrings dangled from her earlobes. Her hair was meticulously styled, swept into an intricate updo, with wisps at the front secured by a pearl hairpin. Tao Jing's look tonight was markedly different from her usual style, radiating an air of sophistication and elegance. Chapter 12. She looks familiar. Tao Jing naturally noticed this detail and, upon hearing Mi Xiaxia's words, felt a twinge of unease. Did I perhaps overdo my appearance? Wasn't it said that I should dress elegantly for tonight? Jiang Xu and Mi Xiaxia, though also attired in formal and beautiful outfits, wore garments that were suitable for everyday outings. In contrast, Tao Jing's dress resembled a formal evening gown. Although it was indeed a small-scale banquet, it was, at its core, merely a social gathering. One ought to be appropriately dressed without the need for ostentation or extravagance. Mi Xiaxia quickly attempted to ease the tension, saying, "No, you look wonderful like this." Jiang Xu chimed in, "I noticed as soon as Jing arrived. That dress is a new release from Ji last year. I wanted to buy it, but couldn't find it." The remark, made without intent, struck a chord with Tao Jing, whose expression subtly paled upon hearing it. While Jiang Xu's family background did not rival Jiang Xu's, her parents were business people and could afford a few luxury items. Ji is a renowned luxury brand, with new releases typically starting at over 100,000. Even off-season, the price would not dip below that threshold. Though Jiang Xu refrained from directly addressing it, they all understood that Tao Jing came from an ordinary family that could not afford luxury items, let alone a Ji dress. However, none of them broached the subject. Tao Jing merely pressed her lips together, offering no explanation. "Oh, let's not dwell on that." Jiang Xu realized she may have misspoken and hastily sought to diffuse the slight awkwardness, suggesting they enjoy the evening. She redirected the conversation, and the group chatted for a while longer. At that moment, a young man approached. He wore a red and white outfit emblazoned with the logo of a racing team. Upon seeing him, Jiang Xu eagerly introduced, "This is my friend I mentioned, Suyu, a member of the Liu team. He was the one who provided me with the entry tickets." Suyu, having just turned 18, appeared youthful yet possessed a tall and handsome stature, comparable to the rising stars of the entertainment industry. He greeted them with a smile. "Hello, ladies." Jiang Xu then introduced the three of them, Mi Xiaxia, Tao Jing, and Jiang Xu. Suyu turned his attention to Jiang Xu, asking directly, "You're Jiang Xu, right? Are you Qiao Ji's girlfriend?" Qiao Bo is a well-known senior in the racing circuit, affectionately referred to as Qiao Gu by most drivers. Suyu had noticed Jiang Xu entering alongside Qiao Bo. Jiang Xu politely shook her head, replying, "No, we are just acquaintances." Suyu appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, his expression brightening. "May I befriend you?" Sensing Suyu's blatant intentions, Jiang Xu playfully slapped him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? This is my roommate. I suggest you behave yourself." Suyu was the son of a family friend of Jiang Xu's mother, and they had grown up together, making her quite familiar with his character. It is precisely for this reason that she perceives Suyu's appearance as deceptively innocent. He seems gentle and harmless, yet is, in truth, quite the flirt. Suyu must have found Jiang Xu exceedingly beautiful, which sparked his interest. Wen Qingmei would certainly not be pleased to see him courting her good friend. Suyu wore an expression of feigned innocence, claiming he merely wished to befriend her roommate. Not a chance. Wen Qingmei glared at him. With Wen Qingmei guarding her like a fortress, Suyu continually found himself thwarted in his attempts to obtain Jiang Xu's contact information, and soon had to leave in frustration. Wen Qingmei, being ever restless, immediately engaged in the interactive games when the activity commenced, dragging Mi Xiaxia along to partake in the playful mingling. Jiang Xu and Tao Jing, however, preferred to remain in the resting area. "Jing, what's wrong?" Jiang Xu noticed that Tao Jing seemed distracted, speaking little and maintaining a tense posture with her head lowered, especially when seated beside her. Upon hearing Jiang Xu's voice, Tao Jing abruptly turned to face her. A fleeting look of panic in her eyes. I'm fine. Jiang Xu furrowed her brow. If you're feeling unwell, we can inform Qingmei and Xiaxiao that we're leaving. Tao Jing immediately countered. No need. Surprised by her urgent reaction, Jiang Xu paused. It seemed that since tonight, when Mi Xiaxia and when Qingmei had commented on the dress Tao Jing was wearing, something felt amiss. Realizing her response was somewhat excessive, Tao Jing quickly forced a smile and explained, it's rare for us to go out and have fun. I wouldn't want to dampen Qingmei and the other spirits. I truly am fine, and I wish to play a little longer. Jiang Xu sighed in resignation. All right then. The social event had progressed into its latter half. With the atmosphere in the game area on the right side of the venue buzzing with excitement, the cheers audible even from where Jiang Xu and Tao Jing sat. After a while, Xiao Bo, who had been absent for the entire half, approached them. Since Tao Jing had not seen Xiao Bo earlier, Jiang Xu introduced him once more. This is my brother. Xiao Bo. Tao Jing kept her head down, merely stating her name. Hello, I'm Tao Jing. Hello, Xiao Bo responded, his gaze lightly brushing over Tao Jing's face before settling on Jiang Xu. You seem rather bored here. Would you like to join me for some games to unwind? Jiang Xu was not particularly interested, instinctively glancing at Tao Jing. Are you coming? Tao Jing forced a smile and waved her hand. Go ahead, Jiang. I'll take this opportunity to stroll alone. You need to worry about me. Jiang Xu tilted her head. All right, rest well here. I'll be back shortly. As they walked towards the game area, Xiao Bo suddenly asked her, was that your roommate? Yes, why do you ask? Jiang Xu questioned, puzzled by Xiao Bo's sudden mention of Tao Jing. I just thought she looked somewhat familiar, Xiao Bo replied. Jiang Xu was taken aback, even halting in her tracks. Xiao Bo had only recently returned to the country. How could he possibly have encountered Tao Jing? She pressed on. Where did you see her? Perhaps I was mistaken. Xiao Bo has always possessed an exceptional memory. He is convinced that he has indeed encountered Tao Jing, likely around a year ago, near the Jiang residence. At that time, Xiao Bo was in the country to discuss a collaboration, while Jiang Xu was still in her final year of high school. After school, he followed her in his car back to the vicinity of the Jiang residence, only to notice a girl in a school uniform, distinct from Jiang Xu's, lurking outside. Upon seeing him approach, she immediately lowered her head and departed. He merely caught a glimpse of her from a distance, yet the incident lingered in his mind. Later, when he had someone investigate the girl's identity, he discovered that she was also a high school student of the same age as Jiang Xu. At that time, he found nothing unusual. The girl never returned to the Jiang household, and gradually, he ceased to ponder the matter. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, and Xiao Bo had no intention of disclosing this incident. With his words, Jiang Xu did not dwell on the issue further, and the two of them gradually made their way to the gaming area. Chapter 13. Hostility. The gaming area was bustling with activity, with nearly half of the attendees gathered there. Familiar faces clustered in small groups, engaging in various games that enlivened the atmosphere. As Jiang Xu approached, she spotted Wen Qingmei and Mi Xiaxiao enjoying themselves enthusiastically with a group on the opposite side. Xiao Bo led Jiang Xu to a large round table surrounded by about 10 individuals, 2 of whom were clad in the same racing team uniform as Xiao Bo, presumably his fellow drivers. The others belonged to different teams, while the remaining attendees, not in uniforms, appeared to be there to enjoy the festivities. I wondered why you were avoiding me tonight. Turns out you have a little beauty already. A striking woman in a vibrant strapless red dress, draped in white fur, sat opposite Xiao Bo. With bold red lips and cascading waves of long hair, she exuded an alluring charm. Her eyes sparkled with desire and playful teasing directed at Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo furrowed his brow, replying seriously, Please, no joking around. This is my sister. The woman's eyebrows arched in surprise at his earnest tone. Known for his good temperament, Xiao Bo usually ignored her flirtations, but today, he exhibited a rare display of displeasure due to a young girl. The woman's gaze lingered on Jiang Xu's lovely visage, but she tactfully shifted the conversation. Xiao Bo leaned down to explain to Jiang Xu, she is Lena, the principal investor of our team in Huagua. She has a penchant for handsome, dashing men. But I assure you, there is nothing between us, so do not think too much of it. Jiang Xu simply responded with an "oh." It was evident that Lina had taken a liking to Xiao Bo, yet he maintained an indifferent demeanor. As a star driver of the BG racing team, Xiao Bo enjoyed immense popularity and came from a prestigious lineage. His maternal family was even part of an international conglomerate, wielding significant power. Thus, even if Lina harbored some interest, she was likely deterred by the formidable influence of his family. However, Jiang Xu was not particularly concerned about the nature of Xiao Bo's relationship with Lina, considering he was merely her brother by circumstance, with no blood ties. Moreover, given his few years of seniority, it was entirely reasonable for him to have close female acquaintances, and he had no obligation to explain himself to her. Yet, Jiang Xu couldn't shake the feeling that Lina's voice sounded oddly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Noticing Jiang Xu's indifference to his explanation, Xiao Bo lowered his gaze, concealing his own emotions. Everyone knows how to play, right? Lina surveyed the group at the round table with a shaker in hand. Jiang Xu had never participated in such drinking games, so Xiao Bo took the initiative to explain the rules to her. The rules were quite straightforward. Each person took turns rolling the dice. Rolling a 1 meant designating someone to drink. Rolling a 2 indicated a duel with another player, where the loser would drink. Rolling a 3 meant the person to the left would drink. Rolling a 4 meant the person to the right would drink. Rolling a 5 required a self-imposed penalty drink, and rolling a 6 mandated 2 penalty drinks. This was a rapid-fire drinking game, but with a larger group, the frequency of drinking would be manageable. Jiang Xu tugged at Xiao Bo's garment. Her lips slightly pursed in displeasure. "I do not wish to drink," she declared. "No witties. I shall drink on your behalf. You can simply enjoy fruit juice," Xiao Bo replied. Given Jiang Xu's poor tolerance for alcohol and her struggle with bipolar disorder, Xiao Bo had no intention of allowing her to partake in drinking. The other guests, recognizing Xiao Bo's blatant act of substitution, refrained from commenting further. With the matter laid bare, Jiang Xu ceased her refusals and engaged in the games with them. As the game commenced, Jiang Xu rolled a 3. To her right sat Xiao Bo, while to her left was a member from another team, who readily downed his drink. Next was Xiao Bo, who rolled a 5 and promptly poured himself a glass of spirits as a self-imposed penalty. The second round began with Lina, who rolled a 1. Directing her gaze towards Jiang Xu, Lina designated her to drink. Jiang Xu couldn't shake the feeling that this woman, Lina, harbored an inexplicable animosity towards her. Was it due to Xiao Bo? Jiang Xu remained uncertain. "I'll drink for her," Xiao Bo announced, filling his glass to the brim and finishing it in a few gulps. Lina smiled without uttering a word, but this round was considered concluded. Although Xiao Bo had commendable alcohol tolerance, he was consuming the equivalent of 2 people's worth of drinks. After several rounds, he had already imbibed a significant amount. Even with his capacity, he could not withstand such consumption indefinitely. Jiang Xu patted him gently. "Xiao Bo, let's take a break." Xiao Bo's intoxication was not evident. It was difficult to discern whether he was truly inebriated. Noticing the hint of concern in Jiang Xu's expression, he forced a smile. "All right." He stood up, stating, "You all continue playing. My sister and I will step aside for a moment." The others, perceiving the unspoken understanding, feigned reluctance with a few polite remarks before allowing their departure. Jiang Xu assisted Xiao Bo to a sofa in the lounge area and poured him a glass of warm water. "Thank you," Xiao Bo said, gazing at her with his pale blue eyes as he accepted the glass. "You're welcome." Jiang Xu surveyed the surroundings but did not spot Tao Jing. Taking out her phone, she discovered a message from Tao Jing sent a few moments prior. "Tao Jing, Jiang, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'm heading back. Please let Xing Mei and Xia know for me." Jiang Xu's brows furrowed slightly as she typed back, "What is wrong with you?" After a brief pause, Tao Jing replied, "I got my period." Jiang Xu, "All right, then please rest well and keep warm." Tao Jing, what happened? Did your roommate leave?" Xiao Bo inquired, his mind still clear despite his earlier consumption. "Yes, she is not feeling well," Jiang Xu replied. Jiang, it seems you didn't enjoy yourself much today," Xiao Bo observed, having noticed that Jiang Xu was not fond of such group activities. Or perhaps she simply preferred quieter settings. "Would you like me to take you home now?" he asked. Jiang Xu raised an eyebrow. While Xiao Bo was not drunk, The scent of alcohol lingered heavily around him. Sensing her hesitation, he quickly added, "What I meant to say is, we could call a designated driver." "All right, then I will inform my other two roommates first." Xiaobo nodded, observing her silhouette gradually retreating towards the other end of the gaming area, where she approached two girls. When Jiang Xu conversed with her roommate, her demeanor appeared relaxed. One of her roommates, exhibiting a spirited nature, playfully feigned anger after Jiang Xu spoke, engaging in a light-hearted scuffle and gently pinching Jiang Xu's cheek, applying just enough pressure to avoid leaving a mark. Ultimately, the trio waved farewell, and Jiang Xu walked back in this direction. "Are you done?" Xiao Bo's gaze inadvertently fell upon her cheek, which had just been playfully pinched, remaining flawlessly fair. In her childhood, Jiang Xu had cherubic cheeks. He had once taken the liberty to pinch them while she slept, a sensation he still faintly recalled, soft and smooth. However, now her face bore no excess flesh, the skin almost clinging to her bones. She was truly too thin, to the point of evoking concern. Jiang Xu nodded yes. Let us return. Chapter 14. Only willing to be played by Jiang Xu. Go back, Lu Zhi said coldly. Will you heed my advice just this once? Yi Zhuoming gazed at the man before him, filled with a sense of frustration at his stubbornness. Yi Zhuoming had known Lu Zhi since childhood. He was Lu Zhi's steadfast companion in their entrepreneurial endeavors. While Lu Zhi contributed intellect and technical prowess, Yi Zhuoming provided manpower, tirelessly seeking investments on their behalf. Just half a month ago, an investor had emerged, a prominent figure named Lena, the head of a well-regarded investment firm, who was willing to inject $10 million into their venture. Initial discussions had progressed smoothly, with Lena not taking advantage of their lack of connections. However, when it came time to sign the contract, Lena insisted that Lu Zhi meet her privately in her room. If Yi Zhuoming had not realized that Lena was infatuated with Lu Zhi by that point, he would have been truly naive. Yet the temptation heightened when she dangled the prospect of increasing her investment to $50 million, a staggering sum that even Yi Zhuoming found alluring. Though he knew Lu Zhi would never acquiesce, Yi Zhuoming had conducted his own inquiries into Lena and discovered that she was a libertine, a fervent enthusiast of SM, perpetually in pursuit of thrill, engaging in activities more perverse than even Jiang Xu. Over the years, Lena had left a trail of broken young men, some so tormented that they could no longer care for themselves. Yet, due to her wealth and influence, they had no choice but to accept her exorbitant compensations and endure in silence. Yi Zhuoming was resolute in preventing his dear brother from stepping in such a perilous situation. He understood that if Lu Zhi were to indulge, it would only be with Jiang Xu. Thus, he declined Lena's offer. To their astonishment, Lena reacted with fury, summoning several burly bodyguards to seize Lu Zhi and forcibly restrain him. They administered an unknown substance to Lu Zhi, whose consciousness quickly faded, and whisked him away to Lena's chamber upstairs. After that, Yi Zhuoming was left in the dark as the bodyguards unceremoniously ejected him from the premises. Anxiously, he awaited outside. Feeling utterly helpless, he knew that alerting the authorities would be futile. Lena's connections were formidable, allowing her to operate with impunity. Before long, he received the distressing news that Lu Zhi had been injured and hospitalized. Upon his arrival at the hospital, he found Lena already present. She had covered all medical expenses and offered Lu Zhi a compensation package. During their conversation, she subtly hinted at her powerful backing, urging them to discreetly resolve matters and avoid escalating the situation. Yi Zhuoming wanted to voice further objections, but Lu Zhi simply agreed. He desired the money. Nonetheless, he resolved to reject Lena's investment. Yet Lena countered with an astonishing offer, a continuation of her investment, this time $100 million, payable in a lump sum. She assured Lu Zhi that there would be no further coercion and was willing to amend the contract to relinquish more of her profits. At this juncture, Yi Zhuoming was genuinely unsettled. Such a sum could tempt anyone. With this capital, their entrepreneurial venture would face no financial constraints. Moreover, Yi Zhuoming firmly believed that Lu Zhi would ultimately generate wealth far exceeding that amount. However, the premise was that they accepted the investment and regarded it as a springboard. Yi Zhuoming hesitated, yet Lu Zhi remained resolute in rejecting Lena's proposal. Lena said nothing at that moment, displaying no urgency, merely offering them time to ponder. Subsequently, she visited Lu Zhi daily at the hospital, each time bringing the contract with increasingly favorable terms. Yi Zhuoming was thoroughly swayed. He even contemplated agreeing on Lu Zhi's behalf. Yet, he refrained from uttering a word until Lu Zhi recovered and was discharged. Ultimately, perhaps Lena had lost her patience, declaring that tonight was their final opportunity to consider. After tonight, should they have regrets, there would be no further investments or such advantageous conditions. Thus, upon learning that Lena would attend a racing team gathering at a hotel that evening, Yi Zhuoming hastily concocted an excuse to lure Lu Zhi there. Unexpectedly, before they even entered, Lu Zhi sensed something amiss and promptly attempted to leave. "Brother Lu, once you miss this opportunity, it may never come again," Yi Zhuoming implored. 100 million, Brother Lu. Lena has already offered us the most favorable terms possible. No investor would extend such generosity. Yi Zhuoming, I have made it abundantly clear. I shall not accept Lena's investment. If you wish to remain by my side, refrain from such actions. Lu Zhi's tone was heavy and frigid. Surely, you are not still holding a grudge against Lena for your injury? Yi Zhuoming frowned, hoping Lu Zhi would display some flexibility. Despite his evident financial struggles and having accepted Lena's compensation, why was he so adamant against her investment? Lena had assured him that such incidents would not recur. As long as he was unwilling, she would not impose further. Seeing Lu Zhi's stubbornness, Yi Zhuoming could not restrain himself any longer. Let me be frank. Lena's interest in you is beneficial for us. If you merely appease her a little, securing the investment would be a matter of minutes. At Yi Zhuoming's words, Lu Zhi's aura turned icy, his gaze fixed on him with an intensity that was chilling. He remained silent, yet Yi Zhuoming felt the palpable coldness emanating from him. After a brief pause, he softened his tone. "All right, I understand you have a girlfriend, but does Jiang Xu truly regard you as her boyfriend? She is utterly indifferent to you. She remains oblivious even to your significant troubles. Your relationship is merely transactional. She revels in tormenting you physically. Is it really necessary for you to remain so chaste for her?" Having known Lu Zhi for quite some time, Yi Zhuoming was aware of the dynamics between him and Jiang Xu. He was baffled by the hold Jiang Xu seemed to have over Lu Zhi. Despite her treatment of him, Lu Zhi remained hopelessly devoted. Lu Zhi replied coldly, "This is not your concern." Now incensed, Yi Zhuoming retorted, "Fine, I shall not concern myself. I am no longer willing to assist you with any investment matters in the future." Yi Zhuoming, filled with fury, turned on his heel and departed. He questioned the necessity of engaging in such endeavors. In his quest to assist Lu Zhi in securing investments, he had expended an immeasurable amount of time and energy. Yet, a mere flippant remark from Lu Zhi rendered all his efforts futile. He had always been resolute, his word was his bond, and yet his opinion seemed utterly inconsequential. Furthermore, Lu Zhi never divulged any matters to him, dismissing the investors he had painstakingly attracted at the slightest disagreement. He had tolerated this behavior on several occasions, continuing to seek out the next investor despite his frustration. However, this time, Yi Zhuoming had truly reached his breaking point. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Even as he prepared to enter his taxi, Lu Zhi did not approach to stop him. It was evident to him that he held no significance in Lu Zhi's eyes. After all their time working together, despite the disagreements they had encountered, he was always the one to lower his guard and seek reconciliation. This time, Yi Zhuoming vowed he would not reach out to Lu Zhi first, otherwise he would be akin to a dog. Meanwhile, after Yi Zhuoming's departure, Lu Zhi glanced around the opulent hotel interior, preparing to leave as well. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, "Lu Zhi?" Chapter 15. Do you have a girlfriend? Lu Zhi, is that really you? Soon she stepped forward, utterly astonished. She had not anticipated encountering Lu Zhi here. It had been approximately half a month since she last saw him, and he had taken an extended leave from his part-time job at the bar. This evening, she was working as a waitress when she heard a commotion at the entrance. She rushed over, only to witness the scene unfolding before her. Although she did not catch the entirety of their conversation, she vaguely heard mentions of an investor and a name, Lena. She recalled that the book referenced Lena's attempt to coerce the antagonist before he rose to prominence, an endeavor that nearly succeeded. Ultimately, when the antagonist became a new force in the capital, his first order of business was to eliminate Lena. "Why haven't you been working at the hotel lately? I've been a bit worried about you. Is everything all right?" Su Nongxi inquired. "I'm fine." Lu Zhi was not inclined to engage in lengthy conversation with her and was about to turn away. However, Su Nongxi unexpectedly uttered a name that caught him off guard. "Jiang Xu, what are you doing here?" Su Nongxi silently criticized the predictability of this melodramatic world. The male lead had yet to make his entrance, and naturally, the female protagonist would find herself alongside a significant supporting character. With Xiao Bo's striking appearance, his light blue eyes and mixed heritage, coupled with an affable demeanor, Su Nongxi instantly recognized him as Jiang Xu's non-biological brother, a deeply affectionate male supporting character who pined for her in the story. Lu Zhi instinctively halted his steps. He heard a familiar, soft voice nearby. "Miss Su?" Jiang Xu looked at Su Nongxi with mild surprise, marveling at how small the world truly was. She had encountered her at a psychological clinic and now at this social event. Given Su Nongxi's attire, it was evident she was working here. Jiang Xu's gaze shifted slightly to the tall figure beside Su Nongxi. The man, clad in a black trench coat, appeared even more gaunt and austere than half a month ago, his brow furrowed with an air of melancholy. "Lu Zhi?" Jiang Xu's pupils constricted slightly, astonished to see him here after such a long interval, and especially standing next to Su Nongxi. Lu Zhi's gaze fell upon her as well, and upon noticing Xiao Bo beside her, a barely perceptible frown appeared on his brow, tightening his lips. Jiang, is this your friend?" Xiao Bo tilted his head towards Jiang Xu, his eyes never leaving Lu Zhi. The presence of this man instinctively put him on alert. Jiang Xu nodded slightly, yes. The four of them exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar. Ultimately, it was Xiao Bo who broke the silence. "Do you wish to chat with your friends? I can wait for you." Sensing a piercing gaze upon her, Jiang Xu replied, "Brother Xiao, why don't you head back first? I have a few matters to attend to." After a moment of silence, Xiao Bo revealed a faint smile. "All right then. But isn't it a bit cruel to leave a drunken man to fend for himself?" Jiang Xu was uncertain of his intentions. In the next moment, she heard him speak with a hint of melancholy. "Could you accompany my brother to the car?" This request was not unreasonable, and Jiang Xu agreed. "All right." The designated driver had already arrived, and Jiang Xu watched as Xiao Bo entered the vehicle. He gently ruffled her hair, his tone exceedingly tender. "Send me a message when you get home." Xiao Bo had also ruffled her hair when they were children, but now Jiang Xu felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. She tilted her head slightly to evade his touch and softly replied, "Amicham." Xiao Bo silently withdrew his hand, his gaze drifting past Jiang Xu to the man who had followed her out, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his eyes. It was evident that Jiang Xu's reluctance to leave with him was undoubtedly due to this man. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Bo finally spoke again, seemingly laden with meaning. "Get home early, understand?" "Understood," Jiang Xu replied with a nod before gently closing the car door behind him. Once Xiao Bo departed, Jiang Xu turned to walk back and noticed Lu Zhi not far from her. He stood there, the cold wind tousling his hair, the black coat billowing around him, his dark eyes so deep that even the dim yellow streetlights could not penetrate. Jiang Xu stood still for a moment before approaching him. She inquired, "What brings you here?" Lu Zhi parted his parched lips slightly. "Yi Zhuoming brought me here." Jiang Xu recognized Yi Zhuoming and glanced around, but saw no one else in sight. Sensing her confusion, Lu Zhi added, "He has left." Jiang Xu was even more puzzled. "What did he bring you here for? And yet he departs, leaving you behind?" This time, Lu Zhi fell silent. Jiang Xu understood his nature. He only spoke about matters he wished to discuss, and he would not utter a single word more on topics he preferred to keep private. Given their relationship, he had no obligation to share his affairs with her. She decided to shift the conversation. "How did Su Nongxi come to be with you?" Jiang Xu was not trying to dictate who he spent his time with. She merely found Su Nongxi's presence peculiar, which piqued her concern. Lu Zhi replied, "She came over on her own." Just as she mentioned her, Su Nongxi appeared. "Jiang Xu." Lu Zhi, she greeted, her discomfort evident upon noticing Jiang Xu had not left with Xiaobo. Had she known Jiang Xu would be present, she would have refrained from stepping out. Although she was aware that the female protagonist would ultimately not end up with the antagonist, she couldn't shake the feeling of competing with Jiang Xu for a man's affections. When their gazes met, she felt a twinge of guilt. As both of their eyes fell upon her, Su Nongxi mustered her courage and said, I just came out to ask Lu Zhi if you're still going to that bar for work. She knew it was a rather odd question to pose so abruptly, but she genuinely did not know what else to say to alleviate her awkwardness. Jiang Xu understood now. She had come to find Lu Zhi. He glanced at her briefly before responding, Amidst. That's good, Su Nongxi replied, wishing to hastily escape the uncomfortable atmosphere. Then I'll head back to work. Farewell. Goodbye. Jiang Xu echoed, her voice polite and serene. Lu Zhi did not respond to her, and Su Nongxi paid it no mind, hastily making her way back toward the hotel. The street was once again left with just the two of them. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Xu suddenly recalled the incident from half a month ago when she had called him and inquired, Do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Xu was not one to harbor inner turmoil. If a question lingered in her mind, she would seize the opportunity to voice it. This particular inquiry, though not distressing her, had indeed been circling in her thoughts for quite some time. If Lu Zhi truly had a girlfriend, she would promptly sever their ties and offer him a substantial sum of money as gratitude and compensation for saving her in her past life. Lu Zhi was taken aback. Why the sudden question? Jiang Xu recounted verbatim what the woman on the previous call had said, her tone remarkably calm. She claimed to be your girlfriend. Upon recalling the events from half a month ago, Lu Zhi's expression darkened. He was unaware that Jiang Xu had called him and was oblivious to Lena's interference with his phone. She is not my girlfriend. I have no relationship with her. Although he understood that Jiang Xu might not be particularly invested in his affairs, Lu Zhi felt compelled to clarify. She is merely a principal at an investment firm seeking to invest in me and Yi Zhuoming, but I have already declined her offer. Jiang Xu was aware that Lu Zhi had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey and recognized his destined success. Oh, she nodded in understanding. In the next moment, she willingly shifted the conversation, stating, Shall we go? Lu Zhi cleared his throat lightly, lifting his gaze slightly. Where to? My villa. Chapter 16. His heart raced. Lu Zhi was certain that at this moment, Jiang Xu was not experiencing any episodes. It was the first time she had brought him to her villa while fully conscious. Upon entering, he silently followed her as she walked deeper inside. Instead of leading him to the red room, Jiang Xu took him to her own bedroom. The color palette of her room predominantly featured warm tones, with silk curtains cascading down to the floor beside a grand transparent floor-to-ceiling window that offered a splendid view. The spacious room, furnished with only the essentials, also had a designated area serving as her wardrobe, complemented by a decorative cabinet displaying an array of charming dolls and exquisite figures. Jiang Xu had an affinity for all things aesthetically pleasing, regardless of their utility. If it was beautiful, she was willing to purchase it and showcase it within her home. Jiang Xu turned on the heating in the room, then approached the bedside drawer and retrieved a small item, addressing Lu Zhi with a directive to remove his clothing. Noticing Lu Zhi standing still, his dark eyes fixed upon her, she realized her words could easily be misconstrued. Clearing her throat, she hastily clarified, I merely wish to examine your wounds and apply some ointment. She opened her palm to reveal a tube of aluminum ointment resting quietly within. This was a scar-reducing cream, highly effective. Jiang Xu had a predisposition to scarring. Even minor injuries could leave noticeable marks, hence she always kept this ointment on hand. Apart from the prominent, unsightly scar on his left abdomen that she had seen in her previous life, Lu Zhi bore many subtle, less visible wounds. Her intention was simply to assist him in treating them. Lu Zhi gradually lowered his head, casting a glance at her palm, where her delicate fingers, with a faint blush beneath the skin, ended in elegantly elongated nails. Recently, Jiang Xu had adorned her nails anew, longer and sharper than before. When gliding across the skin, they could leave behind raised scratches. His expression was inscrutable, and in silence, he removed his outer jacket. As he lifted his hands to shed the innermost layer, Jiang Xu hastily averted her gaze. Though she had seen him undressed numerous times before, perhaps this was the first instance in a sober state, causing her cheeks to flush a soft pink. After a brief moment, the sound of fabric rubbing against itself ceased. "All right," he reminded her. Jiang Xu, feeling a surge of nervousness, fidgeted with her fingers and took a few deep breaths before turning to face him. Lu Zhi's physique had always been exemplary. He was exceedingly disciplined and often engaged in strenuous activities, such as lifting heavy objects or working at construction sites. Coupled with his penchant for basketball during his free time, every muscle on his body was well-defined and aesthetically pleasing. However, Jiang Xu's gaze was quickly drawn to the scars adorning his waist and abdomen, long and jagged, resembling a grotesque creature clinging to his skin. Fortunately, his wounds had nearly healed, appearing smooth with only slight hypertrophic scarring, identical to what she had observed in her previous life. "Come closer," Jiang Xu beckoned him, and then she retrieved a cotton swab from the medical kit to disinfect the area before squeezing the ointment onto her fingertip, gently applying it to his skin. She gently applied the ointment, its icy coolness contrasting with the fervent heat radiating from his skin, rising and falling with each breath. "How did this happen?" she inquired with feigned casualness as she meticulously spread the salve. Lu Zhi lowered his gaze, only able to see the glossy crown of her dark hair. In truth, Jiang Xu was not short, standing over 165 centimeters, yet Lu Zhi towered at nearly 190 centimeters, making her barely reach a shoulder. He remained silent. Jiang Xu surmised that his wounds were likely connected to the principal of the investment firm. If she wished to investigate, she could, considering the formidable influence of the Jiang family. However, she preferred that he divulge the matter on his own. His stubborn nature was as unyielding as his name suggested, causing him considerable hardship before he matured. Sighing in resignation, Jiang Xu acknowledged that she had no right to coerce him into revealing or doing anything against his will. She had no desire to do so, either. She meticulously covered every visible scar on his bare torso with the ointment, her soft and delicate fingers gliding seamlessly across his skin. All her focus seemed to converge on that singular point, rendering it impossible to disregard. Lu Zhi pressed his lips together, clenching his jaw, even his hands exhibiting slight tension. As her fingertips brushed near his heart, Jiang Xu's movements abruptly halted. She could distinctly feel his rapid heartbeat, each thump resonating against her fingers as if dancing excitedly with her. Suddenly withdrawing her hand, she spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Wait until the ointment dries before you put your clothes back on." He replied. Once Lu Zhi had donned his clothes anew and they emerged from the room into the living area, Jiang Xu sensed that the peculiar and somewhat ambiguous atmosphere had dissipated. She settled cross-legged on the fabric sofa, temporarily putting aside the matter of his wounds. Yet another issue lingered. With her head bowed, she pondered her words for nearly half a minute before lifting her gaze to softly inquire, "Lu Zhi, should we consider a different way of relating to each other moving forward?" Lu Zhi's deep eyes fixed upon her. "What way?" he asked, the question lingering in the air. "What way?" "Certainly not this awkward and shameful financial arrangement. What about friends?" The response was a profound silence from him. Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback. Did Lu Zhi not even wish to be friends with her? It made sense, with the police now involved. He no longer needed to repay the substantial interest on his adoptive father's debts, and having embarked on his own entrepreneurial journey, securing investments meant financial independence. He had mentioned previously that he had already secured funding. Given these circumstances, he had no reason to maintain a fade of companionship with her. This was precisely why Jiang Xu had suggested a change in their relationship. Yet, she had not anticipated that Lu Zhi would be disinterested in friendship, perhaps even in any connection with her at all. In truth, this was quite favorable. Drawing a line before her deteriorating condition compelled her to act inappropriately was prudent. She was uncertain whether Lu Zhi had been responsible for any grievances against the Jiang family in their previous life. But if he had, then severing their ties at this moment would be the most advantageous outcome. She had also aided him. Surely he would no longer harbor excessive resentment towards her. Lu Zhi was unaware of Jiang Xu's thoughts. He lifted his gaze to her, his lips forming a straight line, and suddenly inquired, "Are you weary of playing with me?" "Huh?" His question was so abrupt that Jiang Xu's mind momentarily buzzed with confusion. When did I ever say? She began, only to abruptly halt mid-sentence. No. Was that the crux of the matter? Why was his focus so peculiar? Jiang Xu questioned, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Does it pertain to our current discussion? Lu Zhi did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he posed another question. So, do you wish to terminate our relationship? Not entirely. He suddenly chuckled, but it was a cold, mirthless laugh, his voice icy as he continued. Jiang Xu, do you believe that I am merely a despicable plaything, someone you can summon at will and discard without a second thought when you no longer desire me? Jiang Xu instantaneously countered, I have never thought that way. But have you not acted as such? Lu Zhi's gaze bore into her, heavy and dark as an abyss. He had always been acutely aware that Jiang Xu regarded him merely as a toy for her whims. His standing in her heart was perhaps no different from the exquisite dolls and figurines displayed in her room. No, at least her figurines were meticulously arranged in a showcase. Thus, he felt he was inferior even to her cherished collectibles. Jiang Xu fell silent. In his eyes, her actions towards him indeed aligned with his assertions. Had she not been reborn, she might still revel in tormenting him until she grew bored and discarded him like refuse. For that was precisely how she had behaved in her past life. Furthermore, upon learning of his entrepreneurial ambitions, she had derided him as a mere pest dreaming of rising from amok. Subsequently, she had even leveraged the Jiang family's connections to hinder his endeavors further. At that time, her expression towards him had been tinged with mockery, as if to say, do not delude yourself into thinking entrepreneurship can alter your laughable fate. You were born merely to be my plaything. Recalling those piercingly insulting words she had hurled at him, Jiang Xu's complexion paled. He must have loathed her deeply all along. Yet despite her cruelty, he ultimately repaid malice with kindness, rescuing her in Southeast Asia. How could Jiang Xu not feel a pang of guilt? Simultaneously, her emotions towards him were complex. She felt gratitude for his salvation in her dire straits, yet fear and hatred lingered, as he might be the very architect of the downfall of the Jiang family that had led her to the red light district. However, since the latter was merely conjecture without any evidence, her feelings primarily leaned towards gratitude. Thus far, she had merely wished to assist him in this life, without imposing upon him. Yet why had she inadvertently provoked his displeasure? Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of Jiang Xu's eyes, and she found herself at a loss for words to offer any form of consolation, repeatedly murmuring apologies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Her eyes were completely reddened, warm droplets cascading down without restraint. She had no desire to weep, yet the tears continued to fall, unstoppable. Even she could not discern whether this was a sudden outbreak of emotion or merely a manifestation of her feelings. Why? Why had she been so cruel to him in her previous life? Lu Zhi gazed at her pale, bloodless countenance, a visage once exquisite and charming now tinged with regret because of him. He had not anticipated that his mere words could provoke such tears from her. Had he been too harsh? Jiang Xu dabbed at her tears with a tissue, her voice still trembling as she said, Please leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Lu Zhi remained silent for a moment, ultimately uttering, Jiang Xu, I cannot accept being friends with you. He did not elaborate further or take any additional actions. He simply cast one last glance her way before departing the villa. As the chilling sound of the door closing echoed, Jiang Xu curled up on the sofa, gradually drawing herself into a tight ball. Chapter 17. It is just my one-sided affair. After the new year, Jiang Xu returned to campus life once more. Having completed her final examination, it was already January 10th. Recently, the capital had grown significantly colder. The winter wind was dry and biting, the roads were flat and straight, making walking slippery, and the air was thick with moisture, while snowflakes fluttered down from above. People were bundled in heavy winter coats, and the trees lining the streets stood bare, their withered trunks planted in the ground, swaying in the frigid breeze. Before the winter break commenced, the girls in her dormitory organized another gathering, opting for hot pot within the confines of their room rather than dining out. The four of them ventured to a nearby market to procure vegetables and hot pot ingredients. Tao Jing and Mi Xia showcased their culinary skills, while Jiang Xu and Wen Qingmei assisted them. Once all the ingredients were meticulously prepared, Tao Jing began to add them to the pot, and soon the enticing aroma of spicy hot pot wafted through the dormitory. Fortunately, most of the other residents had already returned home, or else the enticing scent would surely have lured neighboring dorms, prompting them to bring their chopsticks and join in. At that moment, when Qingmei mysteriously retrieved a few cans of beverages from her spot, "Alcohol?" Mi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, surprised to discover such a delightful treasure hidden in her cabinet. When Qingmei chuckled softly, "It's not too strong. Let us enjoy a little buzz. Besides, if we get tipsy, we can simply fall asleep right here." The four of them ate, drank, and chatted, with Wen Qingmei sharing a wealth of gossip from the school, recounting scandalous tales with great enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the room quickly became lively. After a few rounds, the girls were all feeling quite warm and merry. Jiang Xu also indulged in a tiny bit of the drink, which was very low in alcohol content and hardly noticeable. Wen Qingmei drank the most, downing 4 or 5 cans. As the evening progressed, she appeared somewhat dazed. "Cheers!" she exclaimed. Mi Xiaoxiao looked at her flushed face with disdain. "You said just a little buzz? If you drink that much, no one will care if you get drunk. I'm just happy today." When Qingmei beamed, her eyes nearly disappearing in her wide smile. "I have a significant announcement to make. I'm no longer single." What? The other three widened their eyes, instantly intrigued. Mi Xiaoxiao wore a knowing smile. "When did you become single? Who was the lucky one?" Jiang Xu also smiled. "Give us the details. When did it start? How did you get together? Spill the beans." Tao Jing urged, "Come on, tell us. We're all curious." When Qingmei began, "We met online, chatted for a while, and realized we had a great connection, so we decided to give it a try. He was abroad previously and just returned to the capital a few days ago." Jiang Xu inquired, "Is he a foreigner?" "Of course not." When Qingmei shook her head. "He only went abroad when he was 10. Mi Xiaoxiao pressed further. "How old is he? Is he still a student? What does he look like?" Speaking of the other party, the unmistakable sweetness on Wen Qingmei's face was evident as she answered her good friend's inquiries one by one. "He is the same age as us and is no longer in school. By the way, he is also a race car driver, returning home to participate in a competition at the end of January, representing the renowned SA team." Xiaxia, being immersed in this circle, should have heard of it. At this point, she felt her intoxication diminish slightly. I know, Mi Xiaxia exclaimed excitedly, raising her hand. "This team is relatively new, and they recently have a rising star named Peiyan, who is Chinese." Pei. Jiang Xu noted the surname. The Pei family currently holds the prestigious position of being the foremost family in the capital, with most members engaged in politics and occupying high-ranking positions. The Pei family tends to maintain a low profile for safety reasons, with their younger generation rarely appearing in the public eye, and even their names have not been disclosed. Wen Qingmei anticipated that this surname would cause misunderstandings and quickly clarified he should not be the young master of the Pei family. Now that he has returned to the capital, he is living in a modest one-bedroom apartment arranged by the team. Moreover, if he were indeed a member of the Pei family, how could he have stayed abroad for so long? Wen Qingmei dared not imagine that a casual boyfriend of hers could possess such a significant identity. However, in truth, the other party's background was inconsequential. What mattered was his genuine affection for Wen Qingmei. The group tacitly moved past this topic, and Tao Jing inquired, "What does he look like?" "He's quite handsome. Let me show you his photo." Wen Qingmei pulled out her phone and flipped through her albums, revealing a picture of the two of them together. Jiang Xu and the others leaned in to take a closer look. The young man in the photo sported a short, tousled hairstyle, his features striking and clear, embodying a sunny charm. "He is indeed quite handsome," Mi Xiaoxiao remarked, stroking her chin. "But why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before?" Jiang Xu suddenly recalled. Did he attend the last team gathering? At the previous social event, Jiang Xu had only mingled with Xiao Bo's circle and had not encountered many others. Remembering that occasion made Wen Qingmei feel a bit shy. "Yes, he was there, playing games with us." Mi Xiaoxiao's memory was suddenly jogged, and she recalled details from when she had played games alongside Wen Qingmei, including several subtle interactions between Wen Qingmei and that young man. Mi Xiaoxia immediately felt disgruntled. "Well, Qingmei, you've kept this from me so well. You've made me partake in your little love story." Wen Qingmei feigned a dramatic expression. "Come at me." I'll endure your 3 strikes to relieve your frustration. I refuse to engage in any unlawful acts. Mi Xiaxia rolled her eyes. You must treat me to 3 cups of milk tea to compensate for my wounded spirit. All right, Wen Qingmei laughed in agreement. After indulging in Wen Qingmei's gossip, the conversation unwittingly shifted back to Jiang Xu. Enough about Qingmei. Jiang, what is going on with you and Senior Lu? We haven't seen you seek him out lately. Recalling the previous incident, a momentary stillness enveloped Jiang Xu's expression. I suppose we have had a quarrel, haven't we? In Jiang Xu's view, their parting had been rather unsatisfactory. Even now, she found herself at a loss on how to face him, let alone navigate the complexities of their relationship. Fortunately, her health had been relatively stable lately. Even if an episode did occur, she could manage it with medication. What does it mean to have quarreled? When Qingmei was puzzled, Jiang Xu struggled to articulate the intricacies of her relationship with Lu Zhi. Her heart was in turmoil, and she hoped her roommates could offer some advice. She subtly mentioned, I suggested that we could be friends, but he said he wouldn't accept that. What? The 3 stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out, as when Qingmei's wine bottle clattered to the ground. Thankfully, it was empty and did not stain the floor. Mi Xiaxia summarized. So, Jiang, you want to break up, but Lu Xiuzhang disagrees and wants to stay together? No, it's not about wanting to break up. Jiang Xu quickly refuted. The nature of her relationship with Lu Zhi was far too intricate. She could only elaborate. Actually, it was I who forced Lu Zhi. He never liked me and probably despised me. How could that be? The 3 were incredulous. Lu Xiuzhang's indulgent attitude towards Jiang Xu hardly resembled that of someone who harbored disdain. Moreover, they were astonished to learn that Jiang Xu had engaged in a form of coercive affection with Lu Zhi, which intrigued and unsettled them. Thus, Tao Jing continued to probe. So, were you 2 dating or not? We never confirmed a romantic relationship. What? The trio was even more shocked. No one had anticipated that the entire school believed they were together, while Jiang Xu now revealed they had never established such a bond. When Qingmei remained undeterred. Were you at least in a flirtation? Not really. It was just my one-sided affection. At this, the 3 fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Mi Xiaxia tentatively spoke again. So, you no longer wish to coerce Lu Xiuzhang and have only proposed being friends, yet he refuses? Therefore, you believe he must truly dislike you to the extent of not wanting to be friends? Jiang Xu sensed a flaw in that reasoning, yet it did align with her thoughts, prompting her to nod lightly. Suddenly, Wen Qingmei had a flash of insight, as if she had finally discovered something sweet amidst shattered glass, and exclaimed, I understand. Lu Xiuzhang's intention is not to avoid friendship. He simply does not want to be only friends. Huh? Jiang Xu was perplexed. Mi Xiaxia quickly chimed in, exactly. Lu Xiuzhang must like you. When you suggested being friends, he naturally resisted. Jiang Xu tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Could it be true? Would Lu Zhi harbor feelings for her? No. That seemed impossible. For reasons unknown, Jiang Xu suddenly recalled the encounters they had shared in her previous life, where his actions were fierce yet tinged with an almost imperceptible tenderness. Moreover, he once remarked that they should have been entangled forever. Jiang Xu felt as if her thoughts and emotions were being kneaded into a chaotic mass by an invisible hand, leaving her even more bewildered. This night in the 3221 female dormitory was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 18. Voluntary on the day of the formal winter break. Jiang Yangping sent a driver to escort Jiang Xu back to the old family residence. It was not merely Jiang Yangping's decision. Rather, it was the wish of the elder Jiang Hongru. In his own words, he believed that during an extended holiday, a young girl should not be living alone outside, as it was neither safe nor appropriate. After bidding farewell to her 3 roommates in succession, Jiang Xu dragged a large suitcase outside. Although she did not reside on campus, she had accumulated a considerable amount of belongings in her dormitory, as she often took her midday rest there. The scattered items filled her suitcase to the brim, making it quite a challenge for her to maneuver. Just after she exited the dormitory building, she felt a sudden lightness. Someone had taken hold of her cumbersome suitcase from the side. Jiang Xu looked up in surprise to see a somewhat familiar figure, Yi Zhuoming. She recognized him from previous encounters, knowing he was a partner of Lu Zhi in their entrepreneurial endeavors and shared a close relationship with him. In her past life, he had achieved great success alongside Lu Zhi, becoming a figure of distinction whom everyone referred to as General Yi. Jiang Xu was puzzled and wondered why he was there, and why he would voluntarily assist her with her suitcase. They were not particularly close, having only met a few times. Yi Zhuoming offered a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, mentioning that it was merely due to someone's insistence that he assist her with the heavy load. However, he refrained from voicing this thought and instead said, "I happened to pass by and saw you struggling with your luggage, so I came to help." To her surprise, Jiang Xu's suitcase was indeed quite heavy. Yi Zhuoming struggled slightly under its weight. "Did you pack stones in here? It's remarkably heavy," he remarked. Jiang Xu remained silent, feeling a sense of relief with Yi Zhuoming's assistance. Together, they soon reached the school gate. As she took back the suitcase, Jiang Xu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." "Not all. I shall take my leave now," he replied. As Jiang Xu steadied the handle of her suitcase, she called out to him, "Wait a moment." Yi Zhuoming turned back with a look of curiosity. After a brief pause, Jiang Xu inquired, "How has Lu Zhi been lately?" Yi Zhuoming was taken aback by her sudden interest in Lu Zhi. He was among the few who knew her true nature. She had a notoriously difficult disposition and often took pleasure in belittling Lu Zhi with her wealth, looking down upon others from her elevated position while maintaining a facade of superiority. Each time Lu Zhi returned from her presence, his body bore the scars of her cruelty, a testament to her harsh treatment. Yi Zhuoming could not fathom what spell she had cast on Lu Zhi to earn his affection. Despite his disdain for Jiang Xu, Yi Zhuoming relayed Lu Zhi's current circumstances. He has been quite busy lately, juggling part-time work and seeking investments. Lu Zhi refuses to accept Lina's investment, so they have been actively searching for new investors, leaving him overwhelmed by the demands of this endeavor. Last time, he had a falling out with Lu Zhi, but within a couple of days, Yi Zhuoming humbly returned, having internalized a few barks and approached to seek reconciliation. After all, he realized that only by aligning himself with Lu Zhi could he hope for a future that might lead to prosperity. Although Yi Zhuoming lacked remarkable abilities, he possessed a keen eye for talent and firmly believed that Lu Zhi would ultimately achieve success. Securing investment? Jiang Xu seized upon the key phrase. Hadn't Lu Zhi mentioned that he had already secured funding? He even managed to repay her last time, when the subject of investment arose. Yi Zhuoming's tone turned decidedly less amiable towards Jiang Xu. Indeed, the previous investment had fallen through, and they were now in search of new investors. Jiang Xu subtly lowered her eyelids, her voice flat and devoid of inflection. "The investor you sought last time, was it not named Lina?" As a privileged heiress from the capital, Jiang Xu was privy to certain matters. Lina was, in fact, the illegitimate daughter of the Yun family's second branch, ranked fifth in the city's hierarchy. Due to the second mistress's inability to bear children, she was reluctantly acknowledged back into the Yun family fold. Although her identity was never publicly acknowledged, she was nonetheless a Yun, and should any trouble arise, the family would not stand idly by. Lina was a socialite, yet she possessed discernment, preferring to engage with unprivileged youths devoid of connections. "You know this?" Yi Zhuoming was taken aback. Was Jiang Xu not typically indifferent to Lu Zhi's affairs? How could she even be aware of Lina's name? Upon witnessing his reaction, Jiang Xu understood. It appeared that Lina was indeed the one in question. Initially, she had held a vague suspicion. Lina's voice sounded eerily familiar. It was only later that she recalled it was the same voice that had claimed over the phone to be Lu Zhi's girlfriend. Though Jiang Xu had refrained from investigating what had transpired with Lu Zhi, the connection to Lina made it easy to deduce that Lina had been pursuing Lu Zhi from the very beginning. It was no wonder that Lina had regarded her with a subtle animosity during the social event. It was likely not due to Xiaobo, but rather because of Lu Zhi. Lina was aware of Xiaobo's background and had never intended to target him. Her sights were set solely on Lu Zhi. As for Jiang Xu's relationship with Lu Zhi, it would not take much effort for anyone to uncover the truth, should they desire to. Jiang Xu coldly remarked, "So Lu Zhi's injury is also related to you? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? How was I to know that Lina would target Lu Ge?" Yi Zhuoming's expression darkened as Jiang Xu shifted the blame onto him. Jiang Xu's voice turned icy. You didn't know? You were unaware that Lena is a socialite who has harmed countless innocent men? Jiang Xu found it hard to believe that Yi Zhuoming had not taken the time to investigate the background and character of his investors. Yi Zhuoming might have indeed been self-serving, lacking in moral integrity, yet his business acumen was reliable. It was undeniable that Lu Zhi required someone as shrewd and adaptable as him. In his previous life, Lu Zhi's entrepreneurial success had certainly benefited from Yi Zhuoming's assistance. Yi Zhuoming's temper flared. Jiang Xu, what right do you have to say such things? Have you not also toyed with Lu Zhi's affections? Have you not treated him in the same manner? Jiang Xu's demeanor suddenly diminished. Initially, she felt pity for Lu Zhi and intended to caution Yi Zhuoming against introducing such investors to Lu Zhi. However, Yi Zhuoming was not wrong. She was the least qualified to utter such words. Observing Jiang Xu hanging her head in silence, Yi Zhuoming, unwilling to engage in a prolonged dispute with the girl, bluntly stated, Jiang Xu, we do not seek your assistance in Lu Zhi's entrepreneurial endeavors. If you simply refrain from hindering us and meddling in our affairs, we would consider that sufficient gratitude. Aware that Lu Ge might be nearby, possibly overhearing their conversation, Yi Zhuoming chose not to linger, turning away without a word and departing. Before long, the driver from the Jiang family arrived. Noticing his young mistress standing despondently at the school gate, he hurried over to inquire about the situation. Concerned, the driver thought to himself, surely, she isn't unwell? Jiang Xu composed herself and looked up, assuring him, Li Shu, I am fine. With her affirmation, Li Jin felt relieved. Under his guidance, Jiang Xu promptly took her seat in the back of the car. As the accelerator was pressed down, the vehicle soon vanished at the end of the street. Unbeknownst to her, a man who had been watching from behind lingered, his gaze unwavering, shrouded in layers of obscurity, leaving his emotions unreadable. Seeing him in such a state, Yi Zhuoming felt a tinge of pity for Lu Ge. Lu Ge, Jiang Xu does not have feelings for you. Those affluent individuals often toy with others' emotions. Why not? Find someone else to cherish. Despite having known Lu Zhi for a considerable time, Yi Zhuoming was unaware of when Lu Zhi had developed feelings for Jiang Xu. It appeared to have been quite some time ago, even before Jiang Xu approached Lu Zhi, seeking him as an outlet for her frustrations. Initially, Lu Zhi had found Jiang Xu's unpleasant demeanor quite distasteful, and Yi Zhuoming struggled to comprehend what had transpired to prompt Lu Zhi's sudden affection for Jiang Xu. The warning tone in Lu Zhi's voice snapped him back to reality. Yi Zhuoming, you speak too much. My feelings for Jiang Xu are entirely voluntary. Chapter 19. The termination key. The Jiang family's ancestral residence is situated on the outskirts of the city, constructed several decades ago, nestled against the mountains and beside water, offering an exquisite environment. In front of the house lies a spacious courtyard, with a flower bed at the front and a rockery with a waterside pavilion at the rear. While at the center, a man-made lake is home to vibrantly colored koi fish. On either side of the courtyard are covered walkways, and the eaves of the main hall rise dramatically at the corners, exhibiting a retro Chinese style reminiscent of the grand mansions from the Republic of China era. Upon entering, Jiang Xu immediately spotted the butler waiting at the entrance. Grandpa, it has been a long time, Jiang Xu greeted first. He Chifu, having been by Jiang Hongru's side since his youth, had watched Jiang Xu grow from birth, often cradling her in his arms during her childhood. To her, he felt closer than both Jiang Hongru and Jiang Yangping. Young miss, it has indeed been a while, He Chifu replied, his joy evident at her return. He always preferred to add the diminutive young before addressing her, as if in his eyes she would forever remain child. After entering university, Jiang Xu had moved out and had grown averse to returning to the ancestral home. Her struggles with bipolar disorder had led her to adopt several undesirable habits, which Jiang Hongru, a self-made man with strict principles, could not tolerate. His frequent admonishments only served to intensify her rebelliousness, often triggering manic episodes that escalated into temper tantrums, further exacerbating their conflicts. Perhaps her absence was for the best. Young miss, the old master is already waiting for you inside, He Chifu informed her. By the way, Mr. Xiao and young Master Xiao are also here, currently conversing with the old master. Over the years, Xiao Angwa would occasionally visit Jiang Hongru to keep his presence felt. Jiang Hongru, remembering his late good friend, Xiao Leoi, would often soften and grant him additional favors, inadvertently feeding his growing appetite for more. Jiang Xu nodded. All right, I understand. She proceeded towards the interior, where she could already hear the hearty laughter of Jiang Hongru and Xiao Angwa resonating from within. Xiao Angwa had a knack for humor. Delighting Jiang Hongru, in his old age, enjoyed reminiscing and relished the company of younger generations. However, Jiang Yangping was typically preoccupied with managing the company, rarely returning to the ancestral home, preferring to reside in a suite near the office. Jiang Xu was no different. Their presence did not cater to Jiang Hongru's desires for companionship. Only Xiao Angwa seemed to exert considerable effort in winning his favor. As Jiang Xu entered, greeted by several maids, all eyes in the living room turned towards her. Seated upon an elegant European-style sofa were three individuals. In the center, the elderly gentleman dressed in a black tang suit, with aged hands grasping a redwood cane and hair completely white, exuded a vibrant spirit. This was indeed old Master Jiang. Beside him sat Xiao Angwa, with Xiao Bo occupying the other side. Upon noticing Jiang Xu's entrance, Jiang Hongru displayed little emotion, though the previous mirth on his face had noticeably faded. Jiang Xu was the sole descendant of her generation, yet she had inherited her mother's psychological afflictions and was notoriously rebellious and difficult to manage, leaving Jiang Hongru unable to foster any fondness for her. He is truly apprehensive that the Jiang family may be led to ruin by Jiang Xu. Jiang Hongru's gaze fell upon Jiang Xu, and a fleeting glimmer of something passed through his murky, pale eyes. Fortunately, he had already arranged everything for her. Jiang, you have returned? The first to speak to her was Xiao Angwa, his tone warm and inviting. Jiang Xu greeted each in turn, grandfather, Uncle Xiao, brother Xiao Bo. Observing Jiang Xu's initiative in addressing them, Jiang Hongru's expression softened slightly. It is good that you are back. Jiang, Xiao Bo also looked at her. Come sit. There's a place for you. All right. The primary purpose of Jiang Hongru calling them over was to have a simple meal together, fostering familial bonds, especially with the new year approaching, to create a lively atmosphere. Before long, Jiang Yangping returned from the company. Dear one, how is your health lately? Jiang Yangping expressed concern for Jiang Xu's bipolar disorder as soon as he arrived. Given Jiang Xu's initial resistance to discussing her illness, he deliberately avoided any potentially triggering terminology. Wei Qingfeng had been regularly updating him on Jiang Xu's condition, informing him that she had been actively participating in her treatment and showing signs of improvement in her bipolar disorder. However, it remained crucial to avoid any stimuli that could lead to emotional fluctuations. Initially, Jiang Yangping had been apprehensive about Jiang Xu returning to the old residence, fearing that a disagreement might provoke an episode. Thus, he hurried over as soon as he finished his work. Fortunately, it appeared that Jiang Xu and Jiang Hongru were getting along amicably, allowing the tension that had knotted in his throat to finally ease. Jiang Xu replied honestly, "It is relatively stable." Hearing this, Jiang Hongru slightly adjusted his cane, revealing a look of satisfaction on his face. He was already aware from Jiang Yangping that Jiang Xu had been regularly visiting a psychologist, and since her return today, she had maintained a composed demeanor without causing any disturbances. Jiang Hongru felt that Jiang Xu's recent behavior was commendable, finally resembling a true miss of the Jiang family. The dinner was tranquil, and afterward, Jiang Xu retreated to the backyard to digest her meal. The backyard of the Jiang residence was spacious, featuring an open-roof pavilion, perfect for stargazing. Just as she settled onto the wooden bench extending from the pavilion's edge, a tall figure followed her outside. It was Xiao Bo, brother Xiao Bo. Jiang Xu called out, tilting her head slightly. He approached with steady steps, naturally taking a seat beside her. Xiao Bo's voice was calm and clear against the stillness of the winter night. Jiang, do you feel somewhat estranged from me since we haven't seen each other in so long? Jiang Xu turned her gaze in confusion. You used to call me little Bo brother, but now you address me by my full name. She was taken aback that Xiao Bo had noticed and cared about such details. Jiang Xu herself had not realized that she had unconsciously changed how she referred to him. However, after so many years apart, it was only natural for there to be some distance, regardless of who it was. Jiang Xu gently traced her fingertip, perhaps so. As Jiang Xu's words lingered in the air, she distinctly sensed an eerie stillness enveloping her surroundings. The atmosphere constricted, rendering even the dull breaths of those nearby audible. This uncanny ambience left Jiang Xu momentarily speechless, opting for silence instead. After a considerable pause, she heard Xiao Bo's low voice, Jiang. I've decided to remain in the country from now on. This revelation left Jiang Xu genuinely perplexed. Why? Xiao Bo had been residing in Russia since the age of 10, where not only his mother and family lived, but also his cherished career. At merely 23, he stood at the pinnacle of his profession as a racing driver. Yet, he intended to hit the pause button, or perhaps even the stop button. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Jiang Xu inquired once more, why such a sudden decision? Xiao Bo's gaze met hers, his slightly azure eyes seemingly reflecting her image with clarity. I have always contemplated retirement. It is just that this recent return to my homeland has solidified that notion. His look was profound and earnest. Beneath a gentle facade flowed unspoken thoughts. Jiang Xu parted her lips, instinctively refraining from questioning further. However, Xiao Bo countered her silence with, "Aren't you curious as to why?" Jiang Xu heard her own soft inquiry. Why? He gazed at her for an extended moment, his eyes deep and warm, exuding an inexplicable seriousness and focus. Because Jiang Xu's heart suddenly tightened, her fingers nervously intertwining. Although she was not particularly perceptive, even somewhat slow in certain respects at that moment, she seemed to grasp something profound. Chapter 20. The past and the future. The fountain shimmered under the night sky, sparkling droplets dancing in the air, producing a melodious sound. The pure white moonlight cast its glow on Jiang Xu's slightly anxious face, rendering her complexion even more pallid. Suddenly, Xiaobo chinkled softly. He spoke slowly. My grandfather has grown old. He wishes for me to inherit the family business sooner. Thus he has entrusted me with managing the domestic enterprises. Therefore, after the conclusion of E3, I will return to Russia to officially announce my retirement, and, following the completion of my responsibilities, return home. Xiaobo's grandfather had only one biological daughter, and now Xiaobo was the sole grandson. In all likelihood, the vast family estate would eventually be entrusted to him. Jiang Xu instinctively exhaled in relief at Xiaobo's explanation. So that was the reason. She had almost feared that he was staying in the country for her sake. But thankfully, it was merely her overthinking. Though she was unaware of the reasons behind his abrupt withdrawal from the bidding in Southeast Asia in his previous life. Jiang Xu always regarded Xiaobo as a kind older brother, nothing more. She relaxed and inquired, "So, you won't be racing anymore?" He had started racing at the age of 18, displaying remarkable talent, accumulating countless accolades over 5 years. His departure from a sport seemed rather unfortunate. Yet Xiaobo replied, "For me, there is nothing regrettable, for I desire something beyond racing." Jiang Xu's mind raced. Inherit the family business? In her previous life, Xiaobo had also abruptly retired at this time, but he did not return home as he claimed. Shortly after his return to Russia, his grandfather passed away unexpectedly, leaving no one behind. His maternal lineage belonged to the influential Evelyn family, with an overwhelming number of distant relatives and several adopted sons and daughters. The rightful heirs were many. The Evelyn family's assets spanned the globe, their wealth immense. No one was uninterested in inheriting such a fortune. Although Xiaobo had been intended as the heir in his grandfather's lifetime, the absence of a will rendered his ascension to power within the family exceedingly challenging. Thus, in his previous life, he did not return home, but was instead ensnared in family disputes, only managing to return when the Jiang family faced their crisis. The next time Jiang Xu encountered him was at an underground auction in Southeast Asia. Amused by her words, Xiaobo ruffled her hair and laughed. "Just consider it that way." Jiang Xu lowered her head, falling silent. He spoke again, Jiang, please refrain from calling me Brother Xiaobo in the future." Jiang Xu was slightly confused by his request. "What should I call you then? Just call me by my name, or simply brother will suffice." He added, "Continuously referring to me as Brother Qiao Bo feels rather unfamiliar. Jiang Xu found his reasoning valid. Had it not been for Qiao Bo, after the Jiang family's troubles in her previous life, she would have been utterly incapable of handling the aftermath given her state. Though Qiao Bo was not her biological brother, he treated her with more kindness than anyone else. Thus, Jiang Xu acquiesced, brother. After a brief pause, he gently spoke, "It's chilly this evening. You should return home early, Jiang. All right." As the new year approached, several prominent families in the capital organized a grand banquet, inviting all the top 10 families in the city. In previous years, Jiang Xu had never participated in such festivities. But considering the impending bankruptcy of the Jiang family in a few years, she thought it might be beneficial to familiarize herself with the circumstances of other families. Jiang Yanping was delighted that she was finally willing to open her social circle and promptly arrange for a renowned designer and stylist in the industry to create a gown for her. On the day of the banquet, Jiang Xu attended alongside Jiang Yanping. She wore a champagne-colored evening gown with an off-the-shoulder design that accentuated her collarbones and highlighted her slender neck. The gown was crafted from a smooth fabric adorned with subtle sparkles, enhancing the translucence of her exposed skin. The waist was cinched with delicate pleats, making it appear as if it could be grasped with a mere hand. Jiang Yanping had also made an effort for the evening, styling his hair back and donning a finely tailored gray suit that exuded a unique charm characteristic of mature men. Jiang Xu linked her arm through his as they entered the banquet hall together. The attendees were all prominent figures in the capital, and the appearance of the Jiang father-daughter duo did not attract excessive attention. "Darling, you can find a place to eat and enjoy yourself later. There's no need to follow your father around socializing," Jiang Yanping said, knowing that Jiang Xu was not fond of mingling. Her mere presence at the event was a significant step forward, and he did not wish to pressure her into integrating into the upper echelons of society. "No need." Jiang Xu shook her head. "I would like to accompany my father and meet some people first." Reflecting on her past life, she realized that she had preferred to remain within the confines of comfort and safety. Among her peers in the capital, she was almost entirely unfamiliar, having only heard their names. When the Jiang family fell from grace, not a single person came to their aid. Instead, they were met with scorn. Hearing Jiang Xu's words, Jiang Yanping felt a sense of relief. "Very well, then you shall stay with your father." Jiang Xu surveyed the room. Aside from the Pei family and the enigmatic Lu family, which did not participate in rankings, nearly all the other 9 prominent families had sent representatives. From 2nd to 10th place, Shun, Su Min, Yun Lin, Sheng, Jiang, Qi, and Song. None were absent. Jiang Yanping introduced many individuals to Jiang Xu. Some were of an older generation, while most were of her own age. "Jiang Xu, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in such a setting," spoke Qi Ruixin, a young lady from the Qi family, whose charming appearance was complemented by a chic white Chanel-inspired dress as she accompanied her father. Qi Ruixin had seen Jiang Xu once before at the Jiang residence. Her striking beauty was unforgettable. However, she recalled Jiang Xu's previous aura of gloom, as if the world owed her a debt. Now, that dark cloud seemed to have lifted. "I wonder what she has experienced," she mused. "Hello, Miss Qi." They're all part of the same circle. Jiang Xu has some recollection of Qi Ruixin. Qi Ruixin, being quite familiar and amiable, feels an intriguing essence about Jiang Xu that she wishes to explore. Thus, she approaches enthusiastically, grasping Jiang Xu's hand and cheerfully exclaiming, "Do not call me Miss Qi. It feels too formal. Just call me Ruixin." She shakes Jiang Xu's arm, her eyes glimmering with eagerness. "Jiang Xu, may I delve into your past and future through divination?" Jiang Xu finds herself somewhat bewildered, pondering if this topic is somewhat outlandish. Observing his daughter's antics, Qi Quan, feeling quite helpless, promptly pulls her back. "Dad, why are you pulling me? I want to be with Jiang Xu." Qi Ruixin exclaims in exasperation as she loses her grip on Jiang Xu. Qi Quan ignores her protest, offering an apologetic glance towards Jiang Yanping and Jiang Xu. "I apologize. My daughter has a penchant for metaphysics. She enjoys engaging in, what is it called? Yes, tarot cards. Whenever she encounters someone she feels a connection with, she wants to read their fortune. Please, do not take her too seriously." Jiang Yanping, wearing a smile, replies, Not at all. Ruixin is so full of vitality. It's quite normal for children to indulge in such playful pursuits. Jiang Xu also finds Qi Ruixin rather entertaining. Fearing that Qi Ruixin might genuinely attempt to read her fortune on the spot, Qi Quan engages in a few pleasantries before leading her away. Having met most of the prominent families in the capital, Jiang Yangping, concerned that Jiang Xu may feel fatigued, suggests she take a moment to rest. Such gatherings are not solely for introductions and socializing. Jiang Xu understands that Jiang Yangping likely has business matters to discuss with other families and thus decides not to follow him any longer. She strolls to a nearby dessert station, selecting a few visually appealing pastries, and then find a chair to sit. Just as she takes a couple of bites of her dessert, an unexpected guest arrives. The newcomer, clad in an equally alluring gown reminiscent of her first encounter with Jiang Xu, features a plunging V-neckline and a daringly high slit, revealing an abundance of captivating allure. It is Lina. Chapter 21. He is not a toy. Lina gracefully approached Jiang Xu, holding a glass of red wine. As she walked, the silk hem of her dress swayed, revealing glimpses of her legs. Miss Jiang, it has been a long time, Lina greeted, taking the initiative. Upon seeing her, Jiang Xu slightly furrowed her brow. Hello. It was unexpected for a legitimate daughter of the Yun family to allow a love child to attend such an occasion. Evidently, Lina held some status within the Yun family, which explained her position as the head of a promising investment company under their auspices. Lina casually adjusted her hair, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xu. I realize we haven't formally introduced ourselves. I am, in fact, associated with the Yun family. Her tone carried a hint of arrogance. The Yun family ranked 5th in the capital, and as a member of that family, she certainly had reasons to be proud. However, Jiang Xu replied coolly, but it seems, Miss Lina, that you do not bear the Yun surname. Lina's expression stiffened. The second Mrs. Yun did not acknowledge her identity, nor would she assist in changing her surname. Even the name Lina was one she had chosen for herself upon returning to the Yun family. Maintaining a strained smile, Lina responded, It is merely a surname. As long as I remain in the Yun family, they will protect me. Her words were laden with implication, clearly indicating her awareness that Jiang Xu had discovered her actions concerning Lu Zhi. Even if Lu Zhi belonged to Jiang Xu, she felt no fear. In fact, she was even more intrigued to toy with Lu Zhi. He permitted Jiang Xu to play, yet steadfastly resisted her advances, even resorting to self-harm to avoid her touch. She yearned to witness the expression on that aloof and proud man's face when she finally subdued him. So, what exactly is Miss Lina here to convey? Jiang Xu probed directly. Are you merely attempting to flaunt your status as a Yun family member? Or do you wish to imply that no matter your actions, the Yun family will always support you? Lina's visit was undoubtedly motivated by Lu Zhi, by asserting her identity. She aimed to intimidate Jiang Xu into relinquishing Lu Zhi to her. While the Yin family might outrank the Jiang family, Lina was still merely a love child, lacking the power of the main branch, whereas Jiang Xu was the only daughter of Jiang Yangping. The Jiang family had no extended relations and was straightforward in structure. By comparison, Jiang Xu held an upper hand. It was unclear from where Lina derived her audacity to confront her directly. Jiang Xu, although not fond of frequenting high society, was not to be underestimated. Miss Jiang, do not be hasty. I have come simply to inform you. She leaned slightly closer and whispered, I had an affair with Lu Zhi. I presume you're already aware that I was the woman on the phone that day. You know Lu Zhi's temperament. Consider this. If there were nothing between us, how could I possess his phone? Jiang Xu remained cold and unperturbed. And? Lina was taken aback by Jiang Xu's calm demeanor. She had heard rumors of Jiang Xu suffering from bipolar disorder, suggesting she could easily be swayed emotionally, possibly even erupting on the spot. Yet, after their two encounters, Jiang Xu's behavior appeared to contradict the information she had received. Is it possible that Jiang Xu is entirely indifferent to Lu Zhi? Perhaps she truly does not mind his closeness with other women. On the surface, Jiang Xu and Lu Zhi appear to be in a romantic relationship, yet privately, Jiang Xu seems to be just like the others, merely seeking to play with him. With this thought in mind, Lina felt a surge of confidence. Miss Jiang, I merely wish to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement. You are aware that in our circle, there are few formalities. Objects of desire can be freely exchanged. If you relinquish Lu Zhi to me, I can offer you a plaything that is far more obedient and entertaining. Lena's words were strikingly candid. However, she had miscalculated one crucial aspect. Jiang Xu replied, I do not belong to your circle, nor is my relationship with Lu Zhi what you presume it to be. He is not an object. He possesses his own thoughts, and I will not, nor can I, casually trade him with you. Upon hearing Jiang Xu's earnest words, Lena could not help but chuckle. Miss Jiang, there is no need for us to be secretive. Whatever you have done with Lu Zhi can easily be uncovered with just a few connections. Do you not find it amusing that you claim not to treat him as a mere object? It seems unnecessary for you to concern yourself with this matter. Jiang Xu had completely lost her patience. Her gaze towards Lena turned icy. If you have come solely to discuss this, you may leave now. Lena's words, regardless of their veracity, held no weight. Even if Lu Zhi had some connection with her, she clearly had no right to dictate his associations. Moreover, she fundamentally did not trust Lena. Lu Zhi had previously assured her that he and Lena shared no relationship, and she naturally believed him. He had never lied to her. When he chose not to disclose something, he simply remained silent. Lena was merely someone she had encountered a couple of times, with a rather poor reputation. It was unreasonable for her to distrust Lu Zhi in favor of believing Lena. Having failed to achieve her objective, Lena did not take her leave. So, Miss Jiang, you do not intend to engage in a transaction with me? Did you not claim that you and Lu Zhi have been intimate? What then? Is the purpose of your obstinacy in refusing to negotiate with me? Do you not find your current behavior rather ludicrous? Jiang Xu's tone had grown increasingly curt. Lena's smile faded completely, her expression teetering between amusement and incredulity. It appeared that Miss Jiang truly intended to forego any exchange. Seemingly struck by a thought, she continued, though the transaction may not materialize, our camaraderie remains. How about I present you with a gift, Miss Jiang? Jiang Xu raised her gaze to meet Lena's, her eyes brimming with caution. She did not believe that the gift Lena spoke of would be anything beneficial. Indeed, Lena maintained a playful smile as she said, I have a habit of recording videos. The events of that day were captured in their entirety. Perhaps I could gift it to you for your enjoyment? Her voice fluctuated, laced with an innate, affected charm. Lu Zhi's physique is undeniably exquisite, and the muffled groans of his restraint at the peak were quite exhilarating. Miss Jiang, you certainly had a delightful experience. A look of indulgence graced her face, sending a shiver down Jiang Xu's spine. You do not believe me? Noticing Jiang Xu's slight frown and lack of overwhelming reaction, Lena was taken aback. Jiang Xu raised her brows and retorted, Why should I trust you? Well, I hope you remain so composed after watching this video. Lena promptly took out her phone and, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, began to play a video. The sound was muted, yet the high-definition footage was exceptionally clear. A man was seen being restrained by two burly bodyguards clad in black suits. His pale face was unnaturally flushed, and his clothing was disheveled. His dark eyes fixated intensely on the person behind the camera until a delicate, almost ethereal hand appeared on the screen. It was a woman's hand, Lena's hand, reaching to unfasten Lu Zhi's clothing. Clearly drugged and overpowered by the two men, Lu Zhi was utterly incapable of resisting her advances. Jiang Xu then witnessed Lena skillfully strip the man of his attire, pinning him to the bed. Known for her playful nature, Lena seemed utterly unfazed by the presence of others in the room. In fact, she required the assistance of the bodyguards to subdue the man who attempted to escape. She handed the camera to the bodyguard by the bedside and leaned closer to the man on the bed. At that moment, the camera angle shifted to the rear of the two bodies, obscuring the man's face, and the ensuing images became quite disturbing. Yet it was evident that he fought against his circumstances, though ultimately to no avail, as Lena had her way with him. The video was far from over. A lengthy progress bar remained, but Lena had already tucked her phone away. A triumphant expression adorned her face. Miss Jiang, she said languidly, the subsequent footage contains rather provocative content. I accidentally caused him an injury, which led to his hospitalization, so I suggest you refrain from watching it. Lena's tone was slow and deliberate, her gaze scrutinizing Jiang Xu's reaction. But I must say, Lu Zhi is quite delectable. Chapter 22. Your words reek a resounding slap echoed through the grand banquet hall, abruptly capturing the attention of numerous guests. Lina cupped her face. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Jiang Xu, utterly taken aback by her sudden aggression. Jiang Xu's expression was colder than ever. Did she truly think that any man could be mistaken for Lu Zhi? In the video, the moment Lina began to undress that man, his face remained obscured, only the close-up of his body visible. Subsequently, on the bed, the scene was a blurred distance, revealing only two intertwined figures. Although Jiang Xu could not claim to be intimately familiar with Lu Zhi's physique, the faint scars he bore were remnants of their past encounters, some of which she could still recall. In contrast, the man in the video appeared pristine, evidently untouched by such experiences. Thus, Lina was lying. That man was certainly not Lu Zhi, but perhaps evidence of her past entanglements with another handsome man. For a fleeting moment, a sinister expression crossed Lina's exquisite features as she glared at Jiang Xu. You may not believe that was Lu Zhi, but why did you strike me? Jiang Xu had exerted considerable force just before. Her newly crafted sharp, elongated nails had left a mark on Lina's face, causing it to swell rapidly. Lina winced repeatedly, feeling a fiery sensation on her cheek, as if flames were consuming her, fearing that without timely treatment, her beauty might be marred. Your words are utterly foul. I felt compelled to strike you. What of it? Jiang Xu vito defianti. You. Lina was at a loss for words, infuriated by Jiang Xu's audacity. She had merely aimed to sow discord between Jiang Xu and Lu Zhi. Yet she found herself not only failing to provoke Jiang Xu, but also bearing the brunt of a slap. Miss Lina, I advise you to refrain from provoking me frivolously. I am not as easily subdued as you may presume. The slap you received serves as a warning for your previous actions against Lu Zhi. Should you dare to harm him again, I will not show you any mercy, Jiang Xu declared, intent on disengaging from the confrontation. However, Lina retorted furiously, what do you think you can do to me? For years, I have navigated the treacherous waters of the Yun family, striving tirelessly for my place, ensuring that I am not easily bullied despite being a love child. To be publicly slapped by you is an affront I cannot tolerate. Jiang Xu, do not overestimate yourself. Are you even aware of the illness that plagues you? Perhaps Jiang Zong cares for you, but do you truly believe that old Master Jiang would entrust the Jiang enterprise, which he painstakingly built, to you? You are not superior to me. She leaned closer, whispering her venomous words into Jiang Xu's ear. I suggest you tend to your unpredictable manic-depressive disorder before you inflict harm upon others. What nonsense are you spouting? A voice of fury suddenly rang out behind the two. Jiang Xu turned to glance back, only to see Jiang Yangping rushing towards the two with an expression of fury. He pushed Lina aside, shielding Jiang Xu behind him, his demeanor towards Lina decidedly hostile. Lina's complexion changed slightly. She had not anticipated that her whispered words would be overheard by the arriving Jiang Yangping. She had heard whispers of how much he cherished his daughter, and with his intervention, this matter would likely not end well. Having navigated the complexities of the Yun family for many years, Lina was adept at bending and yielding. She quickly forced a smile, apologizing, Mr. Jiang, I merely spoke out of turn in a moment of panic. Is uttering careless words enough to insult my darling? Upon hearing Jiang Yangping refer to Jiang Xu as his darling, Lina's lips twitched slightly. Jiang Xu seemed the very antithesis of the term. Yet, she maintained her composure. Mr. Jiang, while my words were indeed a bit harsh, they hardly qualify as insulting. Nevertheless, I still wish to apologize to you and Jiang Xu. Jiang Yangping showed no signs of leniency. Do you think an apology can erase the hurt my darling has endured? Lina's smile faltered. Then how would you like to proceed? I demand the Yun family provide an explanation. Why should my darling be bullied? Jiang Yangping's voice boomed, drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the banquet hall. Most were merely spectators, eager for the spectacle. After all, the 10 prominent families of the capital were intricately intertwined, with most having existed for generations, their interests deeply connected. Only the Jiang family had benefited from the changing times, ousting one of the original 10 families to ascend into their ranks. This was akin to a nouveau riche suddenly emerging amidst the established elite, and naturally, there was skepticism and disdain towards the Jiang family, let alone any inclination to assist them. They were far more interested in witnessing how the Jiang family would fare against the Yun family. Lina's expression grew grim. Mr. Jiang, this is merely a squabble among the younger generation. Isn't invoking the Yun family a bit excessive? She was acutely aware that the Yun family would protect her, but only as long as she refrained from attracting significant trouble. Jiang Yangping was not the sort of man she could easily dismiss as she had with those lacking influence. Regarding my darling, this is no trivial matter, Jiang Yangping insisted relentlessly. Jiang Xu glanced at the middle-aged man, who stood resolutely in front of her, a flicker of light gleaming in her eyes. The day of Jiang Yangping's car accident had been her birthday. At that time, she had been gravely ill, confined within the Jiang household, venting her frustrations by hurling objects in her room, while Jiang Yangping remained outside her door, constantly uttering words of concern until she finally quieted down and allowed someone in to tidy up. That day, when he had gone out to purchase a cake, he called Jiang Xu, urging her to cooperate with her psychologist and assuring her that he had bought the most beautiful cake in the world, one she would surely adore. Yet, she never received the world's most beautiful cake. Instead, she was met with the devastating news of his fatal accident. At the time, the loss did not resonate deeply, but it was only through experiencing such a void that she came to realize how precious those memories truly were. Jiang Xu lowered her gaze. In this lifetime, Jiang Yangping would undoubtedly live a long and prosperous life. She tugged at Jiang Yangping's sleeve, her nose tinged with a sense of sorrow, and could not help but call out to him, "Father." Mistaking Jiang Xu's distress for a personal grievance, Jiang Yangping's heart ached even more. "Father is here. Do not be afraid, my dear." His expression turned stern as he faced Lina. "Fetch Yun Jintian. I demand an explanation for this matter." Yun Jintian was the head of the Yun family. If he were to summon the family head because of her, Lina feared that her future in the Yun household would be fraught with difficulties. She hastily urged, "Mr. Jiang, I have already apologized to you, and I do not hold a grudge for Jiang Xu's earlier slap. Shall we consider this matter resolved?" Only then did Jiang Yangping notice the imprint of a hand on Lina's face, yet he remained unwavering. "No, it cannot simply end like that." Lina was nearly exasperated by Jiang Yangping's obstinacy. Had she known, she would not have hastily uttered those words to Jiang Xu, leading to entanglement with such a formidable adversary. She wished to say more, but at that moment, Pia, an abrupt and resounding slap echoed through the air, catching everyone off guard. Chapter 23. Encounter with a thief. Under the scrutiny of the entire assembly, Madame Yun composedly withdrew her hand. She did not cast even a glance at the astonished Lina. Instead, addressing Jiang Yang with a serene demeanor, "Mr. Jiang." Madame Yun's unexpected intervention caught Jiang Yang off guard, his eyebrows arching slightly. "You see, she has already faced consequences. For the sake of our friendship, shall we let this matter pass?" Yet Jiang Yang maintained his protective stance over Jiang Xu, remaining noncommittal. Madame Yun then turned her gaze toward Jiang Xu. "Miss Jiang, I am aware that you have been wronged in this matter. The Yun family is willing to accommodate any compensation you may seek." This maneuver not only placated Jiang Yang, but also appeased Jiang Xu, her sincerity impeccable, leaving no room for doubt. It was well known that Madame Yun excelled in the art of subtle negotiation, and this instance was no exception. In truth, Jiang Xu had not suffered significantly. A few words from Lina would not diminish her worth, and she had not taken it to heart. Conversely, Lina had been slapped by Jiang Xu and now faced another blow from Madame Yun, each strike landing on opposing cheeks, leaving two symmetrical, reddened imprints. At that moment, Lina stood aside with her head bowed, her eyes betraying a seething resentment towards Madame Yun, yet feeling powerless to act against her. With Madame Yun's words, Jiang Yang felt compelled to relent, asking Jiang Xu for her thoughts. "My dear, would you prefer to let this go? Rest assured, as long as you are unwilling, your father will not yield to anyone." Upon hearing Jiang Yang, Madame Yun's expression remained impassive, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Xu. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xu nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us consider this matter resolved." Madame Yun had extended sufficient courtesy. To persist would only exacerbate the rift between the Jiang and Yun families, which would serve neither party well. Although the Jiang family was not significantly inferior to the Yun family, engaging in conflict would only result in mutual detriment, a foolish endeavor indeed. It was wiser to cease hostilities at this juncture. Before Madame Yun could exhale in relief, Jiang Xu continued, I do not seek compensation, but I hope the Yun family will address the misdeeds committed by Miss Lina over the years and provide accountability to those she has harmed. Jiang Xu's request was veiled, yet none present were of simple standing. They could not be unaware of Lina's sordid activities. Many harbored disdain for her actions. Madame Yun inquired, Miss Jiang, how would you like the Yun family to handle this? Jiang Xu responded succinctly, report her to the authorities, ensuring she faces the appropriate consequences. Had this been before, reporting Lina might have been futile. However, Jiang Xu's current assertion signified that the Yun family could no longer shield her with familial ties. Initially, Jiang Xu had no intention of seeking retribution against Lina, but given Lina's provocations, including the deliberate attempt to mislead her with a video insinuating that a certain man was Lu Zhi, she saw an opportunity to seek justice for those wronged by Lina. Additionally, she intended to settle the score for Lu Zhi's injuries as well. Lina's complexion changed dramatically. Jiang Xu, how dare you? However, before she could utter another word, Madame Yun interrupted her sharply, silence. Are you not embarrassed enough? While you might disregard your own dignity, the Yun family still values theirs. Madame Yun was known for her domineering nature within the household, commanding even the respect of the second son of the Yun family. Lina dared not openly oppose her. She suppressed her words, yet her resentment towards Madame Yun grew ever stronger. This old woman had always harbored disdain for her and would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine her, aligning herself with Jiang Xu. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Yun addressed Jiang Xu. Miss Jiang, to call the police directly would be rather unkind. How about this? We shall relieve Lina of all her duties within the Yun family. Henceforth, she shall no longer be able to exploit the resources of the Yun family for her own purposes. Should she create any further disturbances, the Yun family will not intervene. With this course of action, Madame Yun effectively cast Lina aside like a discarded pawn. At this point, Lina could no longer remain composed. She was aware of Madame Yun's long-standing aversion toward her, but she had assumed that her father and the reputation of the Yun family would prevent her from being truly cast out. Yet, she had not anticipated that Madame Yun would take this opportunity to completely eliminate her as a threat. This old woman, unable to bear children herself, was now obstructing her claim to her father's inheritance. Seemingly anticipating Lina's discontent with this resolution, Madame Yun hastily instructed several bodyguards to silence her before she could cause a scene, ensuring she was swiftly escorted away. This decisive action not only silenced Lina, but also precluded any opportunity for Jiang Xu and Jiang Yangping to voice their opinions. However, they found it difficult to articulate any missteps on her part. Fortunately, the punishment Lina faced was significant, rendering her incapable of causing further harm. And Jiang Xu accepted this outcome. In the end, Madame Yun also provided Jiang Xu with some additional minor compensations, bringing this farce to a close. The banquet continued unabated, unaffected by the earlier commotion. However, Jiang Xu found herself devoid of enthusiasm. With Jiang Yangping occupied with other matters, she decided to take her leave. Jiang Yangping accompanied her to the entrance, watching as she got into her car. Be careful on your way home, dear. Stay safe. Yes, I will. After departing from the venue, Jiang Xu did not head directly to the Jiang residence, but instead made a stop at her own villa. Moments earlier, the property management of the villa community had called to inform her that her villa had been burglarized and urged her to return immediately to assess any potential losses. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, she was met with the anxious faces of the property management team and several uniformed police officers. Miss Jiang, you have finally returned. One of the property managers exclaimed, visibly sweating from anxiety. There has been a burglary in the villa community. Please check if anything is missing, especially valuable items. The residents of this upscale community were affluent, and the possessions within their homes were worth a fortune, items whose value could take a lifetime to earn. The property management team wore expressions of distress, fearing for their jobs after such an incident occurred under their watch. Furrowing her brow slightly, Jiang Xu stepped into the villa. The villa lay in disarray, strewn with various items in a chaotic manner, nearly destroyed, with numerous precious glass artifacts shattered upon the floor. This harrowing scene suggested not merely a burglary, but rather an incursion of violence. A few police officers confirmed the identity of the owner, Ms. Jiang Xu, and briefly elucidated the findings of their investigation thus far. Ms. Jiang, we have ascertained that several men disguised themselves as maintenance workers to infiltrate the villa community, subsequently locating your residence and forcibly unlocking the door. Given the seriousness of the incident, the property management exhibited a commendable eagerness to assist, having alerted the authorities and reviewed the community's surveillance footage prior to Ms. Jiang's return. Although there were no cameras within the villa, the circumstances implied that the intruders commenced their rampage immediately upon entry. By the time the property staff responded to the commotion, the culprits had already made their hasty escape. The police presented the surveillance video to Ms. Jiang, revealing several men clad in black caps, their faces obscured by the night's darkness. Ms. Jiang, have you recently offended anyone, or can you think of individuals who might be responsible for this? The police did not dismiss the possibility of the assailants being acquaintances, given their precise navigation to Ms. Jiang's villa upon entering the community. The only person Jiang could recall having crossed paths with was Lena, but she quickly dismissed this notion. While Lena might dare to provoke her, she would never audaciously orchestrate such a blatant disruption. Chapter 24. Solitary Man and Woman Moreover. Lena had just been dealt with by Madame Yun Er for opposing Jiang Xu, and she would certainly not cause a disturbance at this moment. Thus, Jiang Xu shook her head and replied in the negative. Very well. After the police took photographs for evidence, they addressed Jiang Xu, saying, Miss Jiang, you may wish to verify if anything is missing so we can record it. All right. Jiang Xu entered to inspect and discovered that nothing was missing from the villa. All valuable items remained either intact or shattered on the floor. This indicated that those individuals were not motivated by theft. They evidently had ulterior motives, likely targeting Jiang Xu specifically. Upon hearing this outcome, the police's demeanor grew grave. If it was not mere burglary or robbery, but rather a deliberate attack on a specific individual, the nature of the situation had undeniably escalated. Miss Jiang, although we have ascertained that no one is inside, he cautioned, you should remain vigilant. Ensure your doors and windows are securely locked before sleeping, and consider relocating. It is advisable to avoid living alone and to report any suspicious situations to the authorities promptly. Given that Jiang Xu happened not to be home this time, they had failed to execute their plan. However, there was no guarantee they would not attempt again, nor could one predict their future tactics. If you recall any suspicious individuals, please inform us. Understood. Jiang Xu deeply solemnly. After the police departed, the disarray of her home compelled Jiang Xu to call for a cleaning service. It was the same middle-aged woman who frequently came before, whom Jiang Xu affectionately referred to as Aunt Wang. Upon entering, Aunt Wang was taken aback by the state of the house, but she refrained from asking too many questions, assuming Jiang Xu had merely caused more damage than usual. Aunt Wang worked efficiently, and within about an hour, the villa was restored to its tidy, clean state. As she emerged with 2 large bags of trash, she inquired, Miss Jiang, the innermost room is locked. Do you require me to clean it as well? Jiang Xu glanced towards the innermost room, the red room. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, No need, let's leave it as it is. Very well, Miss Jiang. I shall take my leave after I finish. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Aunt Wang. Jiang Xu expressed her gratitude and settled the payment on the spot. Aunt Wang accepted the money, waving her hands cheerfully. It's nothing, nothing at all. Jiang Xu was typically generous with her payments, especially since she had called her over on short notice, offering 3 times the usual rate, which made Aunt Wang quite willing to assist. After this flurry of activity, the time had crept close to midnight, and the city outside had dimmed. Once she ensured that all doors and windows were securely locked, she retreated to her room to wash up. The sound of running water filled the bathroom, and steam enveloped the frosted glass, obscuring the graceful silhouette within. After approximately an hour, Jiang Xu emerged from the bathroom. The heating had been turned on in the room, and she walked barefoot on the floor. The winter night was tranquil, with drifting snowflakes muffling the sounds of the city, while a cold breeze slipped through the slightly ajar window, carrying a few snowflakes that gently settled on the floor. The window was open. Jiang Xu was clad in a delicate cotton nightgown, its fabric somewhat sheer. Instinctively shivering, she moved to secure the windows tightly. Afterward, she donned a plush coat and seated herself at the vanity to dry her hair. She pressed a switch, and the hairdryer emitted a buzzing sound as warm air flowed forth. As she gradually dried her hair, just as she was about to turn off the dryer, her movements abruptly halted. She suddenly recalled that prior to her shower, she had checked the doors and windows. At that time, they had been securely shut. A chill raced down her spine, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the hairdryer. Just then, she felt a sudden coldness at her neck, a sharp, hard object pressing against her skin from behind. Through the mirror of the vanity, Jiang Xu caught a clear glimpse of the item resting against her throat. It was a gleaming silver dagger, poised to pierce her slender neck at the slightest misstep. Her pupils dilated, her body stiffened as if ensnared by an enchantment, and her once rosy complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. "Do not move," a deep male voice resonated by her ear. Jiang Xu dared not stir, her gaze fixated on the figure behind her through the mirror. He wore a black cap, towering in stature, his broad frame casting a shadow that enveloped her entirely. Clad in a black jacket, the inky tattoo on his neck extended down to a defined jawline. When she finally discerned his face, shock coursed through her. It was a tattooed man who had previously confronted Lu Zhi on her behalf. The last time, she had not seen the tattoo on his neck, only catching a glimpse of a few ink designs on his hand from a distance that did not allow for clarity. Moreover, Jiang Xu felt he appeared even more imposing than during their last encounter, his voice deeper, evoking a disconcerting resemblance to Lu Zhi. Yet, she swiftly dismissed this bizarre thought from her mind. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Xu's lips trembled slightly as she endeavored to maintain her composure, steeling herself to inquire. "Miss Jiang, it has been a while," he replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "You are as beautiful as I remember." Jiang Xu furrowed her brow, disregarding the frivolity in his tone, and pressed once more, "What exactly do you want?" In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman. "Miss Jiang, what do you think I wish to do?" He extended a large hand, his fingers entwining a few strands of Jiang Xu's hair, caressing them lightly. His voice was flippant, yet lacked the lewdness of their last encounter. The cold blade at her neck was unbearable, and Jiang Xu fought to suppress her discomfort, her throat tightening. "Was tonight's incident orchestrated by you?" "Indeed," he affirmed without hesitation. "Miss Jiang, despite your warnings, you insisted on contacting the police. We had no choice but to take measures. You needed a lesson, lest words spread and jeopardize our reputation in the underworld." Since Jiang Xu had reported to the authorities, they had been relentlessly pursuing the culprits, causing them considerable trouble. Their visit that night was merely to deliver a warning. Unfortunately, she was not at the villa, prompting them to resort to vandalism. Jiang Xu never anticipated that such words could be articulated in such a grandiloquent tone. "So, you never ventured outside and have been hiding in my home all along?" Indeed, it was in that room, filled with an array of little toys. As he uttered the final words, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes, and his tone carried a particularly profound significance. Chapter 25. Distance from Lu Zhi through the mirror. Jiang Xu observed him bowing his head, a seemingly mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded her anxious expression. His voice, smooth and enticing, whispered in her ears, "Miss Jiang, I didn't realize you possess such a playful side. There are quite a few tricks to be explored in what lies within." Jiang Xu's throat felt parched. "If you're in need of money, I can provide it." "Miss Jiang, please do not be alarmed." He chuckled softly, his tone languid. "Hierbo no ilintantions." Her gaze fell upon the short blade he had positioned against her neck. Noticing her stare, the tattooed man feigned innocence, swiftly retracting the knife and raising his hands to signify his lack of malice. "I do not seek money," he declared. "I remain here solely to request your assistance in locating an individual. In return, I shall overlook your previous act of calling the police." With the immediate threat to her neck temporarily alleviated, Jiang Xu instinctively drew back, creating distance. Although he appeared harmless at that moment, her senses remained heightened, always on alert. After all, one could never predict the whims of those who tread the thin line of legality. A slight sting from a scrape on her neck tugged at her focus. Yet Jiang Xu's mind was preoccupied. What do you need? The tattooed man seemed unfazed by her vigilance. I require your help in finding someone. Jiang Xu's eyes narrowed. Who? I can only provide his name. Wei Ming. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Xu momentarily faltered. Wei Ming. Is that truly a name? How peculiar. It is, he affirmed. If you assist me in locating this individual, all prior matter shall be wiped clean, including the debts of your boyfriend. Furthermore, I can assure you that I will not trouble him again. This final condition undeniably piqued Jiang Xu's interest. Finding a single person should pose no great challenge. And given the current circumstances, it was prudent not to defy him lightly. Thus, she acquiesced. Very well, I will assist you. The tattooed man appeared satisfied. Suddenly, he lifted his hand and reached toward her neck. Jiang Xu, fearing a sudden change in his demeanor, instinctively recoiled. However, his movement, though seemingly casual, was executed with remarkable speed, leaving Jiang Xu little time to evade. Yet, the anticipated sensation of choking did not ensue. Instead, he gently pressed his fingertip against her wounded skin, delicately wiping away the crimson droplets that had escaped. Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his sudden, peculiar gesture. The dry touch against her injury elicited a sharp pang. She recoiled from his contact, unsettlingly aware of the oddity of his actions, which starkly contrasted with her earlier impressions of him. Once he had achieved his objective, the tattooed man did not linger. He once again cautioned Jiang Xu against alerting the authorities, or else. His deep gaze swept across the now orderly room. Jiang Xu instantly comprehended his implication. This time, they merely vandalized some items. Yet next time, the circumstances may not be so benign. Jiang Xu assured, rest assured, I shall not report this. Excellent. Before departing, he seemed to recall something and turned back to gaze at Jiang Xu. Miss Jiang, as a token of gratitude for your assistance, I wish to offer you a friendly piece of advice. Jiang Xu merely hoped he would leave swiftly. What is it? Steer clear of Lu Zhi. Jiang Xu heard his calm voice resonate within the room, and do not entangle yourself with the Lu family. Having conveyed his thoughts, he lingered no longer and promptly exited the villa. Jiang Xu could only observe his tall and somewhat solitary silhouette. A few days later, the atmosphere at the Beijing racetrack was fervent, with a bustling crowd jostling for space. The cheers of the audience echoed everywhere. Today's E3 racing event was of high caliber, featuring several international racers. As the drivers made their entrance, the crowd erupted in fervor. Fans collectively chanted the names of their idols, brandishing glow sticks and various support signs, their voices soaring to the heavens. Thanks to Mi Xiaxia, Jiang Xu donned a headband emblazoned with Qiao Bo's name. Their seats, arranged by Qiao Bo, were situated near the front, allowing them to clearly see the approaching drivers. Amongst a cluster of dashing racers, Qiao Bo spotted Jiang Xu immediately, offering her a gentle smile. Jiang Xu waved her support stick in return, encouraging him for the race ahead. Prior to the commencement of the race, all vehicles underwent a tire warming process to ensure that the tires, engine, brakes, and other components reached optimal working temperatures. Jiang Xu observed Qiao Bo donning his helmet and leaning into the red Ferrari. At that moment, she noticed a driver in front of an orange car energetically waving his helmet in their direction, as if greeting them. She turned slightly to see Wen Qingmei beside her. Beaming with delight, she raised her hand above her head, mimicking a heart gesture towards him. Jiang Xu understood. The driver was indeed Wen Qingmei's boyfriend, Pan. With a warm-up lap concluded, all vehicles returned to their starting positions. As the red signal light extinguished, all cars surged forth from the starting line, racing down the track. Seeing Qiao Bo's red car swiftly take the lead, Mi Xiaoxiao erupted into ecstatic screams, as expected of my Qiao god. Wen Qingmei, noticing the orange car closely trailing behind, chimed in with pride, mine is also quite impressive. Oh, mine is simply nauseatingly sweet. Mi Xiaoxiao playfully mimicked her tone, rolling her eyes in jest. Recently, when Qingmei had been unabashedly showcasing her affection in their dorm group chat. And aside from the uniquely situated Jiang Xu, the remaining two single friends had been inundated with relationship envy. When Qingmei's eyes sparkled with joy, oh dear, they are still in the throes of romance. You must understand. Mi Xiaoxiao retorted candidly, I do not understand. Laughter ensued, uncertain how much time had elapsed. A blue flag suddenly illuminated the command tower at the front of the racetrack. The blue flag signals a warning for slower cars to allow faster ones to overtake. As everyone looked on, the crimson Ferrari overtook a white racing car from the outside, racing directly towards the finish line. Remarkably, Xiao Bo completed a lap ahead of the others, finishing a full circuit faster. The outcome of the race was unequivocal. Xiao Bo claimed first place, while Pan secured second, lagging half a lap behind him. As several racers descended from the track, Wen Qingmei eagerly dashed down from the stands. Jiang, let us go. I want to get up close with Lord Xiao. Mi Xiaoxiao excitedly suggested. With Xiao Bo crowned champion, Jiang Xu naturally felt compelled to congratulate him. Tao Jing had no objections either, so the group descended from the stands together. Upon seeing Jiang Xu approach, Xiao Bo moved towards her as well. Only then did he notice the headband adorning her hair bore his name. Quite charming, he thought with a pleasant smile. Aware of his gaze, Jiang Xu felt a twinge of embarrassment and removed the headband. Xiaoxiao made it by hand, so I wore it. Keep it on. Weren't you here to cheer for me? Jiang Xu found herself unable to counter his remark and reluctantly put it back on. Chapter 26. Do you have a boyfriend? Xiao, do you remember me? My name is Mi Xiaoxia, and I am Jiang's roommate. Mi Xiaoxia radiated the excitement of a devoted fan, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xiao Bo, with his gentle demeanor, withdrew his gaze from Jiang Xu and replied politely, Yes, I remember you. The fact that her idol remembered her sent Mi Xiaoxia into a frenzy of excitement. Can I have your autograph? And a photo together? Of course. Mi Xiaoxia nearly swooned with joy. Being Jiang Xu's roommate, she was thrilled as Xiao Bo patiently signed for her and posed for several pictures. Jing. Why don't we take a photo with Xiao? Mi Xiaoxia suggested, her delight evident as she scrolled through the pictures on her phone. Seeing Mi Xiaoxia's exuberance, Jiang Xu and Tao Jing could hardly dampen her spirits and nodded in agreement. Only then did Mi Xiaoxia belatedly seek Xiao Bo's consent, her eyes filled with hope. Is that all right, Xiao? Xiao Bo smiled, of course. He enlisted one of his team members to take the photo. The three girls stood in front, with Jiang Xu on the left and Xiao Bo positioned slightly behind her. As a shutter clicked, Xiao Bo's eyelids drooped, his gaze landing on the space slightly to the left, directly where Jiang Xu stood. The team member reminded him, Xiao, you close your eyes. Then let's take another one. Xiao Bo replied. This time, his gaze remained steady, focused ahead. You took a photo together, and didn't he call me? Just after the picture was taken, they spotted Wen Qingmei approaching from a distance, accompanied by a tall, striking man with sharp features, Pan. The two were intimately holding hands. Mixexia feigned indignation. Didn't you abandon us to run to your boyfriend? We, 3221, are temporarily expelling you from our ranks. Wen Qingmei immediately frowned, pouting at Jiang Xu. But Jiang can't be considered single either. Why am I the only target? Although Jiang Xu had previously mentioned in the dorm that her feelings for Lu Zhi were one-sided, the others believed Lu, too, must have some affection for her. Since they hadn't heard of any development since then, how could Jiang Xu be deemed single if it was a mutual affection? But Jiang doesn't flaunt her relationship like you do, torturing us single folks. All right, my mistake. I'll treat you all to dinner with pay and to make amends. That sounds acceptable. Mi Xiaoxia accepted the bribe, her smile toward Wen Qingmei returning to its friendly demeanor. Jiang Xu, you have a boyfriend now? The exclamation caught everyone by surprise, and the one who uttered it was none other than Pan. His reaction appeared to be even more astonished than Xiao Bo's. Before Xiao Bo could even inquire, Pan had already spoken up. Wen Qingmei looked at him in confusion. Why are you so shocked? Wait, do you know Jiang? Wen Qingmei had not introduced her roommate to him. So the only explanation for Pan accurately calling Jiang Xu by name was that he must have known her prior. However, Jiang Xu did not recognize Pan. She had only seen the photos when Qingmei had shared during their previous dorm conversations. Jiang Xu was astonished. You know me? Pan scratched his head, somewhat at a loss for words. I suppose I do. At that moment, Xiaobo suddenly revealed Pan's identity, stating that he was the second son of the Pei family, and they must have met in their childhood. The Pei family that Xiaobo referred to could only be the foremost Pei family in the capital. However, Jiang Xu found this reasoning somewhat tenuous. Having met her as a child, would he truly recognize her as an adult and accurately call her name upon their first encounter? Moreover, she seemed to have no recollection of having met Pei in her youth. Confusion enveloped her mind, leaving her puzzled. When Qingmei stared at Pei and in disbelief. You truly are that young master from the Pei family? Pei himself was taken aback that Xiaobo had so easily unveiled his disguise. Yes, I apologize for not mentioning it earlier. The Pei family had always maintained a low profile. Pei had been sent abroad since he was 10, and he seldom disclosed his identity while away. Thus few knew he was a young master of the Pei family. However, Xiaobo, being from the Evelyn family, possessed connections and influence, making it easy for him to uncover Pei's identity. Good gracious! When Qingmei was so astonished that she could hardly speak. The casual boyfriend she had mentioned turned out to possess such a grand status, and he hadn't even informed her. I'll settle the score with you later. She shot a glare at Payan, who averted his gaze, clearly flustered. After a moment, Payan's attention shifted back to Jiang Xu, and he persistently inquired, Jiang Xu, do you truly have a boyfriend? Jiang Xu felt somewhat bewildered. Why was Payan so fixated on her relationship status? Before she could voice her question, when Qingmei couldn't help but pinch his waist, seething, what business is it of yours to ask Jiang that? He winced at the sudden pain, hastily explaining, baby, please don't misunderstand. I'm asking for someone else. When Qingmei intensified her grip, pressing, for whom? I can't say. Payan grimaced in pain. It really hurts. Baby, I genuinely can't say. Please don't twist. Why can't you say? Jiang Xu does it? Because he won't let me. Payan dodged when Qingmei's hand, feeling aggrieved. I've already let something slip. If he finds out, he'll definitely give me a severe reprimanding. Who is he? I truly cannot say. Please don't ask. No matter how, when Qingmei threatened him, Payan remained resolute, leading her and Jiang Xu to abandon their inquiries for the time being. Meanwhile, Xiaobo, who had been standing quietly to the side, was lost in thought, his expression inscrutable. The award ceremony for the E3 racing competition took place on site, and both Xiaobo and Payan were to receive their awards. Jiang Xu and the others returned to the stands. As the ceremony neared its conclusion, Jiang Xu excused herself to the restroom. Upon returning, Xiaobo noticed her absence and inquired with Mi Xiaxia, whom he felt somewhat familiar with. Where is Jiang? Hearing the idle initiate conversation with her, Mi Xiaxia, despite it being about his sister, beamed widely. Jiang went to the restroom. Oh, thank you. Mi Xiaxia smiled sweetly and repeatedly said, You're welcome. After a while, Xiaobo spoke up, asking if she could send him a copy of the photo they took earlier. He added the first group photo. Naturally, Mi Xiaxia would not refuse the request of her idol. Is this the one? She asked, pulling out her phone and flipping through her album. The screen displayed the image of Xiaobo with his eyes closed. He nodded, his voice smooth. Yes, we can exchange contact information to facilitate the sharing of the photo. In that instant, Mi Xiaxia's eyes widened, her expression frozen in disbelief. Her idol had actually taken the initiative to request her contact details. Oh my goodness. She felt like the happiest fan in the world. All right. Successfully adding him on WeChat. Mi Xiaxia gazed at his profile picture of a white kitten and exclaimed, Xiao Shun, so you like cats? Xiaobo's gaze drifted toward the distance, where Jiang Xu was returning from the backstage restroom, clad in a long, snow-white down jacket. He nodded slightly, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. To celebrate Xiaobo and Payan's award, they planned a dinner together that evening. On the way to the restaurant, when Qingmei secretly assured Jiang Xu, Jiang, don't worry, I will definitely find an opportunity to ask Payan about that person. She was determined to uncover and eliminate any potential threats to her ship. Su Zi Jingfu, Jiang Xu not that like the mama. In truth, she was quite curious as well. In her previous life, she had barely interacted with Payan, which had prevented this matter from surfacing. Yet, everything that had occurred thus far was already quite different from her past life. Chapter 27. Unseemly Affairs. Half an hour later, at the Kyoto Grand Hotel, 6 individuals reserved a private room and ordered an elaborate feast. 4 young women occupied one side, engaging in light-hearted conversation typical among friends, while 2 young men sat across from them. Brother Xiao, congratulations on winning the championship. Payan raised his glass towards Xiao Bo, initiating the toast. Like others in their circle, he addressed Xiao Bo as Brother Xiao. Both had spent years abroad as race car drivers, having competed against each other multiple times. Their formidable family backgrounds allowed them to establish a prior acquaintance, and they had grown somewhat familiar with one another. Xiao Bo reciprocated the gesture with a polite nod, expressing his gratitude. Payan's demeanor mirrored that of Wen Qingmei. Both were open and affable. Brother Xiao, there is no need for formality between us. The crystal glasses clinked, producing a melodious chime. The overhead lights cast a gentle glow upon Xiao Bo's chiseled features, creating a subtle play of shadows. He wore his signature elegant smile, though the warmth did not quite reach his eyes. Lowering his voice, he suddenly inquired in a chilling tone, "You're asking if Jiang has a boyfriend on behalf of the Pei family's young master, aren't you?" It was phrased as a question, but carried an undeniable certainty. Surprised that Xiao Bo had discerned the truth, Payan sighed, realizing that nothing could remain concealed from him. "Brother Xiao, please don't disclose this, especially to Jiang Xu. Consider it a personal favor." His tone dripped with sarcasm as he continued. "Your elder brother isn't making an appearance, yet he sent you to inquire about his fiancée situation?" The last words escaped him with a frigid edge. "No." Payan quickly defended his brother. Fearing that Jiang Xu and her companions might overhear, he leaned closer to Xiao Bo and lowered his voice, mirroring Xiao Bo's earlier tone. "My brother didn't specifically send me to investigate Jiang Xu. I merely stumbled upon her at E3 and heard she has a boyfriend, which compelled me to ask." He was further taken aback to learn that Wen Qingmei was actually Jiang Xu's roommate. He feared that his loose tongue might betray him, and his elder brother would be furious if he did. "Huh." Xiao Bo's eyelids flickered, his belief in Payan's words uncertain. He cryptically remarked, "The union between the Pei and Jiang families is uncertain until the end. No one can predict its outcome." Payan was aware of his elder brother's engagement to Jiang Xu and sensed that his brother harbored feelings for her. However, his brother's current circumstances were rather delicate, preventing him from meeting Jiang Xu. Additionally, with Jiang Xu's bipolar disorder and her somewhat rebellious and spoiled nature, she would likely oppose any familial arrangements. Hence, the elder Mr. Jiang had yet to inform Jiang Xu that she was already betrothed to the Pei family's young master. Not grasping the deeper implications of Xiao Bo's words, Payan plastered a smile on his face. "Brother Xiao, could you refrain from mentioning the union to Jiang Xu? With her having a boyfriend now, she would undoubtedly oppose the arrangement even more." Determined to safeguard his brother's romance, Payan resolved to keep his lips sealed. Furthermore, he could not allow the informed Xiao Bo to divulge the information either. "Brother Xiao, consider this a favor owed to you." Xiao Bo remained silent, not responding. However, he truly had no intention of revealing such sordid matters to Jiang Xu. She had no need to be burdened with such filth. He would never allow Jiang Xu to form a union with the young Master Pei. Yet, he had not anticipated that upon returning to the country, with plans to remain indefinitely, Jiang Xu would already be in a romantic relationship. His mind instinctively drifted back to the man from the last social gathering, the one who inexplicably made him wary regarding Jiang Xu. His gaze darkened slightly. It seemed he had indeed missed much during these years. "What secret whispers are you two exchanging, concealing them from our ears?" Wen Qing's beautiful eyes darted towards Payan. She had noticed the 2 men across from them engaged in quiet conversation, their words inaudible to her and her companion. "Nothing much," Payan replied with a charming smile. "I was congratulating Xiao Gu on winning the E3 championship. We were discussing racing." Wen Qing's expression was one of skepticism. Payan exchanged knowing glances with Xiao Bo, right? Xiao Gu? Xiao Bo nodded calmly. Indeed, he speaks the truth. In their minds, Xiao Bo was the quintessential older brother figure, one who would never tell a lie. If he said so, then Payan must have been truthful as well. Today was primarily a celebration for the two of them, and the group had indulged in a few drinks, feeling pleasantly tipsy, while only the less experienced Jiang Xu had opted for fruit juice. Both Wenqing and Pei possessed an innate ability to uplift the atmosphere, continually generating conversation, ensuring that the six of them experienced no awkwardness throughout the meal. After the gathering, Pei escorted Wenqing home. Mi Xiaxia was not a local of the capital, yet she had relatives in the city and typically stayed with them during holidays, only returning to her hometown when the new year approached. Coincidentally, the direction of her relative's home aligned with Tao Jing's, allowing the two girls to share a taxi. "Shall I call for the driver to pick us up?" Xiaobo, having consumed alcohol, was unable to drive, and Jiang Xu dared not let him. "Sure," he replied. The driver was not quick to arrive, and Jiang Xu felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen, prompting her to visit the restroom. Xiaobo waited outside for her. Upon checking, Jiang Xu discovered that her menstrual cycle had not arrived, nor had she stained her clothing, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. It was merely a discomfort in her stomach. Jiang Xu had a penchant for cold treats, even in winter when she would indulge in ice cream or other frozen delights. Perhaps she had overindulged in the chilled fruit juice earlier, leading to her current discomfort. Exiting the restroom, she walked through a narrow corridor. Her head lowered as she dried her hands with a tissue, inadvertently colliding with a solid figure. It was as if she had crashed into a wall of flesh. The impact nearly caused her to lose her balance, but a strong arm wrapped around her waist, steadying her just in time. Reflexively, she looked up, and in the next moment, her pupils constricted slightly. The corridor was dimly lit, illuminated only by a single overhead light casting a slanting glow upon the man, shrouding his entire face in shadow. His eyes were particularly dark. Lu Zhi, Jiang Xu murmured, her lips parting slightly. He responded with a low sound from his throat, affirming that she had indeed not mistaken his identity. Jiang Xu's previously tense body relaxed. She noticed his attire today, a well-tailored dark suit, the soft light perfectly outlining his tall, straight figure. His neatly combed hair was illuminated in the dimness, as if adorned with a subtle golden sheen. Nearly a month had elapsed since their last encounter, during which they had not been in contact. Jiang Xu's condition had gradually improved, and she now scarcely required Lu Zhi's assistance to navigate her manic episodes. She instinctively assumed that both parties had tacitly acknowledged the termination of their previous relationship. What a coincidence, she thought. Feeling his unwavering gaze upon her made Jiang Xu somewhat uncomfortable. It dawned on her that, due to Lu Zhi's earlier gesture of support, they were now in close proximity, as if he were cradling her in his arms. She gently pushed his hand away and stepped back. "Are we here to dine?" he inquired, lowering his outstretched hand, the creases at his wrist vanishing instantly. "Yes," she nodded, fidgeting with her fingers to spark a conversation. "Are you here for work?" Given his formal attire and the location of the Kyoto Grand Hotel, it was likely he was dining with investors. They both consciously refrained from discussing the matter from their last meeting. "Yes." Lu Zhi's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xu. The temperature had dropped slightly, and she was clad in a thick white down jacket, wrapped in a scarf, her petite form nestled within, revealing only a delicate face the size of a palm. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "Have you received the money?" "What?" Jiang Xu had scarcely glanced at her phone all day. It was then she realized that Lu Zhi had transferred 50,000 yuan to her during the day, neither more nor less. He had completely repaid his debt to her. Their accounts were now settled. From this point forward, neither owed anything to the other, parting ways amicably for their own well-being. "Yes, I received it," she replied. He nodded indifferently. "That's good." His gaze was cold, obscured, and inscrutable, as his tall figure loomed over Jiang Xu. "I shall take my leave now," she said, feeling increasingly uneasy in the current atmosphere, her instinct urging her to escape. She attempted to sidestep Lu Zhi and make her exit. Yet, before she could take a step, a deep voice resonated from behind her. "Jiang Xu." Chapter 28. "Jiang Xu, shall we talk?" Her wrist was firmly grasped, rendering her unable to leave. Jiang Xu turned around in confusion, her delicate face once again captured in his gaze. He slightly moved his throat, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Are you alone? Allow me to escort you home." Jiang Xu pressed her lips together. "No need." A gentle voice emanated from a short distance away. Xiaobo, having grown concerned over Jiang Xu's prolonged absence, sought her out, just in time to witness her being restrained by that man from before, overhearing their final exchange. He strode over to Jiang Xu's side, casting a scrutinizing look at Lu Zhi. Jiang has her brother to take her home, so your assistance is unnecessary. In recent times, Lu Zhi had become acquainted with numerous individuals from the elite circles of the capital and was aware that Xiaobo was the young master of the Qiao family, as well as the grandson of the foreign magnate, the Evelyn family. He was Jiang Xu's childhood companion. Lu Zhi furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze dimming. Yet he did not release his grip. "Lu Zhi," Jiang Xu suddenly called out to him. His hand had inadvertently tightened, causing her some discomfort. Lu Zhi quickly loosened his grip upon seeing her wrist redden from his hold, a flicker of undeniable regret passing through his eyes. Jiang Xu rubbed her wrist and looked up at Lu Zhi. "Brother Xiaobo will take me home. You should focus on your business negotiations." The negotiations had already concluded, and the contract had been signed. What remained were merely the trifles of dining and entertainment, which held no interest for him. Moreover, Yi Zhuoming was there to accompany them. He had merely stepped out of the private room for some fresh air, coincidentally spotting Jiang Xu, which prompted him to follow her. Xiaobo interjected at the right moment. Jiang, let us go. The driver should be waiting." Jiang Xu had not disclosed her romantic involvement to anyone in the Jiang family, not even to Jiang Yangping. Thus, it was evident that she did not wish for a long-term development with this man. With this thought, Xiaobo felt a slight sense of relief. He still had a chance. Jiang Xu nodded and turned to follow Xiaobo. However, unexpectedly, Lu Zhi called out to her once more. "Jiang Xu, shall we talk?" He observed the duo walking side by side, his eyes dark and devoid of light, calmly stating, "Did you not say last time that you wished to interact with me in a different manner?" Jiang Xu halted her steps. Jiang. Xiaobo's brows furrowed suddenly, worried that Jiang Xu might once again follow this man, just as she had before. The moment this man, named Lu Zhi, appeared, the sense of crisis within him intensified, a feeling he had never experienced even upon learning of Jiang Xu's engagement. Jiang Xu paused momentarily, then lifted her gaze toward him. Her eyes, akin to her hair in their lightness, shimmered in the light with a clarity reminiscent of amber. In her beautifully clear gaze, his reflection was distinctly visible, as if he were the only one in her sight. Yet her expression mirrored that of their previous encounter. Xiaobo suddenly understood, a hint of bitterness rising within him. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Xiaobo spoke up. "Since your friend has something to discuss with you, you may go ahead." He concealed his indifferent, pale blue gaze as he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zhi. When his eyes returned to Jiang Xu, they softened once more. "Shall I wait for you?" "No need. I may take a while," Jiang Xu replied, shaking her head. "Brother Qiao, you should head back first." "All right," he said, reiterating his previous admonition to return home early. "Understood." In the narrow corridor, once again, it was just the two of them. Jiang Xu glanced at her surroundings. With the occasional passerby, she took the initiative to suggest, "Let's find another place to talk." It was nearing 11 o'clock at night, and most shops had already closed their doors. Fortunately, there was a 24-hour convenience store nearby. As it was late and neither of them felt hungry, they simply purchased 2 bottles of water and sat down at a table adjacent to the transparent glass wall. After a prolonged silence, neither spoke. This quietude was taut, the only sound being the occasional electronic voice greeting customers from the store entrance. Jiang Xu twisted the cap off her bottle and took a sip of water, breaking the stillness. "Didn't you say you wanted to talk? Why are you silent now?" His thin lips curled slightly before he finally spoke. "Let us maintain our previous relationship." Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to accept what she had just heard. Instinctively, she sought confirmation, doubting her own hearing. "What did you just say?" Lu Zhi paused. "I can continue to provide you with amusement, just as before." Jiang Xu's expression froze in an instant. Her previously glimmering eyes seemed to be fixed, staring directly at him, her mind struggling to process the shocking and blushing words. But soon, her brows furrowed, her fingers unconsciously resting on her knee. She heard herself ask stiffly why. Lu Zhi replied, "I am still at the initial stage of starting my business, and I'm quite short on funds." She fell silent, realizing, so he still requires the financial arrangement with her, needing to derive money from her. 100,000 is no small sum. Not everyone is as generous as Jiang Xu, capable of such financial largesse. Yet, Jiang Xu did not wish for that. She had already resolved that, in this lifetime, she would not compel Lu Zhi to engage in such matters, even if it appeared that he had willingly approached her at this moment. Thus, she shook her head and slowly stated, "No, I refuse." Jiang Xu's rejection was both resolute and decisive, causing a flicker of astonishment to cross Lu Zhi's typically cool and detached face. He contemplated a possibility. "Do you no longer find my face and body appealing?" Chapter 29. I came to find someone. His words were astonishing, uttered with such candor and gravity that they left Jiang Xu nearly choking, as she covered her lips and coughed lightly. How was she to respond? After a brief silence, Jiang Xu forced a change of subject, suggesting, "If you're still short on money, I can lend you some. You can repay me when you earn it, and I won't charge you interest." He lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions swirling beneath. "Do you truly no longer need me?" He steered the conversation back, leaving Jiang Xu feeling somewhat helpless. She decided to embrace the chaos, asking, "Do you really want me to toy with you? That experience is hardly pleasant." "Yes, I need your money," Jiang Xu replied, baffled by his unwavering insistence on such matters. In stark contrast to the dim light of the corridor moments ago, the convenience store's bright bulbs illuminated his flawless features with clarity. Yet, the depths of his dark eyes seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering them inscrutable and easily beguiling. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xu declared, "Very well, but I'll need to raise the stakes." Lu Zhi remained silent, prompting Jiang Xu to continue. "I want to just engage with your upper body as before. I want to explore your lower body as well. In return, it will be 200,000 per session. Can you accept that?" The air hung heavy with a brief stillness, a few seconds ticking by in silence. To her astonishment, he softly replied, Jiang Xu widened her eyes in disbelief. She had merely intended to frighten him with her provocative words. She had thought he would resist being touched or toyed with. After all, he had only managed to tolerate her previous advances for the sake of money. The notion of venturing lower was sheer folly. He would undoubtedly refuse. She had hoped he would back down, yet he had truly acquiesced, leaving her momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react or what to say next. Jiang Xu felt as though she were suspended in midair, neither here nor there. She longed to break the peculiar tension, but as words formed on her lips, she instinctively swallowed them back. She never anticipated that, after uttering such humiliating remarks, she would be the one to flee in disarray. Feeling her cheeks flush, she stiffly uttered, "I will contact you," before hastily rising and departing. The electronic voice of the convenience store's welcome fading as she retreated, as if something were pursuing her from behind. Lu Zhi watched her hurried exit, remaining motionless in the convenience store's solitary chair for an extended time. The harsh white light poured down indiscriminately, illuminating every detail. His eyes, however, were dim and devoid of luster. On the eve of the new year, the festive spirit enveloped the capital, as streets and alleys adorned themselves with vibrant decorations and fiery red lanterns. The Jiang residents had also embraced the holiday spirit, adorned in red, transforming the once solemn abode into a place imbued with warmth. Xiao Bo chose not to return to his family for the new year. Thus, Jiang Hongru and Jiang Yangping invited him to celebrate at the Jiang household instead. After all, the spacious mansion could easily accommodate him. Jiang Hongru, having aged, retired early for the night, ascending the stairs post-dinner to rest. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yangping had urgent matters to attend to at the company. The servants of the Jiang residence had all taken their annual leave, leaving only He Chi-fu, unencumbered by family ties, behind. In the vast expanse of the mansion, only a handful remained, evoking memories in Jiang Xu of the desolation that followed her family's bankruptcy in her previous life. After consuming her medication for mental health, Jiang Xu sat solitary on the sofa, silently watching television. Before long, Xiaobo descended from the upper floors. He hesitated momentarily, intending to approach Jiang Xu for conversation, when he noticed her rise abruptly from her seat. She answered a call, and after hearing something from the other end, she hurriedly donned her coat and exited. Jiang Xu had not anticipated that her mention of contacting Lu Zhi was merely a placeholder born from uncertainty. Yet, astonishingly, the day had indeed arrived, and so swiftly. In truth, it was not she who reached out to him. Rather, someone had called using Lu Zhi's phone. The cacophony on the line was overwhelming, punctuated by the sound of violent impacts, reminiscent of hard objects colliding with the floor. Jiang Xu even discerned phrases laced with expletives, hinting at reckless audacity. The call was terminated abruptly, and further attempts to reach him went unanswered. Concerned for Lu Zhi's well-being, she quickly contacted Yi Zhuoming to inquire about his whereabouts. Yi Zhuoming informed her that he should be working part-time at a bar at this hour. Following the address provided, Jiang Xu arrived at an underground bar hidden within a narrow alley. With the family driver on leave, she had taken a taxi, ensuring the driver waited outside the alley for a bit extra, wary of the difficulty in securing a ride later. Even in the biting winter, patrons within the bar wore scant attire, revealing a multitude of pale bodies. It was evident that the establishment lacked any form of regulation, chaotic in nature. Was this truly the environment in which Lu Zhi worked part-time? Clad in a light brown, thick cotton coat, with a matching knitted scarf and hat. Jiang Xu wapet house nili. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, causing her to frown as she covered her nose, maneuvering through the throng of individuals. To her dismay, the bar's disorder was far beyond her expectations. She merely wished to locate Lu Zhi. However, her attire, alongside her youthful features, rendered her conspicuous and out of place, drawing unwanted attention. As the crowd beheld her fair and delicate visage, their eyes lit up with interest. A few men approached, their expressions rife with insidious intent. "Hey there, little sister. Is this your first time at a bar? Why are you so bundled up?" One inquired. "Are you alone, little sister?" Another added. Jiang Xu's brows knitted tightly in distaste, repulsed by the foul stench of smoke and alcohol emanating from them. "I'm here to find someone," she replied, resolutely refusing to divulge her solitary status. Her soft voice held an icy edge. "Also, I'm a minor. I suggest you refrain from any unwelcome advances if you wish to avoid legal consequences." Though Jiang Xu has reached adulthood, she is still quite fresh to it, her gentle facial features lending her an innocent and somewhat naive appearance. When she claims to be underage, it is an assertion that one instinctively wishes to believe. She has encountered countless men in the Southeast Asian red light district, whose minds are solely preoccupied with base desires. She is aware that some merely proclaim their youth without fear, for they possess myriad ways to silence a girl forever. Indeed, among these men, only 2 exhibited any hesitation, while the others continued to obstruct Jiang Xu's path, unwilling to let her escape. Such a beautiful maiden is a rare find, and they are reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. With reckless abandon, they suggest, "Little sister, if you say you're underage, does that mean if I declare you of age, you become so?" They taunt, "Come play with us for a while." This group is utterly shameless. Jiang Xu furrowed her brows tightly, resorting to her identity in an attempt to intimidate them. With a fierce expression, she declared, "Have you heard of the Jiang family, ranked among the top 10 in the capital? I am the sole heiress of the Jiang clan. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you will face dire consequences." However, the inebriated men scoffed at her words, mocking, "You claim to be a Jiang lady? Then I am the supreme emperor. Besides, what would the daughter of the Jiang family be doing in such a disreputable place?" They continued, "We are not so easily deceived. You must be here to entice us with your alluring presence." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air, and the man who had just spoken was sent reeling backward. He lay on the ground, convulsing slightly, blood pooling beneath him as the table he had been near splintered apart. Many were startled by this unexpected turn of events, scattering in panic, the bar descending into chaos. Jiang, are you all right?" A familiar voice resounded beside her, warm and gentle as always. Chapter 30, Where is Lu Zhi? "I have come to find him," Xiao Bo inquired. Jiang Xu cast a look of surprise at the newcomer. How would he be here? Upon seeing Jiang Xu standing before him unscathed, Xiaobo gradually relaxed. Noticing her confusion, he explained, I saw you rushing out alone late at night, and I was a bit worried, so I followed you. His concern deepened when he witnessed Jiang Xu enter the bar alone, prompting him to hastily follow her inside. Upon entering, he found her surrounded and harassed by a group of foul men, and his anger swiftly eclipsed his reason. Xiaobo, having trained in boxing abroad, reacted instinctively, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the nearest man flying. The remaining men, enraged at the sight of their companion being assaulted, recklessly brandished their bottles at Xiaobo. He quickly shielded Jiang Xu behind him. Brother, be careful, she urged, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Had he not arrived in time, she feared she would not have been able to fend off those troublesome men. Xiaobo offered her a gentle smile, reassuring her, Jiang, do not be afraid. Jiang Xu had not anticipated that while he usually appeared gentle and refined, he could be remarkably fierce in a fight, showing no mercy whatsoever. His skill allowed him to incapacitate the unruly men swiftly, leaving them groaning in defeat. He seized the collar of the man who had previously spoken lewdly to Jiang Xu, his fist poised to deliver a devastating blow, heedless of the man's impending demise. Hey, please spare me. Show some mercy. Kong Shuang, who had not anticipated such chaos erupting in her absence, rushed to the scene with a cadre of burly bodyguards. The sight of the destruction, overturned tables, and spilled drinks caused her considerable distress. You're the owner of this bar? Xiaobo challenged, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the sudden appearance of the woman before him. Yes, I am Kong Shuang, she replied, hastily adjusting her disheveled waves. A smile plastered on her face. Though our establishment may not be a conventional bar, it would be quite unfortunate if a life were lost here. Typically, Kong Shuang would have unceremoniously expelled all troublemakers without inquiry. However, after years of managing her underground bar, she had developed a keen sense of discernment, recognizing the extraordinary nature of certain individuals. Despite his amiable appearance, an alarm bell rang in her mind regarding this man. Xiaobo, expressionless, released the man, now sprawled on the ground, and slowly rose to his feet. Clad in casual homeware and wearing the silver-rimmed glasses Jiang Xu had last seen him with upon his return, he exuded an air of refinement that starkly contrasted with his earlier ferocity. He meticulously removed the blood-stained glasses, smoothed his attire, and approached Jiang Xu, resuming his gentle demeanor. Jiang, you were not frightened, were you? Xiaobo felt a pang of annoyance at having shown his fierce side to Jiang Xu. Yet, the mere thought of that man uttering such repugnant words to her was enough to provoke him. He was apprehensive that Jiang Xu might fear him because of this, a tension gnawing at his heart. Fortunately, Jiang Xu shook her head, indicating otherwise. She had witnessed countless such scenes in her past life, some even culminating in death or gruesome injuries. The current situation was hardly alarming. Moreover, Xiaobo fought to protect her. He was her brother, and she understood his character. How could she ever be afraid of him? Seeing this, Kong Shuang quickly instructed her subordinates to carry the man away and to escort the remaining troublemakers out. I apologize for the fright you both experienced. Allow me to cover the cost of your drinks tonight. We did not come here to drink. Jiang Xu furrowed her brow slightly at the sight of the disheveled woman before her. She recalled encountering Kong Shuang in the underground red light districts of Southeast Asia in her previous life. Kong Shuang was linked to criminal syndicates, frequently supplying them with women, merchandise, as it were. Hence, she was not a person of good repute. Oh, and what brings you here? Kong Shuang's expression tightened slightly, her instincts on high alert. The identities of these two individuals appeared significant, and she was reluctant to provoke them. Jiang Xu replied straightforwardly, Where is Lu Zhi? I am here to find him. Oh, you're looking for him? Kong Shuang's lips curled into a knowing smile. He has already left work for the day. Jiang Xu's frown deepened. Kong Shuang's dubious background made her skeptical of the truth in her words. When did he leave? About half an hour ago, I believe. I can't recall precisely. After all, he only works part-time here, and I cannot monitor his movements constantly. Half an hour ago, Jiang Xu had just received a call from Lu Zhi. She was uncertain whether Kong Shuang was lying, as she could not ascertain whether Lu Zhi had encountered trouble inside the bar or after departing. Anxiety bubbled within her. At that moment, The damaged furniture had been swiftly replaced, and the patrons in the bar resumed their lively revelry. Colorful spotlights danced over the crowd, and the music thumped loudly. "Miss Kong, is it?" Xiao Bo's deep voice resonated amidst the pulsating rhythm, his brows furrowed, a cold glint flickering in his gaze. "You have offended me." As his final words fell, a group of imposing bodyguards clad in black suits surged through the bar entrance, all tall and robust foreigners. They immediately commenced a thorough search of the establishment, plunging the bar back into chaos. Kong Shuang's expression darkened instantly. "What are you doing?" Xiao Bo accepted a handkerchief from bodyguard, calmly wiping the crimson stains from his glasses. "Miss Kong, do not worry. I shall compensate you for any losses incurred tonight at fair value." Chapter 31. You still cannot die. This sudden turn of events left Jiang Xu momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Xiao Bo would actually bring members of the Evelyn family back to the country, and even more astonishingly, that they would all gather in this underground bar solely to assist her. "Are you suspecting that I have harmed Lu Zhi?" Kong Shuang's face was ashen. Having maintained control over this underground establishment for so long, she had never suffered a loss before. This was the first time she faced such disrespect. With her bar thrown into disarray, rendering business impossible, Kong Shuang was not a simple individual. She had considered confronting Xiao Bo directly. However, upon seeing the formidable bodyguards behind him, she wisely quelled that thought. With so many well-trained foreign bodyguards, Xiao Bo's status was evidently more distinguished than she had initially surmised. She could not afford to provoke him. Xiao Bo glanced at the anxious Jiang Xu, his emotions swirling within him. Yet when addressing Kong Shuang, his voice remained calm. "Miss Kong, the innocent will clear themselves." Kong Shuang furrowed her brows, remaining silent. After a brief moment, a bodyguard clad in black returned, whispering something into Xiao Bo's ear. Moments later, Xiao Bo gently shook his head towards Jiang Xu. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xu's heart sank. Kong Shuang, however, curled her crimson lips into a smile, saying, "See, I told you he has already left. He was merely a part-time student at my bar. What could I possibly do to him? Although our establishment may not be the most reputable, we certainly do not engage in murder or robbery. Otherwise, could we still be operating here?" Jiang Xu's brows knitted together as she suddenly inquired, "What about Su Nongxi?" She recalled that Su also worked part-time at this bar, a job she had introduced to Lu Zhi. Kong Shuang was taken aback to discover that Jiang Xu was acquainted with Su Nongxi. After a brief pause, she responded, "She has also left. I usually schedule them to leave together." Kong Shuang's demeanor and words bore no flaws. She exhibited no signs of deceit. Could it be true, as she claimed, that Lu Zhi had already departed and that the incident occurred after he had left the bar? Since Xiao Bo's associates had not located Lu Zhi, continuing to stalemate was futile. Jiang Xu had no choice but to depart with Xiao Bo. During their return journey, Jiang Xu remained restless. Xiao Bo, noticing her unease, kept his gaze lowered in silence. The Jiang family's new year was not particularly lively, with He Chifu as presents. There were only 5 of them quietly sharing a meal before each returned to their own pursuits. Jiang Yangping, rarely at home, spent time playing chess with old Master Jiang in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Xiao Bo stepped out for a while. In the evening, He Chifu sought out Jiang Xu. "Young miss, regarding the matter you asked me to investigate last night, there is some progress." Upon returning home, Jiang Xu had immediately approached the butler, He Chifu, hoping he could assist in finding someone. Although the influence behind Xiao Bo was formidable, it was ultimately a foreign family, and their reach within the country was limited. As the Jiang family's longtime butler, He Chifu had always been old Master Jiang's right-hand man. With his help, locating a person would be significantly easier. Miss Xiao rarely required his assistance, so He Chifu naturally did not dare to delay and promptly arranged to find the person Miss Xiao was seeking. It was not until this evening that he received some news. He Chifu informed Jiang Xu that last night, Lu Zhi intended to resign from his part-time job at that bar. After completing his shift that night, he sought out Kong Shuang and inadvertently overheard her engaged in a clandestine transaction with a man. That man soon discovered Lu Zhi's presence and took him away. The phone call must have occurred accidentally during their struggle to seize Lu Zhi's phone. Jiang Xu's expression turned solemn. "Where is he now?" she inquired. Unknown. He has not yet been located, He Chifu replied, shaking his head. Do not worry, Miss Xiao. I will continue to send people to search for him. Jiang Xu expressed her gratitude. All right, thank you, Grandpa He. There is no need for such formality, He Chifu replied. Seemingly recalling something, he added, by the way, I have also found a new residence for you, as you requested previously. You may visit to see if it meets your satisfaction. Okay, Jiang Xu responded. Ever since that incident when the tattooed man brought people to her villa to threaten her, she had been considering moving. Although the tattooed man assured her that the previous matters were resolved, Jiang Xu could not afford to let her guard down entirely. She had also dispatched individuals to inquire about a person named Wei Ming, but as of now, there had been no news. As for the last man who warned her to stay away from Lu Zhi, although she felt perplexed at the time, she would not distance herself from him based solely on the words of a stranger. She trusted herself. She had no reason to avoid Lu Zhi. As for the Lu family, they had never been connected to her in any significant way. In a cramped and dark space, a chilling and damp atmosphere pervaded. The ground was covered in stagnant water, and the stone walls bore the remnants of dried blood splattered at some indeterminate time. Occasionally, a few gray mice scurried past, and the entire basement was filled with a repugnant stench and the metallic scent of blood. It was indeed a grim scene. In one corner, a man leaned against the wall, one long leg bent, his hands limply resting on the ground. His eyes were tightly shut, and his body was marred with wounds. Bloodied and battered. No light penetrated this place, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. He had lost track of how long he had been confined here. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared at the doorway. He heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and with great effort, he managed to lift his eyelids, though the blood obscured his vision. Brother, someone at the door respectfully addressed the newcomer. With a series of soft sounds, the people at the entrance departed, leaving only the one who entered. The figure crouched down beside him and accurately called his name in a deep voice, Lu Zhi. Long time no see. Lu Zhi's brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. This voice was unfamiliar to him, yet instinctively felt familiar. The other person also bore an expression as if they had known him for a long time. His eyelids felt exceedingly heavy, allowing him to open them only a narrow slit. He could not see the person's face, only their form from the chest down. The man donned a black jacket, worn and creased, yet impeccably clean, devoid of any blemish. On the back of his hand, two ink-like tattoos extended from beneath the cuff. Lu Zhi's voice emerged. Raspy and parched, who are you? The man replied, you do not need to know. He hastily bandaged Lu Zhi's more severe wounds with strips of cloth, then inserted an object into his mouth. As the foreign substance breached his lips, Lu Zhi instinctively attempted to expel it, but the man, with a tone laced with significance, urged softly, swallow it. It's for your survival. You cannot afford to perish just yet. At that moment, Lu Zhi's dark eyes narrowed, as if a realization dawned upon him. He closed his eyes, relinquishing further contemplation, and swallowed the pill without further inquiry into the man's identity. Observing Lu Zhi's decisive closure of his eyes, the man paused momentarily, then a subtle smile graced his lips. Hold on a bit longer. I will arrange for your return, along with the girl who was with you. Lu Zhi remained silent, yet he understood that the girl referred to was Su Noshi. She had noticed his absence and sought him out, only to be captured as well, though not confined in the same location as him. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by an anxious voice, Big brother, there's trouble. A younger subordinate entered, glancing at Lu Zhi, who sat amidst a pool of blood, before leaning in to whisper urgently to the man. After a moment, the man replied calmly, I understand. Before departing, he addressed the cold-faced man leaning against the wall. Lu Zhi, I hope that when we meet again, you will not bear such a woeful visage. Big brother, it seems they are members of a prominent foreign family, all armed with real weapons. The subordinates informed their leader of the situation upon his arrival. The real weapons they spoke of referred to the strictly prohibited firearms within the country. The audacity of those individuals to wield such weaponry openly was unexpected. The man pondered briefly and commanded, a team will accompany me. I will personally negotiate with them. Additionally, arrange for a few to escort the two individuals from the basement out. Though the younger subordinates were puzzled by their leader's decision to release those captured by the third brother, it was instinctual for them to obey without question. Thus, they swiftly executed their leader's orders. Once the new year had passed, Jiang Xu visited the new residence that Chifu had found for her. There was still no news of Lu Zhi, but Chifu reassured her that perhaps the absence of news was the best news, urging her to remain at ease. She agreed, recalling that in her previous life, Lu Zhi had lived safely until 5 years later, returning to the Lu family as a rising figure in the capital. With this thought, she felt a slight sense of relief. The new residence was a charmingly decorated small villa, situated in an excellent location, not far from Peking University and even closer to Zhang's home than before. After confirming that everything was satisfactory, Jiang Xu instructed Chifu to assist her with the necessary procedures for purchasing the property. She had yet to clear out the belongings from the previous villa, so she contacted a moving company to come and transport everything to her new residence. Before the moving company arrived, Jiang Xu entered the door by inputting the password herself. As the door clicked open with a soft beep, she was suddenly seized by a powerful grip on her wrist and yanked inside. Before she could react, the door slammed shut, pinning her against it, her back pressed against the cold surface. A warm breath brushed against her neck, and the air was tinged with a hint of blood. She had not anticipated such misfortune, encountering a nefarious individual at her doorstep. Just as she was about to scream, a familiar cool voice reassured her, "Don't be afraid, it's me." Jiang Xu's eyes widened. This voice belonged to Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi? His tone was weak. "Yes, it's me." Jiang Xu hurriedly turned on the light, illuminating the room, and was horrified to see him covered in blood. His forehead was wounded, sticky crimson oozing down to obscure half his face, his hair matted against his temple. "How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Seeing him in this state made her heart ache. "I'll call a doctor." The Jiang family had a private physician at their disposal. However, as soon as she spoke, she felt a heavy weight on her shoulder. He had collapsed onto her. Jiang Xu's heart raced as she called out to him, "Lu Zhi." Yet, there was no response. Frantically, she dialed the private doctor and struggled to move the unconscious Lu Zhi to the bed. The doctor arrived swiftly, not inquiring about the circumstances of Lu Zhi's grave injuries, but silently tending to his wounds with meticulous care. As Jiang Xu helped him remove his clothes, she was confronted with even graver sights, bruises and contusions from blunt force, and several long, deep lacerations, with his right arm dislocated. Fortunately, some of the most critical injuries had already been addressed. Dr. Chung stared in disbelief at Lu Zhi's battered form, unable to fathom how someone could endure such extensive injuries and considerable blood loss, yet remain alive, albeit unconscious. Upon detecting a certain substance in his system, Dr. Chung understood it was a potent medicinal pill, rare in its kind, yet he refrained from further inquiry. After reapplying dressings and ensuring Lu Zhi was stabilized, Dr. Chung advised Jiang Xu on dietary restrictions and care instructions before departing promptly. With Lu Zhi still unconscious, Jiang Xu had no choice but to postpone the moving arrangements, instructing the company to come the following day. Dr. Chung had mentioned that Lu Zhi might develop a high fever, necessitating close observation and timely physical cooling. Thus, Jiang Xu remained vigilantly by his side, periodically checking his forehead for temperature. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Zhi indeed began to run a fever. Jiang Xu quickly applied a cooling patch and gently wiped his flushed cheeks and neck with a damp cloth. After what felt like an eternity of bustling about, his fever finally subsided. Just as she leaned back, relieved, the figure on the bed suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice, "Water." Jiang Xu believed he had awakened, hastily pouring him a glass of water, yet soon realized his eyes remained tightly shut, his voice drifting in a dazed plea for water. She endeavored to feed him, but in his unconscious state, he could not swallow, instead soaking the pillow with his futile attempts. He continued to weakly demand water, his brow furrowed in distress, his complexion pale, clearly suffering. "Thirst," he persistently murmured. Jiang Xu steeled herself, suddenly taking the water into her own mouth. She reassured herself that this was akin to administering artificial respiration, a means to save a life, with no distinction between the two. Thus, she leaned closer to him. His cold, parched lips met her moist softness, akin to a wanderer in a desert discovering an oasis, even if it were merely a mirage. One would be compelled to pursue it. Jiang Xu felt the moment their lips brushed. He instinctively captured her mouth, slowly drawing in her essence. She froze momentarily, hastily transferring the water to him. She and Lu Zhi had never shared a kiss, neither in their previous lives nor this one. For Jiang Xu, a kiss represented a bond more intimate than mere physical contact. Even if it was solely to assist him, this brief encounter stirred an unusual sensation within her heart. After a moment, Lu Zhi's features regained their tranquility. The tension in his brow eased, his cool visage bearing a fractured serenity as he lay quietly upon the bed. Chapter 32. Smaller Jiang Xu felt a warmth creeping into her cheeks. The room was still filled with warm air, enveloping her entirely. However, she sensed that her heat emanated from within. Lu Zhi, whose bloodstained clothes had just been removed by Chang Mu, was now covered by a single blanket draping over his lower body. The injured areas were wrapped in gauze and bandages, leaving little skin exposed to the air. After ensuring he was comfortable, Jiang Xu had a courier purchase a clean set of clothes in his size, which would be delivered shortly for him to wear upon waking. As she entered the room with the clothing bag in hand, she found that Lu Zhi had already regained consciousness. Propped up slightly on the bed, his thin lips formed a straight line, and his dark gaze fixed directly upon her. His naturally pale complexion appeared even more so, as the loss of blood had drained him of color, accentuating the smooth texture of his skin. "You're awake?" Jiang Xu approached the bedside with concern, her voice gentle. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" He slowly shook his head, his voice, soft and faint due to his severe injuries and recent awakening, replied no. Relieved by his response, Jiang Xu smiled. Noticing Lu Zhi's curious gaze on the bag she held, she quickly explained, "These are clothes for you. I estimated your size and had someone buy them." "Thank you," he said, accepting the bag. Inside, he discovered not only a base layer and trousers, but also a light-colored thick jacket and, well, a pair of men's underwear. Perceiving his gaze, Jiang Xu felt a tinge of embarrassment. She hadn't initially thought to include that. It was only after the courier inquired about needing a complete outfit for a man that she had considered it. Recalling the moment when the courier had asked her what size underwear to purchase, her face flushed crimson, and she had awkwardly stammered, something suitable for someone nearly 9 meters tall. With a mere glance, Lu Zhi could tell that the underwear would not fit him. Grasping the bag, he remained silent, observing Jiang Xu's evident discomfort, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Xu noticed his unease and, after a brief pause, asked, "Is it not wearable?" "Yes, it's too small. I am so sorry. I did not know your size." Her voice dwindled, her head lowering further, her face reddening like a boiled shrimp. The awkwardness was palpable, reaching a level where she could almost imagine constructing a grand fortress from her embarrassment. Had she known, she would have waited for him to wake up before purchasing the clothing herself. Lu Zhi let out a soft sigh. "It's all right." Jiang Xu placed another order for the courier, this time allowing Lu Zhi to specify his size. Standing beside him, she listened as he spoke in a deep tone, requesting the largest size available. "Cough, it's getting a bit late. Why don't you stay here tonight?" Jiang Xu's voice was gentle, laced with the sweet charm unique to a girl. Outside, the sky had darkened, the neon lights flickering to life, casting the vibrant urban night through the expansive windows, stirring a sense of turmoil within the heart. Upon hearing Jiang Xu's suggestion, Lu Zhi paused momentarily, then nodded, "All right." The villa contains more than just a single room. The other chambers are regularly cleaned by the maid, and the beds are meticulously arranged, ensuring a pristine environment that is always ready for occupancy. Thus, Lu Zhi can comfortably rest in the guest room tonight. As evening descended, Jiang Xu gently knocked on the door of the guest room. She recalled that Chang Mu had mentioned before his departure that Lu Zhi's wounds required dressing anew that night. After a brief moment, she heard a voice from within, inviting her in. Upon opening the door, she effortlessly discerned the scene inside. Lu Zhi was seated at the edge of the bed, his upper body bare, his right hand dangling as he bit down on one end of the bandage while the other hand wrapped the bandage around his shoulder. Seeing this, Jiang Xu hurried over and grasped the bandage in his hand, offering, "Let me assist you." Lu Zhi paused momentarily, releasing the bandage from his teeth. Jiang Xu bent over to help him secure the dressing, her expression earnest and her movements delicate, as though she feared causing him any discomfort. When she prepared to apply ointment to his other wounds, Lu Zhi raised his hand to halt her, stating, "It's fine. I can manage myself." Several of his injuries were freshly stitched, some even seeping blood, presenting a rather alarming sight. As a pampered young lady, Jiang Xu would typically feel squeamish at such injuries. Yet, she insisted, "It is rather inconvenient for you to tend to the wounds on your back, which you cannot see. Allow me to assist you." Without waiting for Lu Zhi to refuse again, she dipped a cotton ball in a medicinal liquid and gently applied it to the wounds on his front. One particularly ghastly laceration marred his side, and the contact with the ointment elicited a sharp sting. However, his expression remained unchanged, not even a flicker of his brow. Observing the array of injuries on him, Jiang Xu furrowed her delicate brows. In her previous life, she had been oblivious to the fact that Lu Zhi often found himself in such dire circumstances. Moreover, this time his injuries were considerably more severe than before. The two shared a silence, the atmosphere slightly tense, prompting Jiang Xu to initiate a conversation. She recounted how she received a phone call a few days prior informing her of his misfortune, and how she sent someone to locate him, but he remained elusive. Yet, today, he had suddenly appeared at her villa, startling her in the process. Jiang Xu inquired, "How did you arrive here?" "They released me," he replied. The group that had captured him had discarded him in a secluded alley, and in his weakened state, he instinctively sought refuge in her abode. "What about Su Nongxi? Was she captured alongside you?" Jiang Xu remembered that Su Nongxi had also been absent at the bar, prompting her to ask further. As she wrapped gauze around his waist, her hands encircled him from behind, her cheek leaning against his chest. Lu Zhi pressed his lips together, his jaw tightening slightly. "Yes." Jiang Xu refrained from observing his expression, unaware of the subtle intimacy of their current posture as she diligently continued to bandage him. "Then she was also released?" "Yes. She went to the hospital on her own." Jiang Xu paused at her movements, asking, "Why didn't T go to the hospital first? Where she and T come to this villa today? Would he have remained here, unconscious, without anyone to notice?" Lu Zhi. The wounds had all been redressed, and half an hour had passed. Jiang Xu gathered her belongings and stood up, saying, "I shall take my leave now. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me." As she was about to depart, Lu Zhi suddenly spoke, "Jiang Xu." She turned, puzzled. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his gaze a deep shade of black. "You mentioned you would contact me. When was that?" It had been nearly 2 months. During her manic episodes, she no longer required him. Had he not encountered trouble this time? Had he not come here of his own accord? And had he not fortuitously spotted her at the Kyoto Grand Hotel last time? Would she have been able to continue in this manner, indefinitely avoiding any contact with him? To her, he seemed to have lost his significance. Thus, she felt capable of severing any ties with him entirely. Although she had previously treated him poorly, Lu Zhi could at least sense that, for the time being, she could not entirely do without him, even if only physically. But now things had changed. Presently, she found herself caring for and worrying about him. Yet it appeared she only wished to distance him, pushing him beyond the boundaries that afforded her a sense of safety. She had completely delineated him from her life. Chapter 33. Have you returned to singleness? Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback by his words, staring blankly for a few seconds before recalling that during their last conversation, he had suggested they talk, and she had mentioned she would get in touch with him. She had dismissed it as a mere pretext, while he had genuinely taken it to heart. Was he truly in need of money? Was his entrepreneurial venture not progressing smoothly? After a brief silence and some contemplation, Jiang Xu provided an answer. "How about every weekend from now on?" He responded, "That works. Then you shall come to this address every weekend." Jiang Xu informed him of her new residence, adding, "I've grown somewhat weary of living here and wish to change my surroundings." Jiang Xu was affluent and would never compromise her comfort. This was indeed a decision she was capable of making. "Let us postpone this weekend. Focus on healing your injuries first." All right. The following day, Jiang Xu officially moved. After tidying up everything, She comfortably reclined on the soft bed in her bedroom, using her phone to invite 3 roommates over to warm the new house. She also extended an invitation to Xiaobo. He had not stayed at Zhang's home for the past few days, and she had not seen him in quite some time. Xiaobo first congratulated her on her new home, then sent a message. Sorry, Jiang, I have some important matters to attend to, so I might not make it to the housewarming. Jiang Xu replied, No problem. Xiaobo, you take care of your matters first. Xiaobo responded, Once I'm done, I promise to come over for a proper meal at your new place. Jiang Xu sent a smiley emoji. Sounds good. Though Xiaobo could not attend. Wen Qingmei brought along Pan, making a total of 5 people. They ordered an abundance of beer, barbecue delicacies, and other snacks, spreading everything out on a large sheet of foil on the table. The group indulged in drinks and conversation, until Pan found an opportunity to subtly inquire, Jiang Xu, have you returned to being single? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Wen Qingmei was the first to react. She playfully smacked Pan, warning, What nonsense are you spouting? I warn you to behave. Our Jiang is doing well with Senior Lu. Pan, looking somewhat disappointed, settled down, mimicking a zipping motion over his mouth, obediently closing it. They continued to revel until the late hours of the night, with Wen Qingmei and Mi Xiaxia succumbing to intoxication, sprawled across the living room sofa, unconscious. Pan, also tipsy, leaned against Wen Qingmei to rest. Only Jiang Xu and Tao Jing remained relatively sober. She stepped out onto the balcony to breathe in the fresh air, hoping to clear her senses. The breeze was slightly cool, but not unpleasant, a refreshing touch against her face. Tao Jing followed her outside, standing beside Jiang Xu, her gaze fixed ahead, seemingly unfocused. Jiang, has your bipolar disorder improved recently? It appeared that she had stabilized significantly compared to her erratic demeanor at the beginning of the semester. Jiang Xu nodded, yes. The frequency of her episodes had indeed decreased significantly, and most of the time, the severity was manageable, with some medication and her own endurance. She could navigate through them peacefully. That is wonderful, Tao Jing smiled. After a moment, she spoke again, Jiang. What is it? Tao Jing turned her gaze back, looking at Jiang Xu, yet she hesitated to speak, ultimately saying, It's nothing. I merely wish for us to always be well. Jiang Xu pondered the sudden and significant upheaval that would befall the Jiang family in 5 years, her expression slightly tightening. That will be the case, won't it? During the Lantern Festival, Jiang Xu returned to the Jiang residence for a reunion dinner. The sumptuous feast was laid out on the table. Yet the vast expanse hosted only Jiang Xu and Jiang Hongru, accompanied by He Qifu, standing nearby. Jiang Yangping had initially promised to return for dinner, but was unexpectedly caught up in some matter, unable to arrive in time. After returning to school, she would have the opportunity to visit the Jiang mansion more frequently to see this old man who was already half buried in the ground. It seemed he was not accustomed to expressing such sentiments, as Jiang Hongru's tone was somewhat stiff. After the Lantern Festival, Jiang Xu would commence her studies anew, residing in her villa and not returning. Jiang Hongru anticipated that she would likely argue with him again, and he had braced himself for her defiance. To his surprise, she obediently replied, All right. Grandfather, please take care of your health, Jiang Xu said. Jiang Hongru was momentarily taken aback by her response, while He Qifu beside them smiled amiably, his aged face full of warmth. He reflected inwardly, this young lady has truly grown up. The dinner was relatively harmonious. After finishing the meal, Jiang Xu intended to take a taxi back to her new villa, but Jiang Hongru arranged for the old residence's driver to take her, the same Li Jin as before. The old man stood at the door, leaning on his cane, stating firmly, yet with a tone much gentler than usual, it is more convenient to have a dedicated driver. Jiang Xu was slightly taken aback. All right, thank you, grandfather. Watching the black car gradually recede until it vanished at the end of the road, Jiang Hongru's somewhat clouded eyes appeared lost in thought. Master, the young lady has already left. He Qifu reminded him, It's quite windy outside. Let us go inside. Jiang Hongru remained still, his gaze still fixed on the distance. After a long while, he finally withdrew his gaze, leaning on his cane as he made his way back inside, step by step. The day after the Lantern Festival, with classes yet to commence, Jiang Xu arrived punctually for her follow-up appointment at the psychological clinic. She was greeted by the same receptionist as before, who guided her to the inner room. "Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to see you again," Wei Chengfeng said, holding the treatment record report and adjusting his rimless glasses. With a hint of apology, he added, "I may be a bit busy this time. May I have my student ask you some basic questions regarding your recent episodes?" Wei Chengfeng's student, Su Nongxi, perhaps? Jiang Xu glanced to the side and indeed spotted a familiar face. The skin exposed bore slender scars, likely remnants from the previous incident with Lu Zhi. Yet the wounds had begun to scab over and were not particularly noticeable. Wei Chengfeng introduced her. "This is Su Nongxi. She has been with me for quite some time. You should have met before." Su Nongxi spoke first. "Yes, teacher, I know Jiang Xu." "That is splendid," he replied. Nevertheless, Wei Chengfeng adhered to Jiang Xu's opinion. "Jiang Xu, do you consent? If you prefer not to have her come, that is perfectly acceptable. I can arrive later, though it may entail a longer wait." With Wei Chengfeng expressing his thoughts, Jiang Xu replied, "It is fine. Let Miss Xu come." Seeing that Jiang Xu had also acquiesced, Wei Chengfeng cheerfully resumed his attention to the patients ahead. Su Nongxi led Jiang Xu into a consultation room, a modest space furnished with only a desk, 2 chairs, and adorned with warm wallpaper and greenery on the walls. "Jiang Xu, it has been quite some time," Su Nongxi remarked. However, Jiang Xu was not inclined to engage in pleasantries and stated directly, "You may begin your inquiries." Taken aback for a moment, Su Nongxi responded, "Very well." She proceeded to pose several professional questions, all of which Jiang Xu addressed with precision. Eventually, Su Nongxi set down the case report, met Jiang Xu's gaze, and boldly inquired, "Jiang Xu, when you experience your episodes, do you still desire to torment Lu Zhi's body?" Chapter 34. I understand you better than yourself. A circular ceiling lamp suspended above illuminated the room with a harsh white light, causing Jiang Xu's pupils to instinctively constrict. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, "How do you know that?" How could Su Nongxi be aware of her relationship with Lu Zhi? Suddenly caught off guard by Jiang Xu's question, Su Nongxi fabricated a lie. "I happened to see the wounds on Lu Zhi." Jiang Xu fell into a brief silence. Su Nongxi continued, "Jiang Xu, could you perhaps spare Lu Zhi? After all, you do not genuinely like him." This was a premise within the narrative. The heroine was destined to love the hero, while the antagonist was merely a past plaything of the heroine. This also served as the rationale for the antagonist's subsequent descent into darkness. Jiang Xu's expression darkened as she regarded Su Nongxi, her tone laced with hostility. "Why do you say that? Do you know me well?" Jiang Xu felt an inexplicable aversion towards Su Nongxi, a sentiment she could not articulate. "I do understand you quite well, even better than you understand yourself," Su Nongxi thought to herself, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. While Jiang Xu might differ in certain aspects from the character described in the text, it was only natural that discrepancies existed between the unfolding narrative and the original story, given that they stood on the precipice of the plot's commencement. Thus, Su Nongxi believed she had a comprehensive understanding of every character within the book. "This has nothing to do with whether I understand you. I simply feel compassion for Lu Zhi." Initially, she had no intention of confronting Jiang Xu. Her plan was to wait until Jiang Xu grew weary of Lu Zhi and discarded him, allowing her to seize the opportunity to pursue the antagonist and fulfill her mission. However, when she returned with Lu Zhi after being taken by those individuals, witnessing him stubbornly trudging towards Jiang Xu's villa, refusing even to visit the hospital, her heart ached. No matter how she called out or urged him from behind, he never turned around. It became clear that he had already developed feelings for the heroine. While reading, she felt profound sympathy for the antagonist, who had endured a harrowing existence and an unfortunate childhood. Upon entering the world of the narrative, his gaunt silhouette only deepened her concern. She instinctively wished to assist him, to help him escape the torment that Jiang Xu inflicted upon him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xu, Su Nongxi's thoughts were far from her comprehension. She merely found Su Nongxi's actions perplexing. "So, you believe I am tormenting him. What good will your pity do for him? Regardless, I hope you will distance yourself from Lu Zhi. Your union will only bring harm to each other." As she spoke those final words, her emotions became palpable. Su Nongxi was not the first to suggest that Jiang Xu should stay away from Lu Zhi, yet their intentions were evidently divergent. One was for Lu Zhi's sake, while the other perhaps leaned towards a benevolent warning for Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu's demeanor grew cold, her voice resonating clearly in the enclosed space. "That is not your concern, Miss Xu." Rising to her feet, she had no desire to prolong her interaction with Su Nongxi. At that moment, Wei Chengfeng entered, having just completed his tasks. He glanced at the two individuals whose atmosphere seemed somewhat tense, puzzled by the situation. Had all the necessary questions been posed? Su Nongxi suppressed her earlier emotions and stood up, having already inquired everything she needed to. "Teacher." "Very well. Thank you for your efforts. You may leave now." After Su Nongxi exited, Jiang Xu took several deep breaths, actively engaging in the subsequent psychological therapy process with Wei Chengfeng. Su Nongxi's inexplicable words did not stir any significant emotions within Jiang Xu. This semester, she was to commence her practical painting course. In the art studio, the bell signaling the end of class rang. "Everyone, do not forget that the midterm assessment for this course requires the submission of a life drawing of a nude model. Sketches will suffice, and it must be submitted within this month." The instructor reminded the students who were already packing their belongings to leave. "A life drawing of a model?" Mi Xiaxia grimaced. "Where am I supposed to find a model? Moreover, old Lu insists that the model must be unclothed." Tao Jing quietly added, "Well, it seems that if it's a female model, she can wear a pair of shorts and perhaps some lingerie." Wen Qingmei reassured, "Do not worry. The works will not be made public. After you finish the drawing, just take a clear photo and send it to old Lu. You can keep the original for yourself." Such requirements would facilitate the search for models. Indeed, and with a little monetary investment, one can find any type of model, even nude models, Jiang Xu nodded. As soon as she uttered this, the remaining three turned to her in unison, their expressions surprisingly synchronized. Jiang, we are not the same." Mi Xiaxia shook her head. Jiang Xu replied, "All right then." The four of them had lunch together in the cafeteria. The university canteen offered a sumptuous array of dishes at remarkably low prices. The queue at the serving counter was long, and it took a while before it was their turn. When it was Jiang Xu's turn, the serving lady, noticing her exquisite beauty and slender figure, generously filled her plate and even presented her with the last chicken leg free of charge. As Jiang Xu beheld her heaping plate of food, the other three looked on with envy, questioning why they only encountered shaky-handed servers. The disparity between individuals became evident at that very moment in the cafeteria line. While the four dined, Tao Jing suddenly pointed toward a figure in the distance. "Isn't that Senior Lu?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xu lifted her gaze, her dark eyes locking onto his. He sat directly across from her, separated by 2 rows of seats, sitting upright with his meal largely untouched, clearly having just settled down. He had come to the cafeteria with Yi Zhuoming, who was also from Jing University, sharing the same year and major as Lu Zhi, and they were even roommates. Sitting at opposite ends of the same table, Yi Zhuoming, noticing that Lu Zhi was gazing intently behind him, turned his head in curiosity, instantly spotting Jiang Xu. He internally scoffed. No wonder this person across from him seemed so distracted, as if he had lost his soul. Yi Zhuoming was adept at navigating social interactions. In Jing City, he had his own channels of information. He had heard long ago about the incident involving Jiang Xu and Lina at a high society party earlier in the year. In the end, Lina suffered a devastating defeat, completely losing the capital she once relied upon, and could no longer emerge to wreak havoc upon others. Upon learning of this event, his immediate thought was that Jiang Xu might be acting on Lina's behalf, perhaps attempting to compel Lu Zhi to harm him under the guise of seeking justice. After all, there was no enmity between Jiang Xu and Lina. Even if Lina had uttered some unkind words towards her, there was no necessity for such extreme measures. Although there was also the interference and indulgence of Madame Yunair, this incident inevitably created a rift between the Yun and Jiang families, which would not bode well for the Jiang family. Yi Zhuoming was astonished that Jiang Xu would go to such lengths for Lu Zhi. Nevertheless, he maintained a reserved stance towards Jiang Xu. It was not until the last encounter, when Jiang Xu sought him out to inquire about Lu Zhi's whereabouts and even ventured into that underground bar to find him, continuing to send people to search for him after learning of his predicament, that his perception of Jiang Xu began to shift. Moreover, It had indeed been quite some time since he had seen such scars on Lu Zhi. Thus, it was evident that Jiang Xu had truly changed. Chapter 35. The Red Room. Yi Zhuoming contemplated the notion that Jiang Xu might not be beyond redemption. If that were the case, and considering his dear friend affections, what harm would there be in lending a hand? Otherwise, with Lu Zhi's brooding and reticent nature, it could take an eternity for Jiang Xu to win his heart. Thus, he approached the table of 4 young women with a cheerful demeanor, casually exclaiming, "What a coincidence! It seems you have 2 seats available. Shall we share the table?" He turned to Lu Zhi and winked. "What do you think, Brother Lu?" Lu Zhi remained silent, yet his hand had already moved to the edge of his plate, clearly prepared to switch tables. The 3 roommates, being fervent supporters of the Su Zhi pairing, eagerly encouraged, "Come on, everyone should eat together." Consequently, the 2 joined the group. After some minor adjustments, Lu Zhi found himself seated directly across from Jiang Xu. The table was narrow, allowing their plates to barely fit side by side, and a mere glance upward brought their faces into view. Jiang Xu silently focused on her meal, while Lu Zhi was not one to engage in idle chatter. The absence of conversation between them was palpable, and seeing no spark of connection, Wen Qingmei adopted an expression of exasperation, as if to say, "How can you be so hopeless?" She casually initiated a topic. "By the way, Jiang, who do you plan to use as a model for your midterm assessment in the figure drawing class? Are you considering a nude model?" At the mention of a certain word, Jiang Xu's brow twitched slightly, and her long, delicate fingers instinctively curled inward. She paused, responding, "I suppose I won't be seeking a nude model. As for who I will choose..." She bit her lip, her long lashes quivering ever so slightly. "I have someone in mind, but I'm uncertain if you would agree." Her initial suggestion for Lu Zhi to visit her villa every weekend was to have him serve as her figure model for practicing drawing techniques. However, she had never intended for him to pose nude or in merely a pair of shorts. Thus, she was unsure if he would be amenable to the art instructor's requirements. "Oh, and who is it that you intend to ask, Jiang?" Mi Xiaxia drawled teasingly, her gaze flitting between Jiang Xu and Lu Zhi. Jiang Xu discerned their intentions, and, feeling somewhat exasperated, sighed, "I'll let you know once I've finished my drawing." The group tacitly agreed to let the subject drop, chuckling lightly as they moved on. Time swiftly passed, and Friday arrived. As per their arrangement, Lu Zhi was to visit Jiang Xu's villa that weekend. Following an intricate and meticulous grooming routine, Jiang Xu reclined on her bed, engrossed in her phone. At that moment, a WeChat message arrived from Xiaobo, whom she had not seen in quite some time. "Xiaobo, Jiang, I'm returning to Russia with a convoy tomorrow. Are you coming to see me off?" Jiang Xu sat up, somewhat taken aback. "So soon?" "Xiaobo, yes. It will likely take over a month to resolve matters there. When I return to the country, I'll come to visit your new home." Upon reading this, Jiang Xu's fingers hesitated momentarily over her keyboard. Xiaobo had previously mentioned that after the conclusion of E3, he would announce his official retirement upon returning to Russia and then head back home. However, Jiang Xu was aware that he would not be able to return home. Awaiting him in Russia was a den of peril. "Brother, when is your flight tomorrow? Allow me to see you off," Jiang Xu inquired. Xiaobo promptly sent her his flight details, replying simply, "All right." The following day, Jiang Xu arrived at the airport punctually to bid farewell to Xiaobo. He was unaccompanied by bodyguards, and he pushed his own luggage. Upon seeing her, who had come specifically to see him off, his light blue eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy. He gently raised his hand to ruffle her hair, and this time, Jiang Xu did not shy away. In his ever-gentle tone, he said, Jiang, thank you for coming to see me off." Jiang Xu looked up, her small face serious, as she earnestly cautioned, "Brother Xiaobo, you must be careful when you return. Take care of yourself and ensure your safety. The struggle for power within the Evelyn family is bound to be fraught with bloodshed. Otherwise, he would not have been hindered from returning home in his previous life." Seeing the concern etched on Jiang Xu's face, Xiaobo smiled and couldn't resist ruffling her hair once more, responding, "All right, I understand." Still somewhat uneasy, Jiang Xu added, "Brother, you must return safely and come back soon. Rest assured, flying is quite safe." Jiang Xu refrained from explaining that her concern was not merely about travel safety. She managed a slight smile, waving at him, "Goodbye, brother Jiao Bo, goodbye, Jiang. As Jiao Bo turned towards the boarding gate, he glanced back as he approached it, only to find Jiang Xu had already departed. He withdrew his gaze indifferently. Jiang. This time, may I ask you to wait for your brother?" Today was Sunday. Jiang Xu stretched a delicate, pale arm from beneath the covers to silence the incessant beeping of the alarm clock by her bedside. Remembering what she needed to do today, she jolted upright in a panic. She had forgotten to ask Lu Zhi whether he would be willing to be her human model in advance. The doorbell rang, and upon checking the video doorbell, she saw Lu Zhi standing outside. She and T provided him with a new Villa S gate code. He had arrived precisely on time. Jiang Xu opened the door, exclaiming, "You're here." The weather in Jing City had recently warmed, and he was clad in a gray sweater with a thin black coat over it. As he entered, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her. She appeared as though she had just risen, still dressed in a thin nightgown, and her long chestnut hair was tousled. His eyes drifted down to her feet, which were bare, clad only in a pair of white plush socks. Her toes curled and resting atop the arch of her left foot. Noticing his gaze, Jiang Xu felt a wave of embarrassment and instinctively pulled her feet back, explaining, "I came down in a hurry and forgot to put on shoes. Please wait a moment. I'll freshen up and change my clothes." She turned and retreated into her room. After a considerable while, she emerged anew. Today, she wore a loose-fitting white knitted sweater and relaxed denim jeans. Her long hair, casually swept up with a clip, her face devoid of makeup. Though her attire is undeniably casual and unremarkable, it exudes an unexpected charm when adorned by her. Jiang Xu inquired first, "Are you ready?" Then let us begin. I have specifically prepared a room, located at the very end." With a light and graceful stride, Jiang Xu led him to a door painted in a vibrant shade of red. Chapter 36. Dashing the scene before him was entirely different from what he had imagined. The anticipated dim lighting and an array of adult paraphernalia were conspicuously absent, and even the opulent silk bed that should have occupied the center of the room was nowhere to be found. The spacious chamber was, however, filled to the brim with artistic paraphernalia. On the walls hung a collection of paintings, each exhibiting a distinct style, while in the corners stood several wooden easels, some of which bore unfinished works depicting the intricacies of human anatomy. Brushes were carelessly nestled in a palette, the remnants of paint glistening under the sunlight. This was not a chamber of indulgence, but rather a studio. Observing the room, Lu Zhi's previously dark and profound gaze was instantly replaced by astonishment. His crimson lips, previously tightly sealed, parted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. "What is this?" he inquired. Jiang Xu replied, "This is my personal art studio, specifically designed for painting." The sheer white curtains were drawn wide open, with floor-to-ceiling windows nearly enveloping an entire white wall. Abundant natural light flooded the space, rendering it bright and airy. The floor was adorned with light gray wooden planks, exuding a warm texture that harmonized beautifully with the white walls. On one side of the studio stood a row of custom-made white storage cabinets, neatly organizing various artistic tools and materials. Paints, brushes, frames, and canvases, everything readily accessible. "What do you think? Isn't it splendid?" Lu Zhi remained silent. Jiang Xu approached the easel by the window and turned to him, her bright eyes shimmering warmly in the sunlight. "Lu Zhi, there is something I'd like to discuss with you." "What is it? Would you be willing to be my model for figure drawing?" Jiang Xu briefly elaborated on her current project. "My health has improved significantly, and I no longer need to treat you as I did before. Therefore, I would like you to assist me in practicing my figure drawing skills. As we previously agreed, the remuneration will be 200,000 for each session. Is that acceptable?" Lu Zhi fell silent for a moment, contemplating her words. Assuming he was hesitant, Jiang Xu quickly added, "Rest assured, you won't need to pose nude, though there may be occasions where I might request you to wear only shorts." As she spoke, her confidence visibly wavered. Noticing her gaze drop, her delicate fingers intertwined, Lu Zhi smirked slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Why seek such an expensive model? No model, regardless of price, would charge 200,000 for such a service. It's not like I'm providing special services." Jiang Xu instinctively raised her head. Seeing his aloof expression remained unchanged, she began to doubt her interpretation of his self-deprecating humor. Before she could speak again, Lu Zhi's indifferent voice cut through the air. "I will." Jiang Xu's face brightened with joy, yet she cautiously inquired, "So, can you accept wearing only shorts for this session?" The brightness of the day illuminated the room, allowing any subtle changes in expression to be easily discerned. Although Jiang Xu's request was straightforward, the expression on her exquisite face bore no trace of suggestive connotations. Lu Zhi's gaze slightly lowered as he nodded gently, responding with an affirmative sound. Seeing his agreement once more, Jiang Xu's face broke into a smile. The studio contained a private restroom, and Lu Zhi stepped inside to disrobe. Jiang Xu was busy preparing the material she would need for painting when she soon heard the sound of Lu Zhi emerging from the restroom. Her first impression was that his scars had multiplied. They were not confined to his upper body, but extended to his legs as well. The scars crisscrossed in a chaotic manner, some deep, some shallow. Yet, surprisingly, the accumulation of these scars did not detract from his appearance. Noticing Jiang Xu's unwavering gaze upon him, Lu Zhi swallowed hard, his voice gravelly. "Do you need me to pose in any particular way?" Jiang Xu, holding a paintbrush with her hand resting on her pointed chin, assumed a thoughtful pose and replied, "I believe you can just stand there motionless. You look quite handsome." His long lashes fluttered slightly as he responded in a deep voice, "All right." When sketching a model, one must observe with great precision. The assignment this time did not require the addition of color. A mere sketch would suffice, prompting Jiang Xu to pay special attention to the human form's lines and proportions. She had always perceived Lu Zhi as exceedingly tall, and drawing closer to him intensified that overwhelming presence. Capturing the contours of his body on paper only deepened this impression. He was, astonishingly, a 9.5 head-to-body ratio, a quintessential inverted triangle physique, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, with his elbow line aligning perfectly with his waistline, and his wrist line extending beyond the bottom line of his groin. Most notably, his limbs were robust, his skin fair, and every muscle on his body was perfectly defined, flowing smoothly and appearing solid, exuding strength. He emanated an aura of explosive masculinity that even the world's most renowned models might envy, unable to rival his perfection. Jiang Xu approached her art with utmost seriousness, immersing herself entirely. To her, Lu Zhi was merely the model she needed to capture faithfully. Even as she scrutinized every detail excessively, her mind remained devoid of any extraneous thoughts. However, the subject being portrayed likely harbored different sentiments. An undeniable gaze lingered on him, roaming across his body, lingering and reluctant to depart. Lu Zhi found this experience more arduous than any previous encounter. His jaw tightened, the muscles beneath his skin twitched slightly, lips pressed into a straight line, his entire body rigid as if forged from steel. Yet, Jiang Xu reminded him, "Try to relax your body a bit. Don't worry. I'll be quick. You won't have to hold this pose for too long." Lu Zhi remained silent, striving to ease his tension, to create a worthwhile piece. A few hours were evidently insufficient, and thus Jiang Xu completed only a small portion of her work this time. With 3 weeks remaining until submission, there was no rush. She could take her time. When Jiang Xu finally averted her gaze and declared that she was finished, Lu Zhi's taut nerves finally relaxed. He quickly returned to change into his clothes, emerging again impeccably dressed, even zipping his jacket up to the top without a second thought. Observing the results of her morning's labor, Jiang Xu promptly transferred the payment and stated, "Let us meet at the same time next time to continue our work." Lu Zhi's usually calm tone now carried a hint of anxiety. "All right." Jiang Xu tidied up her painting tools and casually inquired, "Will you be having lunch here with me?" My aunt should have finished cooking by now. Though she lived alone, she did not resort to takeout every day. Occasionally, she would invite a housekeeper to prepare meals. "No, I have some matters to attend to later." Jiang Xu expressed a tinge of regret. "Very well then." Thus, a new week quietly commenced in the gentle light of dawn. However, on this particular day, the 3221 girls' dormitory was unexpectedly graced by a few uninvited guests. Chapter 37. The arrangement this morning. A rare occurrence of only one class allowed Jiang Xu and her friends to return to their dormitory for a brief respite before the afternoon classes resumed. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were taken aback to find their dorm room door ajar, with a middle-aged woman clad in a vibrant floral dress orchestrating the removal of their belongings by two men. The men, one tall and one short, were presumably her husband and son. Witnessing the chaos, when Qingmei rushed forward to halt their actions. "What are you doing? These are our dormitory belongings. Are you planning to rob us in broad daylight?" Seeing their room in disarray, Mi Xiaxia was equally incensed. "Who are you to meddle with our things? Are you not aware that this is illegal?" At the mention of legality, the middle-aged woman's brows furrowed in indignation. "Whose belongings? These are my daughter's possessions. Am I not permitted to move them as her own mother? Step aside and do not obstruct my efforts." Jiang Xu observed that most of the items being removed were shared purchases: tables, chairs, and communal appliances, all of good quality. The woman's acerbic demeanor ignited a fire within when Qingmei, prompting her to retort sharply, "Who is your daughter? You simply declare them as hers without any shame." Jiang Xu's expression darkened as she contemplated summoning the dormitory supervisor. At that moment, they heard Tao Jing's restrained voice call out, "Mom, what are you doing? Mom?" The three girls were taken aback, unable to believe their ears as Tao Jing addressed the middle-aged woman. Lu Yin, recognizing a familiar face, felt emboldened and defiantly proclaimed to Jiang Xu and her friends, "I told you these are my daughter's belongings, yet you refuse to believe me." Jiang Xu furrowed her brows in silence. Wen Qingmei and Mi Xiaxia, equally astonished to discover that the woman was indeed Tao Jing's mother, fell silent as their expressions grew darker. Clenching her fists, Tao Jing shouted, "Mom, these are not just mine. They belong to all four of us in the dorm. You cannot simply take them away." "Why not?" Lu Yin shot back. "If you contributed financially, then they're yours, but since you are no longer staying in the dormitory, all these items must be taken with you. Otherwise, wouldn't that benefit someone else?" Upon hearing Lu Yin mention her departure from the dormitory, Tao Jing froze momentarily, realization dawning upon her. "Did you secretly withdraw me from the dormitory?" No wonder the dorm supervisor allowed them to enter and remove belongings. "Indeed," Lu Yin replied nonchalantly. "Dormitory fees are exorbitant for a semester. Why not stay at home? Your house is close to the school. You can walk there in just an hour. With the money saved from your accommodation, your brother could purchase 2 new gaming consoles." She gestured toward a nearby boy dressed in a colorful baseball jacket, sporting dyed red hair and nonconformist piercings. Tao Jing's brother, Tao Jiabao. Tao Jing was well aware of her family's preference for sons over daughters. Her parents had always favored her brother. It was no surprise to her that her mother would resort to such shameless actions for Tao Jiabao. She closed her eyes, filled with both helplessness and anger. "Hadn't I given you a considerable sum of money? How could you spend it all so quickly?" Tao Jing's father, Tao Yingfa, interjected. "That amount was spent on buying your brother a new phone and computer. It was hardly sufficient. Listen to me. Withdraw from your dormitory and move back home with us." At that moment, Tao Jiabao chimed in lazily, having perfectly inherited the sharp, angular features from both Tao Yingfa and Lu Yin. "Exactly, sister. My old phone and computer are outdated. Now that Mom has money, she must get me new ones." Tao Jing widened her eyes in disbelief. She had never imagined Lu Yin would spend money so recklessly. Just a week ago, she had given Lu Yin a substantial sum, enough to support an ordinary family for quite some time. She had hoped that by giving Lu Yin money, she could avoid disturbances from her. Yet Lu Yin had squandered it all to curry favor with Tao Jiabao. "I refuse to withdraw from the dorm," Tao Jing declared. She preferred staying at the dormitory to escaping the stifling and oppressive atmosphere of her home. There was no way she would return with them. Observing Tao Jing's unwavering stance, Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with determination. "If you won't withdraw, then you must give me another sum. This time, I need 50,000. Faced with Lu Yan's audacious demand, Tao Jing felt a wave of despair wash over her. "Where am I supposed to find that much money?" "I don't care. You gave me that amount last time, didn't you? Besides, weren't you being supported by a wealthy older man? How did you acquire the last sum? Just go and ask him for more." Lu Yan's words became increasingly reckless, prompting Tao Jing to hastily intervene. After enduring and holding back her frustration, She finally relented under the astonished gazes of Jiang Xu and the others. Fine, I will give you the money. The moment Tao Jing acquiesced, Lu Yin and her companions beamed with delight, reveling in their opportunistic triumph. However, I cannot provide the money immediately. It will take a few days. Lu Yan's expression dimmed slightly, knowing one must not push too hard. She responded dryly, all right, but it must be soon, or I will come to your school to find you. She tugged at Tao Jiabao and Tao Ingfa, urging them to leave promptly. Once the three departed, the four girls in the dormitory heaved a sigh of relief. They silently returned the items that had just been taken out, each refraining from uttering a single word. After tidying up the dormitory, Tao Jing finally spoke, her face filled with remorse. I apologize. My family has caused you discomfort. It's nothing, Jing. You need not apologize. This is not your fault. They truly did not hold any ill will towards the incident, nor had they anticipated Tao Jing's family to be like this. It was no wonder Tao Jing rarely spoke of her family background. What concerned them more was Lu Yan's insinuation regarding Tao Jing being supported by a man. Wen Qingmei found it hard to believe. Jing, were you truly? She could not bring herself to utter the word. Jiang Xu looked at Tao Jing with worry. Jing, did that man deceive you, leaving you with no choice? Tao Jing discerned the unreserved concern and trust reflected in Jiang Xu's eyes. Lowering her head, her lips slightly pale, she hesitated. Jing, please speak up. Only by expressing your thoughts can we assist you, Mi Xiaxia urged, sensing Tao Jing's reluctance. They found it hard to believe and were unwilling to accept that Tao Jing could be involved in such a situation. They were merely embarking on their university journey, still in the bloom of youth. Moreover, Tao Jing's academic performance was commendable, consistently earning scholarships, with a promising future ahead. Despite the unfortunate circumstances of her upbringing, there was absolutely no need for her to tread down such a perilous path, one that would inevitably lead to her ruin. Chapter 38. Jiang Xu, do not fear yet. Tao Jing appeared reluctant to discuss such matters, tightly pursing her lips in silence. She sat at her place, visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, as if she were embarrassed by a secret that had been publicly unveiled. Despite Tao Jing's unwillingness to speak, the other three could do little but suppress their own worries and impatience. Jiang Xu finally reassured her, it's all right, Jing, we believe in you. On that weekend, the weather was remarkably clear, the azure sky almost ethereal. Just as Jiang Xu was preparing to head to her personal studio, she received a message from Lu Zhi. Apologies, I have some matters to attend to during the day. Can I come over in the evening instead? Upon reading the message, Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly typed a response. All right, I will wait for you. As night enveloped the world like a shroud, Lu Zhi arrived at Jiang Xu's villa, as promised. She opened the door for him, inviting him in. After spending time together, the dynamic between Jiang Xu and Lu Zhi had gradually settled into a comfortable routine. Drawing from their previous experience, Lu Zhi navigated the situation with noticeable ease this time. Jiang Xu had turned on the heating in advance, and he swiftly shed his outer garments. Before they began, Lu Zhi suddenly inquired, can we keep this session a bit shorter? Jiang Xu, poised to place her pencil on the paper, lifted her gaze from behind the broad wooden easel and asked, is there something else you need to attend to? Yes, he replied. Jiang Xu paused thoughtfully. All right, then hold still. I'll try to be quick. The sheer curtains billowed gently in the breeze, and the silvery moonlight cast delicate shadows by the window. Jiang Xu grasped her pencil with her right hand while her left rested naturally on the edge of the easel, periodically switching between brushes of varying hardness and darkness, the tips gliding swiftly across the paper. In truth, she had not been entirely unprepared. She had sketched some rough outlines based on her impressions and understanding of Lu Zhi's physique over the past few days. Now, she merely needed to refine the details against the living model. Consequently, she completed the entire piece in no time. Content with her work, Jiang Xu looked towards him and asked, I have finished. Would you like to see it? His hand, poised to put on his clothes, hesitated momentarily before he nodded. Yes. Thus, Jiang Xu turned the easel towards him. The male nude sketch sprang to life on the paper, despite the monochrome palette. It exuded a vividness that made it seem as though the figure stood before her. Every detail mirrored his form with impeccable accuracy, even the contours of his physique. Notably, she captured nuances he himself had overlooked, such as a faint mole on his lower right abdomen and a slight scar on the left side, both rendered with meticulous precision. In essence, Jiang Xu perhaps understood his body better than he did himself. His lips parted slightly, his voice deep and resonant. It's quite impressive. With her creation receiving affirmation from the model himself, Jiang Xu felt a surge of joy. Observing her happiness, Lu Zhi inadvertently curled the corners of his lips in a subtle smile. Jiang Xu was about to suggest that he could leave if he had matters to attend to. But at that moment, the lights in the room suddenly extinguished, plunging the entire space into darkness. The moonlight seemed to be shrouded by thick clouds, and no light filtered through the window, rendering her unable to see anything. Her hand was lost in the void. Jiang Xu harbored a profound fear of darkness. While she could tolerate dim surroundings, complete blackness was unbearable. In her past life in Southeast Asia, she had been confined in a water prison multiple times for her disobedience, each time enduring for as long as half a month. There, no light penetrated. Her body was submerged in frigid water without any support. The water prison was also home to countless water snakes. Though non-venomous, their bites were excruciating, coiling tightly around her body and leaving her bloodied. The relentless darkness intensified her terror, for she could not ascertain if the next moment would bring a snake lunging to strike her. Fear gripped her. She screamed until her throat was hoarse, utterly drained of strength, with no one to rescue her. Once again engulfed by an inescapable darkness, Jiang Xu instinctively wrapped her arms around her head, her body feeling as though it were laden with lead, excessively heavy. In her days, it seemed she had not been reborn at all. She remained trapped in that horrifying water prison, and all of this might merely be a figment of her imagination. Her lips trembled as she whispered, Don't bite me." Jiang Xu sobbed, her voice quivering, "Don't come closer. I beg you, don't entangle me, don't approach." The emotion known as fear clung to her with relentless tenacity, and she emitted a piercing scream, her voice nearing the brink of collapse. Upon hearing Jiang Xu utter strange phrases, Lu Zhi's expression shifted, and he rushed towards her in the dark, calling out, "Jiang Xu." Noticing her evident distress, he steadied her frail shoulders and shouted, "Jiang Xu, can you hear me?" Yet, Jiang Xu remained unresponsive, seemingly trapped in her own world, repetitively uttering the words, "Don't bite me, don't come closer," followed by frantic screams. It was as if she had suddenly succumbed to madness, albeit with a different intensity than before. Lu Zhi's brows furrowed deeply as he spoke continuously in her ear, attempting to awaken her. "Jiang Xu, wake up." Suddenly, her arms flailed wildly, as if trying to swat away some imagined assailant, her face contorted in terror. The force of her punches was not substantial to Lu Zhi. He allowed her to strike him as he repeatedly called out her name, yearning for her to regain consciousness. She continued to emit anguished cries. In the darkness, Lu Zhi could feel her body trembling uncontrollably. The absence of light and the darkness of his own eyes concealed the pain within his heart. He abruptly tightened his embrace around her quaking form. She was so slender, cradled in his arms like a fragile piece of paper, as though she could vanish at any moment. "Jiang Xu, don't be afraid." Lu Zhi rarely spoke in a gentle tone. Most often, his voice bore an indifferent monotony. Yet, in this moment, his tone was imbued with extraordinary tenderness. Lu Zhi embraced her as one would comfort a bewildered child, gently patting Jiang Xu's back with his palm. His steady voice instilled a sense of calm, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. I am here." Jiang Xu gasped for breath like someone who had nearly drowned, her fingers gripping his arm tightly, turning pale from the pressure. The warmth radiating from Lu Zhi brought a semblance of reality to this moment. He tirelessly reassured her as the darkness enveloped them like a vast curtain, their bodies pressed closely together as if they were destined to merge into one. Time became an abstract concept as Jiang Xu gradually emerged from her turmoil, finding her composure. In the stillness, the only sounds were their intertwined breaths. She buried her head against his chest, muffling her voice as she instinctively called his name, "Lu." "Lu Zhi." "Yes, I am here." His cool tone seemed to penetrate her very being, reaching her heart, and Jiang Xu felt an invisible tether connecting them. Lu Zhi held on her firmly. "Thank you." Whether it was at the end of the last life or at this moment, it suddenly dawned on Jiang Xu that Lu Zhi had yet to don his clothes, being clad only in a pair of black shorts. The tears she had shed in fear were now smeared across his skin, leaving a sticky residue. Chapter 39. Photographs. Jiang Xu felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly withdrew from his embrace, suggesting, "Perhaps you should wash up first?" As the clouds dispersed, moonlight streamed through the window once more, allowing Lu Zhi to discern the remnants of tears upon Jiang Xu's visage. He offered her comfort, saying, "It must have been a power outage. We'll simply reset it shortly." Jiang Xu nodded in agreement. After he restored the power, Lu Zhi prepared to leave. Before departing, he couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Jiang Xu, whose face still bore traces of trepidation. "If you ever need anything, you can call me or come find me," he reassured her. Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback, finally responding softly, "Then I shall take my leave." Time galloped forward. Xiao Bo had returned to Russia, and the relationship between Jiang Xu and Lu Zhi had returned to normalcy, granting Jiang Xu a tranquil second semester filled with classes, painting, and visits to the psychological clinic. These three activities comprised the entirety of her daily life. During the summer break, Jiang Xu moved back to the Jiang residence. Over the past 6 months, her demeanor had transformed significantly, and Jiang Hongru began to see a glimmer of hope in her. Consequently, his attitude towards her softened. Furthermore, Jiang Xu occasionally returned during her breaks to spend time with him, thereby easing the tension between the grandfather and granddaughter. On this occasion, Jiang Hongru awaited her at the door alongside He Chifu, his face lined with wrinkles, revealing no discernible emotion. Upon seeing Jiang Xu alight from the vehicle, Jiang Hongru spoke in a neutral tone, "You're back?" Having spent considerable time with him, Jiang Xu had begun to decipher Jiang Hongru's temperament. Sensing that he seemed somewhat displeased today, she hesitated before responding, "Grandfather, come to my study." Jiang Xu lingered momentarily, hesitating to move. It was He Chifu who prompted her. "Miss, you should hurry. The master will be displeased if you are late." "Do you know why grandfather has summoned me to the study?" Although Jiang Hongru had largely withdrawn from affairs, significant company decisions still required his approval, making his study a place of great importance within the Jiang family. Typically, one would not be summoned there without cause. A sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Xu's heart, yet she could not fathom why Jiang Hongru would call her in. He Chifu, cautious not to divulge too much, simply advised, "Miss, you'll understand once you arrive. But do remember to be accommodating towards the master. Do not provoke his anger." Upon entering the study, Jiang Xu noted its modest size, yet was exquisitely and elegantly arranged. A bronze chandelier hung from the ceiling, while a large solid wood desk, rich in material and adorned with a clear grain, reflected a deep, lustrous sheen indicative of its age, stood at the center. Jiang Hongru was seated in a grand chair behind the desk, a leather-bound document laid before him. Jiang Xu first glanced at the document before turning her gaze to Jiang Hongru's aged face. Though he had surpassed his 70s, he still exuded vitality, his murky eyes sharp with the shrewdness acquired from years in the business realm. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xu ventured, "Grandfather, is something the matter? Look at the trouble you have caused." Jiang Hongru exclaimed, casting the leather document to the floor in a fit of furious indignation. To her dismay, she had believed that Jiang Xu had finally undergone some transformation during this period, only to discover that she was fundamentally corrupt, capable of committing such despicable acts. Jiang Xu picked up the document from the ground and opened the seal. A stack of photographs tumbled out from the opening, scattering across the floor. As she discerned the content of those images, her pupils constricted in shock. These photographs depicted her with Lu Zhi, capturing moments from the Red Room when she engaged in those acts with him. In the images, he was bound, his appearance unspeakable. His expression was a chilling blend of disdain and revulsion, his dark eyes seeming to pierce through the photographs, directly confronting her at this very moment. Jiang Xu's chest heaved violently. This was before the day of her rebirth. Chapter 40. Perhaps he enjoys being treated this way. There exists an abundance of photographs akin to this, each one nearly unbearable to behold. In her previous life, Jiang Xu was quite malicious. She relished witnessing the expression of suppressed anguish on Lu Zhi's face. She would capture his visage at that time, allowing him to behold his own humiliation, where disdain adorned his face, yet his body responded with undeniable honesty. Back then, Lu Zhi appeared as though he would devour her, his eyes tinged with fury. However, on the very day she was reborn, she promptly deleted and destroyed all those images. She remained oblivious as to how these photographs ultimately fell into Jiang Hongru's hands. Jiang Xu clutched the photograph, remaining silent for a considerable time, not offering any defense for herself. Admit it, did you not coerce him into such acts? Jiang Hongru forcefully struck his cane against the ground, producing a dull yet resonant sound. Jiang Xu lowered her head, candidly acknowledging, I did. You. Jiang Hongru nearly choked on his breath, raising his cane as if to strike Jiang Xu, but ultimately, he merely slammed it down onto the floor. You are driving this old man to the brink of despair. How could I have such an unfilial granddaughter like you? The Jiang family, once a scholarly lineage, had fallen into decline over the past few generations and turned to commerce. Jiang Hongru had adhered to propriety throughout his life, conducting business with integrity. Yet he never expected that Jiang Xu, having just reached adulthood, would engage in such shameless behavior with men. If this were to spread, it would tarnish the Jiang family's reputation built over centuries. Jiang Hongru's chest heaved violently, his breath becoming labored, forcing him to soothe himself with his hand. He pointed his cane at Jiang Xu, his lips quivering, his complexion ashen. You must sever ties with him immediately. A few days prior, he had received an anonymous email containing only a single photograph, the very one Jiang Xu had just retrieved from the ground. Upon recognizing the individual in the photo, he was taken aback and promptly instructed He Chi-Fu to investigate the man thoroughly, including his connection to Jiang Xu. Thus, the events of today transpired. Jiang Xu stood resolutely, her expression largely unchanged. She had indeed severed ties. Jiang Hongru, however, remained unconvinced. Then why did I discover that you still have contact? Furthermore, he uncovered that the man continued to visit Jiang Xu's residence weekly, and that she would transfer him a substantial sum of money. Jiang Xu replied, because he is currently serving as my life model for art. The lines on Jiang Hongru's face deepened with anger, his gray eyebrows raised. What kind of life model requires frequent visits to your residence and such generous payments? This relationship appears highly inappropriate. Upon hearing Jiang Hongru's words, Jiang Xu realized he must have conducted prior inquiries into her association with Lu Zhi. Grandfather, we truly share a legitimate relationship, Jiang Xu calmly explained. He is merely my life model for painting. I acknowledge my previous mistakes in coercing him, but I have come to recognize my errors, and I now seek to make amends in this manner. Jiang Xu's method of compensation was remarkably simple. She provided him with whatever he lacked. Is what you say true? Upon seeing Jiang Xu's serious demeanor, which bore no trace of deceit, Jiang Hongru's expression softened somewhat. Jiang Xu nodded, it is true. Jiang Hongru's countenance darkened as he leaned on his cane, regaining his former authoritative air. If that is the case, simply give him a lump sum and sever all ties from now on. Jiang Xu hesitated. I'm sorry, grandfather. I cannot do that. Although Lu Zhi's entrepreneurial endeavors had progressed quite well over the past few months, attracting considerable investment, Jiang Xu was aware that Lu Zhi had often faced misfortunes during his years of hardship. His path to success would not be smooth. In her previous life, it had taken almost 4 years for him to achieve real success in his ventures. She believed she could not remain indifferent should Lu Zhi find himself in despair once more. Jiang Hongru was infuriated by Jiang Xu's unwavering refusal. He truly raised his cane to strike her. I shall strike you, unfilial descendant. As the impending blow approached, Jiang Xu instinctively wanted to evade it, but she resisted and stood her ground. Father. The cane did not connect with Jiang Xu, but instead struck Jiang Yangping, who had just returned and heard He Chi-Fu mention that Jiang Hongru had summoned Jiang Xu to the study. Sensing trouble, he rushed over. Upon entering, he saw Jiang Hongru mercilessly swinging his cane at Jiang Xu, and he was immediately alarmed. He hurried forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Xu. The cane hit Jiang Yanping's shoulder with a dull thud. He barely registered the searing pain before hastily attempting to calm Jiang Hongru. "Father, regardless of the circumstances, you cannot harm her." The force of the blow had been severe, and he could already feel his shoulder swelling painfully. Had it struck Jiang Xu, the consequences would have been dire. "This is none of your concern." Jiang Hongru, having vented his extreme frustration, now calmed slightly. He sat upright, although his gaze began to wander, unable to meet Jiang Xu's eyes. Jiang Yanping inquired, "Father, what has my precious daughter done to upset you?" Jiang Hongru pointed at the photograph on the ground, snorting disdainfully, "Look for yourself." Upon examining the photograph's contents, Jiang Yanping initially furrowed his brow, but then gradually relaxed, a smile spreading across his face. "Precious, you have a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell Daddy sooner?" Jiang Hongru directed his ire towards Jiang Yanping. "Your wonderful daughter coerced him and even took such humiliating pictures of him. This is all you're doing." Realizing the situation, Jiang Yanping forced a smile. The younger generation knows how to have fun. "Be serious," Jiang Hongru admonished, vigorously tapping his cane. Jiang Yanping quickly composed himself, murmuring softly, "Perhaps that young man enjoys being treated this way by my precious daughter." Jiang Hongru glared at him. "What did you say?" Jiang Yanping hastily replied, "Nothing. However, father, it is perhaps prudent that we refrain from meddling in the affairs of the youth. Furthermore, even if our dear child were to have coerced someone, did the young man not receive compensation as well? Moreover, considering the longevity of this relationship, it can truly be argued that our beloved has not erred in any significant manner." Jiang Yanping endeavored to reason with Jiang Hongru. "Our dear child has reached an age where exploring romantic interests is entirely natural. Jiang Xu, what do you understand? She has already—" Jiang Hongru's voice faltered as it touched upon Jiang Xu. Before Jiang Xu could articulate a response, Jiang Yanping inquired with confusion, "What has our dear child already done?" Jiang Hongru's aged brown eyelids drooped heavily, his gaze revealing a tumult of complex emotions. "Very well, let this matter rest for today. Nonetheless, Jiang Xu, I shall not permit you to engage in actions that bring disgrace to the Jiang family." Chapter 41. The theatrical performance with Jiang Yanping's intervention. Jiang Hongru's anger had diminished considerably. However, due to Jiang Xu's continued defiance, Jiang Hongru kept her confined within the Jiang residence throughout the entire summer, forbidding her from stepping outside. Even her visits to a psychologist were conducted at home, with Wei Changfeng summoned to provide her treatment. As the new school term began, Jiang Hongru insisted that Jiang Xu move back into the family home, arranging for Lu Zhi to fetch her whenever she had no classes, and severing all her financial resources to prevent any opportunity for contact with Lu Zhi. Initially, Jiang Yanping would discreetly transfer some money to Jiang Xu when Jiang Hongru was not watching, but this was soon discovered by Jiang Hongru. "My dear, it's my fault for allowing your grandfather to find out. I apologize," Jiang Yanping said, his face filled with remorse. Jiang Xu smiled gently, assuring him, "It's all right. I don't blame you." Despite his advancing age, Jiang Hongru still held absolute authority in the Jiang household, and even Jiang Yanping could not easily oppose him. Without the ability to meet Lu Zhi in person, Jiang Xu resorted to communicating with him via WeChat, subtly informing him of her current predicament at home and hinting that she was unable to transfer any money to him for the time being. Sorry, I might be out of funds for a while," she messaged. However, she kept herself updated on Lu Zhi's recent endeavors, noting that his entrepreneurial efforts appeared to be progressing quite well. He had even established a small company and rented an entire floor of an office building for operations, currently employing around 10 staff members. This news relieved Jiang Xu, as it suggested he was not in dire financial straits. As anticipated, Lu Zhi replied, "It's all right." Understanding that Jiang Xu was accustomed to spending freely, he proactively transferred 500,000 to her. "Apologies, this is all I have available at the moment." Staring at the transfer notification, Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback. "It's fine, consider this a loan from me." "Thank you," she responded. "You're welcome," he replied. 3 months into the sophomore year, the student council announced a call for performances in preparation for the upcoming New Year's Eve gala. They stipulated that each grade and department must present a program, with all participants earning academic credits, and those in the top 3 performances eligible for a share of the prize money. The girls from dormitory 3221 were eager to participate. Shall we sign up? We can earn some credits. While the additional credits might be minimal, every little bit counts. Mi Xiaoxiao was particularly excited, noting the chance to win a cash prize, with the first place reward being a substantial 2,000. Jiang Xu inquired, "What program is our department planning to present?" She learned that they intended to perform a play titled Red Rose and White Rose, adapted from a renowned author's novel, which required 4 female performers. Tao Jing asked, "Are there any requirements for participation?" It seemed there were no strict prerequisites, but if the number of applicants was high, participants would be selected based on their appearance and acting talent. After all, they were from the Fine Arts Academy, and most were novices in theatrical performance. A prudent selection process would help save rehearsal time. Wen Qingmei inquired at an opportune moment, "Shall I inform the class leader that all 4 of us in the dormitory are signing up?" The other 3 had no objections. Very well. As anticipated, the prospect of earning extra credits ignited a remarkable enthusiasm among the university students, resulting in a substantial number of participants eager to join the performance. The Student Council of the Fine Arts College rented a spacious classroom to convene all the registered candidates for the selection process. Prior to this, Wen Qingmei had gathered the opinions of her dormitory mates and ultimately decided to register Jiang Xu for the role of the White Rose, while she herself would take on the role of the Red Rose, and Misha and Tao Jing would audition for 2 other female roles. When it was Jiang Xu's turn, the student council staff were taken aback by her stunning appearance. Jiang Xu possessed an exquisitely delicate visage, reminiscent of the oval faces depicted in ancient portraits of noble women. Her facial contours were gracefully smooth, and her porcelain-like skin emanated a fine, lustrous glow. Her eyebrows were slender and slightly arched, while her eyes resembled serene pools of water, capable of captivating hearts with a mere glance. Such beauty radiated effortlessly. Simply standing there drew the attention of many. The judging for this program not only involved scores from the judges, but also incorporated audience votes, which accounted for nearly half of the total. The student council members believed that with such a captivating face, Jiang Xu would undoubtedly garner significant popularity votes once she took the stage. Thus, they randomly had Jiang Xu recite a few lines from her character's script before instructing her to await further notice. Upon her exit, the other 3 approached her, eager to inquire about her experience. "How did it go? Was the audition difficult?" "It was manageable. Just require me to read a few lines from the role I registered for." They collectively sighed in relief, thankful they had read the script in advance. Since different roles were auditioned separately, the 4 soon completed their auditions and returned to await the results. The notification arrived within 2 days, but the outcome was unexpected. Jiang Xu had not been selected for the White Rose. However, the student council staff informed her that if she was interested in the role of the Red Rose, she could undergo a separate audition. To their astonishment, Tao Jing had successfully secured the part of the White Rose, while Wen Qingmei and Misha were both turned down. Faced with the puzzled gazes of the 3, Tao Jing hesitated and confessed, I changed my registered role at the last minute." The audition took place in a large classroom, with the various audition stations in close proximity. Jiang Xu and Tao Jing did not audition at the same time, so they had not noticed where Tao Jing had ultimately gone for her audition. The expressions of Jiang Xu and the others varied. After a moment, Jiang Xu was the first to speak. "Congratulations, Jingjing." Wen Qingmei and Misha offered awkward smiles, echoing congratulations. When Jiang Xu returned for her audition for the Red Rose, she went alone. Unexpectedly, she encountered someone familiar. "Is that you, Jiang Xu? Today, the student council is quite busy, so I asked Senior Lu from the General Student Association to assist with your audition." The speaker was a short-haired girl, Yun Xiong, the president of the Fine Arts College Student Council. Jiang Xu's gaze fell upon the tall and slender figure standing not far away, clad in dark attire, his countenance exuding an inherent aloofness and chill. Yun Xiong glanced at the striking presence beside her, still reeling from the astonishment that the usually distant academic prodigy had volunteered to assist in interviewing students at their modest academy. She had merely gone to the student council to request an empty classroom, only to find that today was Lu Zhi's turn to oversee duties. While filling out the application form, she had casually mentioned Jiang Xu's name. Consequently, upon noticing her lack of assistance, Senior Lu had generously offered to come along and help with the interviews. "Are you ready?" Yin Xiong and Lu Zhi took their seats in front, allowing Jiang Xu to step into the spotlight. Jiang Xu nodded, "Mm, then you may begin." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xu commenced reciting her lines. Once again, she had randomly selected a few excerpts, and the performance concluded swiftly. Yin Xiong instructed her to return home and await further notification. As Jiang Xu departed, Lu Zhi followed closely behind. "Jiang Xu," he called, his eyes dark as ink, his lips forming a subtle line. It was the first time he had witnessed such a side of Jiang Xu. Chapter 42. Disturbing disruptions in Lu Zhi's recollection. Jiang Xu seemed to possess a certain dullness in some aspects by nature. However, the red rose depicted in the script is a bloom that continues to flourish vibrantly amidst the intricate and bewildering fog of the world. She is multifaceted, playful, and fiery, unrestrained in her allure, almost the antithesis of the usual Jiang Xu. Yet during the recent interview, Jiang Xu effortlessly manifested the captivating charm akin to that of the red rose with a mere smile or frown. This was not an innate enchantment, but rather a skill acquired through experience. Did she learn such nuances for a particular individual? Upon hearing Lu Zhi's voice, Jiang Xu turned back in confusion. Is there anything else? She had assumed Lu Zhi followed her due to the interview. Upon meeting her gaze, Lu Zhi was momentarily startled. He had numerous questions lingering in his mind, questions he had yearned to ask for quite some time. He wished to inquire why her attitude had shifted so suddenly one day, and why, when she looked at him, her eyes often reflected guilt or other complex emotions. He also pondered whether her transformation was influenced by someone. Seeing that he remained silent for a while, Jiang Xu took the initiative to ask, "Are there any further questions regarding the interview?" Her tone towards him remained casual, unaffected by their prolonged absence from each other. "No," Lu Zhi almost uttered, but swallowed the words, awkwardly shifting the topic. "Are you still residing in the Jiang household?" Although uncertain of the reason behind Lu Zhi's inquiry, Jiang Xu nodded. "Yes, my grandfather continues to oversee me strictly." In this matter, Jiang Hongru's stance was unyieldingly firm. After a brief pause, Lu Zhi continued, "I'll be heading to Fengshan for the next 2 weeks." "Fengshan?" Jiang Xu's brow furrowed slightly. "Yes, for business negotiation. Fengshan is quite distant from Jing City, requiring nearly 3 hours by direct flight." Jiang Xu recalled that in her previous life, Fengshan experienced an earthquake, but not at the present time. Rather, it was during this same period the following year. Reflecting on this, her brow gradually relaxed. Since Lu Zhi had not encountered the earthquake in her past life, he should be safe. Thus, she nodded slightly in acknowledgement, calmly stating, "All right, please take care." 2 days later, Jiang Xu received an email from Yin Xiong. The content revealed that she had successfully passed the interview for the Red Rose role and was requested to dedicate 2 hours each afternoon after class for rehearsals at the performance hall. Aware of her commitment to rehearsals, Jiang Hongru permitted her to return home 2 hours later each day. Recently, the atmosphere in Jiang Xu's dormitory had become somewhat peculiar. Following the previous incident, when Qingmei had not spoken to Tao Jing for several days, since Mi Xiaxia was on amicable terms with Wen Qingmei, she too refrained from conversing with Tao Jing. Meanwhile, Jiang Xu only occasionally exchanged a few words with Tao Jing. During the lunch break, with Tao Jing absent from the dormitory, the remaining 3 each sat quietly on their respective beds. Wen Qingmei opened a bag of potato chips, crunching away with her teeth. Jiang, don't you feel angry that Tao Jing snatched your white rose?" Wen Qingmei expressed her disdain for Jiang Xu, remarking that Tao Jing's actions were akin to a stab in the back. Mi Xiaxia chimed in indignantly, asserting that if Tao Jing had wanted the role of the white rose, she could have expressed her intentions from the outset. Mi Xiaxia was genuinely revolted by Tao Jing's recent maneuver. Had Tao Jing been upfront about her desire to audition for the white rose, even if Jiang Xu had also auditioned for it, Mi Xiaxia would not have found the situation so distasteful. Jiang Xu fell into a brief silence, admitting that it was impossible not to feel perturbed. However, to say that Tao Jing had taken her white rose was an exaggeration. Ultimately, the final selection rested with the student council, so it was unfair to place the blame solely on Tao Jing. Moreover, Jiang Xu felt that the red rose suited her just as well. Upon hearing Jiang Xu's perspective, the other sighed in resignation. Jiang, you're simply too kind-hearted. You should be more cautious and limit your interactions with her. Who knows when she might stab someone else in the back? Indeed. And wasn't she involved with someone as well? I initially believed her, but after this incident, I suspect she may not have been deceived at all. Perhaps she was the one orchestrating it. Suddenly, the dormitory door handle was turned from the outside, and when Qing Mei's voice abruptly ceased. In the next moment, they saw Tao Jing enter, leaving them uncertain whether she had overheard their conversation. When Qing Mei and Mi Xiaxia exchanged glances and tacitly chose silence, retreating to their beds to draw the curtains for a nap. Jiang Xu merely offered Tao Jing a faint smile as a greeting before also pulling her curtains for a rest. Observing the trio's demeanor, Tao Jing pressed her lips tightly together, her jaw clenched to the point of whiteness. She returned silently to her seat. In the afternoon, following classes, Jiang Xu arrived punctually at the school auditorium for rehearsal. By the time she arrived, Tao Jing was already present. Upon seeing Jiang Xu approach, it appeared that Tao Jing intended to speak Jiang. Yet, Jiang Xu merely nodded slightly before walking directly towards the student council staff. Tao Jing watched her retreating figure, her hands clenched into fists, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Meanwhile, Yin Xiong, noticing Jiang Xu's arrival, felt a surge of joy and waved. Jiang Xu, over here. When Jiang Xu auditioned for the White Rose, the student council members had unanimously decided that she must be cast. However, they believed she might be better suited for the role of the Red Rose. Hence, they arranged a separate audition for her. Had Jiang Xu declined to audition for the Red Rose, Yin Xiong intended to approach her directly to persuade her to take the role. Thankfully, Jiang Xu attended the audition, and her performance was nothing short of astonishing. Yin Xiong handed her a script, saying, "You can familiarize yourself with this in advance." "All right," Jiang Xu replied, taking the script to review. Shortly thereafter, Yin Xiong gathered all the cast members together. There were not many, a total of 7 individuals, 4 women and 3 men. Yin Xiong facilitated their introduction. The male lead, a young man named Qi Sheng, possessed a rather refined countenance and was in the same academic level as Jiang Xu. Having encountered him during classes, Qi Sheng took the initiative to greet Jiang Xu, his smile warm and inviting. "Hello, I am Qi Sheng. We have quite a few scenes together. Perhaps we could practice in advance." "I am Jiang Xu," she replied. "I am aware of your name." Qi Sheng continued. "Jiang Xu, you're quite well known at school. They say you are exceptionally beautiful. However, the school forum lacks your photograph, which may be why many people do not recognize you." Qi Sheng, being a classmate and peer in the same department, was naturally familiar with her. The absence of Jiang Xu's image on the school forum was a protective measure by Jiang Yangping, and indeed, there were scarcely any photographs of her available online. Chapter 43. He clearly adores her. Confronted with Qi Sheng's attempts to ingratiate himself, Jiang Xu merely smiled without uttering a word. Noticing her persistent aloofness, Qi Sheng soon excused himself, leaving in a rather dejected manner. Yin Xiong, witnessing this scene, clucked her tongue in disapproval and approached Jiang Xu, cautioning her. "That fellow named Qi Sheng may not be entirely trustworthy. Exercise caution when you collaborate with him on the script." In truth, Qi Sheng had been selected through dubious means, having a relative who served as a mentor in their department, given that the event offered credits and monetary rewards. He was directly inserted into the proceedings. He had a history of misconduct, having once behaved inappropriately towards a female classmate during a prior event, though the incident was not severe, and he had compensated her. Additionally, the classmate, not wishing to offend the mentor, allowed the matter to quietly fade, known only to a few within the student council. Although Qi Sheng was relatively handsome and had previous experience in theater, the manner in which he was thrust into this situation left Yin Xiong feeling quite unsettled. Jiang Xu was taken aback by Qi Sheng's true nature and surprised by Yun Xiong's thoughtful warning. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the heads-up, senior." "Not all. It was my duty," Yun Xiong waved dismissively. Previously, Senior Lu had requested her to look after Jiang Xu during rehearsals. When Jiang Xu had auditioned for Red Rose, Yun Xiong was initially astonished that Senior Lu would assist in their modest apartment, only to later realize that the two were a couple. In retrospect, it made perfect sense that Senior Lu would take the initiative to help Jiang Xu during her audition. It was peculiar that, over the past half-year, the school forum had been devoid of posts concerning Jiang Xu and Lu Zhi, leading many to assume they had parted ways. However, it appeared that the couple was indeed thriving. Notably, as soon as Jiang Xu's audition concluded, Senior Lu had promptly followed her outside. This clearly indicated his profound affection for her. Yun Xiong discreetly resumed her support for the long-neglected ship of Su Zhi. Since the script primarily unfolded from the male protagonist's perspective, Jiang Xu had little to do on the first day of rehearsal, with no scenes alongside Qi Sheng. The 2-hour rehearsal flew by, and after bidding farewell to Yun Xiong, Jiang Xu made her way back to the Jiang residence. The following day, Jiang Xu arrived punctually at the Performing Arts Hall for rehearsal. Upon her arrival, she spotted Qi Sheng and Tao Jing, who were already there, rehearsing their lines for a scene together. It was unclear how long they had been at it, but Jiang Xu noticed Qi Sheng seemingly whispering something to Tao Jing, who soon broke into a smile, appearing somewhat bashful. Jiang Xu cast a brief glance at them before indifferently redirecting her gaze. "Jiang Xu, come over here," Yun Xiong called out from a distance, noticing her arrival. "Our vice president wishes to treat us to milk tea. What would you like?" The vice president of the arts college, a girl named Shen Yuan, wore round black-framed glasses and had a cherubic face, making her quite endearing. She appeared somewhat introverted, merely greeting Jiang Xu in a soft voice that was barely audible unless one leaned in closely. Yun Xiong smiled and remarked, "Our vice president is quite shy. Please don't take it to heart." Jiang Xu, of course, bore no ill will. It was perfectly fine. Yun Xiong handed her the phone to select some milk tea. But since Jiang Xu was not well acquainted with Shen Yuan, she felt hesitant to accept the invitation. Thus, she politely declined, saying, "I think I'll pass. You all enjoy." "Very well." Yun Xiong did not press further. Today, Jiang Xu had a scene to rehearse with Qi Sheng, which only required them to go over their lines. So everything proceeded smoothly. However, Tao Jing's scene with Qi Sheng involved physical contact, specifically a moment where he would embrace her from behind. When it was their turn, Tao Jing initially appeared relaxed, delivering her lines fluently. Yet, upon Qi Sheng's embrace, she froze entirely. He was too close. She could distinctly feel his presence behind her. However, since Qi Sheng was positioned at her back, the onlookers failed to notice any discomfort. Believing Qi Sheng had merely embraced her too tightly without realizing, she softly cautioned, "Qi Sheng, you're too close." It was only then that he seemed to notice, hurriedly stepping back with a tone tinged with regret. "I apologize. I didn't mean to." Tao Jing breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it was nothing more than a minor mishap. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Jiang Xu, who stood off to the side of the stage. After rehearsal, Jiang Xu followed Tao Jing outside the school gates. Upon seeing her approach, Tao Jing's face lit up with joy. Jiang, have you finally forgiven me?" Although Jiang Xu had completely ignored her like when Qing Mei and Mi Xiangxiang, Tao Jing could sense a growing distance between them. Jiang Xu's expression remained neutral, her voice calm. "You merely sought a better role for yourself. You haven't done anything wrong." Hearing this, joy blossomed further on Tao Jing's face. She knew Jiang understood her. She even yearned to reach out and take Jiang Xu's hand as she usually did, but Jiang Xu skillfully evaded her touch. Tao Jing's expression faltered, her lips paling slightly. Jiang Jing, I came just to remind you, considering our past friendship, to be cautious around Qi Sheng and not to get too close." With that, Jiang Xu disregarded Tao Jing's reaction and promptly boarded the car that Li Jin had driven to pick her up. The following days were the weekend, and Jiang Xu remained at the Jiang residence, not venturing out. In fact, Jiang Hongru had forbidden her from leaving. While descending the stairs, She happened to see Jiang Xu seated on the sofa, engrossed in the news. The broadcast depicted scenes of a devastating earthquake that had struck a certain area, with officials actively engaged in search and rescue efforts for survivors. A wave of unease washed over Jiang Xu. Instinctively, she moved closer, and upon discerning the characters Fengcheng on the screen, her pupils dilated in shock. Fengcheng had indeed experienced an earthquake. No, the earthquake in Fengcheng had occurred prematurely, and at this very moment, Lu Zhi was still in Fengcheng. Jiang Xu's heart raced suddenly, and she instinctively turned and dashed back upstairs. Upon witnessing her startled demeanor, Jiang Xu furrowed his brow in displeasure, yet he ultimately chose to remain silent. Once Jiang Xu reached the upper level, she immediately attempted to call Lu Zhi. However, the call did not connect, and a voice informed her that the number she dialed was out of service. Unconsciously, Jiang Xu pressed her lips together, the crimson petals of her mouth marked by the imprint of her teeth. Chapter 44. The volunteers in the quake zone. Jiang Xu gripped her phone tightly, contemplating her next move. She opened the search page and sought specific news reports regarding the Fengcheng earthquake. Scrolling to the bottom, she indeed discovered a notice about the official recruitment of volunteers for the earthquake-affected area. Knock, knock, knock. The following evening, Chifu rapped on Jiang Xu's door. "Miss, it's time for dinner." After a brief pause, silence ensued from within. The previous night, Jiang Xu had mentioned her lack of appetite and that she would not be joining for dinner, but her continued refusal to eat left Chifu increasingly concerned. He knocked once more. "Miss?" An unsettling sensation surged within him, intensifying his unease. The door was locked from the inside, prompting Chifu to hastily retrieve the key to unlock it. Upon opening the door, he was met with an empty room. Not only was Jiang Xu absent, but there was not even a trace of her presence. Chifu shouted urgently, "Master, this is bad. The young miss is missing." Half an hour later, in the Jiang residence's living room, Jiang Xu sat in the main seat, his hands clasped over the head of his mahogany cane. His typically stern expression was now overshadowed by a stormy demeanor. The veins on his temples bulged ominously, as if ready to burst at any moment. "Has she been found?" Jiang Xru's tone was eerily calm, yet those familiar with him knew that a tempest of fury brewed beneath the surface. Chifu, his face etched with worry, shook his head in silence. "Then continue searching. Scour the entire capital if necessary, but bring her back to me." Jiang Xu had stealthily slipped out of the Jiang residence. Incensing Jiang Xu, given that she had not confided in him, it was evident that her disappearance was linked to the man named Lu Zhi. No wonder Jiang Xu had been so obedient lately, her temper restrained. She had been harboring something significant. Understanding that Jiang Xu was in a furious state, Chifu refrained from advocating for the young miss, knowing it would likely backfire. Instead, he simply replied, "Yes," before turning to leave. Before long, Jiang Yangping rushed back upon hearing the news. "Father, what has happened? How can my dear girl suddenly vanish?" Jiang Yangping was visibly anxious. During her rebellious phase, there had been instances where Jiang Xu had quarreled with her family and left home, but she would usually return once her anger subsided. However, this time, the surveillance footage from the Jiang residence revealed that Jiang Xu had exited through the main gate around 8 o'clock the previous evening, and now, a full 24 hours later, she had yet to return. Even her phone was unreachable. At that moment, both Jiang Yangping and Jiang Xru received a text message simultaneously, astonishingly from Jiang Xu herself. In the message, she recounted the sequence of events. "Dad, Grandpa, I have volunteered for the earthquake relief in Fengcheng. Knowing you would worry and likely disapprove, I decided to inform you after the fact. By the time you receive this message, I will have safely arrived in Fengcheng with the volunteer team. Also, please don't be overly concerned if you cannot reach me. There may be no signal in the affected area. Do not come looking for me. Rest assured, I have grown up and will take care of my safety. I will return as soon as the volunteer rescue operation concludes." When Jiang Yangping read this message, he was utterly stunned. He had been following the news of the Fengcheng earthquake and had even arranged for a shipment of supplies to be sent immediately. He had heard that the earthquake was severe and that there might be aftershocks in the coming days, making the situation quite grim. This was the first time his dear child had ventured far from home alone, especially to a disaster-stricken area. Jiang Yangping was anxious, even more so than Jiang Hongru, to find Jiang Xu and bring her back. Yet, recalling Jiang Xu's explicit request not to search for her added to his turmoil. At that moment, Jiang Hongru suddenly realized something. He summoned He Chi-Fu and, in a hoarse and aged voice, instructed, investigate whether Lu Zhi is currently in Fengsheng. Besides him, Jiang Hongru could not fathom anyone else who could elicit such an unusual response from Jiang Xu. He Chi-Fu acted swiftly, soon confirming that Lu Zhi was indeed in Fengsheng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongru did not immediately erupt in anger. Instead, his face darkened as he gazed at the television news reporting on the Fengsheng earthquake, his murky, pale eyes betraying a mix of anger and concern. As dawn approached, the world appeared shrouded in a gray haze. Jiang Xu, come to collect the supplies. After arriving in Fengsheng with a volunteer team, Jiang Xu was assigned to a makeshift relief station, where her task was to distribute food and water to the arriving victims. Clad in a volunteer uniform and safety helmet, she had been tirelessly repeating the same actions since early morning. Truthfully, she had never envisioned that one day she would embark on a train journey lasting an entire day and night, traveling thousands of miles to an entirely unfamiliar city. Initially, her concern for Lu Zhi had spurred her on. However, upon witnessing the devastation wrought by the earthquake and the vacant, bewildered expressions of countless displaced individuals, her heart was deeply moved. In that moment, she genuinely yearned to assist them. Alongside Jiang Xu in distributing supplies was a young woman, a familiar face, Shun Yuanyuan. Jiang Xu had not anticipated encountering her in such a place. Shun Yuanyuan noticed Jiang Xu but did not approach her. Instead, like Jiang Xu, she continued to diligently distribute aid to everyone. After their work concluded, the volunteers returned to their tents for a brief rest. All were gathered in the same tent. They had arrived in Fengsheng in haste and had immediately begun their assigned tasks without the chance to get acquainted. Now that they had a rare moment of respite, someone proposed that they each introduce themselves. When it was Shun Yuanyuan's turn, she bowed her head, her thick bangs and large glasses nearly obscuring her entire face, and softly uttered her name. When someone failed to catch her words, they politely requested her to speak a bit louder. She repeated her name, her voice marginally raised. It remained barely audible. Ultimately, it was Jiang Xu, seated beside her, who spoke on her behalf. Her name is Shun Yuanyuan. Perhaps due to their proximity, Jiang Xu distinctly heard Shun Yuanyuan softly utter a word of gratitude following her introduction. Jiang Xu smiled at her, responding with a gesture of politeness. As night descended, the temperature dropped and a chilling wind howled. Due to an insufficient number of tents, all the volunteers were compelled to squeeze into a single tent to endure the night. Jiang Xu and Shun Yuanyuan rested in a corner. The day's labor had been arduous, and many had already succumbed to slumber, some even beginning to snore. The alternating sounds of snores and grinding teeth rendered it difficult for Jiang Xu to drift into a deep sleep, prompting her to merely close her eyes lightly and rest. At that moment, she felt a finger gently poke her arm from the side. It was Shun Yuanyuan extending something toward her. Chapter 45. I am willing. What Shun Yuanyuan handed to her was a pair of earplugs. Jiang Xu was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Shun Yuanyuan possessed such items. Seemingly sensing Jiang Xu's puzzled expression, Shun Yuanyuan leaned closer and softly explained, I used to volunteer, and this is a lesson I learned. Shun Yuanyuan's voice was indeed melodious, reminiscent of the popular tones often heard online. However, her voice was innate and did not grate upon the ears. Jiang Xu responded in a similarly hushed tone, thank you. With the earplugs, Jiang Xu managed to fall into a fitful sleep. The following morning, they rose early to assemble. Breakfast consisted of a fried dough stick, an egg, and a bottle of pure milk. After the events of the previous day, Jiang Xu and Shun Yuanyuan had grown considerably closer. Jiang Xu did not partake in a fried dough stick, prompting Shun Yuanyuan to exchange her egg for it. Their task today remained the distribution of supplies to the disaster-stricken populace, and Jiang Xu could sense that the number of afflicted individuals was significantly greater than the day before. The injured lay upon makeshift stretchers, groaning in agony. The deceased had been uniformly transported to a designated area, where they now resembled solemn tombstones. The cries of children echoed incessantly. Natural disasters are invariably merciless. Witnessing this scene, both Jiang Xu and Shun Yuan felt an indescribable melancholy. Throughout the past 2 days, Jiang Xu had been diligently searching among the newly arrived for Lu Zhi, but thus far, she had been unable to locate him. In the afternoon, a military truck emerged from the depths of the quake-stricken zone, and several soldiers clad in black combat uniforms disembarked. They approached with steady and agile strides. One soldier stepped forward and spoke briefly with the captain of the volunteer team, who soon gathered the volunteers together. The sudden assembly, coupled with the presence of armed soldiers, left many volunteers perplexed. It was then that the captain clarified the situation. The front lines were in dire need of personnel to assist in the search for survivors. Who among you is willing to go to the front to provide support? Upon hearing the captain's words, many volunteers fell silent, hesitating to voice their willingness. The front line was the area most severely affected by the earthquake, with the ever-present risk of aftershocks or even a secondary quake, making it the most perilous location. Many had come to volunteer for the sake of enhancing their resumes, or perhaps out of a genuine desire to assist those in need, albeit under the assurance of their own safety. Their mere decision to be present here already surpassed that of the majority. The atmosphere grew tense with silence, and as no one stepped forward, the soldiers appeared somewhat disheartened, preparing to depart for the next aid station. At that moment, Jiang Xu suddenly stood up, her voice clear and resonant. "I am willing." The leading soldier turned his gaze toward Jiang Xu. He wore a black helmet, with the lower half of his face obscured by a black mask, revealing only a pair of deep, dark eyes. After a lengthy pause, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement of her resolve. After a moment of hesitation, Shun Yuan stepped forward alongside Jiang Xu, expressing her willingness to join. With 2 individuals leading the charge, several other volunteers soon followed suit, eager to provide support at the front lines. Jiang Xu and the remaining volunteers were personally escorted to the search and rescue point by a group of soldiers. Throughout the journey, one soldier meticulously outlined various precautions and self-rescue techniques to address potential emergencies. His gaze swept over the anxious faces of the volunteers, and he solemnly cautioned them to remain calm in the face of danger, conserve their strength, and await rescue. Having conveyed all necessary information, the soldier entrusted the group to the firefighting team responsible for that area. In the distance, Jiang Xu faintly heard a firefighter express gratitude to the soldier, saying, "Thank you, Captain Pei." Chapter 46 Aftershock. Due to the distance, Jiang Xu could not clearly hear what was being said behind her, but she sensed that a soldier had cast a fleeting glance in her direction, his gaze profound yet quickly withdrawn. After the handover, the group of soldiers did not linger, departing swiftly. As she watched the green transport vehicle continue deeper into the area, Jiang Xu slightly lowered her eyes. Could it be the pace she was thinking of? At the search and rescue station, only 2 firefighters remained while the others had ventured out to search for survivors. The arrival of volunteers did little to alleviate the workload of the firefighters, as the number of volunteers was scant, whereas the injured victims were overwhelming. The 2 firefighters did not hasten to send a few individuals out for search and rescue, but rather assigned them the task of transporting the injured, assisting in bringing the rescued survivors to the rear aid station. Neither Jiang Xu nor Shun Yuan could drive, so during the transfer, they primarily focused on providing rudimentary treatment to the wounded and soothing the emotions of the disaster victims. "Please help us. Save me, I don't want to die. I still want to live." A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard clutched his leg. It had been crushed partially by a collapsing wall, blood oozing profusely from the severed area. His face contorted in agony as he wailed. Jiang Xu hurriedly brought over some hemostatic medicine and bandages. However, upon seeing her approach, the man instinctively moved his bleeding leg away, exclaiming, "I don't want you. I need someone else to help me." Jiang Xu was not accustomed to these situations, and while she had undergone training, she clearly lacked the poise and skill of Shun Yuan, who frequently volunteered in disaster zones. Moreover, her striking appearance and delicate fingers belied her ability to perform such tasks, leading one to wonder if she were merely a pampered young lady seeking to experience life. The man perceived this and, in despair, refused her assistance. I want to wait for another girl. You go help someone else first. Jiang Xu furrowed her brow, softening her tone in an attempt to comfort him. Your wound cannot be delayed. It needs immediate attention. The other volunteer is still bandaging another person and one TB available quickly. Trust me, I will help stop the bleeding temporarily, and once we reach the aid station, professional medical personnel will take care of you. Yet the man adamantly resisted letting Jiang Xu touch his leg. I don't trust you. My leg. This is my working leg. I can't let you ruin it. Jiang Xu slightly pressed her lips together, but endeavored to appear gentle, striving to calm his distress. Trust me, it's just a simple treatment. It won't harm your leg. Regardless of how Jiang Xu pleaded, the man remained obstinate, unwilling to cooperate. The commotion drew the attention of several onlookers. With her brow furrowed in concern, Jiang Xu watched as the man struggled, blood flowing more profusely. Resolutely, she turned to a few lightly injured victims nearby and said, "Could you assist me? Please hold him down." The group of victims exchanged puzzled glances. The man's thigh had long succumbed to pain, rendering him numb. He noticed Jiang Xu's intense gaze upon him, and an unsettling feeling began to stir within him. What do you intend to do? You are a volunteer here to save us. You cannot harm me. Jiang Xu ignored his protests and addressed the nearby disaster victims. I must quickly stop his bleeding. Hold him down. Fortunately, the number of individuals like the man, who were oblivious to the situation, was scant. Upon hearing that Jiang Xu was going to bandage someone, the nearby victims hurriedly stepped forward to assist. They also earnestly persuaded the resistant man, though she appears young. If she weren't selected and professionally trained, would she be here to help us? Indeed, you should let her tend to your wound. Excessive blood loss could endanger your life, not just your leg. It seemed that the mention of life being at stake struck a chord, as the man was genuinely frightened, his eyes filled with panic and confusion. He finally settled down. After carefully attending to his injuries and successfully halting the bleeding, Jiang Xu wiped the cold sweat from her brow and declared, "All done." Seeing that Jiang Xu had indeed stopped his bleeding and that the pain in his leg had lessened, the man bashfully scratched his head. "Teach, thank you." Jiang Xu replied calmly, "It's nothing." She then stood up and proceeded to bandage the next victim. Shen Yuan had also been observing the events unfold. After treating the wounds of the victim in her care, she silently gave Jiang Xu a thumbs up. Jiang Xu responded with a smile, and the two quickly moved on to assist the next disaster victim. Once all the victims were safely transported to the relief station, the volunteers returned to the front lines for search and rescue operations, tirelessly repeating the cycle of rescue. The sun gradually sank in the west, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. As darkness enveloped the land, they could not afford to rest. Racing against death meant competing with time and speed. It wasn't until deep into the night that a few volunteers managed to take a brief respite within a tent for a few hours. Before dawn, they resumed their rescue efforts. On the third day, a firefighter led a new team of volunteers into the depths of the earthquake-stricken area in search of survivors trapped beneath the rubble. The land, post-earthquake, lay in eerie silence, as if the world had been muted, leaving only a void of desolation. "Here, there are people alive down here." The sight of the life detector emitting signals stirred excitement among the team. Beneath the collapsed walls, a woman was pinned, her body contorted under the weight. Her abdomen was soaked in blood, a steel rod having penetrated her belly. Yet she still clung to life. Upon noticing the approaching rescuers, a flicker of hope reignited in her dulled eyes. Her voice, frail and weak, pleaded, "Child, save my child." She gestured with great effort towards a direction, indicating a section of fallen white wall. Two robust men promptly moved in the direction she pointed, carefully clearing the debris to rescue the individual trapped beneath. A child of 7 or 8 years old, fortunate enough to have taken refuge in a safe location during the earthquake, emerged with little to no injuries. However, having gone a long time without sustenance, his pallid face bore signs of distress. With sunken cheeks and tightly shut eyes, he had slipped into unconsciousness. Upon witnessing her child being rescued, a sense of relief washed over the woman, her lips curling into a faint smile, and her weary hands finally fell limply to her sides, never to rise again. "Captain, The signal from the life detector has vanished. This somber scene cast a shadow of mourning over all present, leaving them in a heavy silence. The firefighter, serving as the leader of the rescue team, swiftly issued commands. Jiang Xu and Shun Yuanyuan were tasked with bringing the child back to the rescue point, where he could be transported to a shelter once he regained consciousness, while the rest continued the search for survivors. As they made their way back, Shun Yuanyuan cradled the unconscious boy in her arms, while Jiang Xu forged ahead, clearing the path for them both. The earlier scene lingered in their minds, enveloping them in a prolonged silence. The howling winds swept through the desolation left by the disaster, mingling with the acrid scent of dust in the air. The only sounds that reached their ears were the crunch of their shoes upon the ruins, as broken bricks and debris scraped against each other, producing a sharp and muffled creaking. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Jiang Xu and Shun Yuanyuan exchanged alarmed glances. Aftershock. Chapter 47. Once again, darkness, a violent tremor emanated from the depths of the earth, drawing closer with each passing moment. The two individuals quickened their pace, daring not to pause for even a heartbeat. In a moment of desperation, Shun Yuanyuan urgently called out, "Quick, signal the captain." Each of them was equipped with a walkie-talkie, which could function even without a signal. Jiang Xu hastily retrieved her device and pressed the communication button. After successfully establishing the frequency, she was about to relay their location when, suddenly, the ground beneath her feet split open with a deafening roar. Before Jiang Xu could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming sense of weightlessness seized her, pulling her downward. Just before being completely buried beneath the rubble, she heard Shun Yuanyuan's frantic cries. "Jiang Xu!" The aftershocks of Fengsheng erupted once more, exacerbating an already dire situation. People from various sectors promptly donated earthquake relief materials, while more volunteers rushed to the front line from all corners of the nation. At home, Jiang Yangping, upon witnessing the news, was filled with anxiety, unable to focus on work, constantly dispatching others to seek news of Jiang Xu. Jiang Hongru remained fixated on the television screen, sitting quietly with a furrowed brow, as if a heavy mountain pressed down upon him. One hand instinctively rested on his knee, his gaze fixed upon the still, silent screen of his phone, where urgency rarely mingled with his usually imposing demeanor. Finally, the phone screen illuminated, displaying an unfamiliar number. He swiftly picked it up and pressed the answer button. Although the words from the other end were unclear to Jiang Yangping, he noticed Jiang Hongru's previously upright posture suddenly tremble, his body swaying like a withered branch. Observing his reaction, Jiang Yangping anxiously inquired, "What is it? Is there news of our precious one?" Jiang Hongru's voice, raspy and trembling, conveyed the grim news she encountered an aftershock. All along, his feelings toward Jiang Xu had not stemmed from disdain. Rather, he disapproved of her mannerisms, fearing they might tarnish the Jiang family's reputation and jeopardize its future. Yet at the core, Jiang Xu was his own granddaughter, connected by blood. Hearing of her misfortune now filled Jiang Hongru with anxiety and concern that rivaled Jiang Yangping's. What? Jiang Yangping's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. How could this happen? How could our precious one be in danger? His body swayed violently, as if all vitality had been drained from him in that instant. Jiang Hongru, noticeably more composed than Jiang Yangping, quickly summoned He Chifu. "Hurry, arrange for a helicopter to Fengsheng to find her. Whatever is needed, draw directly from the Jiang family resources." In the wake of the aftershocks in Fengsheng, the team leader addressed the situation. "Captain, we have scanned the area. There are no signs of life remaining here. Shall we return for today?" Several soldiers observed their captain, who had scarcely rested for nearly a day and night, tirelessly searching the same region for survivors, and their concern grew. "Captain, if you do not rest, your health will suffer." The captain had recently returned from a special mission, and with the sudden earthquake in Fengsheng, the team was in dire need of personnel. Now, once again tirelessly searching for survivors, even a deity would find this exhausting. The man at the forefront remained clad in his black combat attire, his features obscured by a helmet and mask. His voice was deep, yet it bore an air of calmness as he stated, "I am fine. He then resumed, meticulously scanning the area that had recently experienced aftershocks, leaving no potential nook unexplored. The soldiers, well aware of their captain's temperament, sighed in resignation when persuasion failed and continued their aimless search. Upon regaining consciousness, Jiang Xu realized she was trapped in a confined space. Fortuitously, the walls on either side had collapsed towards her, forming a stable triangle that spared her from harm, though she bore minor abrasions. Unfortunately, the surroundings were enveloped in impenetrable darkness. Once again, she was shrouded in blackness. Don't come any closer," she instinctively murmured. Yet this time, no one was there to patiently reassure her. She raised her hand to firmly cover her lips, reminding herself to remain calm and suppress any involuntary sounds. "Jiang Xu, do not fear, do not fear." She closed her eyes, striving to forget the enveloping darkness, recalling how Lu Zhi had comforted her with such patience. Curling her body tightly, she buried her head between her knees, softly whispering into the void, "Jiang Xu, do not be afraid. You can do this." In the oppressive silence of the dark environment, each moment seemed to stretch infinitely. After an indeterminate period, her emotions gradually began to settle. The immediate priority was to ascertain her physical condition and await rescue. She could not accurately gauge how long she had been ensnared here, but her body felt only hunger and weakness, indicating she had not eaten for an extended time. Suddenly, a muffled knocking sound resonated from behind one of the walls, faint enough that Jiang Xu initially thought it was a figment of her imagination. Startled, she pressed her ear against the wall to listen intently. Even her breathing instinctively slowed. Knock. This time, she heard it clearly. Her hazel eyes gleamed brightly in the darkness. There was indeed someone nearby. She picked up a half-brick from the ground and, mustering her strength, knocked against the wall twice. Knock, knock. To her astonishment, someone responded. There was a brief pause before the knocking resumed. "Is anyone there?" she queried softly. "Are you all right?" There was a prolonged silence from the other side. Uncertain, Jiang Xu hesitated before calling out again. "Hello? Are you still there?" After a moment, a faint, cool voice reached her ears, low and seemingly incredulous. "Jiang Xu, Chapter 48, please." The familiar voice emanating from the other side of the wall rendered Jiang Xu momentarily frozen in place, her pupils dilating in the darkness. Equally incredulous, Lu Zhi, a spark of joy ignited in her eyes as she fervently sought confirmation. Was it truly Lu Zhi on the other side? For the past few days, she had been searching for him, yet now, in this peculiar moment and place, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to rejoice or despair. The voice from across the divide was hoarse, akin to the rasping of sandpaper, faint yet strained. It's me." It was evident that his voice had grown exceedingly weak. "You, how could you be here?" Each word seemed to emerge with great effort from a parched throat, imbued with a shattered breath, the tail end accompanied by a few low, feeble coughs, as if he were expending the last of his strength. He had been trapped here for an extended period. The depth of his confinement rendered any faint signal of life nearly undetectable beneath the thick, overlapping walls. Surviving on a single bottle of mineral water fortuitously buried alongside him, he had endured nearly a week, convinced that he would perish in this desolate place. A life devoid of light hardly warranted sorrow or reminiscence. His sole concern lay with his adoptive mother, still lying in a hospital bed, and her ethereal presence that had always seemed unattainable. Yet now, she stood so near, separated merely by a wall. She should have been thousands of kilometers away in the bustling comfort of Jing's city. Utterly improbable to find herself here, let alone in this very moment. The confined space was hauntingly silent. Even the whispers of the wind and the shallow breaths were muffled by the heavy rubble, interrupted only by the occasional fall of fine dust. Lu Zhi closed his eyes, plagued by doubt that this might merely be a delusion conjured by his nearing end. The one he longed for might not truly be present, but the urgently familiar, tender voice shattered the bleakness of his thoughts. I volunteered here, but accidentally encountered an aftershock. When I awoke, I found myself trapped. After her revelation, a prolonged silence ensued, devoid of Lu Zhi's response. She could not help but feel concerned, realizing he must have been ensnared for quite some time. Lu Zhi, are you all right? Can you hold on? Silence persisted. Jiang Xu could no longer restrain herself. She sat upright and tapped on the wall. Lu Zhi? A few seconds passed before she finally heard his faint reply. His sluggish response only deepened her worry. Wait for me. In the darkness, Jiang Xu groped along the wall, and fortune smiled upon her as she discovered a narrow crevice at the far right, just wide enough for a single finger to slip through. Not large, but sufficient. As a rescue volunteer, she always kept provisions like candy or compressed biscuits on hand for emergencies. Without hesitation, Jiang Xu pushed through every morsel she could through the gap, urging, eat something quickly. Do not faint from hunger. Perhaps it was raining outside, for she could sense an unusual dampness in the air and a sudden drop in temperature within the confined space. If one were to faint at this moment, it would undoubtedly be a perilous affair. After a brief interval, the sound of a crinkling packaging bag being torn could be heard from across the room, and Jiang Xu finally felt a sense of relief. However, before her heart could settle, the surroundings began to tremble once more. Another aftershock. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xu urged Lu Zhi to protect his head. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the wall beside her collapsed, followed closely by the adjoining wall, which threatened to crush her. Jiang Xu instinctively crouched down, hugging her head tightly, her eyes squeezed shut in fear. A loud thud resonated, accompanied by a muffled groan of pain from the man beside her. Jiang Xu opened her eyes reflexively. It was pitch black, rendering her sight useless. Yet she could sense a broad figure shielding her closely. The earlier wall collapse had fortuitously connected the space she and Lu Zhi occupied. But as the surrounding walls shifted again, their area was further constricted. Fortunately, this aftershock was not as violent as the last and soon subsided. Once the tremors ceased, Jiang Xu leaned against the wall and reached out to feel along Lu Zhi's arms that were propped on either side of her. She touched his face, but only felt warmth and a sticky substance. He was bleeding. Startled, she exclaimed, "You're hurt," remembering that she might have first aid supplies on her. She hastily searched her person for something to tend to his wounds. However, the shifting walls could not withstand her movements, and bricks tumbled down, narrowly missing her. "Don't move." Lu Zhi's voice emerged suddenly, laced with a hint of restraint, his heavy breaths brushing against her cheek. Jiang Xu froze, her hand pausing behind him, only then realizing he was pinned beneath the very wall that had just fallen. His body was drenched in blood. Panic surged within her as she desperately attempted to push the wall off him, but it was too heavy. She lacked the strength to budge it, even slightly. Sensing her distress, Lu Zhi's lips curled slightly in an effort to comfort her, murmuring, "Don't worry, just stay beneath me." How could she not worry? She was on the verge of tears, pleading, "Lu Zhi, please don't be hurt." For reasons she couldn't quite fathom, she simply could not bear the thought of him in danger. He spoke softly again, "We will be all right." The wait felt agonizingly long. Jiang Xu understood that no amount of anxiety would change their situation. The only course of action was to remain calm and strive to survive. As time wore on, Lu Zhi's strength gradually waned, the weight pressing down on him, forcing his cold chest closer to Jiang Xu's body. She sensed that Jiang Xu had momentarily frozen. He exerted his arms once more, creating a small gap between them. The enveloping darkness obscured his vision, leaving him uncertain if it was merely the absence of light or his own exhaustion that dimmed his sight. "It's all right, just let yourself lean down," he whispered. Jiang Xu understood that if it weren't for Lu Zhi supporting the structure above, when this wall collapsed, both she and Lu Zhi would be crushed into a pulp by its immense weight. Lu Zhi remained motionless, preserving the distance between them. It dawned on Jiang Xu that her earlier words, though perhaps misplaced given the current circumstances, could easily lead to misunderstandings. She fell silent and cautiously retrieved an item from her person. At that moment, Lu Zhi felt something cold pressed against his lips. Immediately, Jiang Xu's voice broke through the tension, urging him to drink and replenish his strength. It was an emergency glucose drink. The earlier gap was too narrow for it to pass through, so now Jiang Xu had to feed it to him personally. Lu Zhi obediently finished the small bottle. Time crawled by second. Aware of how arduous it was for Lu Zhi to maintain his position, Jiang Xu nestled beneath him, too fearful to move, having refrained from any further action since she had fed him the glucose. They remained in oppressive silence. Gradually, Lu Zhi sensed something was amiss. Jiang Xu was unresponsive, her breathing barely audible. A sudden realization struck him. She had been feeding him to restore his energy, yet she herself had not eaten for a considerable time. In such an environment, if she succumbed to unconsciousness, her body temperature would drop even faster. Lu Zhi could think of nothing else but to awaken her. Jiang Xu. The abrupt shift in focus nearly caused Lu Zhi to lose his grip on the wall behind him, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he paid it no mind, noticing that Jiang Xu remained utterly unresponsive to the external world. His voice involuntarily quavered with desperation, warm tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Jiang Xu, I implore you, awaken. Chapter 49, Captain Pei Yan. Have there been any updates on Jiang Xu? Jiang Xu has been missing for a full 2 days, and Shen Yuanyuan was anxious enough to speak to a stranger for the first time. Pei Yan's eyelids drooped slightly. He recognized Shen Yuanyuan as a volunteer who had come alongside Jiang Xu. Thus, he silently shook his head. Disappointment flickered across Shen Yuanyuan's face. Pei Yan had only returned briefly to rest, and soon rose again, preparing to head towards the area affected by aftershocks. I'll go too, Shen Yuanyuan exclaimed, hastily following him. Pei Yan paused, casting her a glance. His dark eyes revealed no emotion. Ahead, professional rescue teams were already on the scene, and all volunteers had been ordered to retreat to the rear. I'm afraid I cannot take you with me, he stated, and without further ado, he turned to relay instructions to a few soldiers before swiftly departing, leaving Shen Yuanyuan alone, consumed by anxiety. The sky was ominously overcast, torrential rain pouring down, transforming the landscape into a mire of ruins and debris. Helicopters thudded overhead, circling the desolated site. Have any victims been found? Pei Yan inquired, furrowing his brow as he approached several rescue teams dispatched directly from the Jiang family in the capital. Unfortunately, he was met with a disappointing response. Not yet. Continue the search. We have less than a day left. The golden window for rescue was merely 3 days. Beyond that, the likelihood of survival diminished significantly. Moreover, with the torrential downpour and adverse weather conditions, this critical time frame would only shorten, while the difficulty of rescue efforts surged. Standing in the rain, Pei Yan remained exposed, seemingly oblivious to the icy droplets pelting his body. He instinctively rubbed his fingers together, a manifestation of his craving for a cigarette, a thought that only surfaced during moments of extreme anxiety. The leader from the Jiang family was a man named Wu Hongzhou. Observing Pei Yan, who was evidently a military rescue team member, he noticed that while his subordinates were dispatched elsewhere, he remained singularly focused on locating Miss Jiang. Wu Hongzhou felt a stir of doubt. As a military personnel, Pei Yan could not linger in an area devoid of any detected life signals for long. Efficiency was paramount, as it was the only means to save more lives. Thus, Pei Yan's actions clearly contravened protocol. However, recalling the elder Jiang's directive to comply with Captain Pei's arrangements upon their arrival in Fengcheng, Wu Hongzhou refrained from pressing further. Gradually, the rain subsided. Wu Hongzhou sought out Pei Yan, who had been lingering in a specific spot, now seen clearing rubble from a collapsed wall in a small area. Captain Pei, we have already searched that location thoroughly, he reminded. There has been no discovery there. Continuing to search would only waste time. Captain Pei, we have surpassed the golden time frame. What shall we do? As a member of the Jiang family, Wu Hongzhou's expression grew somber at the thought of failing to locate Miss Jiang. Pei Yan remained silent as he moved aside several massive chunks of collapsed walls, and then spoke in a low tone, "Bring the detection equipment." Wu Hongzhou was perplexed by Pei Yan's intentions until someone arrived with a life detection device. At that moment, a sharp alarm blared. Beep, beep. Wu Hongzhou's expression changed dramatically. Pei Yan had indeed located them. He hardly had time to ponder how Pei Yan had managed this, and hastily instructed the rescue teams from the Jiang family to clear the area. Amidst the haze of consciousness, Jiang Xu heard someone repeatedly calling her name, each utterance filled with deep concern and urgency. Jiang Xu, wake up! Please wake up! The discomfort in her body prompted Jiang Xu to instinctively moan. Upon seeing her finally respond, Shen Yuanyuan's face lit up with joy. Jiang Xu struggled to open her somewhat heavy eyelids, feeling her throat parched. I want water. All right, I'll get you some. Shen Yuanyuan helped Jiang Xu sit up and offered her water. The warm liquid flowed soothingly down her throat, instantly alleviating the burning dryness. And Jiang Xu felt a semblance of relief. Thank you. She glanced around the starkly white hospital room, realizing she had indeed been rescued. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the moment when Lu Zhi had been pinned beneath the collapsed wall, prompting her to urgently inquire. What about the person who was trapped with me? Shen Yuanyuan replied. He was rescued alongside you. However, he sustained severe injuries and remains unconscious. Although Shen Yuanyuan had not been present at the scene, she had heard the rescuer say that the man was covered in blood, with several broken bones. It was truly a miracle he had survived that long. Jiang Xu continued. How long was I unconscious? 3 days, Shen Yuanyuan responded. Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. She had been unconscious for such an extended period, and now Lu Zhi was still in a coma, indicating the severity of his injuries. Shen Yuanyuan recounted everything that had transpired over the past few days. She explained that Captain Pei, along with the rescue team dispatched by the Jiang family, had been searching for her. Initially, heavy rain and the weight of the collapsed walls had obscured their location, compounded by their deep positioning and weak life signals. This trifecta of interference had rendered even the life detection device ineffective. Ultimately, it was only after the rain ceased that Captain Pei managed to clear the debris above their location, finally locating them. They had since been promptly transferred to a hospital in a neighboring city for treatment. With admiration in her eyes, Shen Yuanyuan exclaimed how impressive it was that Captain Pei could precisely find their location under such challenging conditions. Jiang Xu realized that after becoming familiar with Shen Yuanyuan, she too had become more talkative and outgoing, her expressions lively and animated. Jiang Xu couldn't help but ask, do you know the name of that Captain Pei? Although unsure why Jiang Xu suddenly inquired about this, Shen Yuanyuan thought carefully and recalled that they seemed to call him Pei Yin. Chapter 50. She had heard that name outside the hospital room. Pei Yin stood quietly, his penetrating gaze peering through the glass at the individual who had just awakened within. At this moment, he was devoid of his black combat uniform, revealing a strikingly perfect and stern visage to the air. A faint scar traversed his forehead. It was largely obscured by his short hair, rendering it almost imperceptible unless observed closely. The memory of rescuing Jiang Xu and Lu Zhi from beneath the rubble flitted through his mind, and his eyes gradually darkened with complexity. At that time, Lu Zhi had lost an excessive amount of blood, to the point of losing consciousness. Yet his arm remained steadfastly positioned above Jiang Xu, shielding her from any weight, determined not to let even a fraction of it bear down upon her. A flicker of intricate emotion briefly illuminated Pei Yan's obsidian gaze. After a moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. Old master, it's me. His voice resonated outside the hospital room, fading with the sound of his heavy footsteps. Yes, the person is fine. I will ensure their safe return to the capital. It seemed the person on the other end uttered something, prompting him to pause momentarily. He deftly rubbed his fingertips before continuing his stride, seemingly unperturbed. His tone remained steady and profound, echoing in the hushed corridor of the hospital. I understand. It's all right. Old master, please do not feel overly burdened on my account. Yes, I will soon return to continue my special assignment. If I encounter any unforeseen circumstances along the way. He hesitated slightly before resuming in a calm demeanor. Then you may consider our previous agreement as if it never transpired, and there's no need to inform Jiang Xu of those matters. However, the Lu and Pei families may still require your assistance in navigating the situation. All right, thank you, old master. Goodbye. After ending the call, his tall figure gradually vanished at the end of the corridor. Pei Yin? Jiang Xu pondered this name in her mind, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The rescue efforts in Fengcheng were nearing completion, and upon Jiang Xu's awakening, Shen Yuanyuan did not linger long. Quickly returning to Fengcheng to continue her volunteer work in the disaster-stricken area. At this moment, Jiang Xu found herself alone in the hospital room. She lay quietly on the bed, her gaze somewhat vacant as she stared at the glaringly white ceiling above. Her eyes remained wide open, unblinking, until they grew dry and uncomfortable, prompting her to slightly shift her gaze. After a considerable time, she finally recalled why the name Pei Yin resonated with her. In her previous life in Southeast Asia, she had heard that name. At that time, the opportunity for her escape arose when someone released all the low-ranked girls held captive there. Their flight caused chaos to ensue in the red light district. Seizing the moment while the guards rushed to apprehend the escapees, she managed to flee, only to be swiftly recaptured by the madam. Most of the other escaped girls were also apprehended, and the turmoil was quickly quelled by the enforcers of the red light district. Upon being brought back, the madam commanded her attendants to assist Jiang Xu in bathing and changing clothes, during which a pair of enforcers from the red light district entered the room. Seemingly searching for someone, the madam approached with great enthusiasm, inquiring about the unfolding events. Many of the criminals in that notorious red light district were illegal immigrants from Huagua. At that moment, a fierce-looking thug spoke in Mandarin, revealing that an undercover military agent had infiltrated their ranks and needed to be apprehended before he could rendezvous with his superiors outside. Otherwise, they would all face dire consequences. The thug recounted the gravity of the situation, aiming to instill fear in the madam to prevent her from harboring anyone. Indeed, her expression shifted, and she boldly inquired about the name of the undercover agent. His name is Pei Yin. It was then that Jiang Xu recalled having heard that name. However, the thugs were unable to find anyone in the room and were preparing to leave when, by chance, one of them noticed the strikingly beautiful Jiang Xu, who was being held in front of the mirror. Upon learning that she was to be auctioned off, the thug suddenly conceived a devious idea. Licking his lower lip, he suggested, administer some drugs to her, dress her in something more revealing. Surely, with her alluring appearance on stage, those men will be clamoring to purchase her. She might even fetch the highest price in history. Jiang Xu, it's time for your medication. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Jiang Xu's reverie, and a nurse clad in a white coat entered, pushing a treatment cart. Jiang Xu had sustained minimal injuries, merely some minor abrasions. After the nurse changed the bandages, she advised, if you wish to take a shower, be sure to keep the wound dry. If you need anything, just press the bell by your bedside. Jiang Xu nodded in gratitude. All right, thank you. You're welcome, the nurse replied. Before she departed, Jiang Xu inquired about Lu Zhi's hospital room. May I ask where the person who was brought in with me is located? The nurse curiously asked, did you know each other before? Jiang Xu lightly nodded, yes. But I heard that you weren't trapped at the same time. What a coincidence to end up in the same place. The nurse marveled at the improbability of it all. The man had been on the brink of collapse, and it was sheer fortune that Jiang Xu encountered him, equipped with first aid supplies that allowed him to endure a little longer. Moreover, it was he who shielded Jiang Xu beneath the rubble, which was why she had sustained so few injuries. The nurse, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, you two are truly fated. This is a scenario fit for a redemption novel. Jiang Xu remained silent, realizing that their encounter might not have been a fortunate one. The nurse awkwardly smiled and said, I apologize. I meant no offense. It's nothing. Jiang Xu replied. Since the two were acquainted, the nurse provided her with Lu Zhi's room number. Jiang Xu opened the door to the hospital room and beheld the man lying on the bed, his eyes still tightly shut. The soft white light gently cascaded over the hospital bed, where he lay quietly on his side. His handsome visage was devoid of color, and his thin lips were severely chapped, rendering him reminiscent of paper frostbitten in the harshness of winter, exuding a sickly pallor. A bandage was wrapped around his head, and his body was ensnared with splints for his fractures. Jiang Xu moistened a cotton swab with warm water and delicately touched it to Lu Zhi's lips, which had finally regained a hint of color after being so parched. At that moment, his bony fingers seemed to twitch slightly. Red stick, double flower red stick. This term draws inspiration from the gang culture prevalent in the Hong Kong region. A red stick typically refers to a gold medal enforcer, responsible for punishment and external military expansion, representing a formidable figure within the gang. The double flower red stick, however, signifies the elite among them, the most formidable enforcer within the organization. Chapter 51. I wish to hear your response, Jiang Xu. as his consciousness lingered on the moments before he lost awareness. The first thing Lu Zhi did upon awakening was to call out Jiang Xu's name. He attempted to sit up, only to realize that he was in a hospital room, his body secured to the bed with medical restraints, allowing only one arm the freedom of movement. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Xu paused, her hand holding a cotton swab momentarily still. "You're awake?" Lu Zhi instinctively turned towards the sound, and upon seeing her standing before him, perfectly unharmed, the anxiety that had gripped his heart finally subsided. "Yes." Observing him gaze at the restraints around his body, Jiang Xu explained, "You have fractured ribs in your back, so you must not move about too freely. If you need anything, I can assist you." Lu Zhi pressed his lips together in silence, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xu, their depths as dark as ink. Under his unwavering stare, Jiang Xu felt a twinge of discomfort and could not help but ask, "Is something wrong?" A moment of stillness enveloped the air. Suddenly, the sound of the restraints being unfastened echoed in the room as Lu Zhi propped himself up on the bed. Alarmed by his actions, Jiang Xu urged, "Your bones have yet to heal. You mustn't move recklessly." Yet Lu Zhi remained unfazed, his voice, hoarse yet commanding, resonating within the confines of the hospital room. "Jiang Xu, why are you here?" "What?" Jiang Xu found herself momentarily taken aback by his question. Why had she come to his hospital room? "I thought you might need assistance due to your injuries. After all, you sustained such severe harm while saving me." Lu Zhi paid little heed to her explanation, his gaze piercing as he pressed on with his inquiry. "Jiang Xu, why did you come to Fengchen? Why are you here as a volunteer?" As he unfastened the final restraint and stood tall, his imposing form loomed in front of her. Jiang Xu felt momentarily dazed by his barrage of questions, instinctively replying, "I saw the earthquake had struck here, and I thought of you still in Fengchen." With newfound freedom, Lu Zhi took a step closer, advancing towards her. "So, it was out of concern for me?" Having brushed against the brink of death, it seemed he could truly dismiss all else. In that moment, beneath the ruins, as his life ebbed away, his sole thought had been a yearning to see her once more. When Jiang Xu first approached him, he had felt elated, even though her intentions were merely to use his body to alleviate her own turmoil. For him, that had signified something unique in her eyes. However, as time passed, he realized that she merely sought to toy with him. She could trample upon him without a second thought, devoid of any compassion. She humiliated him, looked down upon him, reducing him to nothing more than a mere plaything, an object of convenience, devoid of significance in her heart. In that instant, he felt as though the affection he had harbored for so long had transformed into a mere jest, and he was the subject of that jest. Despite her treatment of him, he still found solace in her touch and the affection she bestowed upon him. He scorned the body that had succumbed to her influence, even more so the heart that found pleasure in such degradation. Humiliation and resentment coursed through him, compelling him to disguise his pitiful pride beneath a facade of indifference and cruelty. Yet now, in her heart, he was scarcely more than a mere plaything. Thus, his pride had become utterly inconsequential. "Jiang Xu, I wish to hear your answer." He advanced once more, and instinctively, Jiang Xu retreated, her gaze meeting Lu Zhi's. It felt as though his burning stare seared her, prompting her to avert her eyes in instinctive shyness. She unconsciously grasped the hem of her clothing, murmuring, I'm worried about you." The pain from her fractured bones had begun to throb ominously, yet Lu Zhi paid it no heed. He lowered his gaze, enveloping her entire form in his scrutiny, continuing to press for answers. "Why are you worried about me?" Jiang Xu could not comprehend the stark transformation in Lu Zhi today. He was uncharacteristically aggressive, yet exhibited an unusual patience, determined to extract an answer to this query, leaving her no room for evasion. With her slender back pressed against the cold white wall, she bit her lip in distress, unsure of how to respond to his inquiry. Why was she concerned for him? Was it merely due to the guilt she harbored from her past life? She had convinced herself they were even now. Regardless of whether he was the architect of the Jiang family's tragedy, in this lifetime, before anything transpired, they were free from entanglement. Yet, it seemed that each time, he pulled her back into his orbit, and her instinctive compassion for him, stemming from his past rescue, rekindled their connection. "Don't bite yourself," Lu Zhi remarked softly upon noticing her gnawing at her lip. He reached out, gently caressing her lips, his arm exerting just enough pressure to part her teeth with ease. The touch was tender, yet at that moment, Lu Zhi was devoid of any romantic thoughts. He merely sought to ascertain if there was even a minuscule space within her heart that belonged to him. The immense pressure enveloping Jiang Xu was overwhelming. Her lips trembled slightly as her nails dug into her fingertips, yet the sharp pain did nothing to alleviate the impending emotional turmoil. Suddenly, she crouched down, cradling her head. Her voice laced with sobs, "Don't ask me anymore." Lu Zhi, noticing her distress, paused momentarily, then swiftly lifted her from the ground with concern. He brushed her long hair aside, only to discover her face was already streaked with tears, her frail shoulders trembling as she struggled to catch her breath. It had been a long time since he had witnessed her in such a state, and the catalyst for her current anguish appeared to be him. With a gentle sigh, he wrapped her in a soft embrace, his tone filled with helplessness. "It is my fault. Please do not cry." Yet Jiang Xu clung tightly to his shoulders, burying her face in his chest, showing no signs of ceasing her tears. Reluctantly, Lu Zhi fully enveloped her in his arms. Their bodies pressed together as he tenderly stroked her back, soothing her in a low, comforting voice. "I will not ask anymore. Will you stop crying?" The fabric against his chest was thoroughly drenched in tears, yet Lu Zhi remained unfazed. He offered her gentle words of comfort, hoping to quell her sorrow. In his heart, he sighed deeply, realizing that he was destined to be ensnared by her. Chapter 52. She was too headstrong within the tranquil confines of the room. The only sounds to be heard were the muffled sobs and the occasional soothing words from the man beside her. Once Jiang Xu finally regained her composure, Lu Zhi ceased his gentle ministrations on her back. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xu stifled her voice and murmured, "Thank you. I'm fine now." Lu Zhi replied softly, yet he did not release her. Jiang Xu gently nudged his arm, signaling for him to let her go. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhi's lips curled slightly, and he ultimately relinquished his hold. At that moment, Jiang Xu noticed several areas of his bandages stained with blood and urged, "You should return to your bed and rest properly. I will call the nurse to assist you with your medication." "All right," Lu Zhi acquiesced as Jiang Xu stepped out. When the door to the ward opened again, only a single nurse entered, and Jiang Xu was nowhere to be seen. Lu Zhi gazed toward the empty doorway, his back hunched, his eyes cloaked in darkness. As Jiang Xu returned to her own room, she heard her father, Jiang Yangping, urgently inquiring about her from a nurse in a familiar tone. "Is my dear child in this ward?" "Yes, my dear child is named Jiang Xu." "Dad," Jiang Xu called out from within the room. "My dear." Jiang Yangping rushed forward upon seeing Jiang Xu safe and sound, enveloping her in an embrace filled with relief. "You scared me to death, dear. I'm so glad you're all right." He had hurried from the capital the moment he learned she had awakened, dropping everything to be by her side. His voice was gentle yet firm. "Next time you go somewhere, you must inform your father in advance. I would never prohibit you from going. Venturing to such dangerous places without a word, your father and grandfather will worry about you." It appeared he had not slept well recently. Dark circles marred his eyes, and slight bags had formed beneath them. Even his hair had begun to show strands of silver, making him seem as though he had aged a decade overnight. Jiang Xu remained quiet in her father's embrace. Tears that she had managed to hold back earlier now flowed freely down her cheeks. With a quivering voice, she uttered, "Dad, I'm sorry for worrying you. It's all my fault." She was too headstrong. She should have communicated with them and discussed her plans beforehand. Neither Jiang Yangping nor Jiang Hongru were unreasonable individuals. Had they known she was coming to rescue someone, they would not have hindered her. They might have even supported her. Perhaps the experiences of her past life had led her to believe that she could rely solely on herself, never considering that her family stood behind her now. At the very least, Jiang Yangping would always unconditionally stand by her side. Tears blurred her vision completely, marking the first time since her rebirth that Jiang Xu wept with such raw, unrestrained emotion. It was not the result of her bipolar disorder's depressive phase. It was a genuine expression of sorrow. "I shall no longer act so capriciously." I understand that Jiang Xu must have been terribly frightened by this harrowing experience. Jiang Yangping gently patted her back, soothing her emotions. My dear, don't cry. If your face becomes all smeared from tears, it won't look good. Father will always be by your side. Jiang Xu noted how says the mama. As her injuries healed, the day arrived for Jiang Xu to return to the capital. Jiang Yangping had arranged for a private jet to take them home. Just before their departure, Jiang Xu noticed the familiar military search and rescue team, but did not see Captain Pei among them. A few soldiers strode confidently towards Jiang Yangping. One of them spoke up, Mr. Jiang. We are also returning to the capital, but unfortunately could not secure tickets for the journey. Might we accompany you? Given their military affiliation and the ample space on the private jet, Jiang Yangping readily agreed. Of course, it's a minor matter. Thank you very much, the soldier replied, leading his companions orderly onto the aircraft. Jiang Xu followed closely behind. Noticing a tall figure standing a short distance away, Jiang Yangping squinted slightly. Hey you, aren't you coming aboard? Knowing that Jiang Xu had come to Fengsheng because of Lu Zhi, he had specifically invited him to return with him. Realizing this was Jiang Xu's father, Lu Zhi pondered his words for a moment. Yes, uncle. Jiang Yangping shot him a glare. Who are you calling uncle? Don't address people so casually. Lu Zhi. Once aboard, the soldiers made their way to the middle and rear sections of the plane, leaving the front cabin with only Jiang Xu, Jiang Yangping, and Lu Zhi. The front cabin featured 4 sofas arranged facing one another. Jiang Xu sat on the right, while Lu Zhi and Jiang Yangping occupied the 2 left-facing sofas. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yangping's sharp gaze scrutinized Lu Zhi's attire. The fabric and quality of his clothing appeared rather ordinary. Hadn't his precious daughter been supporting him? Why was he dressed so shabbily? His precious daughter must feel embarrassed taking him out in public. Jiang Yangping feigned a look of disdain before continuing his examination of Lu Zhi's physique. He indeed appeared tall and robust, somewhat acceptable. His gaze gradually shifted to Lu Zhi's striking features, his eyes lighting up. Oh, he is quite handsome. No wonder my dear daughter is fond of him. Yet, compared to his own youth, there seemed to be a slight deficiency. As Jiang Yangping continued to assess him, Lu Zhi sat rigidly, hardly daring to glance around. When they finally disembarked, he was relieved to find Jiang Yangping's gaze elsewhere. Have we arrived? Jiang Xu rubbed her sleepy eyes, her voice soft from just waking. The 2 sofas in the front cabin could be merged into a single bed, allowing her to lie down and sleep throughout the journey, unaware that Lu Zhi and Jiang Yangping had exchanged glances several times. Dear, you're awake? As both individuals turned their gazes towards her, Jiang Xu discreetly retracted her instinctive urge to stretch and yawn, slowly nodding her head in acknowledgement. Jiang Xu and Jiang Yangping were greeted by the family chauffeur, while the soldiers departed once they had safely arrived in the capital. Only Lu Zhi remained, his tousled hair tousled by the cold wind, his coat billowing around him. Just before entering the vehicle, Jiang Xu suddenly paused, addressing her father. Please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with him. I shall return shortly. Jiang Yangping shot Lu Zhi a disdainful glance from a distance, pursing his lips. Fine, be quick about it. Your father will wait for you. Not far off, upon noticing that Jiang Xu had not boarded the car, but was instead approaching him, Lu Zhi's dark eyes visibly brightened. She called out his name, Lu Zhi. He regarded her silently, replying with a simple, I wish to have a conversation with you. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xu slowly articulated, let us conclude our relationship here, be it the monetary ties of the past or the current arrangement of you serving as my model. Upon hearing her words, the light in Lu Zhi's eyes extinguished instantaneously, his lips pressed tightly together. Why? He inquired. Jiang Xu continued with an unsettling calmness. My previous behavior towards you was inappropriate, and I formally apologize. We should have severed our ties long ago. In truth, I am unclear whether it was I who saved you this time or vice versa, and I no longer wish to ponder such uncertainties. This time, she had resolved to speak her mind, not allowing Lu Zhi any opportunity to respond. I recognize that your change in perspective towards me stemmed from my sudden transformation. Initially, you held a strong aversion to me. Therefore, ending this relationship would be beneficial for both of us, would it not? Since her rebirth, it seemed she had persistently navigated this entangled connection with him, caught in a tumultuous whirl of emotions. However, After witnessing Jiang Yangping's hair turning gray from worry over her and his unwavering support, she yearned to swiftly uncover the perpetrator responsible for the Jiang family's misfortunes. Wishing to prevent her father from suffering the same tragic fate as in her previous life, Lu Zhi could very well be the culprit. Thus, she could not allow her indecisiveness and compassion to jeopardize her father's safety or the Jiang family's well-being. Jiang Xu slightly tightened her fingers and declared, "I said all I needed to say, goodbye." Without hesitation, she turned and departed briskly. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, Lu Zhi instinctively reached out to grasp her wrist, but missed as she walked away too swiftly. Jiang Xu's figure vanished the moment the car door closed, and shortly thereafter, even the vehicle itself disappeared from view. The cold wind sliced through the air like a sharp blade, mercilessly chilling her face as the coldness enveloped Lu Zhi entirely. His body had grown numb, his hands hanging limply at his sides, his dark eyes resembling an endless abyss, shrouded in a thick haze of gloom. To sever ties. Did he acquiesce? It was merely a unilateral declaration. He did not acknowledge it. Chapter 53. Yet, brother has thought of you, Jiang. Upon returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Xu was granted an additional 2 days of leave from school by Jiang Yangping, allowing her to recuperate at home. During dinner, Jiang Hongru observed Jiang Xu, who was quietly eating with her head bowed, his gaze filled with complexity. After what seemed like an eternity of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Jiang Xu, I will no longer keep watch over you. You may come and go as you please without the need to inform me of your whereabouts. Young people possess their own thoughts. As long as you refrain from engaging in illegal activities, I shall impose no further restrictions upon you." Jiang Xu looked up in surprise. The stern and principled Jiang Hongru had, at last, made a concession. Perhaps his change of heart was influenced by the recent incident that nearly befell her. "I will also arrange for your card to be reinstated, and, as for romance," Jiang Hongru said somewhat stiffly, "if you wish to pursue it, then do so, but please avoid causing any fatalities." After a pause, he added, "whether they be major or minor." Jiang Xu. She comfortably rested at home for 2 days, during which she received a call from Xiao Bo, who was far away in Russia. Jiang, I heard from Grandpa Jiang that you experienced an earthquake. Are you injured?" His voice conveyed genuine concern. "Brother Xiao Bo, I'm fine. I wasn't seriously hurt, and I've basically recovered now." Xiao Bo sighed in relief. "That's good." At that moment, he switched the call to a video request. It had been quite some time since Jiang Xu last saw him, although he occasionally sent her messages. This was the first video call in a long while. After a brief hesitation, she accepted. From a background, it appeared he was still in his study, seated in a black leather executive chair, surrounded by a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf filled with tomes on economics and finance. He seemed somewhat fatigued, not wearing glasses, and his eyes were bloodshot, his brow slightly furrowed. It seemed his situation with the Evelyn family was not going smoothly. Yet, Xiao Bo still wore a gentle smile for Jiang Xu, striving to shield her from his own negative emotions. Jiang, how have you been lately? Are you well?" "Yes, quite well. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I had promised to visit your new home, but matters here have been rather overwhelming, and I haven't been able to return for quite some time." Jiang Xu shook her head. "It's all right. Brother, focus on resolving the family issues there before returning. There's no rush." Jiang, he said in a light-hearted tone, suddenly shifting the subject as if jesting. "Have you thought of me at all during this time?" Novelty silence. Xiao Bo silently chuckled inwardly. "But brother has thought of you, Jiang." His voice was soft and soothing, each word articulated with clarity. Faced with Xiao Bo's sentiments, Jiang Xu lowered her gaze, unsure of how to respond. She sensed that Xiao Bo's feelings towards her were not merely those of a brother towards a sister. There seemed to be an undercurrent of something more profound entwined within his emotions. Fortunately, at that moment, it seemed that someone had entered the room where Xiao Bo was. Upon seeing Xiao Bo engaged in a video call, the newcomer hesitated, as if something urgent had arisen. Jiang Xu timely spoke up. "Brother, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. We can converse later when you have more time." "All right, Jiang, goodbye. Brother, farewell." Upon returning to school, Wen Qingmei and Mi Xiaxia, having learned about her experience as a volunteer in Fengcheng during an aftershock, approached her with concern. After thoroughly inspecting her for any injuries and confirming that she was perfectly fine, they finally felt relieved. Tao Jing had recently been absent from the dormitory, and upon her return, she happened upon Jiang Xu and the others engaged in cheerful banter. As she entered, the atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Tao Jing did not address Wen Qingmei and Mi Xiaxia, but instead approached Jiang Xu with a worried expression. Jiang, I heard about the earthquake you encountered. Are you all right? Jiang Xu replied nonchalantly, I am fine. That's good to hear. President Yin Xiong asked me to inform you that now that you return to school, you are still required to attend rehearsals at the performance hall every afternoon. Jiang Xu nodded in agreement. After exchanging the necessary words, Tao Jing fell silent and returned to her bed without further conversation. Today, Jiang Xu had only one class in the afternoon. Before heading to the performance hall for rehearsals, she first visited the academic affairs office to submit an application for a dual degree in finance. Previously, she had shown little interest in inheriting the family business, opting instead for a field she was passionate about, the arts. However, her academic performance had consistently ranked among the best, though she had no prior exposure to finance. If she were to uncover the perpetrator behind the leak of the Jiang family's core project secrets, it would be imperative for her to enter Jiang Corporation. Obtaining a degree in finance would greatly facilitate her entry into the family business. Knock, knock, knock. Holding her application form, Jiang Xu rapped on the door of the academic affairs office. Come in, a warm and melodious voice beckoned from within. Thus, old relationships concluded, and new ones began to unfold. Chapter 54. A reluctant welcome. Jiang Xu pushed open the door. Inside the school's academic affairs office, there are only 3 desks, each partitioned by frosted glass, creating individual workspaces. At that moment, a single female teacher, adorned with narrow, frameless glasses, occupied the office. She exuded an elegant and gentle demeanor, her lips curving into a subtle, serene smile, giving her an approachable aura. Teacher Deng, I am here to submit my application for a minor degree, Jiang Xu stated. Oh, you must be Jiang Xu? Before filling out the form, Jiang Xu had already submitted a prior email application to the academic affairs office. Since few students applied for a double degree, Teacher Deng Jingyi remembered Jiang Xu's name. Teacher Deng reached out to take the application form and casually inquired, You're currently a sophomore, right? Why are you only now considering a minor in finance? Generally, applications for a double degree are made early, during the freshman year. Most students take only general courses, while the sophomore year introduces specialized subjects. Thus, it is customary to apply for a minor by the start of the sophomore year. Now, several months into the semester, with final assessments approaching, Jiang Xu seemed to be running out of time. Jiang Xu pressed her lips together. I only recently decided to pursue it. Teacher Deng continued to review Jiang Xu's resume. Although her other application criteria were met, Teacher Deng still cautioned. Apply now might be a bit late. If you fail any course in the first semester of your minor, the school may revoke your application. Moreover, your primary major has little relation to finance. I suggest you consider this further. Teacher, I have thought it through, Jiang Xu replied earnestly, without hesitation. I will prepare thoroughly for the final assessments and ensure I do not fail. Teacher Deng noted that Jiang Xu had consistently maintained the top rank in her primary major SGPA since her enrollment. Thus, she refrained from further persuasion and promptly signed the application form, stamping it with an official seal. Very well. I will send the course schedule for the finance minor to your email later. Please keep an eye out for it, and remember to attend classes starting next week. She explained that if there were scheduling conflicts between the 2 majors, Jiang Xu would need to make her own choices regarding attendance exemptions, although exemptions would result in a deduction of participation points. Thank you, Teacher Deng. Having concluded the matter of her double degree application, Jiang Xu hurried off to the rehearsal in the performance hall. Everyone else had already arrived. Upon seeing her, Yin Xiong nearly burst into tears of joy. Jiang Xu, it is truly wonderful to have you back safely. With less than 2 weeks remaining until the New Year's performance, the rehearsal progress was still sluggish, and Yin Xiong was visibly anxious. I apologize for delaying your progress, Jiang Xu said immediately. It's all right, it's just good to have you back, Yin Xiong reassured her. Jiang Xu scanned the room and noticed the absence of Shun Yuan. Where is Vice President Shun? Shun Yuan had just returned with a volunteer team from the earthquake zone yesterday. They traveled by green train and arrived in the capital this morning. She should have returned by now. Yin Xiong was aware that Shun Yuan had also gone to the earthquake-stricken area in Fengsheng as a volunteer. Although it was their first encounter during the previous meeting with Jiang Xu, where they were not particularly familiar with one another, the time spent together in the perilous quake zone had undoubtedly fostered a bond of camaraderie. Thus, it was not surprising that Jiang Xu would inquire about Shun Yuan. She replied, Yuan had to leave early due to some family matters. She won't be coming today. Jiang Xu nodded in understanding. Due to having missed numerous rehearsals for Red Roses, Jiang Xu needed to practice for an additional hour that day. Both Qi Sheng and Tao Jing, who had considerable scenes alongside her, were also required to stay for rehearsals. Jiang Xu had recently noticed an unusually intimate atmosphere between Tao Jing and Qi Sheng. When they were performing together, she observed Qi Sheng taking advantage of the opportunity to engage in intimate gestures with Tao Jing, who appeared to be coyly receptive yet hesitant. It was at that moment Jiang Xu began to connect the dots. As expected, Yin Xiong approached her, lowering her voice to inform her that Qi Sheng was pursuing Tao Jing. Although Tao Jing had not verbally accepted his advances, she had accepted numerous gifts from him, likely to keep him hanging on. There was a hint of disdain in Yin Xiong's tone. While Qi Sheng was not the most admirable character, she clearly looked down upon Tao Jing's behavior. Tao Jing's looks were not particularly striking, but had a subtle charm that grew more appealing over time. Moreover, she possessed a commendable figure, making it unsurprising that someone like Qi Sheng, who had faced rejection from Jiang Xu, would turn his attention to her. During a scene with Jiang Xu, Yin Xiong stood at the sidelines, intently observing Qi Sheng's every move. The moment he exhibited any inappropriate behavior, she would immediately call for a halt. After calling for a stop, she would not articulate the issue, but would merely scrutinize him with a raised chin and a piercing gaze. Initially, this approach was tolerable, but as it persisted, Qi Sheng became increasingly agitated by her scrutiny, ultimately conforming to the rehearsals with no extraneous movements and even deliberately maintaining distance from Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu, Nei Jia Li, recognized Yin Xiong's intentions. After the rehearsal concluded, she sincerely thanked Yin Xiong, saying, "Thank you, Senior." Yin Xiong waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Senior Lu entrusted me to look after you." Suddenly, she clasped her hands over her mouth, abruptly silencing herself. Oh no, she had let something slip. Senior Lu had specifically instructed her not to disclose this to Jiang Xu, although she did not comprehend the reason behind it. She presumed it was merely a trick between young couples, something she, having been single for 20 years, could hardly fathom. Jiang Xu keenly seized upon the key phrase. Senior Lu? Realization dawned upon her. It made sense why Yin Xiong had been so warm towards her since the first day of rehearsal, while she had not displayed the same warmth towards others. It turned out that Lu Zhi had asked Yin Xiong to look out for her. Jiang Xu's expression softened, and she remained silent. Please do not mention that I told you, okay? Senior Lu specifically instructed me not to disclose it, Yin Xiong said, her expression one of distress, revealing her inability to keep secrets. Jiang Xu took a moment before responding, understood. After Yin Xiong concluded the rehearsal of the script, she had to attend to matters pertaining to the student council, so she did not linger and departed promptly. Jiang Xu also tidied up his belongings in preparation for leaving. However, Tao Jing approached, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Chapter 55. Red Roses and White Roses. Jiang Xu sensed a notable change in Tao Jing recently. Not in her appearance, but in the aura she emanated. Jiang, my relationship with Qi Sheng is not as you perceive. There is nothing between us. Though she maintained her characteristic manner of speaking, Jiang Xu found herself increasingly irked by her words. With a hint of indifference, Jiang Xu replied, there is no need for you to explain. Tao Jing bit her lower lip, her complexion paling. You are my friend. I merely wish to prevent any misunderstandings. I am not someone who takes such matters lightly. It is Qi Sheng who has been persistently pursuing me, and I have been compelled to engage with him due to his connections. Jiang Xu recalled having kindly cautioned Tao Jing to be wary of Qi Sheng. It appeared her well-meaning advice had fallen on deaf ears. Oh, that is a choice you made for yourself. If you wish to resist, no one can force you. Jiang Xu's brow furrowed slightly, disinclined to continue the conversation with Tao Jing. Without paying heed to the expression on Tao Jing's face, she turned and departed. As New Year's approached, Jiang Xu found herself perpetually occupied. Her schedule was brimming with classes from 2 different majors. Although some courses were concluding as the semester drew to a close, her timetable remained packed with no room for respite. Additionally, as a novice in the field of finance, she needed to invest significantly more time and effort to keep pace with her peers. After classes, she had to rehearse in the performing arts hall, and due to the tight rehearsal schedule, Yin Xiong occasionally kept them late for extra practice. It was not until the day of a New Year's performance that Jiang Xu finally found a moment to breathe. In the backstage makeup room, Shen Yuan was applying makeup on Jiang Xu. Upon seeing her face exquisitely adorned with cosmetics, Jiang Xu realized that Shen Yuan possessed remarkable skills in makeup artistry, rivaling even professional makeup artists. Jiang Xu sincerely praised her. "You are truly impressive." Shen Yuan, slightly embarrassed by the compliment, blushed. "My aunt is a stylist. I learned my craft from her." The makeup room was bustling with performers preparing to take the stage when Jiang Xu overheard the animated discussion of 2 individuals nearby. "I heard that General Manager Jiang will be coming to Peking University today to deliver a speech and will offer internship opportunities at Jiang Corporation to the graduating seniors. Those who perform well might even secure a position there. Is that true?" "Where did you hear that?" "My father works in the Jiang Corporation's secretarial department. He told me." Apparently, General Manager Jiang had other commitments, but decided just hours ago to attend. "Wow, Jiang Corporation has been thriving in recent years. If I could get in, I'd be over the moon." "Absolutely. And since we are graduating this year, we must give it a try." Having overheard their entire conversation, Jiang Xu's expression remained unchanged. She was already aware of Jiang Yangping's intent to speak at Peking University, and that his presence was, in fact, due to her influence. Several hours ago, she informed Jiang Yangping about her performance scheduled for today, to which he immediately expressed his intention to attend. Suddenly, Jiang Xu's phone vibrated gently. It was a message from Jiang Yangping. "Dear, I have arrived. Where are you?" This year, Jiang Yangping generously donated a new teaching building along with various educational facilities to Jing University, and the school's leaders treated him like a deity, escorting him to the center of the performance hall's viewing area. Ignoring the throng around him, Jiang Yangping sent another message to Jiang Xu. "Shall I come find you first?" Jiang Xu promptly replied, "No, Dad, you should attend to those leaders first." She was still in the midst of her makeup routine and needed to change into her performance attire shortly. She certainly did not wish for Jiang Yangping to lead a large entourage of leaders to her, subjecting her to their scrutiny. "All right then," he responded, his tone somewhat pitiful. Jiang Xu remained silent. Upon noticing Jiang Yangping's discontented expression, the leaders grew anxious, questioning whether they had failed to entertain him properly. "Mr. Jiang, is there something that does not meet your satisfaction?" Jiang Yangping maintained his stoic demeanor, replying, "No, everything is quite satisfactory." Jiang Xu's role in the play Red Roses and White Roses was scheduled early in the program, and she soon took the stage. During the performance, Qi Shang displayed a notably more reserved demeanor, adhering strictly to the necessary actions, even pulling Jiang Xu's hand only through the fabric of her sleeve. Although they were aware that this was merely a performance, there were 2 individuals in the audience whose expressions were far from favorable. One was Jiang Yangping, seated in the center of the front row, wearing the countenance of a father whose precious daughter was being approached by an unsightly boar. The other was a figure standing in the shadows at the back of the viewing area, his knuckles whitened from the force of his clenched fist. He realized that mere contact with Jiang Xu, even through clothing, twisted his heart into an unbearable knot of jealousy. He yearned for her to be touched only by him. Chapter 56. Your father is supporting me. After the performance concluded, Jiang Xu returned backstage, intending to cleanse her makeup in the dressing room. Jiang Yangping's speech had taken place before the New Year's gala, and it was now completed. He had instructed Jiang Xu to wait for him in the car after her performance, as he had matters to attend to before they could return to the Jiang family home together. However, feeling discomfort from the thick layer of makeup on her face, Jiang Xu thought that since Jiang Yangping would likely be occupied with discussions with the school leaders for a while, she might as well remove her makeup before heading back. The dressing room door was slightly ajar, and through the gap, Jiang Xu caught sight of Tao Jing's face. It appeared she was not alone. There was another person, though they were entirely obscured by the door. Jiang Xu could see that Tao Jing was quietly sobbing, her expression a mix of desperation and hysteria, as if embroiled in some conflict with the concealed individual. Given the earlier events, Jiang Xu found herself devoid of curiosity regarding Tao Jing's predicament. After some contemplation, she resolved to endure a little longer, deciding to forego her makeup removal and instead wait for Jiang Yangping to return. Just as she prepared to turn away, she heard Tao Jing's voice, strained with anger. "Mr. Jiang, are you really going to abandon me? Aren't you afraid I might reveal our affair to Jiang Xu?" The familiar address made Jiang Xu instinctively halt, her face reflecting shock and confusion. So, the person inside with Tao Jing was her father, Jiang Yangping? Frozen in place, Jiang Xu felt an absurd sense of disbelief wash over her. Yet, the next moment, she heard the unmistakably familiar tone of Jiang Yangping, filled with frustration. "How dare you?" Inside, his tone was one of exasperation. Sensing that Jiang Yangping truly cared about Jiang Xu, Tao Jing seized the opportunity, saying, "Mr. Jiang, this is truly my last request for money. I only need 2 million. Once you provide the funds, I assure you, no one will ever learn that you are my benefactor, especially not Jiang Xu." Jiang Yangping furrowed his brows tightly, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? I have not supported you." It is you. His voice abruptly ceased as a sharp sound echoed from the door being pushed open. He turned to see Jiang Xu standing in the doorway, her gaze filled with disbelief as she looked at the two of them. Jiang Tao Jing's face mirrored shock. Her pupils dilated, as if she had never anticipated Jiang Xu's sudden appearance, which had unraveled the entire situation. Jiang Yangping's eyes shattered with a mix of panic as he hastily approached Jiang Xu, his steps faltering, voice urgent as he attempted to explain, "Sweetheart, it's not as you think." Instinctively, Jiang Xu took a step back, her shoulders trembling slightly, her teeth biting down on her lower lip in silence. Initially, when she learned of Tao Jing being supported by someone, she had believed that Tao Jing must have been deceived, coerced into such a relationship. Yet, Jiang Xu could never have fathomed that the man in question was Jiang Yangping, her father, and that the person he supported was none other than Tao Jing, who was of the same age as her. The scene before her was unfathomable, and she could scarcely bring herself to accept the truth. She endeavored to maintain her composure, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "What is it, father?" She still yearned to hear Jiang Yangping's explanation. Years had passed since Yao Wangya's demise, and Jiang Xu had matured. If Jiang Yangping were to find love again, she could accept his remarriage. However, she could not fathom the absurdity that he had taken her roommate as his mistress. How outrageous! Jiang Yangping emitted a dry, rasping sound from his throat, his lips quivering as he attempted to speak, yet his voice emerged as a harsh whisper. "It is indeed your father who has been supporting me." At that moment, Tao Jing abruptly interrupted Jiang Yangping. Tao Jing had continually extorted money from Jiang Yangping, fueled by his fear that she might disclose their affair to Jiang Xu. Now that Jiang Xu had unearthed their secret, there was no longer any need for concealment. "Your father has been supporting me since my senior year of high school. My tuition and living expenses have all come from him. Even those occasional luxuries, like the dress and accessories I wore to that social event, were all funded by your father," she divulged openly. "That's preposterous. You threaten me." Jiang Yangping cursed for the first time, visibly enraged by Tao Jing's revelations. His chest heaved violently, and a button from his meticulously fastened suit flew off. Tao Jing, undeterred, challenged him. "Mr. Jiang, you took my innocence while intoxicated. Shouldn't you bear the consequences? I was barely an adult at the time." Tao Jing recounted that during her senior year winter break, her mother had arranged for her to work part-time at a hotel where Jiang Yangping happened to be conducting business. She was assigned as a server in their private room. After consuming a considerable amount of alcohol, Jiang Yangping became inebriated. Not seeing anyone else in the room, she assisted him to a guest room for rest. Unexpectedly, he seized her and refused to let her leave. Upon awakening the next day, Jiang Yanping found himself completely unclothed, while Tao Jing was left in tatters, sobbing and curled up, her skin bearing the marks of the previous night's events. He was plagued by a throbbing headache, his drunken stupor erasing any memory of the night's occurrences. Fearing that Jiang Yanping would deny his actions, Tao Jing had promptly taken photographs as evidence. Should he refuse to acknowledge it, she would threaten to accuse him of rape, thereby ruining his reputation. With the evidence in hand, Jiang Yanping was left with no choice but to comply with her demands for financial support, which gradually evolved into the current situation. Jiang Yanping was rendered speechless, his face turning pale. Jiang Xu instantly grasped the truth in Tao Jing's words. At least from Jiang Yanping's reaction, it was evident. Mr. Jiang, if you are willing to provide me with 2 million more this time, I assure you I will never appear before you again, and I will destroy all those photographs. Initially, Tao Jing harbored no intentions of being so ruthless. She merely sought a modest sum of money sufficient to cover her living expenses and tuition fees. Her family was financially strained, with all attention and resources devoted entirely to Tao Jiabao, who was the recipient of every penny. Even the wages she earned from part-time jobs to fund her education were ultimately seized by Lu Yin and Tao Ying to support Tao Jiabao's whims. They even urged her to abandon her university aspirations, deeming them a waste of money, and suggested she should instead work to support her brother. One day, Lu Yin unexpectedly encountered her disembarking from a luxury vehicle, unveiling the truth that she had become someone's kept woman. Consequently, Lu Yin persistently pressured her to solicit funds from Jiang Yanping. Gradually, Tao Jing began to relish the benefits. Acquiring substantial sums with little effort was an intoxicating prospect. Thus, she commenced her entreaties to Jiang Yanping for extravagant items, such as opulent dresses, necklaces, and earrings. A few days prior, Lu Yin informed her that Tao Jiabao had squandered over $1 million on gambling, and if the debt was not settled promptly, there would be dire consequences, including threats of violence against Tao Jiabao. Initially, Tao Jing was reluctant to involve herself in this predicament, but Lu Yin insisted that if she refused to assist, she would face dire repercussions. Lu Yin also promised that this would be the last time she would have to help, granting her the possibility of severing ties with her family. Tao Jing rarely had opportunities to meet Jiang Yanping, so when he arrived at her school, she seized the moment. Leveraging Jiang Xu to compel him into an audience, she demanded a sum of 2 million in one go, asserting that any additional funds were for her future security. Jiang Yanping's expression soured. He had researched Tao Jing and recognized her as a girl of the same age as Jiang Xu. Initially, he felt sympathy for her troubled background and regarded her modest demands with understanding, allowing his compassion to stay his hand. However, his patience waned as he grew increasingly irritated by her insatiable greed. Jiang Yanping felt a knot of anxiety as he observed Jiang Xu's demeanor, fearing the disappointment he might see reflected in her eyes. He longed to defend himself, to say, "My dear, but his words were abruptly cut off. "We will not give you a single cent," declared Jiang Xu, her demeanor unsettlingly calm, her eyes resembling a tranquil lake, yet piercing with the sharpness of a blade. Chapter 57, she longed to destroy him. No one could have anticipated that Jiang Xu would utter such words. "For years, you have persistently threatened my father for money, which constitutes extortion, and the amount seems considerable. Regardless of whether my father has any recollection of that night, or if he truly engaged with you, it is entirely possible that you intentionally sought to exploit him from the very beginning." As Jiang Xu spoke these words, her heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. In truth, she was profoundly shocked, even agitated by the situation. No one could fathom the tumultuous emotions she was experiencing at that moment. Her lips quivered slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain a steady tone, her thoughts remarkably clear. Should it come to litigation, the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, you could never contend with the Jiang family. Thus, you shall receive not a single penny in the end. Upon hearing Jiang Xu's words, Tao Jing's complexion turned pale. She never expected Jiang Xu to disregard all past sentiments. Jiang, are you truly going to treat me like this? Were we not friends?" Jiang Xu's voice was devoid of warmth. Perhaps once, but certainly not now. From the outset, Tao Jing was aware of her identity. cognizant that she was the daughter of Jiang Yangping, the heiress of the Jiang family. Thus, she had been deceiving her all along. Confronted by such a person, Jiang Xu felt no disappointment, only horror and revulsion. Tao Jing's face grew even paler, her lips quivering silently. Jiang Xu firmly restrained her instinctive urge to grasp something. Her expression icy as she stated, "Tao Jing, you should consider your actions wisely." Without waiting for Jiang Yangping, she stormed out the door. Her stride was brisk, and even when Jiang Yangping finally reacted to her astonishing display, he called after her in vain. Upon exiting, a single thought consumed Jiang Xu's mind: to smash something, to destroy. She was acutely aware that her emotions had surged too violently, triggering a long-dormant manic episode. I must return home. There are medications there that might help me regain control. In her haste, she failed to notice the figure approaching ahead. At the moment her arm was forcefully seized from the side, Jiang Xu's body jolted, a familiar aura enveloping her. She quickly lifted her previously lowered head. The cold, composed visage of the person standing before her pierced her vision. His face resembled a frigid snow-capped mountain, with sharp, smooth features that sculpted a flawless profile from forehead to chin. His porcelain skin glimmered like a delicate layer of snow, devoid of any hint of blush, as if untouched by the warmth of the mortal realm. Jiang Xu's gaze flickered. She had found the object of her intended destruction. Lu Zhi had just prepared to approach when he caught sight of Jiang Xu rushing out, his brow furrowing in concern. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Jiang Xu suddenly snapped back to reality. "No, it cannot be. He is Lu Zhi. Nothing. It's fine. You may go." She hastily lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes any longer, fearing that the longer she looked, the more she would lose control. She could only dig her nails into her flesh, using the pain of her body to numb the desires of her spirit. Lu Zhi had accompanied Jiang Xu through countless episodes of mania, and upon seeing her current state, he recognized that she was unwell. He called her name, Jiang Xu. Instinctively, she pressed her long nails into her fingertips, her lips unconsciously pursing. Please let go of me. I need to leave." He remained silent for a moment, yet did not release her. "Do you need help?" His voice, suddenly cool and deep, descended as he gazed at her. But all he could see was her glossy, dark head. Jiang Xu abruptly looked up, her slightly brown eyes dilating sharply as they met his abyssal black gaze. Those bottomless obsidian eyes seemed to possess an innate, alluring power capable of ensnaring anyone who faltered. Yes, he was Lu Zhi. She yearned to disrupt him. No, she couldn't. She mustn't treat him this way. She struggled against the turmoil within. Yet, the thread of rationality in her mind shattered at Lu Zhi's next utterance. His tone was slow, each word distinct. "It's all right, it doesn't matter." His gaze resembled a tranquil pool concealing tumultuous undercurrents. No one could fathom his thoughts. He continued with a tone imbued with seduction, his voice eagerly weaving into her ears. "Jiang Xu, shall we go to the Red Room in your previous villa?" Chapter 58, Jiang, revised scene. Within the dimly lit chamber, a profound sense of heaviness enveloped the air, filled with an intense and passionate shade of red. Even the walls were painted a deep burgundy hue. At the center of the ceiling, a uniquely designed crimson glass chandelier emitted a soft, hazy glow, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow upon the walls and floor. Lu Zhi faced Jiang Xu, his gaze fixed upon her, his head bowed in contemplation. Beside them stood a black rack, neatly arranged with rows of chilling instruments that sent shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Jiang Xu was still grappling with the bewildering realization of how she had come to be here, as if she had simply opened her eyes and found herself in this all-too-familiar crimson room. Having been drawn here by his firm grip on her wrist, she felt an insatiable itch in her heart and hands, ignited by the onset of her affliction. Yet, before her rational mind could intervene, she heard his voice, low and gravelly, almost seductive. "Do you wish to use this?" Lu Zhi inquired, recalling her previous excitement. "Remember when you took a picture for me?" Before she could respond, he presented her with a tissue, stirring dormant memories within her. "No, don't give me that." She instinctively protested, wanting to cast it aside. However, Lu Zhi promptly grasped her delicate, trembling fingers, his slightly rough hand enveloping hers, preventing her from breaking free. The effort to suppress her feelings caused her body to quiver, her crimson lips trembling, on the verge of being bitten by her own teeth. But he said, "Jiang Xu, you need not hold back. You may do anything you desire with me." He drew forth the most pathological aspects of her being, step by step. "I am here willingly." Jiang Xu's eyes flickered with urgency as she heard Lu Zhi softly murmur, his dark gaze absorbing all light around them. "So, you need not endure any longer." A subtle, almost imperceptible scent of citrus lingered in the air, mingling with a cool aroma, intertwining with their breaths, creating a uniquely intoxicating fragrance that danced around her senses. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Jiang Xu pushed Lu Zhi back against the black rack, causing various hard tools to clatter. He felt no pain from the collision. Instead, a smile tugged at his lips, for he understood that Jiang Xu could no longer contain herself. She still needed him. This marked the first time Lu Zhi took the lead in their release. He guided Jiang Xu, allowing her to indulge freely. Overwhelmed by tumultuous emotions, tears welled in her eyes, the corners of her beautiful gaze tinged with red, yet she found herself unable to cease this treatment of him. "Jiang, do not cry, nor feel guilt." Lu Zhi knelt before her, gazing up at her as she sat at the edge of the bed. His ears and the nape of his neck flushed crimson, yet his large hand held her slender ankle, trailing down from his broad shoulders. His voice was languorous and slow, a quality I found appealing. Tracing down to the subtly protruding and distinctly textured abdomen, I continued further. He emitted a distressed hum, his voice thoroughly hoarse. Jiang, it hurts me. Are you all trying to drive me to my demise?" In the study of the Jiang residence, Jiang Hongru raised his cane and struck Jiang Yangping's back with considerable force, the veins on his forehead pulsating visibly. It was clear that he was now aware of the affair between Jiang Yangping and Tao Jing. Their previous conversation in the makeup room had been overheard, recorded, and filmed by someone. Had it not been for a school official who happened to be seeking Jiang Yangping for a discussion and heard he had gone to the backstage, the official would not have coincidentally encountered the individual who captured the video, thus preventing the scandal of the president of Jiang Corporation maintaining a relationship with a university student who could be his daughter from spreading like wildfire. Each and every one of them, big or small, offered him no respite. "Dad, I was wrong." Jiang Yangping readily admitted his fault, acknowledging that he had been too careless. "Oomph." Seeing Jiang Yangping's swift acknowledgement without any defiance, Jiang Hongru scoffed, "As long as you know." Shortly thereafter, he Chifu knocked and entered the study. His benevolent countenance glanced at the visibly gloomy Jiang Yangping as he approached Jiang Hongru respectfully, saying, "Head of the family, the matter regarding the gentleman and that girl has been investigated." Although Jiang Hongru maintained decorum, he hailed from a long-established family and had navigated the business world for many years, elevating the Jiang family into the top 10 of the capital city. He was no ordinary man. If anyone dared to provoke the Jiang family, Jiang Hongru would not show mercy. Thus, he had employed some special means to capture Tao Jing, ensuring she faced some hardships to extract the truth. He Chifu revealed that after Tao Jing assisted Jiang Yangping to his room, she did not remain there, but exited once. She sought out the hotel manager, who, as he Chifu verified, was her Uncle Lu Wan. It was due to this connection that Lu Yin could arrange for Tao Jing to work part-time at the hotel and successfully place her in the same private room as Jiang Yangping. This scheme was orchestrated by Lu Wan, who initially aimed to extort a substantial sum from Jiang Yangping. Lu Wan sought to settle his gambling debts, while Tao Jing needed enough funds for her tuition. They were aware of Jiang Yangping's distinguished status, but chose to take a gamble. Even though Jiang Yangping was nearing middle age, his appearance still rivaled that of youthful men, exuding a unique mature charm that made Tao Jing not entirely opposed to a genuine encounter with him. However, at that moment, Jiang Yangping was utterly inebriated and incapacitated, prompting Lu Wan to bring in another portly older man to facilitate the situation. Tao Jing was unwilling and attempted to escape, but Lu Wan and the older man restrained her. Therefore, the marks on her body were not the result of Jiang Yangping's actions. After the incident, Lu Wan advised Tao Jing, telling her that the situation was irreversible and if she desired financial support. She should return to Jiang Yangping's room and wait for him to awaken. Filled with resentment and loathing towards Lu Wan, Tao Jing ultimately weighed her options and complied. However, she later reversed her decision, requesting only a small sum from Jiang Yangping, just sufficient to cover her tuition and living expenses. Lu Wan, infuriated, feared that Jiang Yangping would uncover their clandestine actions. Thus, he assisted Tao Jing in discreetly altering the hotel surveillance footage. Consequently, when Jiang Yangping investigated, he found no evidence of Tao Jing's earlier departure, and no irregularities were detected. Moreover, Jiang Yangping, at that moment, could hardly fathom that a mere high school girl, of the same age as his cherished child, had already mastered such cunning intricacies. He wished to keep this matter under wraps, thereby refraining from a thorough investigation, which inadvertently afforded Tao Jing and Lu Wan an opportunity. Jiang Hongru was utterly exasperated. These two insignificant individuals had managed to outwit them due to Jiang Yangping's momentary leniency. He slammed his cane down, expelling Jiang Yangping from the study, unwilling to behold him, declaring that the mess he had created must be resolved by him alone. Jiang Yangping, taken aback by the realization that he had been outmaneuvered by a young girl after decades of life, felt a dark cloud descend upon him. With a chilling tone, he replied, "Yes, father." He vowed that those who had deceived him would pay a grievous price. Chapter 59. A moment of clarity upon receiving a sudden call from her boss. Assistant Jian promptly made her way to the president's office. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of her superior, seated in a leather executive chair, his expression grim, and a disarray of documents cluttering the desk. It became abundantly clear to her why the previous presidential assistant had been dismissed. She had long been aware of a particular female university student who frequently sought out President Jiang. This same young woman had even ventured to Jiang's residence while still in her final year of high school, a situation that had been entrusted to the newly appointed Jian to manage. At that time, Jiang Yangping had explicitly instructed that the girl was to be kept at bay, under no circumstances allowed to approach Jiang's home again, and that their unusual relationship was to remain undisclosed to anyone else. Beyond this, he had offered no further explanation. While Jian harbored a multitude of questions, her professional integrity as the president's assistant compelled her to remain silent. Given that Jiang Yangping was not one to impose arbitrary overtime like many domineering executives, Jian had diligently focused on her work since her appointment, choosing to observe less and act more. Now, Jiang Yangping had issued a new directive to arrange a meeting with General Manager Chun of Liyue Hotel. Jian sensed the underlying intent behind his request and nodded in affirmation. Half an hour later, General Manager Cheng Guanghui was drenched in sweat upon hearing that the president of Zhang's group intended to acquire his company. Liyue Hotel, while not particularly upscale in the capital, was the culmination of a lifetime of effort shared with his wife. Over the years, it had prospered and expanded into several chain establishments, largely due to their innovative and distinctive cuisine, which had garnered recognition among the elite circles of Beijing. Previously, Jiang Yangping had often dined at their hotel for business discussions, but he had not set foot there in the past 2 years. Now, his return signaled a negotiation for acquisition. Standing beside Jiang, Jian displayed a professionally warm smile as she addressed Chun. "General Manager Chun, the terms presented by President Jiang are indeed generous. I advise you to consider signing as soon as possible." Upon reviewing the contract stipulations, Chun was inwardly cursing. The offer was half of the company's market value, and the other conditions were tantamount to coercive clauses. Was this truly a generous proposal? If he had not yet grasped that Jiang Yangping was deliberately undermining him, he would have wasted the past several years. However, despite ruminating on the matter, he could not fathom what slight he may have committed against Jiang. "President Jiang, may I inquire where I may have offended you?" he ventured. Jian replied on Jiang's behalf, "General Manager Chun, I would advise you to refrain from asking unnecessary questions. As long as President Jiang remains composed enough to engage in this conversation, you should consider yourself fortunate. That may not last much longer." She was acutely aware that Jiang Yangping would not wish for anyone else to learn of the precarious situation he found himself in, too embarrassing to bear. Throughout this exchange, Jiang had remained silent, Yet the icy demeanor etched upon his face left Chen feeling increasingly uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, Chen hesitantly stated, "President Jiang, my wife holds shares in this company. I would like to consult her first." Noting Jiang's continued silence, Chen hurriedly exited to make a phone call. In less than a minute, he returned, having learned from his wife that the stocks of Liyue Grand Hotel had been heavily purchased and subsequently maliciously sold off, resulting in a substantial decline in the company's shares. If this situation continued, their company would become worthless. It was evident who was responsible. In his mind, Chen Guanghui cursed Jiang Yangping's ancestors, yet he maintained a stiff smile on his face. "General Jiang, I implore you to show mercy. I will sign. I shall sign immediately." However, merely addressing Chen Guanghui's ineptitude in personnel matters was evidently insufficient. One day, Lu Wen's lifeless body was discovered in an obscure alley. The forensic expert determined that he had accidentally fallen to his death after excessive drinking. Meanwhile, Tao Jing was expelled from Jing University due to her misconduct, and she would find no employment henceforth. Her fate would not be a fortunate one. Yet, amidst these events, no trace of the Jiang family could be found, and Jiang Xu had not seen her again. Of course, these were matters for another time. When Jiang Xu regained her senses, the sound of running water from the bathroom reached her ears. As her memory gradually returned, she recalled the enchanting scene that had just transpired, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She had indeed. At that moment, the sound of water ceased abruptly, and the frosted glass door swung open from within. The next second, a man wrapped in a towel emerged from the bathroom. Fresh from the steamy shower, droplets of water clung to his skin. A few damp strands of hair fell across his forehead, intimately adhering to his face, while water droplets trickled down his cheeks, gathering at the sharp line of his jaw. With his torso bare, the contours of his physique were distinctly visible, the white towel precariously draped over him, his expression cool and composed. Yet, the various marks on his body exuded a certain allure. Jiang Xu dared not gaze at his form, her eyes faltering as she stammered, "Are you all right? Is there anything discomforting?" "I'm fine, really," he observed Jiang Xu, who was seated on the bed, tightly wrapped in the quilt, even burying the lower half of her face within it. Silently, he approached her. His solid and powerful arm slipped beneath the quilt, while the other hand cradled her waist, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace. The sudden sensation of weightlessness prompted Jiang Xu to instinctively cling to the nearest support, his neck. He lowered his head slightly, allowing her to wrap around him more easily. Jiang Xu hurriedly inquired, "Where are you taking me?" "To help you clean up. I believe you got a bit on your calf earlier." Hearing his words, memories of him blushing as he firmly grasped her ankle flooded her mind, rendering her speechless. "Why you should put me down? I can manage myself. There's no need. I will assist you." Lu Zhi gently placed Jiang Xu on the wash basin, adjusting the warm water before extracting her instinctively retreating legs from the quilt. He cleaned with meticulous care, leaving no crevice unattended, his demeanor earnest and almost reverent, as his gaze remained fixed upon the sacred ground ahead. Being attended to in such an intimate manner, especially in a place seldom touched by others, made Jiang Xu feel somewhat uncomfortable. She wished to retract her leg, yet Lu Zhi firmly held on to it, insisting that the task was not yet complete. The bathroom was enveloped in the soft sound of trickling water. After a considerable pause, Jiang Xu finally heard Lu Zhi's voice. "It's done." She felt a wave of relief wash over her, just as she prepared to exhale. However, in the next moment, she noticed Lu Zhi delicately patting her leg dry with a paper towel. At last, once the cleansing ritual was complete, he gently returned her to the bed. Jiang Xu exhaled heavily, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket once more. The atmosphere settled back into silence, with Lu Zhi standing a short distance from the bedside, his gaze lowered in quiet contemplation, as if awaiting judgment. He understood that it was only during her moments of vulnerability that he could lure her in, that those ignoble thoughts could find fruition. Now that she had regained her senses, she would revert to her former self, wishing to sever any ties with him. Jiang Xu found herself momentarily lost in thought, recalling the obedient demeanor Lu Zhi had displayed while tending to her illness, so unlike his usual self. She suddenly asked softly, "Why did you say earlier that you voluntarily allowed me to treat you that way?" The points of contention have been revised, and Tao Jing's ending is now open-ended. Chapter 60. Memories. Jiang Xu remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Zhi had long ceased to desire life. His tragic fate appeared to have been predetermined from the very moment of his birth. His biological father was a legitimate heir of the Lu family, while his mother was the sole heiress of the Pei family at that time. However, his father was inherently deranged. Prior to acquiring his mother, he masked his true nature, treating her with tenderness and indulgence, allowing her to act as she pleased. After marrying his mother, his father's true self was fully revealed. He imprisoned her, forbidding her from leaving the house, returning to see her family, or even meeting anyone at all. Externally, he perpetuated the pretense that his wife's health was fragile and required her to avoid social interactions. He even sought to use their children to tether her to him, resulting in the births of himself and his elder brother. Yet his mother could not endure his father's madness and yearned to escape. In response, his father clung to her fiercely, ultimately setting their room ablaze. In his anguish, he wept, attempting to drag his mother into death alongside him. This incident irrevocably severed the ties between the Pei and Lu families. His brother, resembling their mother, was taken back by the Pei family, while he, bearing a striking resemblance to his father, was heartlessly abandoned at the Lu household. Within his family, he was inherently an outcast. Everyone feared the madness that coursed through his veins, akin to that of his father. His peers bullied him mercilessly in secret, while the elders turned a blind eye, allowing him to be tormented by that group of children. He vividly recalled the first time he encountered Jiang Xu at the tender age of 7, just before he was forced to leave the Lu family. She was brought to the Lu residence by old Master Jiang, her delicate appearance reminiscent of a finely crafted doll. Yet her dark, rounded eyes were filled with a mixture of arrogance and despair. Old Master Jiang seemed intent on discussing a potential union with the Lu family. At that moment, Jiang Xu refused to follow him into the Lu household's main hall. Instead, she secluded herself in the courtyard, retreating into a corner, her demeanor radiating insecurity. Lu Zhi, malnourished and frequently bullied, was also seeking refuge in the courtyard shadows to avoid detection by his tormentors. To his surprise, he spotted Jiang Xu crouching there. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, she reacted with fierce defensiveness, barking, "Go away. Don't come near me. If you take another step closer, I'll hit you." She pointed at him, her youthful face twisted in disdain, her attitude contemptuous, targeting him directly. He hesitated, taking a single step back. In that instant, she lunged forward, shoving him to the ground, her elegant white shoes pressing forcefully against his chest. "If you don't leave, this is what you get," she declared. She was no different from those who bullied him. It wasn't until he struggled to breathe, his cries stifled, his face turning pale, that she finally relented, hissing, "Get lost." When he turned 10, following old Master Lu's severe illness and hospitalization, the family seized the opportunity to expel him from the Lu household. Subsequently, he found himself wandering through an orphanage for several years before finally being adopted. His adoptive parents, initially humble migrant workers, though not affluent, provided a life that was relatively stable and unremarkable. Yet, those years constituted some of the few joyful memories that Lu Zhi cherished. Not long after, his adoptive father succumbed to a gambling addiction, and everything changed. He was often left battered and nearly lifeless from the blows of his inebriated father, while his adoptive mother attempted to rescue him only to be met with the same brutal violence. Yet, in his frail state, he was utterly powerless to resist. Thus, he endured for several more years. The next time he heard the name Jiang Xu was during his senior year of high school, from the lips of Yi Zhuoming. Yi remarked, "Do you know the girl named Jiang Xu who just transferred from the elite school? She's truly stunning. You must meet her if you get the chance." Upon hearing that name, Lu Zhi instinctively felt a wave of aversion. He would never forget the cruel visage of her childhood self, who had once mercilessly trampled on his chest. He had no desire to encounter her again. Yet, when he found himself once more on the brink of death, having fled, bloodied and bruised, from his drunken father to the seaside near his home, he unexpectedly came across Jiang Xu. In the boundless, dark depths of the sea, it felt as if spectral hands were reaching out to pull him into the abyss, whispering, "Jump down. Once you do, you will be free from suffering and sorrow." It spoke the truth. In a life shrouded in endless darkness, there was little to cling to. Was there? He slowly and submissively closed his eyes, surrendering all his strength, and began to plunge hopelessly into the depths, turning his back to the ocean. Suddenly, a soft and warm hand seized him with fervor. It was Jiang Xu. She seemed to have forgotten the events of their childhood, yet Lu Zhi recognized her instantly. Her lifeless eyes were identical to those of their youth. But in that moment, he perceived a shimmering brilliance within her gaze, as if it contained countless stars, illuminating the depths of his heart. Jiang Xu appeared to have quarreled with her family, still donned in her school uniform from their high school, venturing to this desolate place late at night. The night was dark, and blood cloaked much of Lu Zhi's face, rendering him unrecognizable to her. Her tone was not harsh, yet her words were far from pleasant. "Are you trying to take your own life?" Perhaps it was the stern upbringing from her grandfather, or perhaps she had learned to temper her temperament with age. Jiang Xu was clearly no longer the malicious child she once was. Dying in my frequent haunt would be quite ill-fated in that moment. The sounds of the waves and the howling wind faded into silence, leaving only Jiang Xu's sweet, melodic voice resonating in his ears. Even during my darkest days, I never sought death. Why would a healthy person wish for such an end? Life is beautiful. Regardless of what transpires, one must strive to live on. Do not so easily abandon your life. There will be those who cherish you. Persist, do not give up lightly, and you will discover that life can indeed be splendid. Gradually, his thoughts began to coalesce. The warm yellow light filtered through the delicate lampshade, gently illuminating every corner, and the air still carried a faint, sweet scent from earlier. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant, enveloping the two in an inexplicable silence. Standing there, Lu Zhi's eyes were exceptionally dark, the dim light cascading down from above, casting shadows upon his gaze. Why was it voluntary? It was because of her that he continued to exist. Chapter 61. Gloom, terror, paranoia, and madness. Why do you say that you willingly allow me to treat you this way? Jiang Xu inquired once more, gazing at the person who had fallen into silence. In her previous life, Lu Zhi had never taken the initiative in such matters. He had always been driven to a furious red, forced to endure under her coercion. He would never have asked to enter the red room voluntarily, because I like it. The air was pierced by Lu Zhi's low, husky voice, which seemed to carry a subtle hint of testing and caution. His dark eyes instinctively shifted to observe Jiang Xu's reaction. Taken aback by his response, Jiang Xu tightened her grip on the blanket, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind. He liked it. Did he truly enjoy her treatment of him in such a manner? But why? Did he perhaps possess a proclivity for masochism? Her eyes widened slightly before swiftly lowering, a myriad of complex emotions flashing through her gaze. No, regardless of the reason, this could not continue any further. Having resolved to draw a clear boundary with him, she ought to sever ties decisively. That would be the most prudent course of action. I'm sorry, this incident was an accident. I was unwell and unable to control myself. And you just happened to appear before me, and she paused mid-sentence, seemingly recalling the recent blush-inducing events. After a moment, she relaxed her spine, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Never mind, it's in the past now. At that moment, Jiang Xu noticed the various bruises and red marks scattered across Lu Zhi's bare torso. Most of the wounds had ceased to bleed, yet they remained a shocking sight. Her recent episode had indeed taken a toll on his body. Leaning slightly forward, she extended a pale arm from beneath the covers, her fingers gently beckoning him closer. Come here. Lu Zhi regarded her intently, approaching her step by step. Jiang Xu rummaged through the bedside drawer and produced a bank card, stating swiftly, regardless of your acceptance, the only compensation I can offer you now is money. This also includes the 500,000 you lent me previously. When she had been under Jiang Hongru's watch and her card had been suspended, Lu Zhi had transferred her 500,000. The card now contained several million, a substantial sum for Lu Zhi's future entrepreneurial endeavors, at least a critical aid in times of need. Noticing that Lu Zhi did not reach out to take the card, Jiang Xu firmly pressed it into his hand. Keep it safe. There's no password. I will take my leave now. There are medications in the drawer. If your wounds hurt, apply them yourself. This time, Jiang Xu was the first to depart the red room. She reached the door without glancing back. In the dim and chaotic room, only Lu Zhi's heavy breathing echoed through the air. He stood there in solitude, his tall figure shrouded in shadow, his pale face taut, resembling a skeletal frame devoid of flesh. Beneath his tousled hair, his dark eyes mirrored two fathomless pools of stagnant water. On the surface, calmness reigned. Yet within the depths brewed an endless storm of gloom, terror, paranoia, and madness. As the year drew to a close, Jiang Xu found herself immersed in preparations for the final assessments of two specialized courses. Her days were consumed with attending classes, traversing the campus, or engaging in self-study at the library. She was so engrossed in her endeavors that she scarcely had a moment to spare for other pursuits and her dormitory mates. Wen Qingmei and Mi Xiaxia rarely caught a glimpse of her. Tao Jing had already withdrawn from school and vacated the dorm. Since New Year's Day, she had not returned to campus, with her family handling the logistics of her departure. The school had issued a statement citing her misconduct, yet the specifics of her actions remained shrouded in mystery. Although Wen Qingmei had previously harbored some resentment towards Tao Jing due to her betrayal, the abruptness of her expulsion left her with mixed feelings, far from elation. Mi Xiaxia shared a similar sentiment. In contrast, Jiang Xu exhibited an unwavering demeanor. Appearing unaffected by the departure of someone she deemed an unrelated entity. Before long, after a brief interlude of living as a trio in room 3221, they were greeted by a new roommate. One day, as Jiang Xu returned from the library, laden with books on finance, she noticed an assortment of luggage piled outside their dormitory door, accompanied by the sounds of lively chatter and laughter. Trust me, your destined partner is truly on their way, chimed a somewhat familiar sweet voice. Is it really happening? Am I finally going to experience a sweet romance? Exclaimed Mi Xiaxia in excitement. He's already here, the High Priestess, Page of Pentacles, and Chariot. This signifies his desire to approach you. Furthermore, the upright High Priestess suggests he possesses an introspective and delicate nature. What about me? Jiang Xu recognized the voice of Wen Qingmei. Well, the sweet voice hesitated momentarily. This is somewhat concerning. The Ace of Wands, Temperance, and Three of Cups. Would you like to hear the analysis? Wen Qingmei, visibly anxious, nodded resolutely yes. The upright Ace of Wands represents new beginnings, indicating a newcomer. Temperance suggests he is still weighing his options, while the Three of Cups introduces the element of three, potentially hinting at a love triangle. She concluded in summary, your boyfriend may soon have a girlfriend. A profound silence enveloped the room. Moments later, Wen Qingmei's voice broke the stillness. Is this accurate? If you believe it, it will be. If you doubt it, it won't. It's all about fate and energy. With a soft click, Jiang Xu pushed open the dormitory door and stepped inside. The girl who had been speaking rushed towards her with exuberance, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Jiang Xu, I finally get to meet you. I can finally read your fortune. Jiang Xu, momentarily taken aback, managed to extricate herself from the enthusiastic hug and recognized her new roommate, Qi Ruixin, the very same girl with whom she had previously crossed paths. Before Jiang Xu could inquire, Qi Ruixin began to share the entire story of her transition to their dormitory, as if she were spilling beans. During our last encounter, my father hurriedly whisked me away, causing me to forget to mention that I am also a student at Peking University, albeit in a rather obscure major, Yeshua, which delves into the realms of metaphysics. My previous roommates found me too boisterous, prompting me to seek a change of environment. Upon discovering that your dorm had an available bed, I immediately applied to move in. She gently shook Jiang Xu's arm, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Jiang Xu, would your dorm be willing to accommodate me? Rest assured, I will spend some time with you all, and if you find me too noisy, I can promptly relocate. Furthermore, I do not usually reside on campus. I'm only here during breaks or for afternoon naps, so I won't be much of a disturbance. Jiang Xu felt indifferent about Qi Ruixin's arrival. Yet she found herself rather fond of Qi Ruixin's extroverted and lively personality, Thus, she nodded gently in agreement. Wen Qingmei and Mi Xiaxia had evidently already bonded with Qi Ruixin, and upon seeing Jiang Xu's consent, they solidified the decision for Qi Ruixin to move into dorm 3221. After the group assisted her in transporting her luggage from outside and arranging her bed, Qi Ruixin finally seized an opportunity. Jiang Xu, would you like a fortune reading? I am quite accurate. Seeing Qi Ruixin's sparkling almond-shaped eyes, Jiang Xu couldn't help but chuckle softly. A few minutes later, Qi Ruixin glanced at the 3 large cards laid out on the small table, her delicate brows furrowing in a serious expression, as if facing a formidable challenge. The 3 cards that Jiang Xu drew, from left to right, were the reverse queen, the upright death, and the upright wheel of fortune. These 3 cards represent the past, present, and future respectively. Chapter 62. Investment. Qi Ruixin gently caressed her round chin and remarked, although I drew 3 significant cards in one go, the majority being upright, the outcome appears rather favorable based solely on the cards. Jiang Xu tilted her head slightly, as she harbored no understanding of the esoteric nature of tarot cards. Noticing the look of confusion on Jiang Xu's face, Qi Ruixin proceeded to provide a brief explanation. The 3 cards collectively indicated that in the past, one was ensnared in a state of self-imposed limitations, indulging in uncontrollable desires and lacking a sense of security. The second upright card, death, foretold the conclusion of an old phase, suggesting that one has undergone a rebirth and is now embracing a new beginning. As for the final card, the Wheel of Fortune, your future is predestined, albeit accompanied by a degree of unpredictability, and perhaps some exhilarating events may unfold. Jiang Xu was taken aback, surprised by how accurately Qi Ruixin had interpreted her situation. The cards representing her past and present perfectly aligned with her experiences. She had never contemplated why she had experienced such a sudden rebirth. Those days in the red light district of Southeast Asia were memories she wished to forget. Jiang Xu instinctively inquired, what exhilarating events? I'm not sure. I can't predict such specifics. Qi Ruixin waved her hand dismissively, but it could pertain to aspects of life or matters of the heart. Jiang Xu lowered her long eyelashes, her fingertips sinking into her palm, remaining silent. Qi Ruixin continued, you may currently be at a pivotal crossroads, but do not worry. Embrace the transformations heralded by the Wheel of Fortune and accept them with positivity. It was only upon witnessing Jiang Xu draw the death card that Qi Ruixin realized why the last time she had seen Jiang Xu, the heaviness that once enveloped her had dissipated. It seemed she must have experienced something profoundly transformative, leading to her rebirth. Yet, she found herself puzzled as to why Jiang Xu's past was represented by the reversed Empress card. Was Jiang Xu once consumed by uncontrollable desires? What kind of desires could those be? Alas, Jiang Xu possessed yet another facet that piqued her curiosity. Qi Ruixin's large, sparkling eyes glimmered with intrigue. After the conclusion of the final examinations, Jiang Xu dutifully printed her transcript for her minor degree as required by the school and submitted it to the Academic Affairs Office. All 3 directors of the office were present. As Jiang Xu entered, it appeared they were engaged in conversation, and she vaguely caught snippets of words such as Lu Zhi and entrepreneurship. The other 2 directors, one male and one female, occupied desks on the opposite side, while Deng Jingyi remained uninvolved in their discussion. That student Lu Zhi from the computer science department is truly impressive. I've heard he recently secured a substantial project. If all goes well, the company should be able to expand significantly. Indeed, he brings honor to our school. He hasn't even graduated yet and is already on his way to becoming a young executive. The future is promising. After a moment, the male director remarked, however, I've also heard from several students in the computer science department that his previous project had just concluded not long ago, and now he is pursuing a new one, which seems to be straining the funding chain. It appears quite challenging. It remains a mystery what drives him to seek success with such urgency. Presently, several employees at Lu Zhi's company are his former classmates, which explains how the director of education became aware of the situation through them. Another director, however, remains unfazed, asserting that youth is synonymous with ambition. And indeed, that is true. As the sound of footsteps approached, Deng Jingyi lifted her gaze from her desk, which was cluttered with documents, and instinctively adjusted her frameless glasses. Upon recognizing Jiang Xu, she gestured toward an empty spot beside her desk. Here to submit your transcript? Place it there. Jiang Xu, momentarily distracted by the conversation between the two directors, responded affirmatively. She neatly laid the transcript in the designated spot. After exiting the academic affairs office, Jiang Xu found herself pondering the earlier discussion of the two educators. Contemplating for a moment, she dialed a number. Not long after, at a CAF near Jing University, Jiang Xu's unexpected invitation caught Yi Zhuoming off guard. You wish to invest in Lu Zhi? The shock was palpable on his face as he stared at the card Jiang Xu had placed before him. Recently, Lu Zhi had been in a rather foul mood, likely due to issues concerning Jiang Xu, and Yi Zhuoming had speculated whether she had reverted to her troublesome ways. Yet, it was surprising to learn that Jiang Xu had somehow discovered Lu Zhi's recent financial struggles and was now offering her investment. Yes, I can cover whatever amount you need, Jiang Xu replied with a calm nod. Jiang Yanping, Jiang Xu's father, indulged her every whim without restraint, often providing her with substantial allowances that could reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. However, aside from a penchant for fashionable clothing, bags, shoes, and accessories, Jiang Xu lacked any extravagant hobbies, allowing her to accumulate considerable savings over the years. Investing in a large project would be well within her means. Yi Zhuoming's gaze drifted towards Jiang Xu, his words caught in his throat. Jiang Xu slightly furrowed her brow, urging him to speak freely. Yi Zhuoming took a large gulp of the coffee that Jiang Xu had ordered before his arrival, taking a moment to quell his disbelief. Finally, he could not hold back any longer. Jiang Xu, why are you so keen to assist Lu Zhi? Jiang Xu hesitated for a second before replying. I'm not helping for free. Consider me merely an investor. Once your project begins to yield profits, I expect a share. While her response seemed straightforward, Yi Zhuoming found it troubling when he considered Jiang Xu's previous demeanor and her attitude towards Lu Zhi. He was never one to mince words, directly voicing his concerns. Jiang Xu, do you perhaps have feelings for Lu Zhi? Even a hint of affection? He had heard about her volunteering in Fengshan after the earthquake and knew she had initially gone there because of Lu Zhi. If Jiang Xu claimed to harbor no feelings for him at all, Yi Zhuoming would certainly not believe it. Upon hearing Yi Zhuoming's candid inquiry, Jiang Xu momentarily faltered in her breathing, her expression briefly clouded with confusion. Did she harbor feelings for Lu Zhi? It seemed she was yet to ascertain the answer. The moment she learned of his predicament, her instinctive reaction was to assist him, her body responding before her emotions could catch up. Despite her resolve to sever ties, to clear the air between them, why did she still find herself concerned about his affairs? Was it merely guilt? It felt as though there was something more, an additional sentiment that eluded her comprehension. Noticing Jiang Xu's prolonged silence, Yi Zhuoming refrained from further inquiries. He efficiently tucked the card away, stating, very well, I shall convey my gratitude to Brother Lu on your behalf. I will send you the investment contract later. Once you have reviewed it and find no issues, we can arrange a time to sign. All right, Jiang Xu replied, regaining her composure. I wish to discuss the investment matter with you, but please do not mention it to Lu Zhi. Simply say it is an investment from a friend of yours. Yi Zhuoming cast a glance at Jiang Xu and acquiesced. Understood. After a brief moment, observing Jiang Xu's departure, Yi Zhuoming retrieved the bank card from his pocket, scrutinizing it thoughtfully. Subsequently, he took a photograph with his phone, located the chat thread featuring the solid black avatar, and began to compose a message. In the next instant, a notification emerged. Yi Zhuoming, Brother Lu, Jiang Xu has approached us for investment. Chapter 63. Whale leap before long. The winter vacation had arrived. On the day Jiang Xu returned to the Jiang residence, Jiang Yanping had come home early from the company to share dinner with her. He seemed to be in high spirits, his handsome features radiating joy, with his thick eyebrows raised in delight. Darling, eat more. You've lost weight lately, Jiang Yanping said, serving her copious amounts of meat dishes that she enjoyed. Thank you, Dad. Jiang Xu smiled at him. Did something good happen today? With a hearty laugh, Jiang Yanping praised her. You've noticed, haven't you? Truly, my clever darling. You understand your father well. Jiang Xu chuckled, perplexed by his happiness. Is it something about work? Indeed, a significant advancement has occurred in a project at the company. As he mentioned this, the joy on Jiang Yangping's face intensified. His smile widened, knowing that once this project successfully launched, the Jiang family's standing in the capital would undoubtedly soar. Have you heard the term young masters of the capital that's been trending among the prominent families? Once our Jiang family surpasses them, my darling will be known as the sole little princess of the capital. Jiang Yangping seemed to be trying to amuse Jiang Xu. However, her lips parted slightly, unable to muster a smile at his words. Seated at the head of the table, Jiang Hongru immediately sensed something amiss. His tone remained calm, but the delight was unmistakable. Is it true that there has finally been progress with the core project of Jiang Corporation? Upon hearing the mention of the core project, Jiang Xu straightened in her seat, her chopsticks slipping from her grasp and clattering on the table with a sharp sound. The color drained from her face, her eyes wide and voice slightly hoarse. Dad, are you referring to the Whale Leap project? Seeing that Jiang Xu recognized the name, both Jiang Yangping and Jiang Hongru were taken aback. This was the name just voted on by the board of directors a few days prior, known only to the company's upper echelons. How could Jiang Xu possibly know? Moreover, given her disinterest in the family business, she shouldn't be following any company affairs. Jiang Yangping's expression turned serious, and he could not help but inquire, "Darling, how did you come to know this name?" Realizing her emotions had surged too intensely, Jiang Xu took several deep breaths to compose herself. Once she had calmed down, she paused for a moment before saying, "I had a dream. In her previous life, the downfall of Jiang Corporation was precipitated by the leakage of critical secrets regarding the Whale Leap Core project. Whale Leap was the foundation upon which Jiang Corporation was established, representing the most crucial core technology since its inception. Over the years, the entire company had invested immeasurable resources and efforts into this project, pouring their hearts and souls into it. In recent years, Jiang Corporation had planned to enhance the Whale Leap project, aiming for the successful launch of new Whale Leap in 3 years. But it was shortly thereafter stolen and sold off at a loss. Subsequently, the Jiang family's stock completely collapsed, leading to the company's declaration of bankruptcy. Jiang Yangping and Jiang Hongru. Jiang Xu abruptly interrupted his thoughts and hastily said, "Father, grandfather, I dreamt that after our project successfully went public, it would soon be stolen." Besides dreaming, there seemed to be no better reason to alert Jiang Yangping and Jiang Hongru. She recounted the events of her previous life, the bankruptcy of the Jiang family, Jiang Yangping's car accident, and Jiang Hongru's sudden health crisis due to anger. However, she refrained from mentioning her own torment in the red light district. Upon hearing that Jiang Xu was merely dreaming, a semblance of relief washed over Jiang Yangping's face. "My dear, it's just a nightmare, nothing to take seriously. Besides, dreams are often the opposite of reality. Your grandfather is still in good health. How could he suddenly be in danger?" Noticing that Jiang Yangping seemed to dismiss her concerns, Jiang Xu felt a pang of urgency. "Father, sometimes dreams can serve as warnings. You must believe me." Just as Jiang Yangping appeared ready to offer further reassurance, Jiang Hongru interjected solemnly, "Enough. What Jiang says is not without merit. Caution is paramount. For such an important project as Whale Leap, it is wise to remain vigilant." Jiang Yangping slapped his forehead in realization, acknowledging, "You are right, my dear." Only then did Jiang Xu gradually exhale in relief. Chapter 64. A day for outing during this winter break. Jiang Xu diligently pursued her studies, immersing herself in literature concerning domestic and international finance. Whenever she found a moment of leisure, she would set up her easel and indulge in painting. Additionally, she requested from Jiang Yangping some publicly available documents from the Jiang family, familiarizing herself with the company's recent projects and personnel. Initially astonished by Jiang Xu's interest in such matters, Jiang Yangping presumed it to be a fleeting whim and attempted to dissuade her. "My dear, it is perfectly fine if you do not wish to inherit the company. We can always hire a professional team to manage it. You need only oversee their salaries while enjoying a life of leisure. There is no need to burden yourself with these tedious and arduous tasks." In his eyes, Jiang Xu had no obligation to engage in such monotonous endeavors. Moreover, he believed he was still in good health and could comfortably support her in a sheltered life for many years to come. The regret of not providing Jiang Xu with a healthy upbringing, compounded by his relentless ambition in his youth that led to the loss of her mother, Yao Wangya, weighed heavily on him. His greatest wish was for Jiang Xu to live a safe, joyful, and carefree life. However, Jiang Xu's expression was earnest. "Father, I've grown up now, and I wish to share your burdens. I have discovered a genuine interest in these matters. It is not a forced endeavor." Seeing her determination, Jiang Yangping sighed in resignation. He gently placed his broad, warm hand upon her head, his touch tender. "Very well, as long as my dear child finds joy in it." On that day, Qi Ruixin invited Jiang Xu to go shopping. At that moment, Jiang Xu was engrossed in studying the Jiang family's project documents, particularly focusing on the Whale Leap initiative. Rubbing her slightly fatigued eyes, she decided to take a break and accepted Qi Ruixin's invitation upon receiving her message. The two young ladies perused them all, completely disregarding price tags, purchasing whatever caught their fancy with a mere swipe of a card. Qi Ruixin's enthusiasm was palpable. By the end of their outing, she struggled to carry the numerous bags in her hands. Eventually, she called for the driver to assist in transporting their purchases to the car. In contrast, Jiang Xu only acquired a light-colored winter coat. As she found herself lacking in wants and saw nothing particularly appealing to buy. Feeling fatigued from their shopping excursion, the pair sought refuge in a dessert shop, where they ordered 2 small cakes to savor while resting. "Delicious," Qi Ruixin exclaimed, taking a small spoonful and revealing a look of sheer satisfaction. Moments later, she turned to Jiang Xu and said, Jiang, I consulted my tarot cards this morning, and it is auspicious for you to accompany me today." Recently, Qi Ruixin had frequently sought Jiang Xu's company for conversations and outings, resulting in a rapidly blossoming friendship. As such, her address for Jiang Xu shifted from the formal to the more affectionate Jiang. Jiang Xu raised her eyebrows slightly. Qi Ruixin's vivacious personality shone brightly, and after becoming acquainted, Jiang Xu learned that the first thing she did each morning upon waking was to consult her tarot cards to forecast the day's fortunes. To her surprise, Qi Ruixin did not take a slice of cake for herself today. Rather, she offered it to her. It was no wonder that she had abruptly invited her out. Jiang Xu glanced at Qi Ruixin, who had just finished a chocolate cake but still appeared unsatisfied, and chuckled. "Are we going out for dessert?" As for Jiang Xu's beliefs in metaphysics, she could not claim to be entirely convinced, yet she was not wholly skeptical either. After all, the extraordinary event of her own rebirth had transpired. However, as the evening darkened, they had nearly concluded their outing for the day. Unless something unexpected occurred, they would finish this dessert and return home separately, with nothing particularly remarkable happening. Sensing the teasing tone in Jiang Xu's voice, Qi Ruixin crossed her arms, pouting indignantly. Jiang, you've gone bad. You're teasing me now." "How infuriating." Jiang Xu burst into laughter. After leaving the dessert shop, Jiang Xu and Qi Ruixin waited on the roadside for their driver to arrive. As the streetlights flickered on, illuminating the path, Jiang Xu noticed Li Jin had come to pick her up and was about to turn to bid farewell to Qi Ruixin. However, at that moment, she saw Qi Ruixin, who had been standing there just fine, suddenly bend over, clutching her abdomen with a pained expression. Jiang Xu's expression changed. "Ruixin, what's wrong?" Qi Ruixin's face turned pale as she weakly replied, her voice trembling. I have a stomach ache, oh." Furrowing her brow, Jiang Xu asked, "How could you suddenly have a stomach ache?" Qi Ruixin's voice was faint, her face contorted in discomfort. I don't know, maybe I ate something bad." Jiang Xu supported her. "I'll take you to the hospital." As Qi Ruixin's family driver had not yet arrived, Jiang Xu called Li Jin over to assist. Seeing Qi Ruixin in such distress, even exhibiting signs of nausea, Li Jin stepped on the gas, and soon they reached the People's Hospital of Jing City. After Qi Ruixin was taken in for examination, Jiang Xu felt a slight sense of relief. Before long, she was wheeled out. The doctor provided a diagnosis and advised that it was acute gastritis, likely due to having eaten too indiscriminately lately. A couple of days of intravenous fluids and some medication would suffice. She nodded in agreement. At that moment, Qi Ruixin lay on the hospital bed, a nurse administering N4. She appeared to be in better spirits, yet her voice remained feeble. Jiang, I've worried you." Jiang Xu shook her head. I'm just glad you're all right. Suddenly, a voice from the adjacent bed interjected, Dear girl, while you're young, take care of your health. Don't treat your stomach like an iron plate. The speaker was a middle-aged woman in another bed, somewhat emaciated with sunken cheeks, clad in a hospital gown. Her skin was sallow and loose, devoid of vitality, and her exposed arms bore numerous needle marks from multiple injections. Noticing Jiang Xu's gaze, the woman offered a nonchalant smile. I'm hospitalized due to stomach cancer. It's already in the late stage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xu and Qi Ruixin fell into silence, uncertain of what to say. The middle-aged woman, however, paid them no mind and continued, So, you mustn't think that being young means you can neglect your health. Do not wait until illness strikes to begin regretting your choices. Perhaps due to her prolonged solitude in the hospital room, the rare company prompted her to share more than she intended. Eventually, despite her own discomfort, Qi Ruixin could not help but furrow her brow and inquire, You are unwell. Why is it that none of your family is here by your side? Are they truly your family? At the mention of family, the middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment. She did not react with anger to Qi Ruixin's emotional tone, but instead explained, I have but one son, who is still attending university. He toils daily to earn money, so that I might receive treatment and prolong my life, all while burdened with the gambling debts left by his wretched father. He is a wonderful child. It is we who have encumbered him. As she spoke, tears began to well in her deeply set eyes. Realizing her misstep, Qi Ruixin quickly apologized, I did not know. It is all right. I bear you no ill will. As the middle-aged woman recounted her experiences, a look of astonishment crossed Jiang Xu's face. She recalled that Lu Zhi's adoptive mother had also suffered from late-stage stomach cancer, with no hope for a cure, only the possibility of extending her life. What a coincidence this seemed. Jiang Xu instinctively glanced at the name tag affixed to the head of the hospital bed, which read, Peng Li Mei. Her heart jolted. This was indeed Lu Zhi's adoptive mother's name. In her previous life, Jiang Xu had never met Lu Zhi's adoptive mother. Yet she remembered that Peng Li Mei had passed away before Lu Zhi was reclaimed by the Lu family. She simply did not know the exact timing. It could be said that Peng Li Mei was the only person who had ever truly cared for and cherished Lu Zhi since his birth. After her passing in the previous life, no one else had ever shown him kindness again. Furrowing her brows, Jiang Xu wished to say something to Peng Li Mei, but found herself at a loss for words. Just then, the sound of a nurse's voice, tinged with casual familiarity, wafted in from the doorway. Back to see your mother again? In the next moment, Jiang Xu heard a familiar, cool, and deep voice from outside the door. She sat at the edge of the bed with her legs together, and upon lifting her gaze, she met a pair of dark, penetrating eyes. Chapter 65. The awkward fan fiction in that fleeting moment of eye contact. Lu Zhi's pupils constricted abruptly. His jaw tensed as he endeavored to suppress the tumult within his heart. He had never anticipated encountering Jiang Xu in such an unexpected place, his mother's hospital room. Moreover, it appeared they were engaged in conversation. Xiaozhi, what brings you here so suddenly? I thought you said you were quite busy today. Peng Li Mei exclaimed, her gaunt face lighting up with delight upon seeing Lu Zhi. As his gaze shifted from Jiang Xu to Peng Li Mei, a rare, faint smile graced his lips. I finished my work and thought I would drop by. How have you been feeling lately, Mom? I'm doing quite well, Peng Li Mei responded, her joy evident at the sight of her son. Although Lu Zhi was not her biological child, she had treated him as her own for many years. Yet, as a mother, she felt powerless, often believing that she was a burden rather than a support to him. Lu Zhi had long been aware of their lack of blood ties, but he had never wavered in his determination to seek out treatments for her cancer. Regardless of the methods or the costs involved, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would ensure she had the opportunity to try, allowing her to endure in her frail body a few more years. Since Lu Zhi came into their lives, he had never caused her a moment of worry. He had always been remarkably mature for his age, far beyond his peers. Peng Li Mei understood that, due to her relationship with Lu Bin, Lu Zhi must have faced considerable hardships over the years. Thus, she wished for him to be free of concerns regarding her suffering. She made an effort to appear more spirited, introducing the two young women beside her. These girls just arrived. One of them is here for N4 due to stomach pain. We were just talking about you. Lu Zhi's gaze fell upon Jiang Xu once more. and upon realizing that the one receiving treatment was not her, he refrained from commenting. Jiang Xu herself was taken aback by this serendipitous encounter. She had merely accompanied Qi Ruixin to the hospital and now found herself face-to-face with Lu Zhi's foster mother, who happened to be present at that very moment. As Lu Zhi's profound gaze settled on her, Jiang Xu instinctively lowered her head to evade his stare, her crimson lips pressed together. "Senior Lu? You are Auntie's son?" Qi Ruixin finally emerged from her astonishment at meeting one of the renowned figures from their school. The university forum was rife with discussions about Lu Zhi, ranging from his striking appearance to his exceptional abilities and even his impressive physique. It was impossible for Qi Ruixin to be unaware of him. Moreover, since Jiang Xu made her public debut during the New Year's performance, her stunning beauty had captivated countless admirers. Consequently, the forum had recently reignited discussions regarding the long-quiet relationship between Lu Zhi and Jiang Xu, with some who were not originally fans of the couple now becoming enamored with their pairing. It was simple. People enjoyed the sight of a handsome man alongside a beautiful woman. Their presence together was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Qi Ruixin had spent considerable time scrolling through their forum posts, even messaging some users to request resources related to the intimate fan fiction inspired by the duo. Late-night reading sessions had left her blushing and breathless. One could only commend the creativity of netizens. Their writing was undeniably thrilling. Various taboos, compulsion, high-ranking officials' letters. Everything imaginable was extravagantly penned into hundreds of thousands of words, which brought immense delight to Qi Ruixin. Now, whenever she sees two people together, her mind automatically conjures up tantalizing scenarios. "Oh, do you know my son?" Upon hearing Qi Ruixin's reference to Lu Zhi, Peng Limei was somewhat astonished. Qi Ruixin nodded, "Yes. Annie, we are also from Peking University, though we are 2 years junior to Senior Lu. You don't know how famous Senior Lu is at our school. Many people know him. Is that so?" With a beaming smile, Peng Limei took pride in her child's accomplishments at school. "So, you knew each other before?" Jiang Xu was the first to respond, neither affirming nor denying. "Senior Lu is a member of our student council. We occasionally cross paths during interdepartmental activities." "I see," said Peng Limei. Meanwhile, Lu Zhi's gaze fell, a flicker of a different emotion passing through his dark eyes. He suddenly interrupted the conversation, speaking in a low tone. "Mom, have you taken your medicine today? I'll go get you some warm water." "All right, be careful not to burn yourself," Peng Limei replied with a smile. Observing this, Qi Ruixin, while hanging the foredrip, turned her gaze between the quietly seated Jiang Xu and the soon-to-depart Lu Zhi, sensing a hint of intrigue. The atmosphere between these two seemed somewhat off. She fervently hoped her ship wouldn't sink. Before long, Lu Zhi returned with the warm water. Noticing that Peng Limei had grown weary after taking her medicine and had drifted off to sleep, he stood up once more, his tall figure commanding presence in the hospital room. Dressed simply in white and black, his neatly combed short hair was complemented by a few rebellious strands that fell over his forehead. He appeared casual, yet exuded an air of understated aloofness. From the moment he entered until the next moment he exited the room, he did not exchange a single word with Jiang Xu, not even a greeting. He had indeed fulfilled what he had previously stated, severing their connection. Jiang Xu watched his indifferent silhouette gradually fade away in silence, her fingers subtly curling at her side. Unbeknownst to her, the moment Lu Zhi vanished from her sight, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a message to Yi Zhuoming. "Lu Zhi, the method you mentioned, does it truly work?" Yi Zhuoming replied swiftly, "Of course. Have you encountered Jiang Xu?" Lu Zhi, "Yes." Yi Zhuoming, "Lu Ge, rest assured. Based on my experiences from numerous relationships, as long as Jiang Xu harbors even the slightest inclination, the strategy of feigned indifference will undoubtedly be effective. It has never failed." Yi Zhuoming, "Now, we just need to observe Jiang Xu's reaction and wait for the right opportunity." Yi Zhuoming, "However, I must clarify in advance. If Jiang Xu shows no response, don't blame me. It's your own issue." Lu Zhi. As night fell, the city of Beijing was illuminated beneath a velvety black sky. After Jiang Xu accompanied Qi Ruixin to finish her foredrip, she returned directly to the Jiang residence. Before long, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was a video call from Xiaobo. Jiang Xu noted the time difference between Russia and Beijing, realizing it was not yet fully dark where he was. She could tell he was outdoors, the backdrop a white, Western-style relief wall, reminiscent of a hotel setting. He was dressed in a simple white shirt, sans the suit jacket, his hair slightly tousled, with 2 buttons of the collar casually undone, revealing a hint of his delicate collarbone. As he gazed at Jiang Xu through the screen, his previously deep and bright, cerulean eyes appeared somewhat hazy, infused with a touch of languor. He candidly confessed, "I'm dining out and have had a bit to drink, just stepping out for some fresh air." Jiang Xu responded, "Oh, are you with friends?" "No, with business partners." "Oh, I see." Jiang Xu paused thoughtfully before inquiring, "Brother, is everything going smoothly with the Evelyn family? Have you sustained any injuries?" The struggle for power within the international financial conglomerate's family was bound to be fraught with peril. Chapter 66. Your charm is yet to captivate Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu remained unaware of the trials that Xiaobo had endured in Russia during his previous life. Although she was confident he would ultimately emerge unscathed, she still wished for his safety, free from harm. The lenses of Xiaobo's glasses reflected the bright light of the screen, allowing Jiang Xu to catch a glimpse of her own reflection within them. He reassured her, "No, brother is unharmed." "That's good." Jiang Xu breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a vibrant female voice resonated from the other end, speaking in English, a language Jiang Xu could understand. "You need not indulge those old fools with drinks. Your gunshot wound has yet to heal. If it becomes inflamed again, I will be distressed." The tone of the speaker was laced with a playful inflection, deliberately teasing. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiaobo frowned slightly. "Mignon, what brings you here?" "I came to keep an eye on you. If you were to sneak out and converse with some wild woman, I would be quite displeased." At this moment, Xiaobo lowered his phone to his chest, concealing his expression from Jiang Xu's view. "I did not acquiesce to your proposal, so I must insist you respect your boundaries." "Mignon." Jiang Xu discerned a hint of irritation in Mignon's voice. "What harm is there in the assistance of our international mercenary organization? If you agree to unite with me, seizing the Evelyn family would be a mere trifle." Her tone shifted, imbued with suspicion. "Or are you still pining for your sister, Huagua? No, perhaps I should say, your beloved sister." Xiaobo's tone turned frigid, his voice lowered, now tinged with warning. "Mignon." Yet Mignon seemed undeterred by his evident displeasure, pressing on relentlessly. "Surely, you aren't conversing with that Jiang Xu woman right now?" Noticing the phone screen still glimmering, Mignon boldly reached out to glimpse its contents. However, given Xiaobo's stature and agility, evading her touch was an effortless feat. Mignon barely grazed the hem of his garment. Jiang Xu felt the screen jolt abruptly, and through the flickering light, she caught sight of a stunningly alluring foreign woman. She heard Xiaobo's voice assert, "I don't have the time for this right now. Please return." "I refuse. I won't allow you to maintain contact with that woman named Jiang Xu." "Mignon, should you persist in this nonsense, I would not hesitate to discuss matters with your father." "You." Mignon realized that beneath Xiaobo's refined exterior lay a ruthless demeanor more formidable than anyone she had encountered. Recognizing his genuine anger, she dared not provoke him further. With a furious countenance, she turned away, muttering some unsavory curses in English as she departed. Xiaobo repositioned the phone, his demeanor reverting to its customary amiable and gentle nature as he faced the screen. Jiang, I apologize." But before he could finish his sentence, his voice faltered abruptly. The screen before him had gone dark. Jiang Xu had already ended the call. The corners of Xiaobo's mouth gradually flattened, and a shadowy emotion unconsciously crept into his profound gaze. Even the sudden low laugh that escaped him took on a sinister, terrifying quality. When Jiang Xu heard the woman utter her name, she had already hung up the phone. The information revealed by Minion was too shocking for her to comprehend. The thoughts that Xiaobo had harbored deep within his heart for years were abruptly exposed, laid bare before her. Jiang Xu found herself at a loss regarding how to confront Xiaobo, whom she had always regarded merely as an elder brother. Ding dong. A message arrived on her phone from abroad. "Xiaobo, Jiang, rest early, good night." He was aware that Jiang Xu did not yet harbor those feelings for him. Hence he refrained from mentioning the earlier matter. He believed he should possess sufficient patience to wait for the day when Jiang Xu would be willing to embrace him. Yet, after a long wait, Jiang Xu did not reply. Not long after the school term began, Yi Zhuoming invited Jiang Xu out once more. They met at the same CAF. The details of their previous investments have been settled, and this meeting was primarily to sign and seal the contract. As she needed to familiarize herself with the company projects and was now also involved in signing contracts, Jiang Xu had appointed a personal assistant for herself. The woman, Bai Yu, was around 30 and possessed a discerning intellect. Bai Yu was the one Jiang Xu had previously tasked with locating a person named Wei Ming, but to date, there had been no trace of him. Moreover, the tattooed man had not reappeared either. Jiang Xu began to doubt whether the tattooed man was merely a name conjured up on a whim, and that perhaps Wei Ming did not exist at all. Nevertheless, he had honored his promise and had indeed ceased to trouble Lu Zhi. Jiang Xu found this perplexing. Why would he do such a thing? Yi Zhuoming arrived a bit earlier, and just as Jiang Xu and Bai Yu were being seated, they saw him wave at the entrance. "Lu Ge, over here." Jiang Xu was taken aback. Was Lu Zhi also coming? Hadn't she instructed Yi Zhuoming not to inform Lu Zhi of this matter? Noticing Jiang Xu's expression, Yi Zhuoming shrugged and chuckled. Jiang Xu, you know how clever Lu Ge is. He would find out sooner or later. Rather than living in constant fear of hiding it from him, it would be far easier to be forthright. Jiang Xu thought to herself. As expected, Yi Zhuoming was utterly unreliable. In the corridor, a tall man strode in with a steady gait. Even clothed in a simple black outfit, he exuded an effortless charm. His figure was lean and upright, and his sharp features bore an air of aloofness, creating an unapproachable distance. He naturally took a seat beside Yi Zhuoming, directly across from Jiang Xu. Without preamble, he pushed the documents toward Jiang Xu, his indifferent face revealing no emotion. They could review the contract again. If there were no issues, she could sign directly. Jiang Xu did not examine the contract herself. It was Bai Yu who scrutinized it for her. After a brief moment, Bai Yu nodded in affirmation, indicating all was well. Jiang Xu then signed swiftly and silently, just as she had during their previous encounter, without uttering a single word. The entire process, from their seating to the signing of the contract, took no more than a few minutes. Noticing that the two small bosses were disinclined to speak, Bai Yu took the initiative to extend her hand toward Yi Zhuoming, her eyes crescent-shaped as she displayed a professionally courteous smile. "Mr. Yi, may our collaboration be fruitful." Yi Zhuoming promptly stood to grasp her hand in return, echoing, indeed, a pleasant collaboration. With the negotiations complete, there was no need for them to linger any longer. Jiang Xu inadvertently cast a glance at Lu Zhi, who sat rigidly with a frosty demeanor. Her gaze fell slightly, her delicate fingers gently rubbing against her nails. An indescribable sensation churned within her, akin to a weight lodged in her throat. She chose not to probe further into her emotions. Subsequently, she and Bai Yu rose to depart. As the investor, Yi Zhuoming intended to accompany them outside, saying, "I shall escort you." But at that moment, he felt a long leg discreetly nudge him beneath the table. Yi Zhuoming's words abruptly shifted direction. "Shall we dine together to celebrate our successful collaboration?" Jiang Xu deeply. "No need. I have matters to attend to." The new academic term had just commenced, and she had a wealth of knowledge to absorb for her two major courses. Bai Yu understood her intentions and added, "I too have commitments." Observing the two women resolutely moving away, Lu Zhi's dark gaze turned towards Yi Zhuoming, silently scrutinizing him without uttering a word. Yi Zhuoming remarked, "Brother Lu, you cannot blame me for this. One might say your charm has yet to captivate Jiang Xu." Lu Zhi remained silent. Recently, Jiang Xu had expressed to Jiang Yangping and Jiang Hongru her desire to participate in the new Whale Li project. While Jiang Yangping was mostly concerned about her well-being, Jiang Hongru insisted she must graduate and obtain her degree before interning at the Jiang firm. Thus, Jiang Xu contemplated the possibility of graduating early. She resolved to complete all her credits before the start of her senior year. Eager to engage with the new Whale Li project at Jiang S, time seemed to crawl by, yet it also raced forward, and Sume arrived as anticipated. During this period, Jiang Xu had been deliberately avoiding contact with Xiao Bo, At times, she would not respond to his messages, while other times, she offered only brief replies. Xiao Bo appeared oblivious to her intentional distance, continuing to share anecdotes from his life abroad, as he always had. Over the past few months, Jiang Xu had not encountered Lu Zhi. She was exceedingly occupied, leading a life that revolved solely between school and the Jiang residence, rarely crossing paths with anyone. With the Labor Day holiday spanning 5 days, Jiang Xu returned to the Jiang home a day early, discussing vacation plans with her roommates. They intended to travel. Jiang Xu's health had stabilized significantly, now manageable primarily with medication, reducing her visits to the psychological clinic. Thus, a short trip posed no significant issue for her. At that moment, she was sifting through several travel destinations suggested by Wen Qingmei when a call unexpectedly popped up on her screen. It was Yi Zhuoming. Upon connection, he directly stated his purpose, his tone tinged with palpable urgency. Jiang Xu, you must go and check on Brother Lu. A brief interlude inside Lu Zhao's mind. My wife no longer holds me in her heart. I can no longer trust Yi Zhuoming. It will be better if I handled this myself. Chapter 67. Would you prefer porridge or noodles? On the other end of the phone, upon hearing Yi Zhuoming's words, Jiang Xu stood frozen in place, her mind a blank slate. Yi Zhuoming had just informed her that Peng Limei had unexpectedly passed away 2 days prior. From the moment Lu Zhi received the call from the hospital, he managed all the arrangements for Peng Limei's funeral and cremation with remarkable composure and calmness. He even continued to attend to work at the office until the late hours of the night, though he seemed more taciturn than usual. Yi Zhuoming speculated that Lu Zhi had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of Peng Limei's demise, which accounted for his lack of overt sorrow. It wasn't until this morning, after placing Peng Limei's urn in the columbarium, that Lu Zhi sequestered himself in his home, refusing to emerge. Despite Yi Zhuoming's numerous attempts to reach him via phone, he remained unresponsive. Recently, their company had taken on several collaborative projects, and with Lu Zhi's absence, Yi Zhuoming found herself occupied and unable to leave. Thus, she thought of Jiang Xu. Yi Zhuoming mentioned that Lu Ge had likely not eaten all day. She had ordered takeout for him twice, and the second delivery person reported that the first order still lay untouched at his doorstep. Concerned for his well-being after such a sudden tragedy, she urged Jiang Xu to check on him, believing that in this moment, Jiang Xu was the person Lu Zhi would most wish to see. Yi Zhuoming hoped that Jiang Xu could coax him into eating something. As Lu Zhi had a delicate stomach, Jiang Xu clenched her phone tightly, her fingertips turning pale as she heard her own voice tremble slightly. All right. Yi Zhuoming replied, I appreciate your help. After hanging up, Jiang Xu remained dazed for quite some time, struggling to process the shocking news. It was unfathomable that Peng Limei had passed so abruptly. Jiang Xu had only seen her a few months ago in a hospital, unaware that it would be their final encounter. The only woman in the world who had ever shown kindness to Lu Zhi was now gone. The sudden loss of someone she knew left Jiang Xu feeling melancholic. After a lengthy pause, she roused herself as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly grabbing her coat before rushing out the door. Li Shu, could you drive a bit faster? Throughout the journey, Jiang Xu unconsciously pressed her lips together, urging the driver. Li Jin, who was at the wheel. Despite it being a mild May evening, her palms were clammy with perspiration, her heart troubled with unease. Of course, Mississippi. Though unaware of the reason behind her urgent trip to such a distant location at night, Li Jin instinctively accelerated. The bright streetlights flickered past the car windows, and the flow of traffic rushed by in a blur. After Lu Zhi embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, he rented a modest apartment within the 4th Ring Road. Jiang Xu had never visited but was familiar with the address. Upon arriving at Lu Zhi's apartment, she indeed spotted 2 takeout bags at the entrance, untouched and still in their packaging. She approached the door and silently pressed the doorbell twice. After a prolonged wait, no sound came from within. She pressed the bell once more, her clear voice resonating in the narrow hallway. Lu Zhi, it's me. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emerged from inside, reminiscent of various bottles and jars clattering as they fell. Before long, the door opened slightly, revealing him standing behind it. His usually upright posture was slightly hunched, and his disheveled black hair contrasted sharply with his pale lips and cold, despondent expression. Even his collar hung askew, an asymmetric sight. This was the first time Jiang Xu had encountered him in such a disheveled state. However, upon realizing he was unharmed, she felt a sense of relief. Upon seeing Jiang Xu unexpectedly at the door, Lu Zhi's dull, black eyes locked onto her, clearly astonished. He had not turned on the lights, and the interior was shrouded in darkness. Jiang Xu could not discern the situation inside, but she caught a strong scent of alcohol wafting from within, more so from him than the room itself. He had lost a loved one, and unsure of how to comfort him, Jiang Xu gently uttered 2 words, "Take care." He emitted a muffled response from his chest. Noticing that he lingered at the door without any intention of fully opening it, she took the initiative to ask, "Do you not want me to come in?" He slightly parted his lips, his voice unusually hoarse and dry, the air inside carrying an unpleasant odor. "It's fine. Just open a window to air it out," Jiang Xu reassured him, unfazed. Eventually, Lu Zhi slowly shifted aside, allowing her to enter. As he had mentioned, the smell inside was indeed quite unpleasant. An overwhelming stench of alcohol mingled with a faint hint of smoke. The latter was so subtle that it would be imperceptible to those with a less sensitive sense of smell. He switched on the light, and Jiang Xu then noticed the table and floor strewn with empty alcohol bottles, alongside a cigarette that had been partially smoked, its end extinguished. She was aware that Lu Zhi typically did not smoke. This must have been his first attempt. Clearly, he was unaccustomed to the acrid taste of such a cigarette. As Lu Zhi returned from opening a window, he noticed Jiang Xu's gaze and his lips tightened slightly, opting for silence as he swiftly discarded the bottles and cigarette butts into the trash can. The table and floor were restored to their previous neatness. After tidying up, his tall yet hunched figure remained still, seemingly tense. Fearful that Jiang Xu might be displeased by his despondent state, he kept his lips pressed together in silence. The room was enveloped in a profound quiet. After a moment, Jiang Xu suddenly lifted her gaze to his pale face and softly inquired, "Are you all right? You're not having a stomach issue, are you?" Due to his constant rushing for part-time work, Lu Zhi often missed meals, leading to a gradual onset of gastro troubles. Though fortunately, they were not severe. His abdomen had begun to cramp from prolonged fasting and the irritation of alcohol, yet he remained silent. Jiang Xu understood that he was indeed suffering from stomach issues. No wonder his complexion and lips appeared so pale despite the copious alcohol he had consumed. There was not a hint of color. She asked, "Where are your medications?" "In the drawer," he replied. Jiang Xu rummaged through the drawer beneath the low table in the living room and indeed found a bottle of medication for gastrointestinal ailments. She gestured for Lu Zhi to take a seat on the sofa. "You rest here for a moment. I will fetch you some water." As she turned away, Lu Zhi's gaze remained fixed on her moving figure. He observed as she first located a cup in the living room, filled it with warm water, and then returned, offering him both the cup and the medication. "Take the medicine first." Before him, her hands were delicate and slender, her long fingers gracefully encircling the glass cup that sparkled with tiny glimmers of light. Her skin was as fair as jade, and the joints of her fingers were faintly tinged with a blush reminiscent of tender green shoots. Lu Zhi silently extended his hand to accept it, and under Jiang Xu's watchful gaze, he swiftly swallowed the medication. After a while, noticing the pallor of his face had somewhat diminished, Jiang Xu inquired again, "Would you prefer porridge or noodles?" Lu Zhi's drooping eyelids flickered slightly. "What? I was asking what you would like to eat. I can ask Uncle Li to fetch it for you." Lu Zhi's apartment was on the 5th floor, with 2 units per staircase. Li Jin had not accompanied him upstairs. "Anything will do," Jiang Xu replied. "That won't do. You must choose one. You haven't eaten all day and cannot consume too much at once." "Then noodles. How about porridge? It's gentler on the stomach." "All right." Thus, Jiang Xu placed a call to Li Jin, requesting him to buy a light porridge nearby and bring it over shortly. When Jiang Xu settled onto the sofa beside him, Lu Zhi suddenly recalled something and asked gravely, "Did Yi Zhuoming send you here?" Jiang Xu nodded. "Yes. He mentioned you hadn't eaten all day and was somewhat concerned, so he asked me to come check on you." In just a moment, the corners of his mouth tugged into a straight line, and he rasped out a dry response. Then what about you? Did you come solely because of Yizhuoming? Chapter 68. Kiss Her. The lights in the room blazed brightly, illuminating every corner of the modest living room. Jiang Xu could clearly see his lowered gaze and the slight tremor of his eyelashes. Noticing Jiang Xu's silence, Lu Zhi unconsciously tightened his palm. So, is it merely because of Yizhuoming's request that you show concern for me, Jiang Xu? Perhaps influenced by the lingering scent of alcohol. Jiang Xu perceived his gaze as excessively intense, tinged with a barely discernible obsession. She lightly bit her lip and responded in a hushed tone, yes. Lu Zhi's body jolted slightly, a feeling of melancholy tightening within him, leaving a dull ache in his chest. His face paled, and his voice trembled with an unprecedented quiver, laced with a hint of self-mockery as he murmured, Jiang Xu, you don't care for me at all. It was unclear whether he directed this statement at himself or at her, but the profound sense of grievance in his tone was unmistakable. Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process his words. She heard herself ask in astonishment, what did you say? He must be intoxicated, she thought, the effects of the alcohol manifesting in such confessions. Yet, the next moment, Lu Zhi's actions confirmed her suspicions. His broad frame suddenly leaned toward her, their bodies, one large and one small, drawing perilously close. Jiang Xu felt a whirlwind of sensations as her body lost balance, and she fell back onto the soft sofa. The fabric couch shook slightly, and cushions tumbled to the floor, ignored by all. Jiang Xu's cascading hair spread across the sofa, revealing a face etched with panic that fell unreservedly into Lu Zhi's view, even her beautiful eyes reflecting her alarm. She parted her lips to call his name, attempting to rouse him from his stupor, Lu Zhi. Suddenly, Lu Zhi found her expression captivating, alluring in its vulnerability. It was vivid, shifting in response to him. He softly replied, Clad in a white shirt with the cuffs unbuttoned and sleeves rolled up, his robust arms framed her face, the muscles taut with exertion. He showed no intention of rising from her. Rather, he relaxed his grip slightly, diminishing the distance between them, his towering figure enveloping her completely. Instinctively, Jiang Xu placed her hand against his firm chest, halting his descent toward her. The heat radiating from his body sent tremors through her palm. Are you drunk? The proximity of their faces allowed warm breaths to brush against each other as cheeks, creating a tingling sensation. He must be, she mused. If his intoxication permitted him to act on desires he had long harbored, then let it be so. Jiang Xu pushed against him. Get up. Lu Zhi seemed oblivious to her words. His deep gaze began at Jiang Xu's smooth forehead and slowly traced downward, crossing her glistening eyes, the elegant curve of her nose, and finally resting upon her luscious, crimson lips. Tentatively, he reached out with a hand to gently caress Jiang Xu's delicate, porcelain-like face. In her moment of astonishment, Jiang Xu suddenly felt the light before her dim, as familiar yet foreign sensations brushed against her lips. Lu Zhi was, astonishingly, kissing her. The kiss was tender and soft, imbued with a hint of affection and an indescribable sense of dependence. Just as during the last time, when she unconsciously fed him water, he merely savored the softness of her lips without delving deeper. Jiang Xu's eyes widened in shock upon realizing what was happening. She quickly turned her face away and forcefully pushed him away. You. It took her a while to find her voice again, clearly startled by his unexpected advance. Lu Zhi slowly opened his eyes, his long lashes trembling, his dark orbs appearing somewhat dazed, and his lips were tinged with a deeper hue than before. His initial reaction was that it tasted as sweet as the last time. The second was a sense of lingering desire. Realizing he seemed inclined to lean in again, Jiang Xu hurriedly pressed her hand against him. No. She wished for him to rise, but Lu Zhi's weight was too substantial. If he had no intention of moving, she was utterly powerless against him. Observing the flush on Jiang Xu's cheeks and her lips, now glistening with moisture, Lu Zhi's gaze regained some clarity. His voice was hoarse as he inquired, Do you dislike this? At his words, Jiang Xu hesitated. Did she dislike Lu Zhi? No, she did not. Yet, she could not respond to his question. She was uncertain of her feelings toward him. Whether it was guilt or gratitude, it no longer mattered. All she knew was that she could not be with him until she uncovered the true culprit behind the Jiang family's downfall. Jiang Xu bit her lip, unable to meet his gaze. I should leave. Uncle Li will be back soon. Sensing her instinctive desire to escape, Lu Zhi's expression darkened. He replied, all right. Before rising from her, Lu Zhi lowered his head, burying it in the crook of her neck, inhaling the familiar scent of fresh citrus that lingered on her. His raspy voice seemed slightly moist as he murmured, but Jiang Xu, will you care for me in the future? I have only you. Emerging from Lu Zhi's modest apartment, Jiang Xu still felt a lingering warmth on her face. Yet, more chaotic than the inexplicable heat in her body were her tumultuous thoughts. It was all too confounding. Even Jiang Xu, usually slow on the uptake, could no longer deny the possibility that Lu Zhi might harbor feelings for her. But why? Wasn't he supposed to loathe her in his past life? The day she escaped the chaos of the red light district was the very day she had been treated as an auction item. She could not have misinterpreted the disdain in his eyes back then. But why was this life so starkly different from the last? Was it merely because she had treated him without malice this time, even having saved him on several occasions? Outside, it seemed to be raining. Jiang Xu sat in the back seat of the car, gazing at the street blurred by the rain, her heart a whirlwind of complex emotions, increasingly perplexed and hard to dispel. On the second day of the May Day holiday, the occupants of room 3221 finally settled on a destination for their trip. They decided to visit the city known for its 72 springs. On the day of departure, Jiang Yangping made a special trip to the airport to see off Jiang Xu. He whispered reminders to her, advising her to remain calm while out and about, and to keep her medication close at hand. Do you understand? He asked. Jiang Xu nodded obediently, acknowledging, I know, Dad. Jiang Yangping felt a sense of relief. He recognized that amidst her academic commitments, it was also important for her to relax and familiarize herself with the company's projects. When the topic of the company's projects arose, Jiang Xu couldn't help but reiterate her concerns. Dad, please take seriously what I mentioned about the dream. Be vigilant regarding everyone involved in the project. I fear that what I saw may come to pass. Although the leak of the new Whale Leap project was not imminent, it was better to be cautious from now on. Don't worry, my dear. I will take it seriously, Jiang Yangping assured her. He took Jiang Xu's suitcase from Jianbai and handed it back to her. Be careful on your journey and prioritize your safety. Rest assured, Uncle, we will keep Jiang safe, replied Qi Ruixin, who had just bid farewell to Qi Quan and joined a group of 4 girls. As the departure time approached, Jiang Xu said her goodbyes to Jiang Yangping and followed her friends inside. Behind them, Jiang Yangping and Qi Quan exchanged glances as they watched their daughters gradually fade from view. Did you send someone along? Jiang Yangping inquired. He was aware that, like himself, Qi Quan was also a devoted father. It was unthinkable for them not to ensure their daughter's protection during their journey. Qi Quan chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at him. Aren't you doing the same? Jiang Yangping smiled, but chose not to respond. Chapter 69. I truly misjudged you, Quanchong. Situated at the intersection of northern and southern gardens, boasts a picturesque landscape of mountains and lakes, making it a highly livable city. Prior to their departure, Jiang Yangping had arranged for their hotel reservations, securing 4 rooms, 1 for each of them. After stowing away their luggage, the group convened in Jiang Xu's room, preparing to adorn themselves before heading out to capture photographs at renowned attractions. The girls hastily laid out their cosmetics on the plush carpet and brought over a large mirror, gathering together to apply their makeup. Being young women, they exchanged outfits without any pretense of modesty. Just as Jiang Xu removed her base layer, she caught sight of Qi Ruixin's somewhat fervent gaze. With her makeup not yet complete, Qi Ruixin grinned at Jiang Xu and remarked, Jiang, I didn't expect you to appear so slender, yet you are ample in all the right places. Jiang Xu, with eyes sparkling. Qi Ruixin's gaze lingered on a particular spot, asking, may I touch it? It looks so round and soft, quite adorable. Jiang Xu, Wen Qingmei, who had just finished her makeup, glanced at the scene and promptly joined in, I want to touch it too. Jiang Xu, no touching. Seeing the predatory glint in their eyes, Jiang Xu hurriedly donned her clothing, shielding herself with her hands to block their gaze. A flush crept up her cheeks. How had she never noticed her roommate's exuberance before? Was it truly appropriate to voice such eager and excited thoughts? Mi Xiaxia, covering her mouth to stifle laughter, teased. Look at what you two have done. You've made Jiang shy. Is such a part something one can casually touch? Jiang Xu was about to nod in agreement when Mi Xiaxia continued. It's clearly meant for squeezing and pinching. Ha ha! The room erupted in laughter, and Jiang Xu felt her face burn with embarrassment. It seemed that her normally lively roommates had picked up a mischievous streak from Qi Ruixin over time. In May, temperatures in Quancheng can soar to over 20 degrees Celsius, prompting Jiang Xu to wear a floral long dress complemented by a white cardigan. Her chestnut hair was styled in a side braid, secured with a butterfly hair tie, presenting a fresh and playful appearance, distinct from her usual style, which made her look more vibrant. Quancheng offers numerous unique sites not found in Jing City, and they followed Mi Xiaxia's meticulously planned itinerary, visiting scenic spots from Baodu Spring to Chu Shui Ting Street, and then to Daming Lake and Chaoran Tower. The following day, they explored a museum and an art gallery, thoroughly enjoying themselves. As evening approached, after savoring the local delicacies of Quancheng, they decided to retire early to their hotel for rest. Traveling was delightful, yet undeniably exhausting. Qi Ruixin slouched, her arms hanging limply at her sides, a stark contrast to her earlier exuberance in the morning. Mi Xiaxia, support. Wen Qingmei agreed. Jiang Xu also felt somewhat fatigued. For her, traveling was undeniably an energy-draining endeavor. She yearned to return swiftly to her hotel room, indulge in a warm bath, and retire early for rest. As the four of them arrived at the entrance of the hotel, Jiang Xu was still engaged in light-hearted banter with Qi Ruixin and Mi Xiaxia when she noticed Wen Qingmei, who had been walking ahead, abruptly come to a halt. Her gaze was fixated on a particular direction, her eyes wide with disbelief. Curious, Jiang Xu and the others followed her line of sight and soon spotted a somewhat familiar figure not far away. Tall and with striking features. If Jiang Xu was not mistaken, it was Pei, someone she had only encountered twice before. However, standing beside him was an unfamiliar girl, and the two appeared to be sharing a laugh as they exited the hotel together. Pei, before Jiang Xu could fully comprehend the situation, Wen Qingmei had already dashed toward that direction. The sight of Pei and with another woman at the hotel nearly caused her to explode with rage. Previously, Qi Ruixin had suggested that Pei might be unfaithful, but Wen Qingmei had dismissed such tarot predictions as mere superstition and had not taken them to heart. Little did she expect to witness them together at the hotel entrance. What else could a man and a woman at a hotel possibly be doing? It was impossible not to jump to conclusions. Upon spotting Wen Qingmei, Pei looked exceedingly surprised, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Baby, what are you doing here in Quan City? Surprised, are you? If I hadn't come, how would I have discovered that you were sneaking around behind my back?" Wen Qingmei was seething with anger, pointing at the unfamiliar girl, but directing her ire towards Pei. "You better give me a reasonable explanation." Pei glanced at the visibly distressed Wen Qingmei, his lips moving several times, yet no words escaped. After a prolonged silence, he finally closed his eyes, steeled himself, and confessed, "She is my betrothed, destined for me since childhood, Tang Qiao." Upon hearing his words, Wen Qingmei's face turned ashen. "What did you say?" Tang Qiao looked perplexed at the bewildering situation, her sweet voice inquiring, "Pei, who is she?" Pei struggled to articulate a response. Wen Qingmei, filled with disappointment, felt tears of bitterness welling in her eyes. "I truly misjudged you, Qingmei." Pei then hesitated, wanting to comfort her, but ultimately remaining motionless. At that moment, Jiang Xu and the others approached, and upon seeing Pei, Mi Xiaxia angrily confronted him. "Pei, what on earth is going on? Have you even investigated this girl's background?" Though her words were veiled, they were quite direct. Those who listened carefully would discern the underlying meaning. Pei immediately retorted, "I have not." Mi Xiaxia was about to press further when Wen Qingmei suddenly interrupted her. She wiped away her tears and spoke with an unusual calmness. "Xiaxia, it's all right. I wish to speak with him privately." Mi Xiaxia furrowed her brows, casting a worried glance at Wen Qingmei. Wen Qingmei gently nodded at her, assuring her that she was fine. Mi Xiaxia could only glare fiercely at Pei, letting out a cold snort before angrily ceasing her words. They were conversing in a CAF adjacent to the hotel, while Jiang Xu and the others sat at a distance, unable to hear their discussion. They could only remain vigilant, ready to intervene should anything seem amiss. At that moment, Tang Xiao realized when Qingmei's true identity, her expression shifting to one of surprise. It was indeed unexpected that Pei-en, who seemed to glide through the world of women unscathed, was now seriously in a relationship. So, Pei-en never mentioned that he had secretly started dating someone? Mi Xiaxia directed her gaze towards Tang Xiao, her tone lacking warmth. Faced with Mi Xiaxia's earlier words, which would be deemed somewhat humiliating, Tang Xiao felt no anger. She understood Mi Xiaxia's desire to defend her friend. Yet, she was not entirely magnanimous. A hint of displeasure lingered in her expression, concealed beneath her innate poise. With a gentle smile, Tang Xiao replied, "He would certainly not dare to tell me." Even upon discovering that her fiancé was involved with someone else, her face betrayed no excessive emotion. The Pei family held their traditions in high regard, and Uncle Pei would never tolerate insubordination. She shared what she knew, clarifying that her engagement with Pei had been arranged personally by Uncle Pei years ago. Pei would not dare to oppose his father, as he was not like his brother. Tang Xiao had known Pei since childhood. They both studied abroad, yet she harbored no romantic feelings for him. Their union was merely a consequence of familial obligation. Had she been given a choice, her heart would have preferred the elder Pei, whose very presence ignited a rush of excitement, rather than Pei, who was solely focused on racing. The Tang family had primarily conducted business overseas, only recently contemplating a return to the domestic market. Tang Xiao's visit to Quan City was intended to assist her family with certain business matters. Upon learning of her return, the Pei family had requested Pei to accompany her to Quan City. It was merely a coincidence that they ended up at the same hotel as Jiang Xu and her friends. Tang Xiao stated, "Nothing occurred between Pei-en and me. He merely brought me to the hotel, and he is not even staying here." Realizing that this matter had no connection to Tang Xiao, Mi Xiaxia's demeanor softened somewhat. Tang Xiao continued, "Moreover, even without me, when Qingmei and Pei-en would ultimately never end up together, the Pei family is known for its insistence on social status." Her gaze shifted to Jiang Xu, who had been frowning nearby. "You must be aware of this, right, Jiang Xu?" Chapter 70, Scoundrel Deserving of It. Upon hearing the other party mention her name, Jiang Xu was taken aback. "You know me?" "Of course," Tang Xiao replied, her tone always languid and soothing. "I became aware of your existence long ago. After all, you're the fiancé of the eldest son of the Pei family. It would be impossible for me not to pay attention." She recalled a time when she inadvertently wandered into the room of Pei Gij at the Pei residence, where she spotted a meticulously arranged photo frame on the bedside table. The bedroom was immaculate and minimalist, with that photo standing out as the sole embellishment. The image captured a strikingly beautiful girl, smiling gently at the camera, a visage that was hard to forget upon a mere glance. However, before she could examine it closely, Pei Gij returned, offering no explanation of the girl in the photo, but politely ushering her out of his room. Later, it was only when she inquired with Pei and that she learned the girl was Pei Gij's fiancée. Now, upon seeing Jiang Xu, she realized the beautiful girl in that photo bore an uncanny resemblance to her. It dawned on her that Jiang Xu was indeed Pei Gij's fiancée. Tang Xiao felt Jiang Xu ought to be aware of her engagement and decided to voice her thoughts. "Jiang Xu, to be honest, I envy you. Pei Gij is a wonderful person. Had he not chosen you, perhaps I would have been the one to be engaged to him." Jiang Xu remained speechless for a while, her mind grappling with Tang Xiao's revelation. "You mean, I am engaged to whom?" "To Pei Gij, Pei-en," Tang Xiao replied, somewhat bewildered by Jiang Xu's astonished demeanor. "You didn't know about this?" Jiang Xu's expression froze, her mind seemingly at a standstill. "Pei-en? How could that name be?" She instinctively confirmed. "He is a soldier?" "Indeed. Surely you have not met him at all until now." Tang Xiao was now the one taken aback. Although Pei Gij often spent time in the army and went on missions, he occasionally returned to the Pei residence. Even as mere betrothed partners, it seemed implausible that they had never crossed paths over the years. Moreover, judging by Pei Gij's demeanor. He did not appear indifferent towards Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu lowered her gaze, silent. Thus, the military undercover agent from her previous life in Southeast Asia, as well as the Captain Pei she encountered last time in Fengcheng, turned out to be none other than the eldest son of the Pei family, Pei Yin. Furthermore, they shared an engagement. Yet, in her past life, Jiang Xu remained oblivious to the fact that she had been betrothed until the Jiang family encountered misfortune. If Jiang Yangping wished to arrange a fiancé for her, he would certainly consult her first, gauging her willingness. Therefore, the only person capable of making such a decision without her knowledge was her grandfather, Jiang Hongru. Indeed, Tang Xiao inquired, "Did old Master Jiang not inform you of this?" The engagement between you and Pei Gij was negotiated by him personally with the Pei family. After a moment, she turned to say, "Well, it's understandable. You were quite young back then and likely don't remember. Moreover, you were always alone in the courtyard, so you certainly had no idea about the discussions among the adults." Tang Xiao, being 3 years older than Pan, had a clearer memory of the engagements that took place years ago. Her family did not deliberately conceal this matter from her, which is why she was more informed. Jiang Xu remained silent, her exquisite face betraying no emotion. She could surmise the reason for Jiang Hongru's secrecy. It was for the sake of the Jiang family. His reluctance to reveal the truth to her stemmed from a desire to prevent any upheaval upon her discovering it. Even now, the mere mention of this issue stirred a sense of distaste within her. Had it been her former self, she would have certainly confronted Jiang Hongru in a fit of anger, refusing to accept his decisions so passively. Noticing that Jiang Xu was genuinely unaware of the situation, Tang Xiao found herself at a loss for words. She, too, was not well versed in the affairs of the Jiang family, and thus refrained from saying more. Meanwhile, Wen Qingmei and Pei had concluded their conversation. Wen Qingmei was the first to rise and walk back towards them. Her expression bore little sorrow, merely a hint of fatigue. Mi Xiaxia immediately approached her, asking, "Qingmei, how did it go? If you're still upset, I can go and give him a piece of my mind. What kind of person has a fiancé, yet seeks another girlfriend? How disgraceful." Mi Xiaxia was known for her straightforwardness. She never hesitated to speak ill of those she despised. "No need. We have no relationship anymore," Wen Qingmei replied, her voice slightly hoarse. In truth, she had realized the vast disparity in status and family background between herself and Payan once she became aware of his identity. She had anticipated their eventual separation, yet she did not expect it to occur under such circumstances. It was merely earlier than she had anticipated, and she could accept it with composure. After all, who has not had their moments of folly? However, when Qingmei cast a slightly apologetic glance at Jiang Xu, saying, "I'm sorry, Jiang, I haven't yet asked about the matter I promised to inquire about." During Pei In and Jiang Xu's first encounter, he had expressed surprise at Jiang Xu already having a boyfriend, stating it was for someone else's inquiry. When Qingmei had promised to help Jiang Xu uncover the identity of that person. Yet, Pei had been particularly tight-lipped about this matter, keeping his lips sealed for so long that he had not revealed a single word. Jiang Xu comforted Wen Qingmei before shaking her head. "It's all right. The rest don't need to ask anymore. I already know who he was inquiring about. It could only be Pei Yin's brother, Pei Yin. It was unlikely to be anyone else." Wen Qingmei managed a weak smile. "That's good to hear." Qi Ruixin had consumed the gossip of 2 people throughout the evening. Although she yearned to speak, she understood that this was not her moment. So, she stood silently beside her sisters in solidarity. When Qingmei, feeling disheartened, wished to leave without lingering, Mi Xiaxiao accompanied her as they headed back to the hotel. Jiang Xu and Qi Ruixin followed closely behind, intending to return as well. Suddenly, Pei called out to her from behind, "Jiang Xu." At that moment, Jiang Xu did not have a favorable impression of Pei. She frowned, slightly impatient. "What is it?" Pei hesitated before speaking. "Could you keep an eye on Qingmei for me? I'm worried she might be feeling down lately." Jiang Xu quickly interjected. "Qingmei has us to care for her, so you needn't worry." Her tone was cold, and she added, "Besides, we are not well acquainted." After saying this, she turned on her heel, not allowing Pei another word. Before leaving, Qi Ruixin turned back and stuck out her tongue at Pei, making a face. "Scoundrel, you deserve it." She then hastily caught up with Jiang Xu. Tang Xiao, witnessing this scene, chuckled so hard that her shoulders shook. Who would have thought that the young master of the Pei family would meet such a fate? Seems like he brought this upon himself. Pei sighed with a bitter smile. Upon returning to her hotel room, Jiang Xu first sent several comforting messages to Wenqing Mei before stepping into the bathroom to freshen up. The bathroom door was transparent, with only certain areas obscured by frosted glass. Jiang Xu habitually took hot showers, and soon the entire bathroom was enveloped in steam, obscuring the view through the transparent sections. She tilted her head back, allowing the water to cascade down her elongated neck, finally relaxing her tense body after a long day. Suddenly, an eerie sound broke the tranquility from outside, reminiscent of a knife scraping across a table, sending chills down her spine. The sound persisted, scrape, scrape. The water from the shower was scalding, yet a chill surged from her feet up her spine. Her throat tightened as she heard her own voice tremble slightly. Who is it? Chapter 71. Miss Jiang is startled. The chilling sound that had sent shivers down her spine ceased abruptly, yet no response followed. Jiang Xu's nerves were taut to the utmost degree. She could distinctly hear the rapid pounding of her own heart. Raising her hand, she turned off the shower head, and an eerie silence enveloped the space. The stillness was so profound that it felt uncanny. Jiang Xu dared not exhale, straining her ears to catch any sounds from outside. After a prolonged moment, no further noises emerged, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. Nonetheless, Jiang Xu remained vigilant, refusing to let her guard down. Typically, she did not bring her phone into the bathroom while bathing. If a stranger had indeed entered, she would be left in a perilous position. Seizing the brief moment of quietude, Jiang Xu snatched a towel from the rack, wrapping her steam-laden body tightly within its folds. She had no intention of stepping outside to ascertain if someone truly lingered beyond the door until she felt utterly secure. The fragile glass door of the bathroom offered scant protection, and she glanced around the enclosed space, noting that the only potential weapon at her disposal was the toilet brush beside her. Clenching the handle tightly, she braced herself to strike anyone who might force their way in. The light, shrouded in thick steam, cast a dim and hazy glow, while the frosted glass walls revealed vague and peculiar shapes through the mist. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and it appeared that the person outside, sensing her reluctance to emerge, began to tread heavily, the sound of dragging footsteps resonating dully. Jiang Xu's heart raced, her grip on the brush tightening. The weighty soles of a stranger's shoes scraped against the floor, each sound punctuating the oppressive silence. In the next moment, a towering figure stepped before the glass door. The man spoke, his voice low and gravelly, as if it had been ground by sand. Hello. His words were in Chinese, yet his pronunciation was awkward, each syllable articulated with great effort, indicating he was likely a novice in the language. Jiang Xu surmised that the person outside was a foreign male. Who could he be? A lecher? The hotel, a five-star establishment booked by Jiang Yangping, boasted robust security. How had he evaded the hotel's security systems and slipped in unnoticed? Realizing that the individual outside was no ordinary intruder, a sense of dread washed over Jiang Xu, her palms slick with perspiration. When she remained silent, the man repeated 2 Chinese characters, "Come out." Still, she did not budge. Growing impatient, his tone turned menacing. "If you do not come out, I will force my way in." He uttered this threat in English, albeit with a heavy accent. Jiang Xu's gaze remained fixed on the door, her voice trembling with suppressed fear. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I merely wish to have a word with Miss Jiang. If you comply, I assure you, I mean you no harm." The revelation that he knew her identity heightened Jiang Xu's wariness. Her pupils constricted as she demanded, "Who exactly are you?" The man had utterly lost his patience. It seemed he no longer intended to engage in further trivialities with Jiang Xu. Suddenly, Jiang Xu observed his hand reaching towards the glass door, evidently attempting to push it open. In that instant, her heart leapt in her throat. Just as the tension reached a critical point, a sudden crash of shattering glass echoed from outside, a sound decidedly not from the bathroom door, but from the hotel room's window. Jiang Xu's room was situated on the 5th floor, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to scale the outer wall. Yet, someone had broken in through the window. Immediately, Jiang Xu witnessed the foreign man retract his hand, which had been poised to enter, and slowly make his way towards the window. He inquired in English, his tone laced with caution. "Who is it?" No one responded. Instinctively, Jiang Xu took a few steps forward, straining to discern the commotion outside. There was no dialogue, only the resounding thuds of fists colliding with flesh. Two individuals were engaged in a fierce struggle. The rhythmic sounds of punches landing on skin were punctuated by sharp cracks, possibly the breaking of bones or other objects. Jiang Xu could also hear the foreign man's hoarse shouts, interspersed with a stream of French curses that she could scarcely comprehend. Yet, she sensed the vulgarity of the language, indicating that the foreign man was indeed French. At last, the cacophony of insults subsided. Through the murky glass door, Jiang Xu glimpsed a figure sprawled limply on the ground, being forcibly dragged by another. As the dragging intensified, the sound transformed into a peculiar rhythmic gurgling, echoing eerily. The individual was pulled beneath the bed. Soon after, the other person approached the glass door, his knuckles rapping against it. "Knock, knock." Jiang Xu's heart skipped a beat. A deep voice resonated from outside. "Miss Jiang, it is safe now. You may come out." Jiang Xu hesitated, the voice striking a familiar chord. It resembled that of the tattooed man from earlier, and she felt an uncanny resemblance to Captain Pei Yin. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped through the door, still clutching the brush tightly. Even with her mental preparations, Jiang Xu was taken aback upon seeing the man's face. It was completely unfamiliar. His visage was that of a standard pentagon shape, neither particularly rugged nor overly soft, with short hair and a healthy wheat-colored complexion. He appeared to be an ordinary young man, yet his posture was erect, and his broad frame was accentuated by a neat black jacket, exuding an aura of strength and authority. He bore no signs of injury or blood from the recent scuffle. Noticing the brush in Jiang Xu's hand, his previously stern expression softened momentarily, a flicker of something inscrutable passing across his face. After a brief pause, he took the initiative to explain his presence. "I apologize for startling you, Miss Jiang. My name is Chun Wu, and I have been sent by Mr. Jiang to ensure your safety." His name was rather commonplace. "My father?" Jiang Xu furrowed her brow slightly. "Yes." He spoke with a hint of reverence, stating that Mr. Jiang had sensed a possible threat from an overseas organization against her, and had specifically dispatched him for her protection. "Miss Jiang, rest assured, I am a man of military background. Although I have retired, my skills remain intact, ensuring your safety until you return to the capital." Despite the flawless nature of his words and the apparent lack of malice towards her, Jiang Xu's wariness did not fully dissipate. With a skeptical gaze, her light-colored eyes scrutinized him, and she promptly reached for her phone to call Jiang Yangping for confirmation. Jiang Yangping answered swiftly, his voice laced with discernible tipsiness. "Darling, what brings you to seek your father at such a late hour?" The background was filled with noise, suggesting he was still engaged in socializing. Jiang Xu succinctly conveyed her purpose. On the other end, Jiang Yangping cleared his throat, attempting to stabilize his voice, yet retained a trace of ambiguity. "Yes, he was indeed sent by your father to protect you. Did you notice him?" Suddenly realizing something, Jiang Yangping's drunkenness faded away. "Wait, dear, are you in danger?" His concern escalated, and he seemed eager to abandon his social obligations, wishing to materialize at Jiang Xu's side to ensure her safety. "Yes," Jiang Xu responded softly, then continued. "But father, I am fine now. This person named Chun Wu saved me." At this point, her gaze inadvertently swept toward the motionless space beneath the bed. The foreign man had been concealed thoroughly. Jiang Xu could not discern his appearance or ascertain whether he was alive or dead. Were it not for the still-drying bloodstains on the floor, she might have believed that the foreign man had never been there at all. Having confirmed Jiang Xu's safety, Jiang Yangping breathed a sigh of relief, repeating twice, "That's good, that's good." Chun Wu had remained silently waiting for Jiang Xu to finish her call, his eyes subtly drifting to her slender, unwrapped shoulder, the contrast between her smooth, pale skin and his darker gaze stark. Even after confirming Chun Wu's identity, Jiang Xu could not help but lift her gaze to inquire, her eyes as clear as snow. "You are called Chun Wu, right? Have you always looked like this?" Chapter 72. Just wait for my arrival. Chun Wu's expression momentarily shifted, seemingly perplexed by Jiang Xu's peculiar inquiry. Nevertheless, he slightly nodded and replied earnestly, "Yes, Miss Jiang, I've always looked this way. I have not undergone any cosmetic alterations." Jiang Xu pressed further. "What about the human skin mask?" Although Jiang Xu was not well versed in this area, she was aware that certain masks could flawlessly disguise an individual as another. Without a hint of hesitation, Chun Wu responded, "No, this is my true appearance. Is there something about my face that concerns you, Miss Jiang?" "Nothing at all." Jiang Xu gently closed her eyes, pausing for a moment before asking, "Why does that organization from abroad wish to harm me?" "I do not know, Mr. Jiang is still investigating. However, it is evident that someone within the mercenary organization has set their sights on you, and this group is not lacking in formidable mercenaries. This is illustrated by the foreign man who managed to infiltrate so stealthily this evening." Chen Wu suggested, "Miss Jiang, this place is no longer safe. I recommend you and your friends temporarily relocate to another hotel for the night and return to Beijing early tomorrow. Beijing is the Jiang family's territory. It will be relatively secure upon your return." His reasoning was sound, and Jiang Xu acquiesced to his advice. "All right, thank you." "You're welcome, Miss Jiang." The subsequent hotel was arranged by Chun Wu, and the other three were hastily summoned, appearing somewhat bewildered. However, upon learning of Jiang Xu's encounter with danger, they hesitated no longer and swiftly packed their belongings to switch hotels. After ensuring their safe arrival at the new lodgings, Chen Wu did not linger, but reminded Jiang Xu to secure the doors and windows before sleep. "Miss Jiang, should you encounter danger again, remain calm as you did earlier, and simply await my arrival." Regarding the foreign man, Chen Wu only mentioned that he would address the matter upon his return. After all the commotion, it was already midnight. Jiang Xu lay in bed, devoid of sleep, still grappling with the recent upheavals. It was not until the early hours that she began to feel a semblance of drowsiness. Following the unsettling events involving Wen Qing Mei and herself, the group of girls had lost their desire to continue their outing. The following day, Jiang Xu and her companions rebooked their flights, boarding a plane back to Beijing early in the morning. Chen Wu did not accompany them. He stated he was merely a mercenary, and now that Jiang Yangping's commission had been fulfilled, he was off to undertake his next assignment. Prior to his departure, he courteously bid farewell to Jiang Xu, his voice as low and steady as before. "Goodbye, Miss Jiang." Jiang Xu regarded him with a complex expression, softly replying, "Goodbye." He seemed to smile, while Jiang Xu turned to make her way toward the boarding gate, disappearing into the crowd. As she observed the airplane soaring across the sky, trailing a long white vaporous line, the man stood quietly at the mouth of a narrow alley, gazing into the distance. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was an old-fashioned device, simplistic in function, devoid of any entertaining applications. A voice filled with urgency emanated from the phone. "Brother, have you concluded your affairs outside? If you do not return soon, I fear that Gui and his associates may uncover something." Previously, Brother had been abruptly summoned back to Fengsheng for disaster relief, under the pretense that his reputation within the military district was considerable. It was challenging for those outside to suspect that he was, in fact, not present in the military district. Yet, it was not he who bore the burden of trepidation while navigating the intricacies with Gui and his men. Moreover, Brother had previously exploited his position to orchestrate an attack on Miss Jiang's residence. Had it not been for prior arrangements with the police, he might have found himself imprisoned. Fortunately, this time, the man spoke words that eased his worries. "Yes, I am finished." The white aircraft had plunged into the clouds, disappearing from sight. The man finally moved deeper into the alley. "I will return shortly. You hold them off for now." The voice on the other end sighed in resignation. "All right, I will do my best. Thank you for your efforts, Chen Wu." Upon her arrival at the Beijing airport, Jiang Xu immediately spotted Jiang Yangping at the arrival hall. "My dear," he called out, waving from a distance. Jiang Xu pushed her luggage towards him, smiling as she greeted, "Father." Although she had reassured him over the phone that she was fine, seeing her in person allowed Jiang Yangping to finally release the anxiety that had been weighing on him. "As long as you're safely back." Meanwhile, Qi Quan had also come with his assistant to meet Qi Ruixin. while Wen Qingmei and Mi Xiaoxiao were greeted by their respective families. After bidding farewell to the three of them, Jiang Xu accompanied Jiang Yangping to the car. Driving them was Jian Bai, who greeted Jiang Xu but remained silent, focusing intently on the road ahead. The understatedly luxurious vehicle eased into motion, and feeling a bit stifled, Jiang Xu opened the window for some fresh air. The weather in Beijing was splendid that day. A gentle warm breeze wafted in through the window, caressing her face pleasantly. Her gaze inadvertently drifted outside, and she spotted an exceptionally familiar figure near the arrival hall. His dark, ink-like eyes were fixed directly upon her. Jiang Xu's heart skipped a beat. The figure was Lu Zhi. Chapter 73. His life seems to have always been a series of trials. Noticing Jiang Xu's gaze lingering outside the window, Jiang Yangping turned to follow her line of sight. His expression subtly changing, a flicker of shadow crossing his sharp eyes. "My dear, I know you returned to Beijing early today. Aunt Zhang has prepared a plethora of your favorite dishes." Jiang Xu, momentarily jolted from her earlier surprise of seeing Lu Zhi at the airport by Jiang Yangping's interruption, responded with a sweet smile. Aunt Zhang, a long-standing servant of the Jiang household, had been with them for many years, much like He Qifu. "That sounds wonderful. I haven't had Aunt Zhang's cooking in days." "Perfect. Is there anything else you desire? I can inform Aunt Zhang to prepare it in advance." "I'd love Buddha jumps over the wall, white-cut chicken, and corn rib soup." Jiang Xu graciously listed several dishes in one breath. Jiang Yangping affectionately ruffled her hair, laughing heartily. "All right, I shall call Aunt Zhang at once." As the car smoothly made its way towards the Jiang residence, Jiang Yangping discreetly glanced back, taking advantage of the moment when Jiang Xu was unaware. After rounding the bend, the airport disappeared from view, and the darkening hue in Jiang Yangping's eyes vanished without a trace. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Hongru, clad in a traditional Tang suit, was leisurely playing chess alone in the courtyard. Since the passing of the old master Qiao, he had no one to share the game with. Only Jiang Yangping, when he found a moment of respite, would join him, though Qiao Anghua had sought to curry favor with him during his visits to the Jiang household. Jiang Hongru found him too foolish and overly calculating, often conceding pieces in a misguided attempt to impress. After a few encounters, Jiang Hongru grew weary of this, forbidding Qiao Anghua from touching his chessboard, as it was a flagrant insult to the quality of his game. At that moment, He Qifu, who had been standing nearby, heard a commotion outside and was about to speak up when Jiang Hongru casually remarked, "Someone has returned." He placed a white piece on the board with deliberate slowness, the black pieces having been decisively vanquished, the outcome already determined. With a hint of concern, He Qifu said, "Master, the young lady must be aware of the private engagement you arranged for her with the young master of the Pei family. Though her demeanor has indeed improved, I cannot guarantee she will not throw a tantrum over this matter." Jiang Hongru had received news of all that transpired in Quancheng almost immediately. His murky eyes revealed no discernible emotion. Whether she knew or not was of little consequence, and perhaps it was better to know sooner rather than later. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Xu's melodious voice rang out in the courtyard. "Grandpa." He Qifu composed his expression, greeting her, "Young lady." "Hello, Grandpa." Jiang Xu nodded slightly at He Qifu before taking a seat across from Jiang Hongru. With a cheerful smile, she gently inquired, "Grandpa, have you missed me these past few days?" "I certainly have missed you." "Enough of your teasing," Jiang Hongru replied, his tone light yet firm. Jiang Hongru slightly furrowed his white brows. "I know you must be angry with me now, but it was not solely for—" Jiang Xu interrupted him. "Do not say it was for my own good. If it truly was for my benefit, why did you not dare to tell me from the very beginning?" Jiang Hongru was momentarily taken aback, his beard quivering imperceptibly. He replied stiffly, "I acted for the sake of the Jiang family." Jiang Xu chose not to respond, instead silently gazing at him, her slightly brown eyes glimmering with an inexplicable luster beneath the gentle sunlight, her emotions evidently dim. Jiang Hongru felt uneasy under her scrutiny and cleared his throat, adding, "Moreover, Pei Yin is a good child. You are not at a loss." In truth, he initially intended to form an alliance with the Lu family. Many years ago, the ancestors of the Jiang family had rendered a service to the forebears of the Lu family, and he sought to leverage this connection to secure a favorable marriage for Jiang Xu. However, after the horrific incident involving the Lu family, the control of the family shifted from the legitimate line to a collateral branch. Those from the collateral line looked down upon the Jiang family, which was then languishing at the bottom of the capital's social hierarchy, claiming that it was the legitimate lineage that owed a debt of gratitude to the Jiang family, not them. They suggested that if the Jiang family wished to seek a marriage alliance, they should approach the two scions left from the legitimate line, leaving Jiang Hongru with no option but to retreat in defeat. The legitimate line of the Lu family had only two heirs remaining. One lived in constant hunger and was subjected to bullying, bearing a striking resemblance to the mad young master of the Lu family, who not only imprisoned his wife but also took her to her death. The other was taken to the Pei family, adopted by the head of the Pei family, Pei Ziyuan, and became the present-day Pei family's eldest son, Pei Yin. After much contemplation, Jiang Hongru decided to visit the Pei family. Although Pei Yin was also of the bloodline of the mad young master of the Lu family, Jiang Hongru, after observing his character, found him entirely dissimilar to that madman and felt at ease in proposing a marriage alliance. Initially, the Pei family was reluctant to agree, but during a stalemate, it was the 10-year-old Pei Yin who stepped forward, expressing his willingness to repay the kindness of their ancestors by betrothing himself to Jiang Xu. Thus, their marriage was settled. Furthermore, when Jiang Hongru first laid eyes on the stack of photographs sent to him anonymously, he immediately recognized that the man in the photographs bore a striking resemblance to the mad young master of the Lu family, Lu Zhi. Naturally, he disapproved of Jiang Xu associating with Lu Zhi, which is why he had consistently obstructed their meetings. However, Jiang Xu's significant change in temperament and Pei Yin's subsequent persuasion caused him to waver slightly in his stance. Ultimately, as long as the outcome resulted in Jiang Xu marrying Pei Yin, the intricacies of the process bore little importance. This time, Jiang Hongru did not conceal the truth from Jiang Xu, succinctly recounting the events of that year. In conclusion, he remarked, "No one can guarantee that he will not follow in his father's footsteps and commit some grievous act. Therefore, if you're still involved with Lu Zhi, I advise you to reconsider." Upon hearing Jiang Hongru recount the past, Jiang Xu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of emotion. She was unaware that Lu Zhi's past was, in fact, so tragic. His life seemed to have been a continuous struggle against adversity. Seeing that Jiang Xu remained unresponsive, Jiang Hongru continued, "Moreover, I must inform you in advance that I will unequivocally refuse to support your union, and your father feels the same." After returning from Fengcheng, Jiang Yangping certainly did not neglect to investigate the background of the man who had risked his own safety to rescue his cherished daughter. He had already uncovered that Lu Zhi's father was the infamous young master who had committed heinous acts against his own wife, shocking the capital's elite. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Xu's words echoed clearly throughout the vast, empty courtyard. "I shall also not accept an arranged marriage." Chapter 74. Embrace. The courtyard of the Jiang residence is adorned with winding corridors. The walls are embellished with colorful stained glass windows, depicting the popular lady portraits from the Republic of China era. Sunlight filters through the glass, casting dappled rays that illuminate the serene yet resolute face of a young girl before me. Jiang Xu's words darkened Jiang Hongru's expression, his eyes revealing a hint of authority. "This matter has been settled. Your opinion no longer holds sway. Even if Jiang Xu's illness has improved, what difference does it make?" Without complete certainty, he would not idly watch the future of the Jiang family crumble. Jiang Xu lowered her gaze, her voice somewhat indifferent. "Does grandfather believe I cannot inherit the Jiang family?" Jiang Hongru did not respond, yet the subtle skepticism in his eyes spoke volumes. Jiang Xu understood. A flicker of inscrutable emotion shone in her clear eyes. "Grandfather, what if I told you I am aware of the fundamental trajectory of several significant projects in the Jiang family's future?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongru's expression tightened. "What do you mean?" "My father has shown me numerous project documents from the Jiang family." Although Jiang Xu had previously paid little attention to the family's business developments, she was familiar with some of the major projects that made headlines. Furthermore, discussions between Jiang Yangping and Jiang Hongru about company affairs were not always concealed from her. At that time, she simply chose to ignore them. Not that she was entirely oblivious. This time around, she had deliberately pursued a minor in finance, enhancing her understanding of those projects. Consequently, she articulated her insights and plans regarding several projects she had previously reviewed, even proposing possible future scenarios based on the development from her past life. She emphasized New Whale Leap, the core technology of the Jiang family, of which she naturally possessed greater knowledge. As Jiang Xu gradually articulated her thoughts, shock began to color Jiang Hongru's wrinkled face. He had initially believed that her desire to intern with the Jiang family on the New Whale Leap project was merely a fleeting whim. But he never expected her to genuinely invest effort into understanding these matters. She was earnest. Moreover, her predictive direction for the remaining projects closely aligned with the future development plans set forth internally by the Jiang family. Jiang Hongru could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor, his gaze towards Jiang Xu transforming into one of keen interest. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, as if he had finally made a resolute decision, he slowly said, I can arrange for you to join the Jiang family, but you must first graduate from school and start from the very bottom. Ultimately, how far you ascend will depend on your own abilities. If you can leverage your capabilities to contribute to the New Whale Leap and ensure its successful listing, then I may reconsider the matter of marriage, and the future of the Jiang family could be entrusted to you. Seeing Jiang Hongru finally relent, Jiang Xu readily agreed. All right, it's a promise. As the sun descended and the moonlight flowed like water, having successfully persuaded Jiang Hongru, Jiang Xu felt a significant sense of relief wash over her. After finishing her evening routine, she emerged from the bathroom clad only in a delicate silk nightgown, the smooth fabric pleasantly cool against her skin. Half reclining on her bed, she intended to indulge in some pre-sleep scrolling on her phone when suddenly she received a call. The number was not unfamiliar, yet the name in her contacts took her by surprise. Jiang Xu hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button, opting not to speak first. The events of their last encounter left her uncertain about how to confront her feelings for him. Impossible to ignore, yet equally impossible to reciprocate. Jiang Xu, he called, his deep voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Is there something you need at this late hour? I'm downstairs at your place, he replied. Jiang Xu's eyes widened momentarily as she sat up, unable to suppress her surprise. Downstairs? Right now. Lu Zhi stood outside the Jiang residence, the vintage courtyard exuding an air of solemnity. From his vantage point, he could see into the half-draped room where Jiang Xu remained, the light still on, indicating she had yet to sleep. Yes, he softly acknowledged through the phone. Without a moment's delay, Jiang Xu sprang from her bed, neglecting to put on her shoes, and padded barefoot to the window. Indeed, she spotted a familiar tall silhouette not far off. He stood there, clad in a thin white shirt, his chin lifted as he gazed in her direction, though she could not tell how long he had been waiting. This was his first visit to the Jiang household. Earlier at the airport, he had wished to see her, but upon learning of his identity, Jiang Yanping had forbidden him from approaching Jiang Xu any further. He had even discreetly warned him that he was not suitable for her, urging him to keep his distance. At that moment, he had remained silent, offering no response. It was only later that night that he had secretly come, longing to catch a glimpse of her. Human nature is inherently greedy. After having kissed her, he found himself insatiable, yearning for more, desiring her affection to deepen. Jiang Xu remained oblivious to his thoughts as she pressed her lips together, asking, What brings you here so late? The servants should be winding down for the night. Can you come down to see me? I wish to meet you, he replied. Yi Zhuoming had once advised him that with someone as oblivious as Jiang Xu, he needed to be more straightforward to make his intentions clear. Sometimes, a little push was necessary. From her reaction during their last kiss, it was evident that she did not harbor any disdain for him. She simply hesitated for reasons unknown. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Jiang Xu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze fixed on him, the deep night sky casting a solitary shadow over his tall frame. Pressing the phone to her ear, her voice was cold as the first frost of winter. Elongated as she replied, You should go home. It's too late. I need to prepare for bed. He paused briefly before responding, Then I will wait here for you. Suddenly, a flash of violet lightning streaked across the distant night sky, followed shortly by a rumble of thunder, a portent of impending rain. Jiang Xu's voice faltered momentarily, sensing the impending rain. "Aren't you leaving yet?" He simply replied with 3 words, "I am waiting for you." Frustration welled up within Jiang Xu. "Why are you so stubborn?" He remained silent, steadfast in his position, not moving even an inch. Plop! The first drop of rain fell. Soon after, torrents of rain began to cascade down, enveloping the entire floor-to-ceiling window in a blurry haze, the silhouettes on either side of the glass gradually fading into obscurity. Yet, Jiang Xu could still discern that he had not departed. She lightly tapped her fingertip with her nail, her tone almost indifferent. "Then wait. I'm hanging up." She drew the curtains tightly, completely shutting out the view of the world outside, returning to her bed, forcing herself to not think of the figure standing in the rain. The rain intensified, pounding fiercely against the ground, intermittently accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Even from within the confines of her home, Jiang Xu could feel the ferocity of the downpour. She turned off the main light, leaving only a dim bedside lamp aglow, pulled the covers over her, and lay down, closing her eyes to drift into slumber. Moments later, she reopened them, letting out a soft sigh. Reluctantly, she donned a long coat, changed her shoes, and stepped outside, clutching an umbrella. To avoid waking Jiang Hongru and Jiang Yangping, she refrained from turning on the living room lights, relying instead on the flashlight of her mobile phone as she quietly exited the Jiang residence. True to her expectations, he still stood there, completely drenched, his white shirt clinging to his skin, now translucent. The moment Jiang Xu appeared, his gaze locked onto her, the depths of his dark eyes finally revealing a glimmer of light. The entrance of the Jiang home boasted a spacious awning that provided shelter from the rain. Jiang Xu folded her umbrella, gazing at him still standing amidst the downpour, and waved her hand with a hint of exasperation. "Aren't you coming over?" His strides were swift, and within mere seconds, he stood before her. His intense gaze seemed to anchor itself upon her. "Well, you've seen me now. You can go back," Jiang Xu remarked, oblivious to his unwavering stare. She handed him the umbrella, instinctively offering a piece of advice. "Make sure to take a hot shower when you return, or you'll catch a cold." However, scarcely had her words left her lips when she found herself enveloped in a slightly chilly embrace. Chapter 75. Has it been too long since we last played? Realizing he was damp, Lu Zhi did not embrace her too tightly. He merely enveloped her in a gentle hold, even refraining from burying his head in the crook of her neck. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Xu's face as her hands hung limply at her sides. Once she collected her thoughts, she instinctively attempted to push him away. Yet, she heard his voice tremble, laden with profound fear and the relief of recovery. "Jiang Xu, I'm just glad you're safe." Though the incident at the hotel in Spring City was swiftly suppressed, some information inevitably leaked. However, by the time he learned of it, Jiang Xu was already safely aboard a flight back to the capital. He understood who it was that had come to her rescue. Rain poured down violently from the heavens, and Jiang Xu felt several icy droplets tumble from the tips of his damp hair onto her neck, trickling down into her collar. A shiver coursed through her body instinctively, yet his form radiated an intense warmth. Reflecting on what Jiang Hongru had shared with her earlier that day, his past, and the pitiful state he now found himself in, Jiang Xu felt a tightening in her chest, an indescribable emotion swelling within her. Her hand, once raised, slowly descended. Allowing him to hold her for a moment longer wouldn't cause any harm. After all, it was just this once. But Lu Zhi soon released her. The sight of her standing before him, tangible and real, allowed him to regain some composure. His expression shifted to one of mild frustration as he inquired, "Did I get you wet?" Dressed in an outer coat, aside from the few droplets that had slipped into her collar, Jiang Xu's clothing was only slightly damp, barely perceptible to the chill. She shook her head in response, "No." The intensity of the raindrops hitting the ground began to diminish. Neither of them mentioned the earlier embrace. And Jiang Xu offered him the umbrella once more. "The rain has lightened. You should head back." Before Lu Zhi could respond, a voice suddenly called out from distance. "Who is outside?" Jiang Xu's heart leaped at the sound. It was Grandpa. He if He Chifu were to spot her with Lu Zhi here at such a late hour. Both Jiang Hongru and Jiang Yangping would certainly find out. They already harbored disdain for Lu Zhi, and Jiang Xu instinctively wished to keep his visit to the Jiang residence a secret. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Lu Zhi's hand and hurriedly led him to the side of the door. Once they were concealed behind the corner of the surrounding wall, He Chifu reached the entrance. Dressed simply in his sleepwear, he appeared to have been roused from slumber by the commotion and had come to investigate. Spotting the open door, he glanced around, perplexed. How curious. Why is the front gate ajar? Noticing He Chifu looking in their direction, Jiang Xu quickly pressed Lu Zhi against the wall. Their bodies closely huddled together, fully hidden from view. It was then that Jiang Xu realized, having just pushed Lu Zhi, her hand rested against his slightly heaving chest, feeling the rapid and fervent rhythm of his heartbeat, as if it might burst forth. A moment of surprise washed over her, causing her own heart to inexplicably quicken. Though she couldn't discern whether it was from their recent dash or the fear of being discovered by He Chifu. The white shirt had become so sheer that it was almost indistinguishable from being unadorned. The man's muscular torso was laid bare before her eyes, causing Jiang Xu to feel a slight flush in her cheeks. Although she had explored Lu Zhi's body on numerous occasions, the mere proximity and light contact now rendered her somewhat uneasy. Could it be that she had been away from such encounters for too long? Pressed against the unyielding wall behind her, with the person she had cherished in her heart for years standing before her, Lu Zhi's knuckles trembled subtly. Despite Jiang Xu's firm hold on him, his cold visage betrayed an unusual hint of warmth. He Chifu's voice echoed once more. Did Xiao Zhang forget to close the door? I must have a serious word with him tomorrow. Xiao Zhang was the doorman of the Jiang residence. Just then, as Jiang Xu peeked outside, she spotted He Chifu, who had been standing at the entrance, shaking his head in resignation as he casually closed the door behind him. Jiang Xu's pupils widened in alarm. Although the Jiang residence was an old mansion dating back to the Republic of China era, its entrance had been modernized with a gear lock that required a key for entry. Yet she had not brought her key with her. To return, she would have to disturb those inside. Noticing Jiang Xu's sudden look of distress, Lu Zhi's throat involuntarily tightened. What's wrong? Jiang Xu, on the verge of tears, replied. Grandfather, he has locked the door. I can't get in. Lu Zhi's profound gaze fixed upon her, and after a moment's pause, he suggested, Would you like to come to my apartment? Or perhaps we could go to your villa. Chapter 76. Do you wish to know the answer? Jiang Xu paused momentarily, letting out a soft sigh. It seemed there was no other course of action. The Jiang residence was situated at a considerable distance from the city center, nestled within a private enclave where taxis could not penetrate. Fortunately, the rain had ceased. After walking a short distance, they finally managed to hail a cab. The driver, upon noticing the attractive young couple, smiled warmly as he transported them to their destination. They were headed to Jiang Xu's villa. Initially, Jiang Xu intended for Lu Zhi to return to his own apartment, but he explained that it was rather far and, being damp from the rain, he felt cold and wished to change into dry clothes first. Reluctantly, Jiang Xu acquiesced and allowed him entry. Previously, when Lu Zhi had served as her model, he occasionally got paint on himself, staining his clothes. Thus, Jiang Xu had prepared 2 sets of clean clothing for him at the villa. She retrieved a white shirt and black pant from the guest room and handed them to him. His shirt was now half dry, no longer as transparent as before. Jiang Xu urged, You should take a hot shower first. All right, he replied. As he made his way to the bathroom, Jiang Xu also changed out her outerwear, opting for something thicker as the temperature had dropped following the rain. Lu Zhi was taking his time, so Jiang Xu settled into the master bedroom, engrossed in her phone. Qi Ruixin was sharing with her the latest novel she had been reading, a rather provocative and thrilling piece. Jiang, you absolutely must check this one out. It's incredibly captivating. The adrenaline rush is off the charts. I've shared the link with you. No need for a VPN to access it. Qi Ruixin enthused. Jiang Xu glanced at the title, which was quite poetic, but the description quickly turned coarse and explicit. Blushing, she hastily exited the link. After a while, Qi Ruixin messaged again. So, have you read it yet? ISNT, the first chapter, just bursting with excitement? Do you feel like you've discovered a new world? Jiang Xu remained speechless. Qi Ruixin, ever the chatterbox, sent several more messages in quick succession. Who could possibly dislike the dominant male lead? At those moments, the thrill is simply exhilarating, don't you think? I need to calculate when I might encounter a man like that. Qi Ruixin mused. I feel like Senior Lu has a bit of that dominant vibe. In a few years, he'll be even more refined. But I doubt he would engage in that sort of dialogue. He seems more the type to comfort and accelerate. Haha, Jiang, you two must stay together for my sake. And then secretly tell me if Senior Lu is the kind who comforts but never stops. As Qi Ruixin's messages grew increasingly outrageous, Jiang Xu was about to respond when she heard a sound from outside the door. Lu Zhi had just finished a shower and emerged, finding Jiang Xu seated at the edge of the bed, her head lowered, fingers poised over her phone. Seemingly at a loss for words, her fingertips hovering indecisively above the screen. Her expression bore a hint of shyness and irritation, a rare display for her. Lu Zhi's gaze darkened slightly as he pondered who she was conversing with. At that moment, Jiang Xu lifted her head to meet his eyes. He wore a thinly tailored white top that accentuated his pale complexion. His long legs were clad in black trousers, presenting a tall and straight silhouette. His dark eyes held a cool, tranquil depth, often reflecting a faint air of detachment when silent. When their eyes locked, Jiang Xu's mind suddenly recalled the word Qi Ruixin had mentioned earlier. Coaxing and speeding up can coax but not stop. She felt as if scalded, hastily averting her gaze. With an unnatural tone, she inquired, "Have you finished?" He replied softly, walking towards a room. As he approached, Jiang Xu clenched her palms, asking, "Do you want to go back first?" He halted, maintaining a few paces between them, and unexpectedly asked, "Can I stay here tonight?" Jiang Xu was momentarily stunned, instinctively echoing, "Stay here? I could just stay in the guest room." Lu Zhi observed the subtle shifts in her expression and continued, "It's too late. You might not be able to get a cab. Besides, I wish to stay here." Given what had transpired in Quan City, he felt uneasy about leaving her alone. His candid words left Jiang Xu momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to react. It seemed that since their last encounter, he had become notably more assertive. Silvery moonlight spilled through the window, casting delicate reflections in her eyes, clear and translucent, with a gentle sheen that made her gaze appear enchanting. Jiang Xu heard herself ask, somewhat sluggishly, "Why?" Lu Zhi's deep voice inquired, "Do you wish to know the answer now?" Noticing Jiang Xu's prolonged silence, Qi Ruixin bombarded her with a flurry of messages, her phone chiming continuously. Yet Jiang Xu was entirely preoccupied with her thoughts. She bowed her head, biting her lower lip and leaving faint imprints. You can stay." She retreated slightly. Lu Zhi's lips flattened, and he remained quiet. That night, Jiang Xu's slumber was far from peaceful. Fragmented dreams loomed like a gaping abyss, threatening to drag her under. She tightly shut her eyes, her brows knitting together as beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, her expression twisted in anguish. Unconsciously, her lips parted slightly, a pained whimper escaping her throat as she felt an icy chill envelop her. In her daze, she sensed a warm hand resting upon her forehead, gently rubbing her brow, soothing her troubled spirit. Another hand clasped her wrist firmly, adjusting its angle until their fingers intertwined seamlessly. Hearing her distress from the adjacent room, Lu Zhi rushed over, finding the door unlocked, allowing him to enter without hindrance. Observing her pained expression, he surmised she must have been plagued by nightmares. In a gentle tone, imbued with a calming resonance, he reassured her, Jiang, do not be afraid. I am here." After a moment, seeing her gradually calm down, her breathing becoming smooth and prolonged once again, Lu Zhi's earlier tension finally began to ease. His gaze was fixated on the serene visage of the girl lost in slumber, his dark eyes shimmering with a glimmer akin to silvery moonlight, harboring tender emotions. Perhaps sensing a familiar presence, Jiang Xu instinctively nuzzled her cheek against his palm, unwilling to relinquish this source of comfort. Noticing her gesture of dependence, Lu Zhi's well-defined fingers stirred slightly, and his gaze grew increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 77. I will wait until you come. Jiang Xu slept soundly in the latter half of the night. In her dreams, She felt as though she was tightly clutching something in her hand. However, upon waking the next morning, her hand was empty. As she sat up in bed, a brief knock echoed from a door. Lu Zhi's deep voice drifted in. Jiang Xu, are you awake? Jiang Xu blinked, still dazed from sleep, realizing that he had not yet left. Her throat felt somewhat parched, and she cleared it slightly before replying, Yes, I'm awake. Upon hearing her response, Lu Zhi did not enter, but continued to inquire, Would you like breakfast? What would you like to eat? There was a noticeable pause before Jiang Xu replied, Anything is fine. It was her first experience tasting the dishes prepared by Lu Zhi, which consisted of a light and authentic Chinese breakfast. It included a bowl of tender, sweet rice balls, adorned with a sprinkle of dried osmanthus, alongside 3 large steamed dumplings and a meticulously half-boiled egg, all artfully arranged on a ceramic plate, making it incredibly appetizing. Did you buy this outside at the last minute? Jiang Xu asked, her surprise evident as she gazed at the breakfast. She had not visited this villa in a long time, and the entire refrigerator was empty, devoid of such ingredients. Yes. He nodded lightly. Please eat. Only then did Jiang Xu slowly take a seat at the table, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Noticing that there was no breakfast set for him, she curiously asked, Why didn't you prepare anything for yourself? The ingredients ran out. Jiang Xu deeply. Her skepticism lingering as she took a spoonful of the sweet rice balls. The moment it touched her palate, her eyes sparkled, and she looked up to compliment him without hesitation. This is delicious. Seeing her satisfied expression and the way her beautiful eyes curved into crescent shapes, Lu Zhi couldn't help but smile slightly. Since this breakfast was his creation and he had yet to taste it himself, Jiang Xu proactively asked, Would you like to try some? He glanced at the sweet rice balls she had already sampled and paused for a moment before responding. All right. However, the next moment, Jiang Xu retrieved a new set of cutlery from the kitchen cabinet, scooping out a few rice balls from her bowl, along with 2 dumplings and half of the egg to share with him. Noticing his silent gaze fixed on her actions, Jiang Xu hesitated momentarily when she considered offering him the last dumpling. You made a bit too much. I can't finish it. It's not that I don't find it tasty, she clarified. All right, he replied with an unchanging expression, lowering his chin slightly. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Jiang Xu responded. There doesn't need to be a next time. Halfway through breakfast, Jiang Xu's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, her heart skipped a beat. It was Jiang Hongru calling. Hesitating, she pressed the answer button. Grandfather? On the other end, Jiang Hongru's tone was inscrutable. Did you go out last night? Jiang Xu was acutely aware that Jiang Hongru's call indicated he was already privy to certain information. Steeling herself, she nodded in affirmation. Yes, do you need something from me? Jiang Hongru countered with a question. Did you go out alone? Yes, she replied. Then what did your grandfather say? He mentioned seeing you at the gate last night, accompanied by a man. Jiang Xu was taken aback to learn that he Chifu had indeed witnessed her the previous evening. She fumbled with her phone, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, just be careful while you're out. I previously stated that I would no longer interfere in your affairs, and I intend to keep my word. I called merely to inquire. Despite being fully aware of Jiang Xu's current company, Jiang Hongru surprisingly did not press her further. His aged, raspy voice conveyed, Hand the phone to that young man. For a brief moment, Jiang Xu was taken aback, before realizing that Jiang Hongru was referring to Lu Zhi. After a moment's hesitation, she responded, Okay. When Lu Zhi took the call, he did not activate the speakerphone, leaving Jiang Xu unaware of their conversation. However, she observed that Lu Zhi spoke very little, with Jiang Hongru doing most of the talking. After a prolonged silence, Lu Zhi's deep gaze met Jiang Xu's, and he finally replied, All right, I agree. Once the call ended, Jiang Xu instinctively looked at him. What did you discuss? Noting Lu Zhi's tightly pressed lips and his hesitance to respond, Jiang Xu assumed he was reluctant to share. She quickly waved her hand in a dismissive manner. It's fine if you don't want to share, I was just asking casually. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Zhi's cool, serious voice broke the silence, revealing, The old gentleman hopes I can return to the Lu family. Following the May Day holiday, the semester's final assessments loomed near. The 4 girls in the dormitory entered a state of intense preparation, particularly Wenqing and Mi Xiaxia. who typically coasted through classes but suddenly found themselves immersed in books during finals week. Finally, after enduring the rigors of examinations, they felt as if they had been resurrected. During the summer break, Jiang Xu dedicated herself to studying the courses for her junior and senior years. It was during a casual visit to submit her documents that she learned from Deng Jingyi that Lu Zhi was also pursuing a double degree in finance, and he would be graduating this year. If you have any questions, you can consult Senior Lu Zhi. His GPA in his minor has consistently been at the top of his class, although he might come across as somewhat aloof. It will be beneficial for you to engage with him, Deng Jingyi remarked gently as she filed away Jiang Xu's transcript. I've passed along your contact information to him and suggested that he offer guidance to his junior sister, but how you two communicate from here on is up to you. Jiang Xu, thoughtful for a moment as she touched her nose, finally replied, Thank you, Teacher Deng. Not at all. I'm glad to be of assistance. Aware that Lu Zhi would only become busier after graduation, Jiang Xu had not intended to trouble him. Yet, he took the initiative to send her a message. Teacher Deng mentioned I should help you out more. I'm always available, so feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Jiang Xu pondered for a moment before responding, All right, thank you. Lu Zhi replied, No need to be polite. Although she intended to seek his guidance, Jiang Xu rarely troubled him. Most of the time, she found little difficulty in her studies, especially with the presence of two business magnates, Jiang Yangping and Jiang Hongru, ensuring she seldom encountered perplexing professional concepts. On National Day, which coincided with Jiang Xu's birthday, Jiang Yangping had initially planned to host a grand birthday celebration for her. However, Jiang Xu politely declined, expressing her aversion to overly boisterous gatherings. Jiang Yangping felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, it was a rare occasion to showcase his beloved daughter among the elite of Beijing. Faced with her father's despondency, Jiang Xu reassured him, It's all right, Dad. You can throw me a proper celebration once I successfully join New Whale Leap. By then, it would likely be close to the time when the Jiang family would face significant upheaval. Though Jiang Yangping could not shake his gloom, he respected Jiang Xu's wishes and refrained from pressing the matter further. Thus, they spent the day together as a family, enjoying a meal at the Jiang residence. Jiang Yangping had even gone out of his way to procure a beautiful cake. Upon seeing the cake's shape, Jiang Xu was momentarily stunned. It was the very birthday cake Jiang Yangping had intended to buy for her on the day of his tragic accident in his previous life, the most exquisite cake in the world. Yet this time, he had purchased it in advance. Did this not suggest that, in this life, everything would unfold differently? What's the matter, dear? Do you not like this cake? Jiang Yangping, noticing Jiang Xu's dazed expression, mistakenly assumed she was displeased and was about to call Jian Bai to arrange for a replacement. He lamented, I thought for sure you would adore it. I do love it, Jiang Xu said, her nose tinged with emotion, her voice slightly choked. I truly love it, Dad. Oh dear, why are you crying? As long as you like it, that's what matters. Today, you were the birthday girl, and crying's not a good look, Jiang Yangping said, making silly faces he had used to amuse her in her childhood, shedding any semblance of his authoritative demeanor. Seeing Jiang Xu finally break into a smile, his furrowed brow relaxed, and he felt a profound sense of accomplishment for having cheered up his precious daughter. Later that evening, after a prolonged silence, Xiaobo sent Jiang Xu a birthday message. Jiang, happy birthday. The gift I prepared for you has arrived in the country and should reach the Jiang residence by tomorrow. Since their last unexpected encounter, when Jiang Xu discovered Xiaobo's feelings for her, their communication had dwindled. To be precise, it was Jiang Xu who had been evasively attempting to sever ties. During this period, Xiaobo seemed to have encountered some troublesome issues abroad, resulting in an extended absence from messaging Jiang Xu. This time, she replied, All right, thank you. Brother Xiaobo, you're welcome. I also heard about the incident that occurred in Quan City. Jiang, please take care of your safety while in the country. Or perhaps ask Uncle Jiang to hire a few bodyguards for your peace of mind, Xiaobo advised. Jiang Xu agreed, Okay. Xiaobo, well, rest early. Good night. Jiang Xu had no intention of replying further. Just as he was about to set his phone down, a melodious ringtone suddenly rang out. It was a call from Lu Zhi. Once connected, his familiar voice quickly resonated from the other end. Jiang Xu. Happy birthday. Jiang Xu's fingers twitched slightly. Thank you. After a brief pause of a second, he continued, "Are you coming out? I am waiting for you outside and will remain here until you arrive." Chapter 78. Fast forward, the weather in October was neither too cold nor too warm. Nevertheless, Jiang Xu donned a light jacket as she stepped outside. Lu Zhi had not arranged for her to venture far. They remained just outside the walls of the Jiang residence. Jiang Xu approached him from a distance, her light-colored eyes sparkling, and she spoke first. "Both my grandfather and father are aware of my outing." Implicitly, she indicated that she could not be away for long, nor could she stay out overnight as she had previously. "I merely wish to present you with a gift and will leave shortly." In his hands was an exquisitely wrapped box, square and flat. Jiang Xu momentarily found herself unable to guess its contents. It was only when he opened the box that she discovered a painting within, its style oddly familiar. Jiang Xu had long admired the works of a young, artistic female painter whose pieces were notoriously difficult to acquire, as she only painted for those she deemed faded. Thus, Jiang Xu had yet to successfully add any of the artist's works to her collection. The painting before her was one she had seen before, one of the artist's most renowned creations. The painter claimed it was inspired by a real scene she had once encountered. Jiang Xu marveled at how Lu Zhi had learned of her admiration for the artist and had gone out of his way to procure a piece as a birthday gift for her. The painting was titled Redemption. It depicted a pair of young individuals standing upon the rocks by the sea. The boy's body appeared battered, his face obscured by smudged blood, while ghostly hands emerged from the depths of the ominous sea, tugging at him, threatening to pull him under. Surrounding them was an abyss of darkness, save for a shaft of pure light cascading down from above, illuminating the girl in the painting, clad in a pristine school uniform that symbolized innocence and hope. She grasped the falling boy tightly. Jiang Xu's gaze fixated on the artwork, and she suddenly felt an unsettling familiarity with the scene, as though she had encountered it before. Clearing his throat, Lu Zhi noticed her puzzled expression and awkwardly explained, "The artist agreed to sell me only this piece. She was unwilling to part with her other works. I wonder if you will like it." Bathed in the warm glow of the streetlights, the man's features faintly overlapped with those of the youthful boy from years past. His ears flushed slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed as his once cold voice softened. "Jiang Xu, happy birthday on your 20th. Jiang Xu's eyelashes fluttered, and after a moment, she regained her voice. "Thank you, Lu Zhi. I truly love it." Due to the necessity of fulfilling credits for early graduation and preparing application materials, Jiang Xu found herself exceedingly busy throughout her third year. She scarcely indulged in any leisure activities, and her social outings dwindled significantly, with only the occasional dormitory gathering prompting her to step outside. Time seemed to have accelerated, as if set to fast forward. By year's end, a sensational news story emerged in the business world. The enigmatic Lu family, long absent from familial affairs, announced the return of the elderly patriarch, Lu, who declared the next heir to the family fortune. The heir's name has yet to be revealed, yet it has already stirred a considerable uproar in the business news. Rumors suggest that the heir chosen by the esteemed elder Lu is not the child of the current head of the Lu family, but rather an unexpected figure named Lu Yaojin. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Xu's gaze darkened, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Lu Zhi's return to the Lu family has also been expedited. She is uncertain whether her rebirth has precipitated the occurrence of two events that had previously unfolded at a slower pace in her former life. Might other events also occur ahead of schedule? With a heart full of trepidation, Jiang Xu remains diligently occupied with her studies. Fortunately, her anticipated troubles did not come to pass. At the dawn of the new year, Jiang Hongru celebrated his 80th birthday, with prominent figures from the business world of the capital coming to offer their congratulations. To her surprise, Jiang Xu encountered someone she had not seen in a long time at this grand celebration, Sunoshi. However, she appeared somewhat different than before. It was not a change in appearance, but rather in her demeanor. Clad in an exquisite, strapless gown adorned with various luxurious jewels, she held her chin slightly aloft, her gaze exuding a distinct air of nobility and grandeur, starkly contrasting with her former self. They say wealth transforms a person, and indeed it does. She now seemed entirely different from the ordinary girl who, like Lu Zhi, once toiled through various part-time jobs and internships. Chapter 79. The lover Jiang Hongru's birthday banquet was held in a renowned banquet hall in the capital city, featuring a two-story design. The first floor served as the venue for the festivities, while the second floor housed a lounge area for guests. At the heart of the banquet, a magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the soaring ceiling, with thousands of crystals refracting light that interwove to illuminate the entire space as brightly as day. Jiang Xu donned a champagne-colored halter-neck evening gown, embellished with ink-washed gilded patterns along the neckline and hem, shimmering dazzlingly under the lights. Her hair was elegantly styled in an updo, with a few stray strands cascading down her fair, elongated neck. Standing by the transparent glass railing on the second floor, she gazed downwards, her exquisite visage appearing particularly enchanting. At that moment, as if sensing her gaze, Su Nongxi coincidentally looked in her direction. Two imposing bodyguards clad in black suits flanked her. Their thick brows and large eyes suggested they were foreigners. Although Jiang Hongru's birthday celebration required an invitation for entry, it was merely an ordinary banquet. Thus, there were not overly stringent restrictions. For those with wealth and connections, procuring an invitation was not an arduous task. As their eyes met, the atmosphere grew subtly charged. In contrast to Jiang Xu's surprise, Su Nongxi appeared markedly composed. She smiled gently at Jiang Xu, taking the initiative to greet her. Jiang Xu slightly lowered her gaze, her clear eyes reflecting an unusual glimmer, and she merely nodded in response. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, Jiang Xu had no desire to unravel the circumstances that had transformed Su Nongxi into her current self. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Nongxi did not linger, leading her bodyguards into the inner banquet hall. Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang Xu descend the stairs, Qi Ruixin, who accompanied Qi Quan to the banquet, hurried towards her. She noticed Su Nongxi had already settled into a nearby seat and tilted her head in confusion. "Isn't that Senior Su? Do you know her?" Jiang Xu raised an eyebrow slightly. "I didn't know her before, but I recently came across a post about her on the school forum." "What post?" "Just one mentioning that she had taken a leave of absence from school a long time ago because she was taken abroad, and it also suggested that she is now At this point, Qi Ruixin hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate the word. She glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in to whisper two words in Jiang Xu's ear. Upon hearing that term, Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback. Qi Ruixin had just referred to her as a lover. The post's author claimed to be a classmate of Su Nongxi, though the veracity of this information remained uncertain. However, keen-eyed netizens noted that they had indeed spotted Su Nongxi during a recent trip to France, where she had just exited a high-end international hotel, dressed in designer attire, and subsequently entered a luxurious red stallion sports car. As a seasoned member of the university forum, Qi Ruixin was always at the forefront of gossip, and her summaries of such revelations were as precious as rare treasures. France? Jiang Xu frowned slightly. If she recalled correctly, the foreign man who had intruded into her hotel in the spring city was likely a Frenchman, accompanied by a photograph. Qi Ruixin took out her phone and, in less than a minute, she found the original post on the Jingdao forum. Jiang Xu glanced over and discovered a somewhat blurry image. Yet it was not difficult to identify the person in the photo as Su Nongxi. She had just opened the car door, preparing to enter, and within the vehicle, one could vaguely discern a blond man seated inside, his demeanor rather cold, not directing his gaze towards Su Nongxi. In truth, Jiang Xu had scarcely paid attention to Su Nongxi, as she had hardly encountered this person in her previous life. In this life, only due to her visits to the psychological clinic had she seen her a few more times. Thus, even if she instinctively felt a twinge of dislike towards her, she would not expend much energy or thought on someone inconsequential. Regarding the fact that Su Nongxi had dropped out of school a long time ago, she was utterly unaware. However, upon reflection, it dawned on her that she had not seen Su Nongxi since that peculiar remark made by her some time ago. So, she had gone to France, coincidentally in the same country as that foreign man. Was it mere coincidence? Jiang Xu did not believe in such serendipity. Perhaps Su Nongxi harbored secrets unknown to her. Qi Ruixin merely wished to share this tidbit with Jiang Xu, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Xu and Su Nongxi were already acquainted. After sharing, Qi Ruixin did not pursue the topic further and instead began recounting other amusing anecdotes to Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu responded somewhat absent-mindedly until Qi Ruixin suddenly called out a name in her ear, Shun Yuan Yuan. She snapped back to reality and spotted a familiar face entering alongside the Shun family not far away. It finally registered with Jiang Xu that Shun Yuan Yuan was indeed the second daughter of the prestigious Shun family in Jing City. Qi Ruixin had long been aware of Shun Yuan Yuan's identity, and due to her extroverted nature complementing Shun Yuan Yuan's, they had previously gotten along quite well. I'm sorry, Jiang. I hadn't mentioned my identity before, Shun Yuan Yuan said, her voice noticeably softer than before, perhaps due to the crowd. Being overly introverted, she felt pressured in such gatherings, especially when surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Thus, she had hardly attended any event in Jing City's social scene throughout her life. It was only upon learning that this was a banquet hosted by the Jiang family, with thoughts of Jiang Xu, that she had decided to come. Jiang Xu merely shook her head to indicate it was no trouble, when suddenly a woman's voice rang out from a distance. Yuan, why did you come over here alone? Following the voice, Jiang Xu turned to see a woman clad in a wine-red gown approaching. Her face was strikingly beautiful, radiating a cool and clear elegance. With short hair that grazed her shoulders, the ends slightly curled outward, exuding a sense of competence and charm. Yuan, are these your friends? The woman's voice was rich, imbued with an innate languor and grace, her casual gaze inadvertently landing on Jiang Xu. Aunt. Shun Yuan greeted her with a smile. Her demeanor relaxed, clearly indicating a close relationship. She then introduced Jiang Xu and Qi Ruixin, saying, "This is my aunt, Jiang, whom I mentioned to you before." Jiang Xu recalled the New Year's performance when Shun Yuan had helped her with her makeup. Qi Ruixin had mentioned that her aunt was a stylist. Jiang Xu couldn't help but glance at the woman again, increasingly noticing a resemblance between her features and those of Lu Zhi. "Hello, I am Yuan Yuan's aunt. It is a pleasure to meet you all." Despite being over 40, Lu maintained her beauty, standing beside Shun Yuan like two blooming flowers. Her personality was also amicable, easily connecting with the younger generation. Upon hearing the surname, before Jiang Xu could voice her curiosity, Qi Ruixin's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Could it be that Yuan's aunt is the renowned Miss Lu from the Lu family, who was famous in the capital during her youth?" Before the Lu family faced their tribulations, there was only one legitimate daughter, Lu. With her striking looks and esteemed background, she was undeniably the foremost young lady in the capital. However, after the collateral branch seized power, she effectively distanced herself from the Lu family. Now, she merely introduced herself as an outstanding stylist, omitting her identity as a Lu family heiress. Jiang Xu was equally taken aback. "So, Lu is actually Lu Zhi's aunt?" Hearing Qi Ruixin's words, Lu chuckled. "That was all in my youth. I am older now, and soon it will be your generation's time to shine." Qi Ruixin shook her head. "Sister Lu, you look hardly aged at all. If Yuan hadn't told me you were her aunt, I would have thought you two were sisters." Laughter erupted as Lu, amused by Qi Ruixin's compliment, teased, "Miss Ruixin, you certainly have a sweet tongue. If my Yuan could speak as well as you do, her parents wouldn't have to worry about her shyness in conversation." Shun Yuan felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance and, "All right, I won't tease you any longer." Since Shun Yuan had finally found two confidants, Lu refrained from intruding on their time together. She turned to Jiang Xu, her tone imbued with significance. "Miss Jiang, should you ever need assistance with styling, feel free to reach out to me." Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly understanding that Lu's invitation extended beyond mere styling. She slightly pressed her lips together and replied, "All right,